Hello, welcome to our Portuguese course, level A1. Very happy to have you here. You are about to start a great journey across the Portuguese language. I hope you enjoy and have fun. Let's go.
Hello and welcome to Unit 1, slide number 2, so lesson number 2. This lesson is super important because I'm going to talk about the roadmap, okay? So let me explain you how does it work. So if you're watching this video, there are two possibilities. Or you bought our in-person course in Lisbon, and you know that you will have 30 hours of contact time with me, and for some reason you had to miss the first lesson. And if that's the case, I'm sending you this first lesson, and so because we don't want you to miss any information, right? And if that's the case, you know that you'll have 30 hours with me in person in Lisbon, and at home you will have at least 30 hours, okay? So 30 hours of in-person lessons plus 30 hours, at least 30 hours of homework, so altogether 60, 70 hours to complete level A1. If you bought our online course, you will have 14 hours of lessons, okay? 14 hours of recorded lessons. But I can tell you right away that you have to watch more than once a few lessons, okay? So this 14 hours, I will deliver in this 14 hours the same content that I deliver in 30 hours when I'm teaching this course in person. So you may be asking yourself, so how is that possible? 14 hours, 30 hours? Is it the same content? Yes, it is the same content, but when I'm teaching in person, um, students will ask me questions, and then we take a break, and then I have to repeat the information. So obviously we spend a lot of time with this kind of things. When you're watching the recorded lessons, I'm just delivering that information, right? So in that case, I'm not wasting any time. We don't take a break. However, once again, we're talking about 14 hours of recorded lessons, but I'm sure that you have to repeat and you have to watch 2-3 times some of these lessons. So I would say that altogether, instead of 14 hours, you can expect 20-25 hours at least, okay? Plus your 30 hours of homework, okay? If you bought this course and if you're completing this course online, you also have to find 30 hours to complete your homework and to consolidate the information, right? Then it's important for you to understand that to complete Unit 1, we have 7 units, and this is just the first unit. It says here, right? Unit 1. But we have 7 units for level A1. And then on our website, you can complement everything that I will teach you here with inside our learning studio, okay? Is it mandatory? No, it's not mandatory, but if you do that, and it's free, if you bought this course, it's free for you. If you do that, I am 100% sure that by the end of this course, you will feel much more comfortable with all the information that I will deliver, okay? So on the website, and the website, the address is here, is lisbonlanguagecafe.pt, and on the website you'll find our Quizlets, and we have several activities inside this platform. The platform is called Quizlet. Flashcards and games and assessments and spelling activities, lots of different activities, super useful. Students like this platform a lot. And you'll find also podcasts for level A1 in accordance with your level, with the structures that you are supposed to be consolidating, with the tenses that you are supposed to be consolidating and learning on level A1. So this podcast will be super useful to improve your listening skills. And without being able to understand, without improving your listening skills, forget it. It's impossible to progress, or it's very, very hard to progress if you cannot understand what people are saying to you, okay? So improving your listening skills is essential. And you can also expect a few reading activities, in fact, 2 reading activities on this level A1. Okay, so we have all these activities, units and Quizlet and podcast and reading activities. You might be asking yourself how I'm going to combine all these activities. The answer is here. The roadmap will tell you what you have to do. And as you can see here, on Unit 1, while you're completing Unit 1 with me, you also have to do at home and you have to use our website to complete what I'm going to tell you now. You have to complete Quizlet. Quizlet number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay? So before we start Unit 2, make sure that at home you complete Quizlet between number 1 and number 6. Okay? And later, you will find another slide, another lesson that will teach you where to find this Quizlet and these platforms. So don't worry with that at the moment. At the moment, just try to understand this roadmap and what kind of activities you are supposed to do and supposed to complete in each one of these units. So once you start Unit 2, it's time to complete Quizlet between number 7 and number 12. And again, Unit 2 you will complete with me, or because you will watch these recorded lessons, or because you are attending my A1 course in person in Lisbon, one of these two. But then at home, you have to complete Quizlet between 7 and 12. And then once you start Unit 3, once we start Unit 3, at home, you have to complete Quizlet between 13 and 18. And then on Unit 4, it's the same logic, but now you have not only to complete Quizlet between 19 and 24, but also podcasts. So it's time, in my opinion, to start completing podcasts, okay? And at home you have to complete podcasts 1, 2, and 3. And then you got the idea, right? So Unit 5, we have here Quizlet between 25 and 30 and podcasts between 4 and 6. And then on Unit 6, you have to complete podcasts and also text 1. I'll give you text 1. And then for the last unit, Unit 7, we have podcasts between 12 and 15 and text number 2. This roadmap is essential, okay? So you have to check this roadmap over and over and over again, because we have so many resources that it's also essential for you not only to have these resources, but to complete them on the right moments, okay? So there's no point in trying to complete podcasts on Unit 1. No, podcasts you have to start doing on from Unit 4 on. So just follow this roadmap, and if you follow this roadmap, you will be fine. Okay, thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome to our website, lisbonlanguagecafe.pt. This time I'm going to show you where you will find our learning studio. I'm going to show you how our website works and where you'll find our podcasts, our Quizlets, because you already know that we have loads of online resources, and it will be very useful for you to combine those resources with your Portuguese lessons. And if you do that, you will see that you will be able to learn much more and consolidate much faster everything that we will teach you. Okay, so once again, this is our homepage. We have here our project, Portuguese courses, and Learning Studio, and this is what matters to you. Learning Studio, you can click here, or you can scroll down. This is our homepage again. You'll find lots of information, our video, and then once again Portuguese Learning Studio. And you have this button here, click here to start. Okay, so I'm going to click here, I'm going to use this button. So I'm going to click here, and now you'll find this. 3 different levels, A1, A2, and B1. If you're starting from scratch, your level is A1. Okay, so this is what matters for you. So I'm going to click here, level A1. And now we have Quizlet, platform Quizlet, all these activities, flashcards, learn, combine, spell, and access. and then we have podcasts for A1 level, and then we have recorded lessons for level A1. These recorded lessons, they are not relevant for you, okay? Because here, this is useful for those who are visiting our website, and we have a few recorded lessons here that they can watch. But at the moment, everything that you could find here on this recorded lessons, I'm gonna teach that and much more. For instance, if you just bought our online course, you will find 105 recorded lessons. But if you click here, you will find a few recorded lessons. So this is not relevant for you at the moment, so don't worry about this. Now, what is relevant for you is this Quizlet and podcast, because this is what you will combine with everything that I will teach you. And it doesn't matter if you are watching this video because you are watching our recorded lessons, or maybe watching this video also because you are attending our in-person course. It doesn't matter. So you know that Quizlet and podcast will be super useful for you to combine with everything that I will teach you. So I'm going to start with this platform, Quizlet. And Quizlet, it's something that you have to start using from unit 1, from your first day of lessons. So I'm going to click here. Quizlets. I'm going to ask you to read this. It's always important for you to read everything that you will find here. This will help you. But I'm going to move on directly to this, and I'm going to tell you that on Quizlet we have 30 activities. See here, the last one is called Possessive Pronouns, so pronomes possessivos. And I'm going to tell you that the first 5 activities that we have here, animals, cardinal numbers, personal pronouns, adjectives, and the alphabet, they are open to everybody. So everybody can visit our website and can try the first 5 activities. However, from number 6 on, this is open only to our students, those who bought our online course, and also to those who are attending our course in person. Okay, so I'm gonna show you how it works. I'm gonna start with the first one, animals in Portuguese. I'm gonna click here, and then there's always a text that I'm gonna ask you to read at home before you start, and then you have to accept here the cookies policy, so aceito. And then before you start, I'm going to ask you to click on this button, opções, so options, and you have to scroll down a little bit, and you have to turn on the audio. See here, audio. So turn on the audio, because this is very useful.
Dog.
And now you can hear dog. And if you click
cão,
you get the same word, but now in Portuguese, right? Cão. And then let's move on to number 2.
Cat.
Cat.
gato,
Gato.
Mouse.
Mouse.
rato,
Rato.
Bird.
Bird.
pássaro,
Pássaro. Okay, you got the idea. We did 4 out of 20. So complete this 20 flashcards. And once you complete this 20 flashcards, you'll be done with the first activity, right? Number 1, it says flashcards. And then it will be time for you to move on to activity number 2 with the same words, The number 2 is called learn. How do you switch from flashcards to learn? You click here, and learn in Portuguese is aprender, okay? This platform will detect your browser, so don't worry. You won't find this in Portuguese, you'll find this probably in English. So in Portuguese, learn is aprender, so I'm gonna click here, aprender. So this time we have the same words. We're still dealing with animais in Portuguese, so animals in Portuguese. But now we have a different activity. We have cão, and we have 4 different options: lion, pig, cow, or dog. It's dog, right? And now we have gato. Gato, is it cow, mouse, cat, or goat? It's cat. Rato. Rato is mouse. Okay, you got the idea. Once again, once you complete this activity that is called learn, you move on to another one that is called spell. So once again, how do you switch? It's here. Spell in Portuguese is soletrar. So how does it work? You have goat, and in Portuguese goat, you have to click here.
Cabra.
Cabra, and you write it down. Now we have shark.
Tubarão.
Tubarão. Or if you want to listen to the word again.
Tubarão.
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 It's
Rato.
rato. I'm going to write it down.
Caracol.
Caracol.
Pássaro.
Okay, you got the idea. So this activity here, it's called spell. Then you move on to number 4, and then you move on to number 5. Once again, to switch to number 4 on number 5 is here. All right. Okay, I'm going to move back. I'm gonna move back once again. Learning Studio, 3 levels, level A1, and now once again Quizlet, and now once again we have the 30 sets here. So I just showed you how to work with with the first one. It's always the same, right? Sorry. You always have flashcards and an activity that is called learn and spell and so on. So once again, the first 5, they are open to everybody. But then from number 6 on, this is available only to our students. So I'm going to show you this one. In case you want to move on to number 6, what you have to do. You'll get this. So you'll get this information. Our Learning Studio level A1, A2 and B1 is available only to our subscribers, or it's also available to those who are our students, or because they bought our online course, or because they are attending our course in Lisbon. So it's always free to them. But how do you get access to all this information? I'm going to ask you to click here on this first box. It says 1 day for free and then 10 euros per month. But once again, as I said before, this will be open. This will be free for you for 90 days. So don't worry about this payment at the moment. So just sign up, click here, sign up. And then it says 1 day for free, then 10 euros per month. But because I'm going to tell you that you can use a coupon. And the name of that coupon is online course. Online course. So you write here online course and then enter, and you'll see that now you have 3 months for free and then 10 euros per month. In case if after 90 days, if after 3 months you want to keep using this, then you'll be charged 10 euros per month. Okay. So now what you have to do, just fill in all this information. Just select one payment method, PayPal or Stripe, and after that sign up. And once you complete this, this will be open for you for 90 days. Okay, so I'm gonna move back again because I'm going to show you how to use our podcast. Okay. So if you're lost, don't forget to just go back. You can go back to our homepage. If you go back to our homepage, you have here Portuguese Learning Studio. You can click here, or once again, you can scroll down and you'll find Learning Portuguese, Learning Studio Portuguese, sorry. Click here to start. And once again, you have here the 3 levels. Let's go back to level A1. You know already how to use Quizlet, and I'm gonna show you podcasts. Okay. Once you subscribe, you have access to everything. Okay. So I'm gonna show you now podcasts, but you don't have to subscribe for Quizlet, and then you don't have to subscribe again for podcast. No, you just subscribe once, and from that moment on, everything that you'll find on level A1, level A2, level B1, everything will be open for you. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how to use the podcast. So podcasts, we have 15 podcasts for level A1. Once again, number one, the first one, it's called the Vida da Laura, and it's open. It's free to everybody who is visiting our website. But then from number 2 on, it will be available. It will be open only to you because you're one of our students and to those who subscribe our platform. Okay. But what I'm going to show you now is how to use podcasts. So A Vida da Laura, I'm going to click here. And you'll see that you have all the information that you need about to teach you how to use this podcast here. So I'm going to ask you to take your time and please read everything that we have here before each podcast. And then what you have to do is, this is the podcast. This one takes 2 minutes and 8 seconds. You have to listen to the podcast 2 or 3 times. So I'm going to show you.
A vida da Laura. A Laura vem de Londres e é estudante.
Okay, just for you to get an idea. So listen to the podcast 2 or 3 times. And then you have this quiz. You have 10 questions here and you have to answer these questions. So this is the first one. We have 10. Qual é a nacionalidade da Laura? So what is the nationality of Laura? 3 options. Portuguesa, chinesa, inglesa. Inglesa. Next. Ela gosta de filmes. She likes movies. Românticos e ação. Drama e crime. Crime e ação. Românticos e ação. Okay, you got the idea. Then you have number 3, number 4, number 5. So answer all the questions that you'll find here. And then listen to the podcast again. And at the same time, follow the script. And you'll see that when you're listening to the podcast and if you have the chance to read the script, it's much easier for you to understand the words and to connect the words with the sounds. So it will be much easier for you to understand this podcast if you have the chance to read the script at the same time. Okay. But once again, first of all, listen to the podcast 2 or 3 times without reading the script, then complete this activity, and then finally listen to the podcast again, follow the script, and check the words, check the vocabulary. I'm almost sure that you will be struggling with these words that you'll find here on the left side of this card, okay? And then you can move on to another one that is called O Dia a Dia do Eduardo, okay? So don't forget that on unit 1, you are supposed to watch our recorded lessons, and at the same time you are supposed to start doing Quizlets, okay? However, this podcast they will be useful for you from unit 4 on. Before, hopefully, you watch a lesson called the roadmap, and that slide with the roadmap, it's a very important slide because it tells you how to combine our recorded lessons or our in-person lessons with our Quizlets and with our podcasts, okay? So that roadmap will be super useful. And if hopefully you still remember that at the moment you are not supposed to start doing podcasts. Podcasts, it's something that you have to start doing from unit 4 on, because at the moment you're not ready yet for this. Okay, so even though we're talking all the words that you can see here, all the vocabulary, all the tenses that you can find here are level A1, but you're not ready for this on unit 1. You'll be ready for this from unit 4 on. Okay, so in case you don't remember well how to combine all these resources, just go back to that lesson that is called the roadmap and watch that lesson again. because that lesson will guide you. Okay? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly.
Every time we start a new unit, you'll find a table like this that tells you what kind of structures we will discuss on this unit. Here we have the word tópicos. Can you guess what does it mean? You probably can guess that it means topics. And then we have this, identificação e dados pessoais. So identificação e dados pessoais, it means identification and personal data. So basically how you can say your name in Portuguese and your nationality and where do you live, that kind of information. Then we have conteúdos gramaticais, which means grammar content, and you'll find this grammar content on Unit 1. So pronomes pessoais, how do you say in the equivalents in Portuguese to words like I and you and he and she, but obviously in Portuguese. Then we have pronomes interrogativos, basically question words. How do you say who and what and which and when and how many, these kind of words. And then we have pronomes reflexos. This is something that it belongs to a big topic called reflexive verbs. Most of you probably don't know what's a reflexive verb, which is okay, it's fine. When I say this to you, eu chamo-me Frederico, again, eu chamo-me Frederico, you probably can guess that what I'm saying is my name is Frederico. But word by word, what I'm saying is I call myself Frederico. Again, eu, which means I, chamo, call, chamo-me, so I call me or I call myself, and then Frederico. This is something that in English you guys don't have. So in English you wouldn't say I call myself, which sounds a bit strange. But in Portuguese, in Spanish, in Italian, in French, in loads of different languages, we do have reflexive verbs. So reflexive verbs, it's something that we will start on Unit 1, Level A1, but it's something that you won't be perfect today, tomorrow, or on Level A1. It really takes time. Students have to be usually B1, B2 to be okay with this topic. So today, or for on this level or on this unit, I just want you to know that we have this topic. So, and once again, reflexive verbs, when I say to you eu chamo-me Frederico, I'm saying I call myself Frederico, and what I'm saying is I'm using the reflexive verb to describe an action that I'm doing to myself. Okay, so that's how we use reflexive verbs, like I wash myself, I call myself, I get up myself. So it's an action that I'm doing to myself. Or I could say you call yourself, you wash yourself, you get up yourself. So basically an action that you are doing to yourself. Okay, but don't worry too much. I just want you to know at the moment that we do have this topic in Portuguese. Then we have verbs. Any idea what's the difference between a regular and an irregular verb? Probably some of you know that regular verbs are those verbs that we conjugate always the same way. So the endings are always the same, so they are much easier. And then we have, because if you know how to conjugate one regular verb, then you just have to apply the same endings to all the other regular verbs, and you'll be fine. Irregular verbs, they are much harder. They are all over the place. There isn't one guideline, one pattern for us to follow. So this means that they are a bit more challenging, or much more. And we have loads of different irregular verbs in the present tense, and we will start with present tense, as you probably can imagine. I'm not going to ask you to memorize all the irregular verbs in the present tense. I'm going to ask you to be perfect as soon as possible with these 4 irregular verbs: ser, ter, estar, and ir. Okay, so ser, it's the verb to be that we use for permanent descriptions. Then we have the verb ter, that the translation is to have. And then we have the verb estar, that it's also the verb to be for temporary descriptions. And I'm going to clarify this in a second. And then we have the verb ir, and ir means to go. Okay, so now the difference between the verb ser and estar. An example, what I'm saying this to you, I am Portuguese. In Portuguese, the translation would be eu sou português. This is a permanent description, okay? I'm Portuguese, I'm going to be Portuguese for the rest of my life. If you start thinking too much how you can change your nationality, just don't do that, just keep it simple. This is a permanent condition. So we would use the verb ser we use the verb ser for this kind of sentences. Then the verb estar, we use it for temporary description. So if I say to you, eu estou contente, what I'm saying is I am content. This is clearly a temporary description. I'm content tomorrow. I'm not so happy tomorrow. I'm content today. So this is a temporary description, but tomorrow maybe I'm sad, so I'm not so happy tomorrow. So this is something that changes. So we use the verb estar for this. And then the verb ir. Ir is to go. It's absolutely crucial. We use it for the future. So you have to be okay. You have to be perfect with these 4 irregular verbs as soon as possible. Okay. If in a few lessons you're still struggling with this, you have to fix that. Otherwise, you will not progress with your Portuguese. And then we have regular verbs that end with an A and an R. We will discuss them also in Unit 1. We have the alfabeto, and we have números cardinais e números ordinais. So cardinal numbers and ordinal numbers. You're probably asking yourself, what's that? Cardinal numbers, ordinal numbers. Very easy. Cardinal numbers is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And ordinal numbers is like first, second, third, fourth, and so on.
Unit 1, Lesson 4. Let's do this activity to talk a little bit about the different sounds that we have in Portuguese, okay? So, how many words do we have here? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different words. And I'm going to use these words that we have here to talk a little bit about the different sounds, okay? Advice: don't be too worried about the sounds when you're learning Portuguese, especially if you're doing level A1, okay? You won't be perfect with the sounds on level A1, on level A2. It really takes time. You really have to start speaking. You really have to be exposed. You really have to start speaking Portuguese every day, or at least very often, to be okay with the Portuguese sounds. We have loads of different funny sounds, and I'm sure that you noticed that. We have nasal sounds like João and cão and avião and irmão or irmã. We have loads of shush sounds, and we have loads of rules that will explain those sounds. Sometimes students get too worried about this on the first day. They want to be perfect. I'm not the kind of teacher who's going to ask a student to repeat the same sound 20 times. I don't think that's an intelligent, a clever strategy. So if you're saying something in a way that I can understand and people would be able to understand you, great. I'm not expecting you to say something in Portuguese with my accent, okay? I was born here in Lisbon. I'm a native speaker. So how could you say the same word with the same accent? It's impossible. It doesn't work, okay? So once again, if you're speaking Portuguese and if you're saying something in a way that I can understand and native speakers, Portuguese native speakers can also understand, it's great. That's exactly what we want. I'm not expecting you, and you should not expect to be perfect on level A1, okay? So let's start with this word here. This word here is, give me a second, okay, this word. So this word here is televisão, right? So there are two things that I want to tell you. One, I want to talk about this til, okay, with this accent here, we call it a til. Every time we have a til, we have a nasal sound. So once again, this is televisão. So there's a nasal sound here. Why? It's because every time we have this seal, we have this nasal sound. How do you do this? How can you get this nasal sound? To get these nasal sounds, I'm breathing out using my mouth and also my nose. Televisão. So I can feel my nose vibrating a little bit. But now that you know this, to get the nasal sound, what do? They breathe out using the mouth and the nose, and they can feel the nose vibrating a little bit. Now that you know this, do you think you're going to be perfect? No. The answer is no. Okay, so it's important for you to understand what's happening. It's important for you to understand that this still gives you the nasal sounds, but just chill. Just say it a few times, 2 or 3 times, and move on, okay? More important than this nasal sound, in my opinion, it's the sound of this S. I'm gonna read it again. I'm gonna say it again. And I'm gonna ask you to pay attention to the sound of this S. So again, televisão. Do you think this is an S sound or it's something different? So hopefully it's easy for you. It was easy for you to understand that this S sounds like Z. Televisão. Okay? So every time we have an S between two vowels, again, every time we have an S between two vowels, the S sounds like Z. This is a very important rule, okay? And televisão, as you probably can guess, it means television, right? I'm gonna move on to this word. This is estudante. Again, estudante. So the only thing that you can hear from the first syllable, it's a sh, right? So I'm saying estudante. So this happens because 99% of the cases, if the word starts with ES consonant, I'm going to repeat, 99% of the cases, there is one exception. One class of words with full words, and those full words are exceptions. We will discuss that later. But again, 99% of the cases, if the word starts with ES consonant, the only thing that you will hear from the first syllable, it's a sh, estudante. Now, if you want to read everything that you can see here, if you're gonna say estudante, it's fine. In fact, Brazilian people would say it that way, estudante, and that's okay. Okay, just get ready because, as you know, in European Portuguese we swallow syllables all the time. So here we just say estudante. Why this happens here? Because every time we have an S before a consonant, we get a sh sound. So this sh that you can hear, it's because we have this S before the consonant. And this sh sound, it's very strong. So every time that happens, this construction, this first vowel, it's hard to hear. It's not silent. This E, it's not silent, but it's hard to hear. Okay, so it's estudante. A different word would be escola or Estoril. Estoril is a place near Cascais, okay? So, but I'm gonna say this again. I think at the moment you should not be worried about this. And at the moment you should read every single syllable that you can see there, okay? So I think for you it will be better to say estudante, estudante. Because if you do that, you will be using the word, the language in a very, just like Brazilian people would do, and we will be able to understand you perfectly. If you're going to try to speak right away the way like we speak, it's probably too hard for you, and it will be probably also very hard for us to try to understand what you're saying, okay? Let's move on to this word. Before that, estudante means student, right? This word, problema, problema. So problema. So be careful with the sound of this vowel here. Maybe you were thinking about problema. So this O, it doesn't sound like O in this case. In this case, it sounds like U, problema. What I want to tell you here is that you cannot assume that every time you see this vowel, you cannot assume it's a U sound or a O sound. Sometimes it's O, sometimes it's U, and sometimes it's something else that you don't know yet, okay? Problema means problem. And now we have this word here, universidade. Universidade. So this means university. And now I'm going to tell you that in Portuguese, there is always one syllable that is stronger than all the others. And it's usually the second to last. So in this case, it's this one here, da. Universidade. And every time the strongest syllable is here, the second to last, and that's the rule number 1, okay? And the rule number 1 says that usually the strongest syllable, it's the second to last. Every time this happens, the final syllable, the last one, it's very weak. It's not silent, but it's very weak. It's hard to hear. Universidade. So, universidade. So you can hear universidad, but then what comes after, it's weak, not silent, but weak. Okay, get ready for that. This one here, by the way, universidad means university, right? This one is teste, teste. So again, S before a consonant, it's a sh. 2 syllables here, we have to stress the first one, so it's teste. So we stress this one, and the second one is weak. Not silent, but weak. Teste. This one, universal. Universal. Where is the strongest syllable? I'm going to say it again. Universal. Universal. It's the last one, right? So here you have your first exception. I told you a few seconds ago that the second to last, it's usually the strongest syllable, like here, universidad. So this one is the strongest one. But this is your first exception. If you have a word that ends with an L, if the word ends with an L, you have to stress the final syllable, okay? Universal or individual. This one also ends with an L, so we stress the final syllable. Or estoril, right? So universal means universal, teste means test, and the last one is bicicleta. Bicicleta. So once again, I'm stressing the second to last, and bicicleta means bicycle. Okay, thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Unit 1, Lesson 5, Pronomes Pessoais. This information is really important and quite simple. So we have a singular and plural pronomes pessoais. So pronomes pessoais, the translation in English, it's personal pronouns. So if you think in English, words like I and you and he and she and they and we, okay, this kind of words. Let's check what's the equivalent in Portuguese. So once again, we have singular and plural. Let's start with the singular. We have eu, tu, ele, ela, você. So again, eu means I, tu means you, ele means he, ela means she, and você means you. All of them are singular, okay? So the question now is, okay, so if tu means you and it's singular, why do we have você that means also you and it's singular? The difference is that we use tu for you, and that's you informal, okay? So we use tu with family and with friends, people that you know well. And then we use você, it's you, singular as well, with people that we don't know so well, okay? So like in a professional context, you should use você. If you go to a restaurant, to a cafe, you don't know well, the people who works there. So you should use você, in my opinion, okay? In our opinion, I would say. Sometimes the difference between ele and ela, sometimes it's hard for you to say it properly. So I'm gonna tell you that ele, the first one, this e, it's a bit more close, so we say e. And then when we have to say she, this first e, it's a bit more open. It's like ela. Okay, so again, this is ele, more close, and this is ela, a bit more open. Okay. Every time you're struggling with a sound, sometimes the first personal pronoun that we have here, eu, this sound, sometimes it's already hard for students. Eu. If that's your case, I'm going to ask you to try to write down this sound, this eu. So, or, in other words, every time you're dealing with a sound that you feel that it's a bit hard and it's hard for you to say it correctly, just try to write down in English or in your mother tongue how it sounds to you. Because if you can write it down, you will probably be able to say it correctly. And it doesn't matter, it really doesn't matter how you're going to write down, how you're going to represent that sound to yourself. As long as you can say it correctly, that's what we want, okay? Then let's check the plural. We have nós, and nós means we, and then eles, eles means they, and we use eles for a group of guys or boys and girls. As long as you have one guy there, it's always eles, okay? So if you have a group with 99 girls, one guy, it's still eles in Portuguese. So to use elas, you have to be dealing with a group of just girls, okay? 100%. Then vós, don't worry about vós. This used to be plural super formal. It's not relevant. No one would use, or no one uses vós anymore. What we use is vocês, and vocês, it's you, but it's you plural, okay? So be careful because this is completely different. This is here você, and it's like you singular formal, and this is vocês. So vocês is just you guys, you plural, okay? So once again, nós, eles, elas, don't worry about vós, and vocês. Thank you for watching. I hope you have enjoyed, and I'll see you shortly. Hi there. Let's do the alphabet now. I'm going to follow this line here that says phonetica. Okay, so I'm gonna say out loud the different letters of the alphabet, and I'm gonna ask you to follow this line here that is phonetica. And hopefully what it's written here, it will help you and it will be in accordance with the sound that you will hear in a second. However, if you feel that the sound that you will hear, it's not exactly, or it's not correctly written here, if this, in your opinion, doesn't match the sound that you will hear in a second, I'm going to ask you to write down that sound, how it sounds to you, okay? Write down in English or your mother tongue, and it's not important how you're going to write down that sound as long as you can say it correctly, okay? However, what it's written here, hopefully it will be in accordance with the sound that you will hear. This that I just told you, it's something that you can apply to every single sound in Portuguese that sounds strange for you, okay? For instance, em, the preposition em, it sounds strange for you. So if it sounds strange, just try to write down how it sounds to help you to say it properly, okay? But once again, let's do the alphabet. So please follow this line, and I'm gonna start here. So we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. I'm going to repeat. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. And then we have J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. This R, you can do it with a throat, R, or with the tongue, R. They are both correct, okay? I'm going to repeat. J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. Finally, we have S, T, U, V, W, just like in English, W, X, Y, Z. I'm going to repeat. S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Thank you for watching. Pronomes reflexivos, reflexive pronouns. On the left side of this table, we have here the personal pronouns that we discussed before. So we have eu, tu, ele, ela, você, nós, vós, eles, elas, vocês. And then on the right side of this table, we have the reflexive pronouns, which this list of pronouns that you can see here are the pronouns that we use every time we have to conjugate a reflexive verb. An example: eu chamo-me Frederico. So what I'm saying is I call myself Frederico. And this me, it's the pronoun that we have to use with the verb every time we conjugate that verb for eu. Another example: tu chamas-te Pedro. So what I'm saying is you call yourself Pedro, and we have to attach this to after the verb, because every time we have a reflexive verb, we have to conjugate the verb, and then we have to use one of these pronouns. Here I'm going to pick ele. Ele chama-se Pedro. So what I'm saying is he calls himself Pedro. And then here nós chamamo-nos Pedro e Maria. So what I'm saying is we call ourselves Pedro and Maria. Vós, don't worry about this because we don't use vós anymore. So let's move on here. I'm going to pick elas. So elas chamam-se Maria e Joana. So they call themselves Maria and Joana. So reflexive verbs, this is just a short introduction to reflexive verbs. I just want you to know at the moment that we have reflexive verbs in Portuguese, but you don't have to be worried about this because later on Unit 4, we will discuss reflexive verbs. At the moment, I just want you to know that we have this topic in Portuguese, and later you will understand this much better. Okay, so a few examples more with pronomes reflexivos, with reflexive verbs. And usually with examples, it's easier to understand what's happening. First example that we have here is eu chamo-me Frederico. As we saw before, we conjugate the verb, and if you're dealing with a reflexive verb, usually we have this pronoun attached and after the verb. Okay, so this is like I call myself Frederico, or if you want to translate in an easy way and in a correct way, would be my name is Frederico. And here we have tu chamas-te name, so word by word this is you call yourself name. And here, because I'm dealing with the word Miguel, that is a guy, I'm going to pick ele. Ele chama-se Miguel. So what I'm saying is he calls himself Miguel. And then nós chamamo-nos. So this is we call ourselves Pedro e Maria. And here I'm going to pick eles because we're dealing with Hugo and Rui. So we have they call themselves Hugo and Rui. So important information. As you can see, pronouns, they usually come after verbs, and this is very different from Spanish form, or if you compare with French or Italian, because in Spanish, for instance, they would say me llamo Federico, and in French they would say je m'appelle, so they put the pronoun first and then they have the verb. But in Portuguese, no, it's the other way around. So as you can see, the pronoun usually, not always, comes after the verb. So chamo-me, chamas-te, chama-se, chamamo-nos, and chamam-se. So this is the guideline number 1. Usually these pronouns, they come after verbs, but it's not always like that. As you can see here, we have como é que eu me chamo. If you don't feel comfortable with this question, it's fine. You're not supposed at the moment, you're not supposed to be okay to be comfortable with this kind of questions. But what I want you to tell you, what I want to say here is that this time, as you can see, the pronoun comes after, the pronoun comes before the verb. So we have como é que eu me chamo. So instead of having me after the verb, so instead of having chamo-me, we have me chamo. So the pronoun comes before. And the same logic here, como é que tu te chamas, and then como é que ele se chama, and as you can see, the pronoun is always before verb. The reason why this time the pronoun, all these pronouns, they come before verbs, it's because we have here something that I'm gonna call just a magic word. And every time we have a magic word, and in this case we have two magic words, we have the word como, that means how, and que is like, that means that. And como and que are two magic words, but we just have to have one magic word to switch the pronoun and to have the pronoun before verb instead of after verb. Okay. The problem with this topic is that we have a long list of magic words, and on level A1 you're not supposed to know all those magic words. There are a few magic words that, in my opinion, you really have to know, and I'll let you know on Unit 4. But we teach some of these magic words, we teach them on level A1, some of them on level A2, some of them on level B. So hopefully now you understand that it's impossible for you to be perfect with reflexive verbs on level A1. And that's why I keep saying to students that reflexive verbs on level A1, especially now on this first unit, it's just for you to get an idea what's happening here, but you won't be perfect on level A1, so don't worry too much with this at the moment, okay? Just get an idea what's happening here, and then on Unit 4 we will discuss this again. Pronomes reflexivos, so we have one activity more for you. This time I'm going to ask you to check this box here on the left side of the slide. So you're going to find here 4 questions. I'm going to ask you to read these questions that you have here and please answer these questions. And on the right side of the slide we have another box here, this time with 5 gaps. And take your time and please answer. Try to find the right verb, the right conjugation for these 5 gaps. So I'm going to ask you to stop this video and please try to solve these 2 activities. And I'm going to show you the answers in a second. Okay, please stop the video and come back once you finish this activity. Okay, so let's see the answers for this activity. The first box, question number 1 is como é que tu te chamas? So word by word this is how is that you call yourself? I'm asking this question in an informal way, as you can see here, because if I'm using to, if I'm asking this question using to, it's because I'm being informal. I'm using the informal solution with the other person. And then the answer is eu chamo-me Pedro. So if I'm asking, let's pretend that I'm asking you and your name is Pedro. I'm asking how is that you call yourself, or what's your name? And you're saying I call myself Pedro, so my name is Pedro, if you want to translate correctly. However, I think word by word at the moment it helps. Question number 2. I'm still asking this question. Como é que você se chama? So this time I'm asking precisely the same question, but I'm using você. So I'm asking how is that you, but if I'm using você, I'm being formal with the other person. How is that you call yourself? The question is the same, so the answer is still the same. So the other person will say eu chamo-me Pedro, like I call myself Pedro. In case I'm asking the question number 3, como é que vocês se chamam? So if I'm asking this question and if I'm using vocês, it's because I'm talking to more than one person, right? So it's like, how is that you guys call yourself? And they would answer as a group. So they would say, we call ourselves, and then your names, and then their names. So what we have here is like nós, so we, chamamo-nos, call ourselves, Pedro and Rui. And the last one is como é que eu me chamo? So in case I wake up from a coma and in case I have to ask this question, what I'm asking is how is that I call myself? And you would say to me, tu chamas-te Frederico. And if you say this, you're saying you call yourself Frederico. And you're using the informal, you're using tu. Or if you want to be formal with me, you would say você chama-se Frederico. Like you call yourself Frederico. It's exactly the same translation. But if you're using você, you're being formal with me. Okay? Here, the solutions are ele chama-se Francisco, ela chama-se Maria, você chama-se Mário, eu chamo-me Susana e tu chamas-te Joana. In this case, you just have to go back, check how to conjugate these verbs, because at the moment you don't know yet how to conjugate regular verbs. So I just want you to move back, check your notes, and find the right solution for these 5 gaps that we have here. Artigos definidos. The way like we use articles in Portuguese is really messy, okay? It's important for students to understand that on level A1 and even on level A2 and B1, there are a few things that they are really important. An example, on level A1, you really have to know how to conjugate regular verbs. If you don't know how to conjugate regular verbs, you have a problem there, and you have to fix that problem as soon as possible. On level A1 as well, if you don't know how to conjugate the big 4 irregular verbs, ser, ter, ir, and estar, you also have a problem, and you have to fix that as soon as possible. However, there are other topics that you're going to learn on level A1 that you just cannot be perfect on those topics, okay? And this is one of them. Artigos, the way like you use artigos, articles, are really complex in Portuguese and they're really chaotic. I'm going to teach you loads of different rules about the way like you use articles in Portuguese. However, if you're curious about all the rules that we have for articles, you would have to move on to level C1. And as you probably remember, or as you probably know, when you're learning a language, there are 6 levels. A1, A2, beginners, B1, B2, intermediate, and C1, C2, advanced. So at the moment you're starting on level A1, and I just told you that if you're curious about all the rules that we have for articles, you would have to move on to level C1. So as you can understand, it's something that it just doesn't make sense, right? Because you're starting from scratch. So this means that it's important for you to understand what's happening, but you can't be perfect on articles because we have a very long list of rules. And to be honest with you, those rules that you can find on level C, they will not explain all the context where you use the articles. So just chill, get the big picture, and don't try to be perfect with that because it's not possible for you at the moment. On level A1, and starting now, I'm gonna teach you a few rules or many rules about articles, but once again, you won't learn all the rules that we have for articles because that's a C1 content. Okay, so let's see. If I ask you to say in Portuguese the car, do you have any idea how to say the car in Portuguese? So the answer for this question is here, o carro. So this is like the car, okay? And if I ask you to translate this to Portuguese, how would you translate the cars, plural, the cars? You probably can guess that the translation is here, so os carros. Now we have carros, more than one car. It's plural masculine, so we switch for os. And then if I ask you, how would you say the chicken? The answer is here. So galinha is chicken, it's singular, it's feminine, so we would say a galinha. And if I ask you, how can I say the chickens in Portuguese? The answer is here. So as galinhas. So in English, you just have one word. You would say the car, the cars, the chicken, the chickens. But in Portuguese, we have four. We say o, os, as. And be careful with the sounds because this vowel here, when you're reading the alphabet, it's an open sound. We say O, P, K, and so on. But then when we use this letter as an article, the sound is U. So this is o carro. And this is os carros. And it's the same logic here for this vowel. So when you're reading the alphabet, you say A, B, C, right? So it's an open sound, A. But when you're using this letter as an article, the sound is closed. So it's a galinha, as galinhas, okay? Let's check a few examples. This question here, quem é ele? This means who is he? Again, quem é ele? And the answer is, ele é o João. He is the John. This sounds very crazy in English, right? He is the John. He is the Pedro. He is the Rui. It just doesn't work, right? So rule number one for articles. If you're talking directly to someone, you would just say, Pedro, tudo bem? Maria, tudo bem? There's no article here, okay? So if you're talking to someone, usually we just use the name of that person and that's it. There's no article before. So Pedro, tudo bem? Maria, tudo bem? João, tudo bem? However, if you are in a super formal context and if you notice that people are using an article, they put an article before your name, it means that they're being very formal with you. If they say, o Pedro é português, a Maria trabalha em Lisboa, o João é brasileiro. So if someone is talking to you and if they put an article before your name, they're being very formal with you. I would say that it doesn't happen very often. I would never do that. I'm very, very informal. But some people they do that. So you know now that if you notice that someone is using an article before your name, talking to you directly, they're being very formal with you. However, if you're talking about a third person, yes, on that case we have an article. We always have an article on that case. So if I'm talking directly to Pedro, I would say, Pedro, tudo bem? A Maria é simpática. So I'm saying the Maria is nice. Or I would say, Pedro, tudo bem? O João é português. The John is Portuguese. So every time I'm talking about a third person, we put an article there. Okay, so we say, o Pedro é alto. A Maria é simpática. A Joana é baixa. O João é gordo. Okay, so every time we talk about the third person, there is an article there. This is very, very important. Let's check a few examples more. Quem é ela? So this is who is she? And the answer is ela é a Teresa. So she is the Teresa, talking about the third person. And then we have here as flores, which means the flowers, and os carros, as you already know, means the cars. Artigos indefinidos. This time, I'm gonna ask you to tell me how would you say in Portuguese a car. So on the previous video, I asked you to try the sentence the car, but now it's something different. What I want you to say is a car and not the car. So you probably can guess with the help of this slide that if you want to say a car, the solution would be carro. And in case you want to say some cars, can you guess? The solution would be uns carros. And in case you want to say a chicken, this time the solution would be uma galinha. And if you want to say some chickens, the solution would be umas galinhas. So in English you have two words. You would say a car, a chicken, and then you'd say some cars, some chickens. In Portuguese, once again, we have four words, four articles. Uns, uma, umas. A few examples more. We have amigo, a friend. Uns carros, once again, so some cars. Uma caneta, a pen. And umas galinhas pequenas, which means some small chickens. So we use definite articles, the slide that we saw before, to talk about specific things. When you say the car, that car in particular, or the chicken, that chicken in particular. And we use artigos indefinidos, indefinite articles, to talk about a car. It's not one car in particular, it's just a car, or a chicken, not that chicken in particular, but just a chicken. Adding words to your survival kit. The first one is hola, as you can probably guess means hello. And then we have bom dia. Bom dia means good morning. Boa tarde. Boa tarde means good afternoon. And it makes, you should start using boa tarde from 12 o'clock on. And then boa noite. Boa noite means good evening or good night. So we only have one expression. And technically you should say boa noite after 6, but I think it makes more sense to say boa noite after sunset. Because in July and August, if you're gonna say boa noite at 6, it just doesn't make sense. It's too hot. There is too much light to start using boa noite from 6 p.m. on. So after sunset. Obrigado or obrigada. So I'm a guy, I'm gonna say always obrigado. Doesn't matter if I'm talking with a man or a woman, I'm gonna say always obrigado. And the girl would have to say obrigada. Once again, it doesn't matter if she's talking with a guy or with a lady. She's supposed to say obrigada. Como está? Quite formal. It's like how are you, but very formal. Tudo bem? Tudo bem, we use it all the time. The question is tudo bem? And the answer is tudo bem. All well? All well. Estou bem. Estou bem means I am well, I am okay. Mais ou menos, which means more or less. Adeus. Adeus means goodbye. Quite formal. Ciao. Ciao, it means goodbye. Very informal. I use ciao with family and friends. If I'm in a cafe, in a restaurant, I would say adeus, adeus bom dia, adeus boa tarde, adeus boa noite. Até já. literally it means until now, but the translation is not good, right? So até já, it's like see you in a bit. We would say até já if we know that we will see that person in the very short period of time, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And then we have até logo, it's like until later or see you later. We would say até logo if we know that we'll see that same person on that same day in a few hours. It's very different from the see you later that you have in English, because in English sometimes you guys say até logo, like see you later, like see you in 5 years or never again. We wouldn't use it like that. So we would say até logo if we know that we'll see that person on that same day in a few hours. And finally, até amanhã, which means until tomorrow or see you tomorrow. Números cardinais, so cardinal numbers. Cardinal numbers or numbers, cardinal and ordinal numbers are challenging in Portuguese, okay? So what I'm trying to say to you is that you need to repeat them a few times or over and over again, because we cannot avoid numbers, right? Every day you go to a cafe, to a restaurant, to the supermarket, and you have to pay, and someone will say to you, são 3,04 €, são 20,79 €. So it's part of our daily life, so it's impossible to avoid them, so you really have to work on them. Numbers between 11 and 20, they are usually a little bit harder than all the others, okay? But let's start with the first 10. So let's see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to repeat. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10, you can hear a sh because we have a z at the end. So every time we have a z at the end of a word, we have to put a sh there. Same logic here with dois and três. This time the word ends with an s, and as you already know, because I told you before, if the word ends with an s, you also have a sh there. Okay, so dois, três, seis, 10. All of them, they have a sh at the end. Then we have 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm going to repeat. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And finally, on the right side of this table, we have 21, 22. So basically, we're saying 20 and 1, 20 and 2, and then it's always the same logic. We say 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And then we apply the same logic for all the other numbers. So we say 31, 32, like 30 and 1, 30 and 2, and so on. Now, I'm going to read out loud a sequence with 10 numbers, 10 cardinal numbers, and I'm going to ask you to write down the sequence that I'm going to say to you, that I'm going to say out loud to you, okay? So please grab a piece of paper, a pen, and please write down what I'm going to say to you, and then I'm going to show you the sequence that I'm going to say now out loud, okay? So I'm going to start. So please write down these numbers that I'm going to say to you. 3, 13, 7, 18, 78, 9, 4, 47, 61, 12. I'm going to repeat. 3, 13, 7, 18, 78, 9, 4, 47, 61, 12. And now I'm going to show you the sequence that I just read for you. Here it is. 3, 13, 7, 18, 78, 9, 4, 47, 61 and 12. Números ordinais, ordinal numbers. Ordinal numbers, they are also a bit hard, and I'm going to ask you to focus on the first 10 ordinal numbers, because the first 10, we use them in our daily lives. Like if you want to talk about your address, in English you'd say first floor, second floor, third floor, and in Portuguese you'd have to say primeiro andar, segundo andar, terceiro andar. So I think the first 10 ordinal numbers, they are important and they are a bit hard. Everything that comes after the first 10 ordinal numbers, just have a look, but don't waste your energy too much, because if you're comfortable with cardinal numbers and the first 10 ordinal numbers, that's already great. Okay, so let's start with the first 10 ordinal numbers. So we have here primeiro, segundo, terceiro, quarto, quinto, sexto, sétimo, oitavo, nono, décimo. I'm going to repeat. Primeiro, segundo, terceiro, quarto, quinto, sexto, sétimo, oitavo, nono, décimo. And then after that we have décimo primeiro, décimo segundo, décimo terceiro, and so on. And then we have vigésimo, vigésimo primeiro, and vigésimo segundo, and so on. And then we have trigésimo, quadragésimo. But don't worry too much with this. Just read once or twice just for you to get an idea. Focus on the first 10, okay? Focus here. Primeiro, segundo, terceiro, quarto, quinto, sexto, sétimo, oitavo, nono, décimo. This word here, this number here, quarto, this is very similar with the number 4 that we say quatro. So when you're saying the number 4 using the cardinal number, it's quatro. So it's Q-U-A and then a T, an R, and an O. Okay, quatro. T-R-O. But when you're saying quarto, which is fourth, the ordinal number, as you can see, it's the R comes before the T. So it's quatro. So Q, U, A, but then instead of having a T, now you have the R and then you have the T. Okay? So once again, the cardinal number 4 is quatro, so TR, and the number ordinal Fourth, it's quarto. It's R and then T, okay? Now, I'm going to read out loud again another sequence with 10 numbers, but this time I'm going to combine 5 cardinal numbers with 5 ordinal numbers, and this will be a little bit harder for you. So please grab a piece of paper and a pen, and I'm gonna start reading my sequence and then I'm gonna show it to you. Are you ready? I'm gonna start. Terceiro, 13, quarto, 18, quinto, 9, primeiro, 47, nono, 12. I'm going to repeat. Terceiro, 13, quarto, 18, quinto, 9, primeiro, 47, nono, 12. And I'm going to show it to you. So again, terceiro, 13, quarto, 18, quinto, 9, primeiro, 47, nono, 12. Verbo ter. So verbo ter, this means the verb to have. So please don't forget that there are 4 irregular verbs that you really have to know by heart. Okay, we will start with the present tense, and we have a very long list of irregular verbs, but there are 4 irregular verbs that you have to know as soon as possible. Ter, the one that we're gonna check now. Ser, that means to be. Estar, that means also to be. And the verb ir. Okay, so let's start with the verb ter. Ter, the translation is to have. So don't forget that this verb is essential, so you have to know the conjugation of this verb. Again, we will start with present tense. So you have to know, you have to be comfortable with the conjugation of this verb as soon as possible, today if possible, okay? So let's see how we conjugate this. Eu tenho. So this NH, the sound is a nhe sound. Tenho. Eu tenho 18 anos. So word by word I'm saying I have 18 years. 18 years old. As you're probably thinking that, well, in English this doesn't work. We don't say I have 18 years old or I have 25 years old. You say I am, right? However, languages are different, so we use different structures, different verbs to say the same thing, okay? So this will be an extra problem for you in the future, not at the moment, but sometimes we translate from one language to another and it just doesn't work. Sometimes it works when you translate from English to Portuguese or from French to Portuguese, or it doesn't matter which language we're talking about, but sometimes we translate word by word and the sentence is fine. Sometimes we translate word by word from, in this case, from English to Portuguese, and it just doesn't work. I'm sure that at some point you're gonna hear people saying to you in English, Portuguese people will say to you, I have 25 years old. So what they're doing is exactly this. They are translating from Portuguese to English word by word, but in English it doesn't work because you don't use the verb to have to talk about your age. You're going to use the verb to be, right? You'd say I am 25 years old and not I have 25 years old. However, once again, in Portuguese we use the verb to have to talk about age. So again, eu tenho 18 anos, tu tens 30 anos, ele, ela, você tem 35 anos, nós temos 30 anos, eles, elas, vocês têm 40 anos. I know that you're thinking about the sound of this this word here. It's têm. So I wrote here the phonetica. Hopefully this will help you a little bit. So we have 2 nasal sounds here, têm. Okay. Here, on the third person of the singular, we just have one nasal sound, têm. So one nasal sound because we have a syllable. It's a word, but just with one syllable that ends with a vowel and the M. And every time you have a syllable that ends with a vowel M or vowel N, you have a nasal sound. So this ein that you can hear, têm, this ein, again, is just the nasal sound of this E. It's the M that is making this E nasal. Okay, so têm. Here, because we have this hat, and because we had to make it different, we had to make this the third person of the plural, we had to make it different from the third person of the singular, and this is really the explanation. So here we have two nasal sounds. We have têm, okay? Now, let's check a few examples. O João tem 25 anos. So word by word, what we have here is the John has 25 years old, or John is 25 years old. Then a Francisca tem 30 anos. So the Francisca has 30 years old, or the Francisca is 30 years old. And then a Joana tem 45 anos. The Joana has 45 years old. And now we have here an activity for you to complete, to fill in these gaps. Let's check this question first. Quantos anos tem o João? So this means how many years has the John? And the answer is ele tem 25 anos. He has 25 years old. And then question number 1. E tu, quantos anos tens? If you feel lost about this question, don't worry, because at the moment you're not supposed to know all the words that we have here. If you can already translate this, great, even better. But word by word, what we have here is, and you, quantos means how many years you have. So please try to answer this question. And then the second question is, e a Joana, quantos anos tem? And the Joana, how many years she has? E a Francisca, quantos anos tem? So don't forget that you have here the answers for these two questions here. So here you have the first answer. Eu tenho 47 anos. In fact, it's my age. E a Joana, quantos anos tem? I'm going to ask you to stop this video for a second and try to answer question number 2, question number 3. And I'm going to show you the solutions in a second. Okay, so the answer for number 2 is a Joana tem 45 anos. And now the answer for number 3 is a Francisca tem 30 anos. Verbo ser, the verb to be in Portuguese. Don't forget that we have two verbs for to be. We have the verb ser that we use to describe for permanent descriptions. And then we have another one that is the verb estar that we will discuss later, that we use for temporary descriptions. But let's start with the verbo ser. So here we have the conjugation here in the center. And this is the most important thing for you at the moment, to know how to conjugate this verb. So the conjugation is eu sou, tu és, ele, ela, você é, nós somos, eles, elas, vocês são. So once again, sou, és, é, somos, são. So this is the conjugation of the verb ser. And then on the right side of this table, we have all these adjectives here, but you don't have to be worried about all these adjectives. It's important just to translate and to make sure that you know all these words, but forget about this masculine, feminine, and singular and plural, because there are loads of rules about the way like we change adjectives from singular to plural, from masculine to feminine. So don't worry about that. Focus on the way like we conjugate the verb ser. I'm gonna pick one of these adjectives here for a full sentence. But once again, focus on the conjugation. So I'm gonna start. Eu sou francês. So I am French. Or eu sou médico. I am a doctor. Tu és alemão. Like you are German. Or tu és professor. You are a teacher. Or ele é chinês. Or ela é chinesa. So he is Chinese, she is Chinese. Você é enfermeiro. So you are a nurse. Then, nós somos franceses. So we are French. Nós somos professores. So we are teachers. Eles são alemães. So they are German. Or elas são médicas. So they are doctors. Now, 3 questions. The first one is qual é a tua nacionalidade? So the translation is what is your, so these 2 words, a tua is like your nationality. So you have to write down here your nationality and you have to use this verb. Then qual é a tua profissão? So what is your profession? And then finally, o Peter é de França, ele, so Peter is from France, and you have to say he is French. So please stop this video and write down the answers, and I'm going to show the solutions in a second. So the first solution is eu sou português, so I am Portuguese. The second one is eu sou professor, so I am a teacher. The third one is ele é francês, so he is French. Listening activity. So this is your first listening activity. As you can see here on the left side, we have 4 questions. The first one is qual é a profissão do Pedro? So what is the profession of the Pedro? So what's Pedro's profession? Number 2, we have como é que se chama o filho do Pedro? So how is that calls himself the son of the Pedro? So what's the name of Pedro's son? And then e a filha do Pedro? So and the daughter of Pedro. So what's the name of Pedro's daughter? And then qual é a nacionalidade do Pedro? So what is the nationality of Pedro? What's Pedro's nationality? I'm going to read the text. I'm going to read the text, and now and you have to try to answer this question. So please grab a pen and a pencil. I'm going to read slowly twice, and let's see if you can answer these questions. Then we will check the answers, the right answers for these questions, and then we will read together the text and we will translate. I'm going to translate the text for you. Okay, but now I'm going to read this text slowly twice. I'm going to do it twice. I'm going to read slowly and twice. Okay, please grab a pen and piece of paper and try to answer these questions. Okay, so I'm going to start. Olá, eu chamo-me Pedro Ribeiro, sou português e sou professor. Eu sou de Lisboa, moro em Belém, na rua Pedro Miguel, número 20, primeiro andar direito. Sou casado, tenho 2 filhos, um rapaz e uma rapariga. O rapaz chama-se João e tem 10 anos e a rapariga chama-se Teresa e tem 6 anos. I'm gonna read again. Olá, eu chamo-me Pedro Ribeiro, sou português e sou professor. Eu sou de Lisboa, moro em Belém, na rua Pedro Miguel, número 20, primeiro andar direito. Sou casado, tenho 2 filhos, um rapaz e uma rapariga. O rapaz chama-se João e tem 10 anos e a rapariga chama-se Teresa e tem 6 anos. So please try to answer these questions. Take your time. If necessary, stop this video. and then come back to check the answers, okay? So I'm gonna check the answers with you now. So again, the first question is qual é a profissão do Pedro? And the answer is o Pedro é professor. So in English you guys would say Pedro is a teacher, but we don't have that article. We just say o Pedro é professor, like Pedro, the Pedro is teacher. And this works for all professions, okay? So I would say o Pedro é médico, o Pedro é enfermeiro, o Pedro é mecânico, o Pedro é professor. So it's not just, we don't use an article, we never use an article for this kind of sentence. Number 2, como é que se chama o filho do Pedro? So how is that calls himself the son of the Pedro? O filho do Pedro chama-se João. So the son of the Pedro calls himself João. 3. E a filha do Pedro? A filha do Pedro chama-se Teresa. So the daughter of Pedro calls herself Teresa. 4. Qual é a nacionalidade do Pedro? So what is the nationality of Pedro? O Pedro é português. So Pedro is Portuguese. Hopefully you were able to answer these questions, or at least part of them. And now let's check the text. Olá, eu chamo-me Pedro Ribeiro, sou português e sou professor. Eu sou de Lisboa, moro em Belém, na rua Pedro Miguel, número 20, primeiro andar direito. Sou casado, tenho 2 filhos, um rapaz e uma rapariga. O rapaz chama-se João e tem 10 anos, e a rapariga chama-se Teresa e tem 6 anos. So this is, hello, I call myself Pedro Ribeiro, I am Portuguese and I am a teacher. I am from Lisbon, I live in Belém, in the street Pedro Miguel, number 20, first floor right door. I am married, I have 2 kids, 1 boy and 1 girl. The boy calls himself John and has 10 years old, and the girl calls herself Teresa and has 6 years old. Pronomes interrogativos. Question words that we have in Portuguese. We have here a long list of question words. Question words are always challenging for students. In Portuguese or in English, doesn't matter. Every time you're learning a new language, it's always hard to ask questions. Let's check which question words we have. The first one is quem. So this U here is silent. So quem. Quem, it means who. So quem é este senhor? So who is this gentleman? The answer is ele é o amigo do professor. So he is the friend of the teacher. So quem is definitely who. Then we have como. Como, it's how. 99% of the cases, como it's how. But in this case, we have como é que ele se chama. So this is word by word. How is that he calls himself? But the right way to ask this is like, what's his name, right? So again, como, it's 99% of the cases is how, but this, and I believe it's the only exception. You'll translate in English like what, what's his name? But again, word by word, this is how is that he calls himself. As you can see, we have this é que in brackets, and you're probably asking yourself, why do you have this é que in brackets? We have it because this is completely optional. We use it a lot, so in lots of different questions, in lots of different questions. As you can see here, onde é que, quando é que, so we use it a lot. I could also use it here, quem é que é este senhor. This é que is just to emphasize, just to make this, in this case, this question stronger. We use this é que not only with questions, but also with statements. This is what a book will tell you, that we use this é que to emphasize. However, If you have a Portuguese friend and if you ask him or her, what's the difference between como ele se chama or como é que ele se chama? People will say to you that it's exactly the same, okay? And they don't know how to explain the fact that you use this é que. So what I'm trying to say to you is that if you check a book, that book will tell you that this is a structure that used to emphasize the question. But honestly, for us, it's exactly the same. We don't even feel it like that. So with or without, it's exactly the same. Just get ready because we use this é que a lot. The answer is ele chama-se Peter, so he calls himself Peter, or his name is Peter. Then qual. Qual é a profissão do Peter? Qual is usually what when you translate qual to English, okay? In English, you guys always have this problem that you very often you don't know if you have to use what or which. It's always a bit messy. I don't teach English, so I'm not going to explore that. What I can say to you is that when you translate qual, when you're translating to English, more often you'll get what. And as you can see here, and this is a very important information, in Portuguese, after qual, you have to use a verb. Okay, so qual é, and this will help you a lot. So this is qual é a profissão do Peter? So what is the profession of Peter? What's Peter's profession? And the answer is ele é músico, so he is a musician. Then we have que. And que, when you translate to English, more often you'll get which, okay? But after que, as you can see, we have a noun. So que instrumento toca, like which instrument he plays. So if you remember that after qual you have a verb in Portuguese, and after que you have a noun, this information will help you a lot. Okay, you just have to check what word that comes after the question word. If it is a verb, it's qual. If it is a noun, it's que that you have to use. Okay, so which instrument he plays? Ele toca violoncelo, so he plays cello. Then we have this question word, or these 4 question words. We have quantos, quantas, quanto, and quanta. So let's see. Quantos gatos ele tem? How many cats he has? So word by word, I'm translating word by word. So as you can see, this noun here is masculine plural, so we use quantos. So the question word is in accordance with the gender and the number of this noun here. Ele tem 3 gatos. He has 3 cats. 3 male cats. And then quantas gatas ele tem? So how many female cats he has? Ele tem 3 gatas. So now we're dealing with gatas. Female plural, so the question word is quantas. Quanto dinheiro ele tem? How much money he has? So we use quanto because dinheiro is singular and masculine. And quanta água ele tem? So how much water he has? So água it's feminine, singular, so we use quanta. So if you're dealing with the word how many or how much, and then if you have a noun, don't forget that this question word must be in accordance with the gender and the number of this noun. And the answer is ele tem 2 litros, so he has 2 liters. However, when you use the same question word or this question word quanto with a verb, this is different, okay? In terms of grammar, this is a different thing, but we don't have to go so deep. Let's try to help you. The most important thing is that you use this correctly. So quanto é, how much is, or quanto são, how much are. So you're going to use quanto é if what comes after is singular. So quanto é café, so how much is 1 coffee, and quanto são 2 cafés, how much are 2 coffees. So we use é or são, it depends on what follows, okay? If it is singular, we use é. If it is plural, like 2 cafés, we use são. And then it's the same logic for this verb custar. Custar is to cost. So quanto custa, how much costs, or quanto custam. Again, if it is singular, like café, you use custa. If it is plural, like 2 cafés, you use custam. And as you can see, the question word here, if you have a verb after it, it's invariable. It never changes, okay? Then, onde. Onde is where. So, onde é que ele mora. So, where is that he lives. Again, you You don't have to use this é que just to make it stronger. And the answer is ele mora em Lisboa, so he lives in Lisbon. And then quando? Quando é que regressas a Lisboa? So when is that you return to Lisbon? Eu regresso amanhã, so I return tomorrow. Pronomes interrogativos, question words, one slide more with a few activities. First one, we have here this table and we have these questions here, and you have to find out you have to pick the right question word for each gap. Okay, I'm gonna check the words with you first, and then I'm gonna ask you to try to complete this activity. So the first line is se chama a mulher do Fernando, so basically calls herself the wife of Fernando, so mulher means woman or wife. Number two is blah 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 is the estado civil. Estado civil means marital status of Pedro. So you have to find the right question word here. And then something, transporte apanha ele. Apanha means to catch. So transport catches he. Does he catch? Then fica, which means stays. Fica em casa com os filhos. So something stays in the house with the kids. And the last one is é que ele janta. Is that he has dinner. Okay, jantar is to have dinner. So you have to find the right question word here. I'm gonna ask you to stop this video for a few seconds or 1 minute or 2 minutes, whatever you need. Try to complete this activity and come back once you picked all the question words for this activity. Okay, so let's see the right question words here. So the first one is como, like how calls himself the wife of Fernando. So what's the name of Fernando's wife? The second one is qual. Qual é o estado civil do Pedro? So see, once again, after qual we have the verb, and this is really important. So if you're able to remember this rule, it will be much easier for you, at least to decide if you have to use qual or que, because after qual we have the verb, after que we have a noun. And then following this, what I just told you, we have que. So que transporte, it's a noun. So que transporte apanha ele, like which transport does he catch? And here we have quem. Quem fica em casa com os filhos? So who stays in the house with the kids? And finally we have two options. So you can pick onde, where is that he has dinner, or quando é que ele janta, like when is that he has dinner. So both are correct, they mean different things. Now, qual é a tua nacionalidade? The translation for this question, hopefully, you know that the translation is what is your nationality? But if I ask you now to try to ask me this question, how would you ask this question in Portuguese? Frederico, what is the universe? Again, what is the universe? Can you try to guess? Can you try to find the right question in Portuguese for this? Usually it's not easy for students because I'm going to teach you something for the first time. Maybe you're thinking that the right way to ask this question would be qual é o universo? Because what I told you before is that qual, it's usually what, right? So if I'm asking you to translate what is the universe, and if you're thinking about qual é o universo, you are supposed to be correct. But now I'm going to teach you something that you don't know yet. We have another option, another structure for what. And the structure that we have, I'm going to show you, is o que. O que é universo is what is the universe. O que is what, and qual, it's also what. So probably you're asking yourself, all right, so qual, it's what. O que, it's also what. So how do I know which one I have to use? We have one guideline that it helps. It doesn't solve all the problems, but it helps. And I'm going to tell you which one it is. What's the guideline? So we use qual when we have a limited number of options to answer that question. So this example, qual é a tua nacionalidade? So we have like 200 nationalities or a bit more, I don't know, and you have to pick one of these nationalities to answer this question. This question here, o que é o universo? There isn't a limited number of options, right, to answer this question. This is clearly an open question. So, and this is the guideline. So we use qual when the translation is what, and you have a limited number of options to answer that question. And we use o que when the translation is what, and we're dealing with an open question. Two examples more. O que aconteceu? Aconteceu, it's a verb in the past, you don't know yet, but I'll translate for you. This is what happened. This is clearly an open question. What happened? There isn't one or three or four options to answer this question. What happened? It is clearly an open question. Another one. O que vais fazer amanhã? This is the future. You don't know yet, so don't worry. I'll translate for you. But this is what you will do, you will make tomorrow. What are you going to do tomorrow, basically? So this is all clearly an open question as well. Okay. So qual and o que, they both mean what, and after qual you have a verb, and after o que you also have a verb. Okay. On the previous slide, I told you that after que you have a noun, but now I'm telling you that after o que you have a verb. Okay. All right. Now let's play. Let's try to play here a game to practice a little bit question words and the way like we ask questions in Portuguese. Let's pretend that I have here next to me a student who is doing level A1 with me, and we are obviously discussing this topic. And I'm going to ask that student to think about someone famous, one person, someone famous, and someone who is still alive. Okay, because if that person is not alive, I would have to ask questions in the past, but at the moment we are practicing the present tense. So let's pretend that I have here next to me a student. I just ask him or her to think about someone who is famous and to keep the name of that person to himself or to herself. And now I'm going to ask him or her questions to try to find out who is this person, okay? So the first question that I'm gonna ask him or her is: é homem ou uma mulher? So is a man or a woman? This is the first question. And the answer he or she will tell me: é homem, so it is a man. And now to try to find out who is this person, I'm going to ask one question more. The question is: qual é a nacionalidade? So what is the nationality? And the answer will be é English, is English. And now I'm going to ask one question more. Qual é a profissão? So what is the profession? And the answer is é músico, so he is a musician. And now I'm going to ask this: quantos anos ele tem? How many years he has? How old is he, basically? And the answer is ele tem mais ou menos 72 anos, so he has more or less 72 years old. And finally, I'm going to ask: qual é a canção mais famosa? And the question here is: what is the song more famous? So what's the most famous song? And the answer is: a canção mais famosa chama-se Alien in New York. So the song more famous calls herself Alien in New York. So the most famous song is Alien in New York. And now I know that this person is Stink. Okay. Regular verbs. Regular verbs that start with an A and an R. Okay, we have three categories of regular verbs. Regular verbs that end with AR, ER, and IR. Obviously, we are learning and teaching present tense. Okay, so let's check a few examples. We have here the verb morar, that means to live. Verbo comprar, that means to buy. Verbo estudar, so morar, comprar, estudar, that means to study. Verbo almoçar, that means to have lunch. and verbo trabalhar, that means to work. And the conjugation is eu moro em Almada, so I live in Almada. The second one is tu compras carro, so you buy a car. Ele, ela, você estuda francês em Paris. So I'm gonna pick ele. So he studies French in Paris. Nós almoçamos em casa. So we have lunch at home. And here I'm gonna pick eles. Eles trabalham em Lisboa. So they work in Lisbon. So the endings in yellow are or in yellow you can find the endings that we have to apply to all regular verbs that end with an A and an R. Okay. I have a question for you. At the moment, is it possible for you to know that, for instance, the verb comprar is regular or irregular, or the verb morar is regular or irregular, or the verb, another one, falar, also ends with an A and an R, is regular or irregular? Is there a way? Is there a rule for us to follow? The answer is no. Okay, there is no rule. So you might be thinking, oh, but all of them end with an A and an R. Yeah, but the verb estar, for instance, also ends with an A and an R, and it's irregular. So no, you don't know. So at the moment you have to check. You have to ask your teacher. You have to ask someone. You have to go online and check. There's no way for us to know if one verb in particular is regular or irregular, okay? Now, 3 boxes here with 3 verbs. We have here the verb morar. So morar, it's what we call, this is the name of the verb or the infinitive of the verb. We have the verb comprar. Comprar is to buy. This is the name of the verb or the infinitive of the verb. Estudar. This is the verb to study. So it's, again, it's a verb that ends with an A and an R. I'm going to tell something for the first time again. Every time you have a word that ends with an R, you stress the final syllable, okay? So in this case, we're dealing with a verb. So all the verbs in the infinitive, they end with an R. So you stress always the final syllable. So this is morar, comprar, estudar, almoçar, okay? So every time that happens, you stress the final syllable. And it doesn't have to be, it works with every single word that ends with an R. It doesn't have to be a verb, okay? So every time we have a word that ends with an R, you stress the final syllable. Now, let's see the endings. So, morar, comprar, and estudar, they are regular. As you can see, the ending, it's always the same. Eu moro ends with an O. Eu compro ends with an O. And eu estudo, it ends with an O. Tu moras, tu compras, tu estudas. In this case, the ending is AS, AS, AS. And then mora, compra, estuda. Again, the same ending. Moramos, compramos, estudamos. The same ending. Moram, compram, estudam. The same ending. Okay, so if they are regular, we conjugate them always the same way. How do you apply the endings? It's very simple. An example, morar. You just get rid of the final 2 letters. In this case, the verb morar, just get rid of the A and the R, and you'll get M-O-R. And as you can see, we have M-O-R, and after that we have the ending. Okay, the same logic here. Comprar. If you get rid of the final 2 letters, an A and an R, then you just have to apply the ending, which is an O. Again here, estudar. Get rid of the A and an R, and just add the ending. In this case, it's an O. In this case, for tu, we have again M-O-R, and then the ending that we apply to our regular verbs, it's A-S. Here, same logic, so take off the A and an R, and we'll get S-C-O-M-P-R, and then the ending. Same logic here, it's the same ending, so get rid of these 2 letters, the final 2 letters, and just add the ending, okay? And that's how you conjugate regular verbs. Then one information more. In blue, you can find the strongest syllable. Okay, you can see already where you have the endings and which endings you have to apply to regular verbs that end with an A and an R. In blue, you have the strongest syllable. So this is moro, moras, mora, moramos, moram. So don't forget the strongest syllable. It's usually the second to last syllable. So if I'm speaking normally, I'm going to say moro, moras, mora, moramos, moram. But to emphasize where the strongest syllable is, I'm going to say moro, moras, mora, moramos, moram. Okay? Same logic here. Compro, compras, compra, compramos, compram. Estudo, estudas, estuda, estudamos, estudam. Verbos regulares, AR, so regular verbs, AR. One lesson more to consolidate regular verbs. This time we will start with this table, and we have here 4 gaps, and you have to complete these gaps, and you have to conjugate these verbs here that we have in brackets. So the first one is estudar, that means to study. The second one, apanhar, that means to catch. The third one is comprar, that means to buy. And the fourth one is trabalhar, that means to work. So the example that we have here is ele compra livro, so he buys a book. So compra, it's just a conjugation of the verb comprar for ele, for the third person of the singular. So I'm going to ask to stop this video a few seconds or 1 minute or 2. And then conjugate these verbs that we have here in brackets and fill out these gaps, and I'll show you the solutions in a second, okay? All right, so hopefully you already you have completed already this this activity. So I'm going to show you the solutions. The first one is nós estudamos português, so we study Portuguese. The second one is eu apanho o metro todos os dias. So I catch the metro all the days, so I catch the metro every day. The third one is ela compra carro novo, so she buys a new car. And the last one is tu trabalhas em Lisboa ou no Porto, so you work in Lisbon or in Porto. And now I'm going to ask you to write down one sentence, okay? I'm going to read out loud one sentence, I'm going to say something, and I'm going to ask you to write down, so please grab a piece of paper, a pen, and please try to write down what I'm going to say to you. Probably it will be hard for you to recognize all the words, but it's okay, it's not a problem. Then I will check with you the right way to write down what I'm going to say, okay? So are you ready? So please write down this sentence. O Pedro trabalha em Lisboa e no Porto. Again. O Pedro trabalha em Lisboa e no Porto. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the sentence. The sentence is here. So, o Pedro trabalha em Lisboa e no Porto. And now I'm going to ask you to try to translate this sentence. Usually when I ask this, students translate this sentence in 2 different ways. Some of them will say, Pedro works in Lisbon and not in Porto. And then other students, they would translate like this. Pedro works in Lisbon and in Porto. Any idea which one is the right way to translate this sentence? So the right way to translate this sentence is the second one. So Pedro works in Lisbon and in Porto. So the question here, or the problem here for you is this. Why do we translate em like in, so em Lisboa, in Lisbon, and then here we have a different word that is no, but the translation is the same. I'm still saying in Porto. Why do we have em and no, 2 different prepositions, when the translation in English is in Lisbon and in Porto? I'm going to tell you in a second, but the reason I can tell right away that the reason why we have here two different prepositions, it's because we combine prepositions with articles all the time, okay? And sometimes students get very worried about the way like we combine words, but it's not bad. It's not hard. This is a topic that is not hard to understand, and it's really important because we combine words all the time. So get ready for that, okay? So I'm going to show you this. We're dealing here with this verb and this preposition, trabalhar em. This in English is to work in, okay? So if you want to say in English, work in, the equivalent in Portuguese is trabalhar em. And then I'm going to tell you, for the first time, I'm going to tell you that usually cities don't take articles in Portuguese, okay? So it doesn't matter if it is a big city, a small city, the capital, has nothing to do with that. Usually cities don't take articles. So we just say Lisboa, and we say Setúbal, and we say Faro, Beja, Évora. Okay, so usually cities don't take articles. So what we have here is tu trabalhas em, so trabalhas em is just a structure, right? And then, in this case, Lisboa doesn't take any article, so I'm going to combine em plus nothing. In other words, I'm not combining em with anything else. So when we combine em plus nothing, what we get from this combination is em, right? So that's why we have here o Pedro trabalha em Lisboa. However, when we're dealing with Porto, Porto takes an article. In fact, I'm sure that you have heard already this o Porto. A lot of people, foreign people, think that the city is called o Porto, but that is incorrect, okay? The name of the city is Porto. However, Porto takes an article, so we say o Porto. And this is a guideline. This is the second guideline about articles that I'm going to tell you. I just told you that usually cities don't take articles, and this second guideline says that if you're dealing with a city, a village, a town, a place, that means something else in Portuguese, like Porto. Porto, it's the name of the city, but Porto takes an article because the word itself means something else, right? So the word Porto means port, harbor. So this is a guideline that doesn't work all the time, but usually it works. So I'm going to repeat. If you're dealing with a city, a village, a town, a place, a neighborhood, a square, that it's not only the name of that place, but if it means something else, usually that place, that village, that town, that city, that square takes an article, okay? So Porto, yes, it takes an article. So what we get from here is tu trabalhas em plus o Porto. So this nu that you can see here, no Porto, is just a combination of em, so this is the preposition that belongs to the verb, and o, and this is the article that belongs to the noun. So every time we have em plus o, we have to combine, it's mandatory, and we get a new word that is nu, okay? That's why in this case we have em Lisboa e no Porto. It's because this nu, it's a combination of em, the preposition that belongs to the verb, plus o, the article that belongs to the noun. Thanks for watching. Now we have two slides in fact, as homework. The first slide, it's here. We have 5 boxes here that you have to complete, and then the following slide of this lesson, you'll find the solutions for these 5 activities. So I'm gonna ask you to complete these 5 activities, but I'm gonna ask you also to double check all the words that you don't know. Okay? For instance, this first activity here, we have completar com os artigos definidos, o, a, os ou as. The first one that we have here is o saco, so the bag. So saco ends with an O, it's singular, so I think for most of you it will be straightforward to understand because the word ends with an O and it's singular that the right article is o. And then I think that it will be also very easy for you to find out that pastas ends with an A and an S, so should be feminine and plural. So the right article is as pastas. However, if I ask you what's the translation for this word pastas, probably you're thinking about the word pasta. However, that is completely incorrect, okay? Pastas, it means folders in Portuguese. And what I'm trying to say to you is that at the moment it's really important for you to expand the number of words that you know in Portuguese. So make sure that you check all the words. Make sure that you know all the words that we have here on this activity and all the activities that you're going to do at home as homework from today on. Because it's very important for you to understand the grammar, but it's also very important for you to learn new words. Everything is important at the moment. So please complete these 5 activities. Stop this video for a few minutes, complete this, and I'm gonna show you on the following slide on this lesson the answers for these 5 activities. Okay, so I'll see you in a second. Okay, so and here we have the solutions. The first one is o saco, the bag, as pastas, the folders, o relógio, the clock or watch. So relógio means clock or watch. As chaves, the keys. Chaves, the singular is chave, ends with an E, and the plural is chaves. If you're dealing with a word that ends with an O, you know that it's masculine, usually, not always, but usually it's masculine. If you're dealing with a word that ends with an A, you know it's feminine, usually, not always. There are exceptions. But then, if you're dealing with a word that ends with an E, with an L, with an R, with an S, how do you know if that word is masculine or feminine? The answer is you don't know, okay? You have to check online, or you ask someone, because there are no rules for you to know that if the word ends in a different way. If it doesn't end with an O or with an A, you just don't know, you have to check. Okay, don't waste your energy with this topic. So, as chaves means the keys, it's feminine. O telemóvel, the mobile, os quadros. Quadros means paintings or frames, so the frames or the paintings. Then we have here, eu sou jornalista, so I am a journalist. Eles são espanhóis, they are Spanish. Nós somos alemães, they are German. Tu és senegalês, you are from Senegal. I don't even know the adjective in English. Você é timorense. Timorense is someone from a country called Timor, that is near Indonesia. Vocês são egípcios, so you are Egyptians. And then we have ele é alemão, so he's German. Eu sou fotógrafa, I am a photograph. Ela é de Paris, she is from Paris, she's French. Nós somos italianos, so we are Italians. Tu és tradutor, you are a translator. Eles or vocês, both work here, são chineses, so are Chinese. Here we have, ele chama-se Edson, é brasileiro e tem 24 anos. Ele mora na Rua do Alecrim, não é casado e trabalha no jornal. Ele é jornalista. The translation is, he calls himself Edson, is Brazilian and has 24 years old. He lives in the street of the Alecrim. Alecrim is the name of the street. Não é casado, is not married. E trabalha and works no jornal, in the journal. He is journalist, so ele é jornalista. This final activity is for you to decide if you're going to use ai or nu or na or nos. So it's for you to decide if you're going to combine the preposition ai with the articles or not. So here we have ele trabalha em Lisboa e o marido no Porto. So Lisboa doesn't take an article, So we don't have to combine em with anything else, so we stick with em. Here we have nu, because again, Porto takes an article, we say o Porto, so we use nu because it's em plus u. So it's em, the preposition that belongs to the verb, plus u, the article that belongs to the noun. Here, nós andamos na escola. Yes, escola takes an article. By default, everything takes an article. Escola, it's feminine, takes an article. So what we have here is nós andamos em, so we walk in, plus a escola. So nós andamos na escola. Here, ele mora em Coimbra. How do you know if Coimbra takes an article? The answer is you don't know. You ask someone or you check online, okay? Don't forget that usually cities don't take articles, and Coimbra follows that first guideline, and Coimbra doesn't take an article, so we stay with em. So he lives in Coimbra. A cantina fica na cidade universitária, so cidade ends with an E. It's not clear if it is masculine or feminine. I'm gonna tell you it's feminine. So what we will get here is a cantina fica em plus a, and em plus a, we combine and we get na cidade universitária. By the way, cidade universitária, it's the campus that we have here in Lisbon. And the last one is o Rui apanha sempre o autocarro na Rua do Sol. So Rua takes an article. So once again, we combine em plus a. So the translation is Rui catches always the bus in the street of the sun. Thank you for watching. Hi, hello, and welcome to Unit 2. Let's see what kind of structures we will discuss. And I'm going to teach on level on Unit 2. So as you can see, we have here the word tópico. So tópico, it means topic. And on this unit 2, we have this descrição de objetos e pessoas. And this means description of objects and people. So basically, we will keep teaching the structures and the vocabulary, the words that you're going to need to describe yourself. And talk about your age and your nationality, your profession, that kind of things, where you live. And then we have this conteúdos gramaticais. This means grammar content. And what kind of grammar content we will learn, or you will learn on this unit. So we have here verbos, presente do indicativo. So verbs in present tense. Verbo ter. We will again revise the verb ter. We will revise again the verb ser, because I taught this already on Unit 1, but we will discuss again to consolidate this a little bit better. We will discuss, I'm going to teach also the verb estar, so don't forget the verb ser is to be permanent, and the verb estar, it's also to be, but for temporary descriptions. And then we will discuss regular verbs, but this time regular verbs that end with an E and an R, and regular verbs that end with an I and an R. And as I said before, with all this information, you will be able to do this. Descrever pessoas, so describe people. Thank you for watching. Okay, so now we have vocabulário, roupas em português, so vocabulary, clothing in Portuguese. And we have all these words here. These words are usually hard for students to memorize. You can go on Quizlets and play with these words on Quizlet. It's a good opportunity and a nice resource for you to consolidate these words. And this activity is also good because it will give us the chance to talk a little bit more about these numbers. Cardinal numbers, as I also mentioned before, they are challenging. So this slide will help you with these two goals. So let's start with this. As calças. As calças, any idea what's the number for as calças? I'm gonna tell you it's this one here. So as calças means the trousers, and calças número 16, so number 16, okay? And then we have os sapatos. Os sapatos número 10. So the shoes, número 10, number 10. And then os ténis. Os ténis é o número 1. So sneakers, training shoes, número 1. As botas. As botas é o número 12. Número 12. Os chinelos. Os chinelos. Número 11. So flip-flops. And in Portuguese we say os chinelos de praia. And praia means beach. So chinelos de praia. So flip-flops. And we also have chinelos de casa. So slippers. Okay, so in English you have flip-flops and slippers, but for us we always use the word chinelos, but the first one is chinelos de praia, and then the second one to have at home we say chinelos de casa. And then we have a camisa. A camisa é o número 9. It's like it's a shirt with buttons. And then a t-shirt. A t-shirt, it's easy to know the translation, but I'm gonna tell you that I'm gonna reinforce this this fact here. It's feminine, so we say a. So we have the article here, a t-shirt, número 7. A t-shirt número 7. And then o fato. O fato é o número 8. So it's a suit, número 8. And then a camisola. A camisola é o número 3, like a jumper, a sweatshirt. And then a saia. A saia means skirt. So a saia é o número 13. 13. And then o vestido. O vestido means the dress and it's masculine. O vestido é o número 15. And then a gravata. A gravata é o número 6. Os calções. Os calções. Número 4. Shorts. O fato de banho. O fato de banho is like the suit of bath. So the swimming suit. Número 2. Número 2. A blusa. Número 5. Like a blouse. And the last one, it's o casaco. O casaco é o número 14. Número 14. Thanks for watching. Okay, Unit 2, Lesson 3. Now we have a listening activity. But before that, let's add a few words to your survival kit. So we have this, palavras para o kit de sobrevivência. And this means words to the kit of survival. So survival kit words. And let's start with alto. Any idea what does it mean, alto? Alto means tall. And then we have baixo. And baixo, it means short. And then we have magro, and magro it means slim or skinny. Gordo, gordo means fat. And then we have pai, and pai means father. And then we have mãe, and mãe it means mother. Irmão, brother. Irmã, sister. Olhos, olhos it means eyes. And cabelo means hair. And now we have here 7 questions, and let's check. I'm going to read these questions for you, and let's translate each word, and then I'm going to read the text, and you have to try to answer these questions, okay, without reading the script. So that's why it's a listening activity, obviously. So the question number 1 is, qual é a profissão da Fernanda? So what is the profession of Fernanda? Number 2, we have, qual é a nacionalidade da Fernanda? So, what is the nationality of Fernanda? Number 3 is, onde trabalha a Fernanda? So, where works the Fernanda? 4, é casada. A casada means is married. É casada com um sueco ou com um português. So, is married with a Swedish or with a Portuguese. Number 5, we have quantos filhos, so how many kids? Quantos filhos tem a Fernanda? So, how many kids has the Fernanda? Como é o filho da Fernanda? So, how is the son of Fernanda? This one is not very clear because when we translate word by word, like what is, it's not clear in English. But this means like, how does he look like? Is he tall? Is he short? Is he fat? Is he slim? So, como é is like how is, but it's usually we use it for how does he look like. Or it can be also about his personality. Como é o filho da Fernanda? Is he nice? Is he crazy? Is he shy? Is he extrovert? But in this case, I can tell you right away that it's about his appearance. And number 7, we have como é a filha da Fernanda? So how is the daughter of Fernanda? Once again, it's about her. How does she look like? What's her appearance? Okay. So please grab a piece of paper and a pen, and let's see if you can answer these questions here. I'm gonna read out loud a text, a short text. I'm gonna read twice. Okay. Let's see if you can understand and if you can answer these questions or at least some of these questions. So I'm gonna start. A Fernanda é uma jornalista portuguesa que trabalha na Suécia. É casada com um homem sueco e tem 2 filhos, um filho e uma filha. O filho da Fernanda é alto, tem os cabelos pretos e os olhos castanhos. A menina é alta, tem os cabelos louros, tem os olhos azuis e é muito magra. I'm gonna repeat. A Fernanda é uma jornalista portuguesa que trabalha na Suécia. É casada com um homem sueco e tem 2 filhos, um filho e uma filha. O filho da Fernanda é alto, tem os cabelos pretos e os olhos castanhos. A menina é alta, tem os cabelos louros, tem os olhos azuis e é muito magra. Any idea? Can you answer? Were you able to understand enough to answer these questions? Hopefully the answer is yes. So I'm gonna ask you to stop this video for a few seconds or a few minutes and please try to answer these questions, and I'm gonna check the text with you once you finish that, okay? Okay, so we have here the text. Let's check this text together. So the text is: a Fernanda é uma jornalista portuguesa que trabalha na Suécia. É casada com um homem sueco e tem 2 filhos, um filho e uma filha. O filho da Fernanda é alto, tem os cabelos pretos e os olhos castanhos. A menina é alta, tem os cabelos louros, tem os olhos azuis e é muito magra. So the translation is, the Fernanda is a journalist Portuguese that works in Sweden. Is married with a Swedish man, and has 2 kids, 1 boy and 1 girl. The boy of Fernanda is tall, has the hair black and the eyes brown. The girl is tall, has the hair blonde, so louros means blonde, has the eyes blue, and is, be careful here with the sound, this is, tem os olhos azuis e é muito magra. So, and is very slim. So let's see. Qual é a profissão da Fernanda? Easy. The solution is a Fernanda é jornalista. Okay, so just a Fernanda é jornalista. If you want to say a Fernanda é uma jornalista, it's also correct, but usually we don't put this article when we're talking about a profession. So I would say o Pedro é professor. But if I say o Pedro é professor, is it incorrect? No, but usually we don't put this indefinite article, so we don't have it. So the solution again is a Fernanda é jornalista. That's the answer for the first one. Qual é a nacionalidade da Fernanda? Easy. A Fernanda é portuguesa. So number 2, a Fernanda é portuguesa. That's the answer for number 2. 3. Onde trabalha a Fernanda? Very easy as well. A Fernanda trabalha na Suécia. So, a Fernanda trabalha na Suécia. That's the answer for number 3. 4. É casada com um sueco ou com português? Easy, the answer. A Fernanda é casada com homem sueco. So again, a Fernanda é casada com homem sueco. So, Fernanda is married with a Swedish man, Swedish guy. 5. Quantos filhos tem a Fernanda? Also very easy. A Fernanda tem 2 filhos, right? So, a Fernanda tem 2 filhos. Filho e uma filha. And then number 6, this one is usually a little bit harder for students, but with the text it's very easy to find the answer. Como é o filho da Fernanda? So, how is the son of Fernanda? And the text tells you exactly the answer. So, o filho da Fernanda é alto, tem os cabelos pretos e os olhos castanhos. And the last one, como é a filha da Fernanda? So, how is the daughter of Fernanda? Also very easy. The text tells you the answer. You could say, a filha da Fernanda é alta, tem os cabelos louros, tem os olhos azuis e é muito magra. Or you can just use this sentence. A menina é alta, tem os cabelos louros, tem os olhos azuis e é muito magra. Thank you for watching. Okay, so welcome to Unit 2 slide number 4. This slide is quite simple. This topic is quite simple. We have here this title, Concordância do nome mais adjetivo. So this is about the fact that in Portuguese, the adjective and the noun, they must be in accordance. Okay, so the adjective must be if the noun is masculine and singular, an example, the adjective must be in accordance with that, must be also masculine and singular. Okay, but let's check examples, because with examples I think this becomes very, very clear. So the first example that we have here is this sentence, o carro é caro, and this means the car is expensive. So these words, they look similar, but they are very different. Okay, so this is carro with a hard R, or carro, you can also do it with your tongue. É caro, so the car is expensive. So we're dealing with the noun carro, so the adjective is in accordance with this noun. So this noun is singular masculine, so the adjective is also singular masculine. And then we have here the plural. Now we have more than one car, so we have os carros, so the cars. São, so the cars are. And then we have caros, so instead of caro, now we have caros, because we're dealing with carros, okay? So carros is plural masculine, so the adjective must be in accordance with that, okay? Same logic for the feminine. A mala means the bag or the purse. A mala é cara. So mala, it's feminine, it's singular, so we have cara. So this adjective is in accordance with the gender and the number of this noun. And then as malas são caras. So malas, it's plural feminine, so the adjective follows that. So the bags or the purses are expensive. Okay, I think it's quite simple to understand this topic. However, it's a very important topic, and very often students forget to have the adjective and the noun in accordance. And now we have here an activity for you to practice this this grammar topic. Let's check this example. Exemplo. By the way, this X that you have here sounds like a Z. Exemplo. And I'm going to tell you why, okay? It's because when you're dealing with an X in Portuguese, we have 5 different sounds for the X. So loads of sounds and loads of rules. More than 5 sounds and more than 5 rules. I don't think that you have to be very worried about all these sounds. At the moment, I'm going to teach you 2 rules for this, okay? Rule number 1 for the X. Every time you have a word that starts with an X, it sounds like a sh. Example, Xavier. Xavier, it's a word that starts with an X, so it sounds like sh. Or sheriff. Sheriff starts with an X, so it sounds like sh. Or shut up. Shut up means syrup. Shut up, it starts with an X, so it sounds like a sh, okay? So if you have a word that starts with an X, you have a sh there. In this case, what we have, this X here sounds like a Z, a Z, a Z. Why? Because we have a word that starts with EX, and after that we have a vowel. I'm going to repeat. Every time we have a word that starts with an E and an X, and then a vowel, this X sounds like Z. So what we have here is exemplo. O vestido da Rita é bonito. And this means the dress of Rita is nice. So we have bonito because we are talking about the dress, okay? This bonito, this adjective, it's qualifying the dress. It's not about Rita. I'm not saying that Rita is beautiful or nice. I'm saying the Rita's dress is beautiful or Rita's dress is nice, okay? So, bonito because we are talking about this vestido. And then we have these words here. O Pedro é, so baixo means short. And here, what you have to do, you have to decide if you have to fill in this gap with baixo, or baixa, or baixos, or baixas, right? And then we have here a pasta é. Don't forget that pasta means folder. So a pasta é, and then we have the adjective pesado. Pesado means heavy. So here you have to complete with the word pesado, or pesada, or pesados, or pesadas. And then we have as janelas são, and this means the windows are, and then we have largo. Again, you have to decide if you're going to use largo, larga, largos, or largas. And then we have o chá. Chá ends with an A, but see that it's masculine because the article is u, so this is an exception. It's a word that ends with an A, and as you know, usually if the word ends with an A, it's feminine. However, we have many exceptions, and this is one of them. So it's the article that tells us the gender of the noun. And then we have here the word saboroso. Saboroso means tasty. And again, you have to decide if you're going to use saboroso, saborosa, saborosos, or saborosas, okay? So I'm going to ask you to stop this video for a few seconds or a few minutes, and I'm going to show you the solutions for this activity in a second, okay? Stop the video and please come back once you complete this activity. Okay, so let's see the solutions. The first one is o Pedro é baixo. The second one is a pasta é pesada. The third one is as janelas são largas. And the last one is o chá é saboroso. Thank you for watching. Hello, so let's check the colors in Portuguese. So we have here as cores em português. Let's start with branco, and branco means white. And then we have preto, and preto means black. And then vermelho, vermelho means red. Castanho means brown. Cinzento means gray. And amarelo, it means yellow. And as you can see, for all these colors between branco and amarelo, we have singular, plural, masculine, and feminine. So we have branco, branca, brancos, brancas. An example, o carro é branco, so the car is white. Or you could say, A gata é branca, so the female cat is white, and then it's the same logic for plural. And then for all the other colors, it's the same, right? So we have preto, preta, pretos, and pretas. So o carro é preto, so the car is black. A galinha é preta, so the chicken is black. And then vermelho, vermelha, vermelhos, vermelhas. And I'm sure that you got the idea. Then for these colors, verde, and verde means green, and azul, azul means blue. As you can see, we only have two options. So every time we're dealing with something that is singular, masculine or feminine, doesn't matter. We would say always verde and azul. And if you're dealing with something plural, we have to say verdes and azuis. An example, o carro é verde, so the car is green. Or os carros, so the cars is plural, os carros são verdes. Or o carro é azul, the car is blue. Or os carros são azuis, the cars are blue. And then for these two, cor de laranja and cor de rosa. Cor de laranja means orange. So word by word, this is color of orange. Sometimes you get lazy and instead of cor de laranja, we just say laranja. And it's the same logic for cor de rosa. Sometimes you get lazy and instead of cor de rosa, we just say rosa. But for cor de laranja and cor de rosa, we have singular, plural, masculine, feminine. It's always the same. Okay, it's always the same. So I would say o carro é cor de laranja, so the car is orange. And then for the plural, we would say os carros são cor de laranja, so it's exactly the same. And if you're dealing with something feminine, it's the same. Okay, so you would say a gata é cor de laranja, so the female cat is cor de laranja. And as gatas, plural, the cats, the female cats, as gatas são cor de laranja. And then it's exactly the same for cor de rosa. Thank you for watching. Okay, so welcome. Let's restart. We have here Unit 2, slide number 6. This is an activity for you to practice colors, what we did in the previous slide. And we have this word here, exercícios, so exercises. And before doing an exercise or two exercises to practice and consolidate colors in Portuguese, let's check these words to expand your vocabulary. So, alto, baixo, gordo, magro, olhos, cabelo, forte. Alto means tall, like he is tall, o Pedro é alto. Baixo means short, like o Pedro é baixo. Gordo means fat. Magro means skinny or slim. Olhos, it means eyes. Cabelo means hair, what I don't have. Forte means strong. We also use forte if you want to be polite, and if you don't want to say that someone is fat, you can say o Pedro é forte instead of o Pedro é gordo. Okay, gordo, it sounds a bit offensive, so you can use forte is like heavy bones. It's the same logic. Then we have here novo, velho, bigode, feio, bonito, moreno, barba. Novo means new or young. Okay, it's strange, but we also use novo like young. You can say o Pedro é novo. I'm saying Pedro is young. Velho means old. Bigode means mustache. Feio means ugly. Bonito means pretty. Moreno means brunette. And barba means beard. Just to let you know that moreno, you can say o Pedro é moreno, like Pedro is brunette. But if you want to say, if you want to talk about the color of the hair, we don't use the word moreno, right? If you want to say the Pedro's hair is brown, we have to use the equivalent to brown in Portuguese, that is castanho. So the solution would be o cabelo do Pedro é castanho. Okay, moreno is just to say he is brunette, she is brunette. So o Pedro é moreno, a Maria é morena, because it's an adjective, right? That's how we use this word. Now, This is what you have to do. I'm gonna double check the words with you, and then I'm gonna ask you to stop this video for a few minutes to complete this activity and the following one, and then I'm gonna show you in a second. But let's check the words that we have here. So, o livro é, so the book is. A cadeira é, the chair is. Os carros são, the cars are. A laranja é, the orange is. As laranjas são, the oranges are. Os cabelos são, the hairs, word by word, but you just say the hair. You'd say the hair is, because you wouldn't say the hairs are, right? That doesn't work in English. But in Portuguese it works. Sometimes we say o cabelo é castanho, and would be precisely the same. Actually, this sentence would be precisely the same. Os cabelos são. And so the translation must be the hair is, because in English you don't use the plural here. So I could say o cabelo é castanho, or os cabelos são, and I won't tell you because this is what you have to complete here, but I'm sure that you got the idea. Os olhos são, so the eyes are, and o céu é, this means the sky is. So what do you have to do? For instance, here you have o livro é. So you know that you have 4 options: branco, branca, brancos, ou brancas, right? We have 4 adjectives usually. So here o livro, it's masculine singular. So do you think is branco, branca, brancos, ou brancas? I think you got the idea. Here a cadeira é. Verde ends with an E. I'm going to tell you this probably for the first time. If you're dealing with an adjective that ends with an E, I'm going to repeat. If you're dealing with an adjective that ends with an E, like forte, that means strong. This word here, where is it? It's here. Or inteligente, that means intelligent, ends with an E. Every time you're dealing with an adjective that ends with an E, we don't have masculine, feminine for that adjective. It's always the same. So I would say o Pedro é forte, a Maria é forte. Okay? We only have plural. We have forte and fortes. And this is always the same rule. Every time you're dealing with an adjective that ends with an E, it's always the same. Then azul, here, don't forget azul, we only have 2. We say azul for singular and azuis for plural. And then it's up to you. I'm not going to say anything else, otherwise it would be too easy for you. I'm going to show you the following activity. Example. Qual é a cor do casaco do Pedro? So this is, what is the color of the jacket of the Pedro? And the answer is, the jacket of the Pedro is black. So Pedro's jacket is black. You have here the colors in brackets, so you have to do exactly the same, okay? So qual é a cor da saia da Maria? So what is the color of the skirt of Maria? Qual é a cor dos sapatos do Joaquim? So what is the color of the shoes of Joaquim? Qual é a cor da camisa da Joana? So what is the color of the shirt of Joana? What is the color of the trousers of Manuel? So qual é a cor das calças do Manuel? Qual é a cor dos olhos do Pedro? So what is the color of the eyes of Pedro? Qual é a cor dos cabelos do Pedro? So what is the color of the hair of Pedro? So I'm going to ask you to stop this video for a few minutes, complete this, and please come back once you do that, and I'm going to show you the answers, okay? Okay, so let's check the answers that we have for this activity. The first one is o livro é branco, a cadeira é verde, os carros são azuis, a laranja é cor de laranja, as laranjas são cor de laranja, os cabelos são castanhos, os olhos são verdes, o céu é azul, a saia da Maria é verde, os sapatos do Joaquim são pretos, a camisa da Joana é azul, as calças do Manuel são cor-de-rosa, os olhos do Pedro são castanhos, os cabelos do Pedro são cor de laranja. Thank you for watching. So welcome back. Unit 2, slide 7. What we have here, we have descreve as personagens das figuras. João, Miguel, and Rui. Any idea what does it mean? I'm gonna translate for you. This means describe the characters of the image. And then João, the most famous Portuguese name in Portugal, Miguel, and Rui. And then we have here these three guys. So once again, this guy is João, this guy's name is Miguel, and this one here is Rui. What you have to do, you have to complete this three descriptions, okay? And then you also have here another activity with an example. Exemplo, eu sou alto, magro, tenho cabelo grisalho. Grisalho, it's like cinzento, cinzento it's gray. E os olhos castanhos. I'm gonna tell you here that just like in English, in Portuguese we use the word louro for blonde. So I could say, o Pedro é louro. I'm saying, Pedro is blonde. Or I could say, a Maria é loura. And I would be saying, Maria is blonde. We also have a word for gray hair, okay? In English, you guys would say, his hair is gray. And gray in Portuguese, as you already know, the word for gray is cinzento, but we don't use cinzento for hair, okay? So we don't say, ele tem o cabelo cinzento. That doesn't work. So every time you're dealing with someone with gray hair, instead of using the word cinzento, we use the word grisalho, okay? So, ele tem o cabelo grisalho. He has gray hair. So once again, eu sou alto, I'm tall, magro, slim, tenho o cabelo grisalho, I have the hair gray, e os olhos castanhos, and the eyes brown. And then here you can describe yourself, okay? So this is an activity for you to practice these words that you use to describe people. So I'm going to ask you to stop this video for a few minutes and please complete these gaps, and then we will discuss. I'm going to share my options, my solutions here, and then we will discuss this. So I'll see you in a minute. So let's see. The first one is o João. João, it's this guy here. O João é negro. And here I have to clarify something with you. Negro means dark, okay? So the word black in Portuguese, as you already know, is preto, okay? Preto is black, right? However, if you're describing someone black, and if you use the word preto in Portugal, you'll get a fight. You'll have problems, okay? So this is probably surprising for some of you because negro is very close to the word nigger, that is really offensive. But in Portuguese, you can use the word negro because negro means dark. And if you say o João é negro, that is okay. If you're saying o João é preto, that is very offensive, okay? So it's the other way around if you compare English and Portuguese. So o João é negro, magro, so slim or skinny, tem o cabelo preto, e os olhos, the eyes we have to make up because we cannot, it's not clear, so we just make up. Tem os olhos castanhos and the eyes brown, okay? Let's check Miguel. Maybe you wrote something different, okay? It's okay. There are different options here, so I'm not saying that you have to have these solutions. I'm just showing you my solution or my solutions, and obviously what I wrote here, it's correct. So o João o Miguel é forte. So Miguel is forte. Forte is strong, okay? So if you have someone fat, you can use the word gordo. Gordo is fat, or you can use forte, like strong. It's nicer. Alto. So Miguel is tall. Tem o cabelo castanho, so his hair is brown. E os olhos Verdes. Again, we have to make up here because we cannot see the color of the ice, but that's not relevant. The last guy that we have here is Rui. So o Rui é baixo, Rui is short, magro, slim, tem o cabelo ruivo. Ruivo means like red hair, okay, like ginger. Ginger might be offensive. I was in Scotland for a few years, and when I was working in a high school, so you could not say that. It wasn't nice to say that someone was ginger, okay? Kids were not comfortable with that word. But in Portuguese, ruivo, it's fine, okay? Ruivo would be equivalent to ginger, red hair. But in Portuguese, if you say o Pedro é ruivo, it's fine. No one will be offended with this word. E os olhos azuis, and the eyes are blue. And then here, it's up to you, okay? So please use these words that we have here to help you with your description. Just write down something that makes sense for you, okay? Thank you very much, and I'll see you shortly. Unit 2, slide 8. Adding words to your survival kit. In other words, let's expand the number of words that you know. Let's expand your vocabulary. This time we will check words that are somehow connected with this perfil, profile, personalidade, so personality. So let's see these 9 words that we have here. The first one is simpático. Simpático means nice. And then antipático. Antipático means not nice. Arrumado. Arrumado means tidy, organized, someone tidy. Desarrumado, it's the opposite, right? So it's someone messy. Tímido, it's very easy, so it's timid or shy. Extrovertido, it means extrovert, outgoing. Introvertido is like introvert, very similar with shy. Calmo, like calm. And nervoso is like someone nervous, okay? Then, what we have here, I'm going to tell you now in Portuguese what you have to do. So I'm going to talk a little bit in Portuguese. Let's see if you can understand what I'm going to say to you, and then I'll clarify and I'll translate, okay? But I'm going to try to explain what you have to do in Portuguese. Let's see if you can understand. Têm de descrever uma pessoa. Podem descrever um amigo ou descrever um familiar, o pai, a mãe, o primo, a tia. E têm de descrever o nome do amigo ou o nome do familiar. Têm de falar sobre a idade, 30 anos, 40 anos, 25 anos, 18 anos. Têm de descrever a profissão do amigo ou a profissão do familiar. Ele é médico, ela é professora, ele é arquiteto. Têm de falar sobre a aparência do amigo, a aparência do familiar, se é alto, se é baixo, se é gordo, se é magro. E também descrever a personalidade do amigo ou a personalidade do familiar. É simpático, é tímido, é calmo, é nervoso, é arrumado, ok? Hopefully you understood what I just said, but now I'm going to tell you in English what you have to do. So what you have to do is you have to describe a friend or a relative, and you have to describe the name of that person and the age of that person and the profession and the appearance of that person and also the personality, okay? This is what you have to do. So I'm going to ask you to stop this video for a few minutes. Let's see if you can write down a few sentences. Keep it simple, very simple. Short sentences and very, very simple. An example, you could say, ele chama-se Pedro, like he calls himself Pedro, dot. And then you can start another sentence and you could say, ela tem 40 anos, like she has 40 years old or she is 40 years old if you translate correctly. And I'm not going to tell anything else. I'm going to ask you now to stop the video and please try to complete this activity. And then I'm going to show you one of the solutions. There are many, obviously. It depends who you're talking about, but I'm going to show my solution. Okay, I'll see you in a minute. Okay, so welcome back. Let's see what I wrote here. So my example is, ele chama-se Pedro, so he calls himself Pedro. Ele tem 30 anos, like he has 30 years old. O Pedro é médico, so Pedro is a doctor. Ele é alto, so he is tall. Magro, simpático, so slim, nice. E extrovertido. So this is just my text, my answer to this activity. Obviously, what you have there, it's different from what I have here, but hopefully this will help you to correct your text. Okay, thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello, welcome back. So Unit 2, slide number 9, and we will discuss today how to conjugate the verb estar. So don't forget the verb estar. It's the verb to be that we use for temporary descriptions. Don't forget as well that you really have to know by heart how to conjugate the verb estar, ser, ter, and ir. I'm always repeating this information because this is absolutely essential, okay? So let's see how to conjugate the verb estar. Eu estou, tu estás, ele, ela, você está, nós estamos, eles, elas, vocês estão. So, eu estou em casa, this means I am in the house, I am at home. It's a temporary description, right? No one stays at home forever. Tu estás na universidade, so you are in the university. So we say in the, in English you say at the university. Ele está triste, so he is sad, no one is sad forever. Nós estamos com fome, so we are with hunger. And this, if you translate in English, doesn't work, right? Because in English you'd say we are hungry. But different languages use different structures. So for us, we use the verb estar, preposition com, and then we have a noun. Same example here. Eles estão com sono. Word by word, this is they are with sleepiness. Again, in English you say they are sleepy or they are tired, but we use the noun, so we say they are with sleepiness. However, the most important thing that you have here is how to conjugate the verb estar. So here on the right side of this table, we just have a few examples, but what really matters for you at the moment is how to conjugate correctly the verb estar. So again, estou, estás, está, estamos, estão. Now, two activities here for you to practice the conjugation of the verb estar. I'm gonna check the words with you. Example, o Paulo está no cinema. So Paulo is in the cinema or at the cinema if you want to translate correctly. A Eduarda, something no emprego. Emprego means job, work. Os filhos, something na escola. Escola, as you know, means school. Os livros means the books. Something na pasta. Pasta, don't forget, means folder. O dinheiro, the money, no porta-moedas. Porta-moedas means coin purse, where you keep your coins. Okay, coin purse. And then another example, a Filipa está triste, so Filipa is sad. And then we have hoje. Hoje means today. Calor means hot. O bolo means cake or pastry. Saboroso means tasty. Sopa means soup. Quente, it's also hot. So calor, in fact, it's heat. And quente, it's definitely hot. But in this case, the translation must be hot, okay? And then later I'll explain you what's happening here. And os meninos, something cansados. So cansados means tired. So os meninos, and then something here that you have to conjugate the verb estar in the right way. And then we have here the word cansados. So I'm going to ask you to stop this video for a few minutes and try to complete this. And I will show you the answers for this once you finish that. Okay, so please stop the video, grab a piece of paper and a pen, complete this, and come back once you finish this. Okay, so let's check the answers. So the first one is a Eduarda está no emprego, and then os filhos estão, os livros estão, o dinheiro está, hoje está, o bolo está, a sopa está, os meninos estão. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Okay, so let's talk about Verbo Ser, so the verb to be, once again. Unit 2, slide number 10. So we also use the verb to be, the verb ser, to talk about permanent locations. So localização permanente. An example. I can say to you, Lisboa é em Portugal. So Lisbon is in Portugal. However, we use this verb ficar. Ficar, if you ask me, what's the translation for the verb ficar? I'm going to tell you that the translation is to stay. However, get ready, because this verb can be lots of different things. And so every time you can see, every time you're dealing with, if you're dealing with the verb ficar, with a sentence with the verb ficar, you have to try to understand that sentence, and you have to try to understand how to translate the verb ficar here, because sometimes ficar, or usually ficar, is to stay, but sometimes is to become, sometimes is to get, so it really depends. Okay, however, once again, back to this sentence. So we have here Lisboa é em Portugal. It's also here Lisboa é em Portugal, so this is Lisbon is in Portugal, right? We use the verb ser because we use the verb ser for permanent descriptions, and in this case it's a permanent location. That's why we use the verb ser. It's okay, it's in accordance with the guideline. We use the verb ser for permanent descriptions. But we can also say Lisboa fica em Portugal, and in this case I would be saying Lisbon stays in Portugal. Okay, so every time we're talking about a permanent location of a place, we can use the verb ser, or we can use the verb ficar, okay, as we have here. So in accordance with this guideline, Cuba, we have here Cuba. Cuba, it's a country, right? America do Norte, it's North America. Senegal, it's a country in Africa. And then em África, a Torre Eiffel, the Eiffel Tower. Em Paris, in Paris. And Peking means Beijing, in China. So I'm going to ask you to try to complete this. It's very easy, very straightforward. So please stop this video for a few seconds or a few minutes, and then come back once you finish this activity, and I will show you the answers. Okay, I'll see you in a few seconds. Okay, so let's check the answers. So Cuba é na América do Norte, or you could also say Cuba fica na América do Norte, because we use the verb ficar for permanent locations. O Senegal é em África, doesn't go anywhere. Senegal, it's always in Africa, it's permanent. Or you could say o Senegal fica em África. Ou a Torre Eiffel é em Paris, permanent. Or a Torre Eiffel fica em Paris. And Peking é na China, or Peking fica na China. Okay, so you can, in this case, you could use the verb ser or the verb ficar. Now, what we have here, another activity for you to practice the conjugation of the verb ser. So 2 examples here. Ana é inteligente. So Ana is intelligent. It's permanent, right? If someone is intelligent, it's a permanent feature. You cannot be intelligent today and stupid tomorrow. So it's permanent. As pedras são pesadas. The stones are heavy. It's a permanent feature, right? Stones are always heavy. And now it's up to you to pick the right conjugation here. So don't forget, we're dealing with the verb ser. So once again, I'm going to ask you to stop this video, complete this activity, and come back once you finish this activity. Okay, I'll see you shortly. Okay, let's check the answers. A professora é simpática. The teacher is nice. As flores são bonitas. The flowers are beautiful. A sala é grande. The living room is big. Os carros são caros. The cars are expensive. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Okay, so let's move on. Unit 2, slide number 11. Unidade 2, slide 11. Verbo ser, verbo estar, plus the preposition em. So let's start with a few examples. Exemplos. A Faculdade de Letras é na cidade universitária. So this is like the Faculty of Letters, which is a faculdade is like university or faculty. The University of Humanities, letras means letters, so it's the University of Humanities. É na cidade universitária. Cidade universitária, it's the campus in Lisbon. So we use the verb ser, so é, because the university doesn't go anywhere, right? So it's a permanent location. We're describing here permanent location of the university, so we use the verb ser. Number 2, número 2, o professor está no bar. So the teacher or the professor is, we say in the bar, at the bar. So we use the verb estar because hopefully the guy won't stay there forever, right? So we use the verb estar for temporary descriptions. Number 3, o cinema é nos restauradores. So the cinema is, we say, in the restauradores. Restauradores, it's a place, it's a square here in Lisbon, in the city center. And so what's happening here with this nos is that nos is a combination of em plus os. So just like Porto, Porto takes an article because it's a place, it's a city, that means something else. So we put the article there, we say o Porto. And now with restauradores, it's the same logic. Restauradores, it's not a city, it's just a square. But the word restauradores means something else. We use it to describe, it's a profession, those guys that restore things, we call them restauradores. So it takes an article. So we have here nos because it's em plus os. So the cinema is, we say, in the restauradores. That's why we have this nos here. And number 4, we have o livro está na pasta. So the book is in the folder. So again, em plus a, that's why we have this na. And I'm going to ask you to stop this video a few seconds or a few minutes and complete this with, you're going to decide if you're going to use the verb ser or if you're going to use the verb estar, okay? So I'll show you the answers in a second. Please stop this video now and complete this, and I'll see you shortly. Okay, so let's check the solutions. O banco é na Rua das Flores. O copo está na mesa. So o banco doesn't go anywhere. It's always in the street of the flowers. O copo está na mesa. So the glass is, we say, in the table. So it changes, right? Now I have the glass here. In a few seconds I'm gonna move this glass to a different place, so it's temporary. And o Rui está em casa hoje, so it's also temporary. Rui is at home today, but it's not a permanent description. On the right side of this slide, what we have? Another activity for you, where you're gonna decide, you have to decide if you're gonna use the verb ser or the verb estar. Okay, so I'm gonna check the words with you. O banco, so the bank, and then you have to decide if it is ser ou estar. Fechado means close. Hoje, it's today. A mãe do Francisco, so Francisco's mom, something francesa, French. O Rui, something very intelligent. A casa do Ricardo, so Ricardo's house, very big. As janelas means the windows. Limpas means clean. O marido da Teresa, so Teresa husband, professor, teacher or professor. A saia means skirt. Muito curta means very short. So stop the video again, and I'm gonna show you the answers, complete this activity, and I'll show you the answers in a few seconds or minutes, okay? Okay, so let's check. O banco está fechado hoje, it's temporary. A mãe do Francisco é francesa, she's French, she will be French forever. O Rui é muito inteligente. Rui is very intelligent. It's a permanent feature. A casa do Ricardo é muito grande. So the size of the house is something permanent. As janelas estão limpas. So the windows are clean. It's definitely temporary. O marido da Teresa é professor. So Teresa's husband is a teacher. So we use, when we talk about professions, we always use the verb ser as a permanent feature. A saia é muito curta. The skirt is very short. It's also permanent. Now, let's do some phonetica. I'm going to read out loud these 5 words, and I'm going to ask you to pay attention to the sounds of the S. Okay, there is one word here with a different sound, so please pay attention, and you have to decide, you have to tell me, or tell you in this case, which word has a different sound, which S sounds different. I'm going to start. Nós, senhor, isto, Moscovo, Espanha. Again, there's one S with a different sound. Nós, senhor, isto, Moscovo, Espanha. Hopefully, it's easy for you to identify that it's senhor. So here this S sounds like an S, senhor, but all the other words that we have here, this S sounds like a sh. Nós, sh, isto, sh, Moscovo, sh, S before a consonant. Espanha, again, S before a consonant, it's a sh. So senhor is definitely different. If you have an S in the beginning of the word, that S sounds like a S. Then S at the end, it's a sh. S before a consonant, sh. S before consonant, sh. S before consonant, sh. Nós means we. Senhor means sir, gentleman. Isto means this thing. It's something that we will discuss later on Unit 6. Moscovo, it's the capital of that country. Espanha, it's, as you know, it's Spain. Now we have here another activity with connected with phonetica. This time you have to, I'm going to read out loud again, and you have to think about the sound. You have to check the sound of this O's that we have here. So the sound of this O, and the sound of this O, and this one, and this one, and this one. And you have to try to understand how does it sound, each O of this five words. But before this, I'm going to show you something, and I'm going to teach you something. Every time you're dealing with this vowel, this O, you'll be facing one of these 4 sounds. So sometimes the sound of that O will be an open sound, like this one here will be a O, like an open sound. When I say the alphabet to you, I'm going to say A, B, C, D, blah, 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 and then O, P, Q, right? So this O that you get from the alphabet, it's the same O, the same open sound that you have represented here. But sometimes you have an O, you have a word with an O, and that O sounds like U, a closed sound, U, okay? And then we also have the option, of dealing with an O that sounds like this. This accent here is a till, like a wave, and every time you have that wave, you know that you have a nasal sound. So this is on. So every time you have that till, you have a nasal sound, on. So how do you do this nasal sound? I told you before, but I'm going to repeat. Every time we have a nasal sound, we breathe out using the mouth and the nose. I can feel my nose vibrating a little bit. It's hard for you to do it now, but it's important for you to understand how we do it, okay? The last one, it's this accent here is like a hat that I have here on top of the O, and the sound is O. If you know French, it's a very famous sound in French. They have this O sound everywhere. It's somewhere between these two, okay? So again, this is O, open sound. This is U, closed sound. This is on, nasal sound. And this is O. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read one word at a time, and I'm going to ask you to pay attention to the different sounds. And you have to try to understand, you have to try to think about what's the sounds that you're going to hear in a second, okay? Is it number 1? Is it number 2? Is it number 3? Or is it number 4? I'm going to start with this word here. This is nove. Nove. Do you think it's 1, 2, 3, or 4? It's number 1, okay? It's an open sound. It's a O sound. Nove. So nove means 9. How about this one? This is chameau. Chameau. So hopefully it's easy for you to understand that the sound is number 2. So it's a OU sound. Chameau. And here we have a rule. Every time you have a word that ends with consonant O at the end, this O sounds like OU. So there are no accents here, but it's always the same logic. Every time you have a word that ends with a consonant and a O, that O sounds like OU. That's why here it's also a OU sound. So this is cinco. So OU, OU. I'm gonna do the last one. This one is bon, bon, bon. What do you think? It's a nasal sound. It's number 3. So I'm using my nose. I can feel my nose vibrating a little bit when I say on. In fact, every time you have a syllable that ends with a vowel and the M, or a vowel and the N, in this case, we have one word with one syllable, just one syllable, bon, and it ends with a vowel, an O in this case, and the M. So this on that you can hear, this on, it's the M that is making this O nasal, okay? And it's always the same logic. So I'm going to repeat. If you have a syllable that ends with a vowel M or vowel N, you will face, you'll get a nasal sound. You have a nasal sound there because that M or that N is making the vowel nasal. In fact, it's exactly what's happening here with this word here, ein. So this ein, that sounds very awkward for you. It's exactly what's happening here. This ein that you can hear, it's the nasal sound of the E. So it's this M that is making this E nasal, ein. But let's finish this activity here. The last word that we have here is this one, doze, doze. So doze, the sound is number 4. It's a O sound. So again, this is O, this is U, this is U, this is O, and this is on. And now I'm going to read again this word. And I'm going to ask you to try to pay attention, and let's see what kind of sounds you can hear here. There's one rule that you can apply already, is that if the word ends with consonant O, this sounds like U, right? So you know that this is a U sound. This is VU. How about this O and this O? I don't have any extra rules for you, okay? So sometimes, as you can see here, we have words with more than one O. So in this case, we have a word with 3 O's. We don't have any accents, but these O's, they have different sounds. So I'm going to read out loud, and I'm going to ask you again to pay attention to these sounds here. So this is mushkovu, mushkovu, mushkovu. So the sounds that we have here, hopefully it was you were able to recognize that. The first one is U, mush. The second one is O, number 4. And the last one, we can follow that rule, so it's a U again. So again, this is mushkovu. Now, do you have to memorize all these sounds? I cannot forget that mushkovu, it's a U, O, U. Yes, you can forget that. Don't worry, you can forget that. However, what I'm trying to teach you is that every time you have an O, now you know that there are 4 different sounds for the O. So hopefully, from this point on, you won't be surprised when you notice that, oh, this O sounds like O, but the other one sounds like U, and there are no accents here. Exactly, that's how it works. That's how the language works. So we don't have rules for every single syllable. And the idea is not to memorize every single syllable of every single word in Portuguese. That would be impossible. It's just for you to know that we have these different sounds. So, and if you know this, it will be easier for you to recognize those sounds, and it will be easier for you to say, to start speaking Portuguese with the right accent in the right way. Okay? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. So welcome back. Unit 2, slide number 12. Unidade 2, slide 12. Verbos regulares ER e IR. So regular verbs that end with a ER and IR. We already discussed how to conjugate regular verbs that end with an A and an R, right? Like trabalhar, falar, morar, conversar. And now it's time to check how to conjugate regular verbs, again, present tense, but this time regular verbs that end with ER, so ER, so, or in Portuguese, ER, and in Portuguese, IR, ER. Once again, I'm going to reinforce, and I'm going to say again that you really have to know how to conjugate regular verbs. AR, ER, IR. You cannot progress. Your Portuguese won't get better if you don't know how to conjugate the irregular verbs, AR, ER, and IR, and the big four irregular verbs. I keep saying this because this is essential. So let's see. The example that we have here for ER verbs is beber. Hopefully you already know that beber means to drink. And the conjugation is eu bebo, tu bebes, ele, ela, você bebe, nós bebemos, eles, elas, vocês bebem. So as you can see, the endings are here with capital letters. So O, ES, E, and then here it's emos, and then em. Okay. So how do you apply the endings? It's very easy. And it's the same formula every time you're dealing with a regular verb, AR, ER, IR, doesn't matter. So let's check here the verb beber. So we have here beber. So you just have to get rid of these two final letters. So get rid of the ER. And what will stay is B, E, B. So B, E, B. So again, if you get rid of the E and the R, everything that you're gonna find here when you check the conjugation after B, E, B, right? Because if you take off the R, you'll stay with B, E, B. So after B, E, B, what you can find is just the endings that we apply to all regular verbs. Okay, so it's always the same logic every time you're conjugating a regular verb. You just get rid of the final two letters, and then you just have to add the endings that are the endings that we apply for regular verbs. Okay, so again, bebo, bebes, bebe, bebemos, bebem. So with capital letters you can find the endings, and here underlined you can see where is the strongest syllable. Because if you're saying a word, if you're saying something in Portuguese, and if you stress the wrong syllable, we won't be able to understand you. Okay. So don't forget that the strongest syllable is, as I said before, on Unit 1, it's usually the second to last syllable that you have to stress. So this is bebo, bebes, bebe, bebemos, bebem. The last one is hard because you have to stress the first syllable, and the last one is weak, not silent, weak and nasal, because we have this ein. So putting everything together, it's not easy, but don't worry too much with that. I'm gonna repeat, and I'm gonna conjugate the verb as a normal person. Bebo, bebes, bebe, bebemos, bebem. Now let's check the verb partir. Partir is the example that I have here for IR verbs. Partir means to depart or to break. So very different things in English. depart to a different country, and break a table, break a glass, break a leg. So the conjugation is parto, partes, parte, partimos, partem. So again, capital letters. In capital letters you can see the endings that we have to apply to all regular verbs that end with an I and an R. So again, get rid of the final two letters. In this case it's IR. And what will stay is P-A-R-T. So here, P-A-R-T. So what you have after P-A-R-T are just the endings that you apply to regular verbs. So O, ES, I, imus, and em. Underline, you can see the strongest syllable. So parto, partes, parte, partimos, partem. Again, parto, partes, parte, partimos, partem. And now you have here this activity where you have to, it's your opportunity to practice the conjugation of regular verbs, ER and IR. So I'm just gonna check the words with you. So, o João, and then comer, it's to eat sardinhas, sardines. Eles, verbo aprender, and the verb aprender means to learn. So they learn Chinese, chinês. O João, something, partir, to depart, muito cedo, very early. Vocês, something, peixe ou carne, so fish or meat. Ele, aprender means to learn, português ou inglês, so Portuguese or English. O Pedro e o João, so Pedro and João depart às 10 horas da manhã, at 10 o'clock in the morning. So please stop this video, complete this activity, and I'm gonna show you the answers in a second, okay? See you in a short period of time. Okay, let's check the answers. So, o João come sardinhas, eles aprendem chinês, o João parte muito cedo, vocês comem peixe ou carne, ele aprende português ou inglês, o Pedro e o João partem às 10 horas da manhã. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Today we have Unit 2, Slide 13, Unidade 2, Slide 13, and we will discuss alguns sinais ortográficos e sinais de pontuação. Alguns, this word means some. Sinais ortográficos are spelling marks, e sinais de pontuação, punctuation marks. So let's start with this list. I don't think that you have to memorize all these words. I think it's important for you to read them to get an idea, and then I will let you know which of them are really important in my opinion. So the first one is ponto de exclamação, then vírgula, comma. This one, this snake, we call it cedilha, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this in a second. This one is very important because every single day we deal with email addresses. So arroba, it's at. So I think this one you have to memorize. You really have to know. This one, this hat, we call it acento circunflexo. This one we call it ponto, and this one here it's ponto de interrogação. I'm going to spend a few minutes with this cedilha, okay? So I'm going to call this a snake. It's probably easier, but the right name is cedilha. I'm going to start with these two words. Any idea how to say correctly these two words in Portuguese? So this is circo, and this is certo. So circo means circus, certo means like correct, right, correct. And what I want to tell you is that every time you have an I after a C, the sound is C. And every time you have a E after a C, the sound is still C, always. So this is circo and this is certo. And every time you have an I or an E after a C, you never ever have a snake, okay? You never ever have this cedilha, and you always have the C sound. How about this word here? This word here, written like this is caca, caca. And the sound is que and que as well. So every time we have a C and an A, C and an A, and if that C, if there is no snake on that C, the sound is que. How about this one here, this word? This is caça. So as you can see, C and an A, no snake, the sound is que. But if you have the C with a snake and an A, the sound is S, caça. How about this one? Written like this means this is pescoco, pescoco. So a C and an O, C and an O, no snake, the sound is que, pescoco. By the way, this word doesn't exist. But this word exists, and this is pescoço. So what's happening here is that we have a C and an O, so the sound is que. But now we have the same C and an O, but the C with a snake. So if you have the C with a snake, again, you're changing the que sound into an S sound. So this is pescoço. How about this word? Written like this, this is açúcar. By the way, the word doesn't exist written like this. So here you have a que sound, açúcar. But this word exists, and this is the right way to the right spelling for this word. This word, you probably know it, means sugar, and it's açúcar, açúcar. So what's happening is that we have a C with a snake, and after that a U, and now the C with a snake and the U, the sound is S, açúcar. Okay? So this is sugar, this is neck, okay, neck. This is caça. It's like when you go hunting, the verb is caçar, to hunt. So the animals that you hunt are caça, okay, like the prey or the victim. And caca means poo. It's universal, this word. Another list of marks. So this one here, I call it usually a wave, but technically we call it a till. Every time we have this till, you have the nasal sound, you know. To the nasal sounds, we breathe out using the mouth and the nose, so I can feel the nose vibrating. Acento agudo and acento grave. Every time we have these accents, we open the sound of the vowels. This one we call aspas, we call this parentheses, barra, and then underscore. We don't have a Portuguese word for underscore, so we use the English word underscore. Okay, so I would say that this one is really important, arroba. This one here, ponto, is really important. To know how to deal with this snake, with this cedilla, it's also very important. To know that here, with this wave, you have a nasal sound, it's also very important, and everything else, just go with the flow. It's my opinion. Okay, thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Unit 2, slide 14. So, unidade 2, slide 14. Números cardinais, cardinal numbers, entre 100 e 1000. So, between 100 and 1000. I told you before that numbers are really challenging in Portuguese. This means that you have to repeat them. You're going to need a lot of repetition. Everybody needs a lot of repetition with numbers in Portuguese. I have to do numbers with my students on level A1, A2, B1, B2. I have to do numbers every single lesson, okay? So make sure that you find time to repeat them over and over again. So let's start with this number. This is 100, so 100, but don't forget that 100, we only use it for 100. And then between 101 and 199, it's always cento. 101, 101. 102, 102. 103, 103, and so on. And then we have 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. I'm going to repeat 100 or 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. And now I'm going to read a sequence with 10. I'm going to say out loud a sequence with 10 numbers. Okay? And I'm going to ask you to grab a piece of paper and a pen, and I'm going to ask you to try to write down what I'm going to say to you. Okay? So let's see if you can recognize, if you can understand what I'm going to say, and let's see how many numbers you will get correct. Okay? So I'm going to start now. 128, 567, 289, 434, 876, 655, 453, 784, 599, 290. I'm going to repeat them. 128, 567, 289, 434, 876, 655, 453, 784, 599, 290. And now I'm going to show you the sequence. Please check how many you have correct. If you have like 7, more than 7 correct is good. If you have less than 7 correct, it means that you're going to need a little bit more of, you need to repeat them a few times to be okay with these numbers, or at least to be a bit more comfortable. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read another sequence of numbers, but this time I'm going to combine everything. It will be a sequence with 10 different numbers once again, but some of them will be small cardinal numbers like 7 or 11, 11. And I'm gonna combine these small cardinal numbers also with ordinal numbers. And ordinal numbers, as I told you, I think you should be worried about the first 10. So ordinal numbers, don't forget, is like first and second and third, but in Portuguese like primeiro, segundo, terceiro, quarto, quinto, this kind of numbers. And then I'm gonna ask you to write down also cardinal numbers, but cardinal numbers like this kind of cardinal numbers that we just saw, like 200 and 300 and 400. Okay, so let's see if you can write down the right sequence. Okay, are you ready? I'm going to start. 18, 896, terceiro, quarto, quarto, 15, nono, décimo, 87, 101. I'm going to repeat. 18, 896, terceiro, quarto, quarto, 15, nono, décimo, 87, 101. And now I'm going to ask you to check. I'm going to show you the sequence. So once again, 18, 896, terceiro, quarto, quarto, 15, nono, décimo, 87, 101. Once again, more than 7 correct would be great. Less than 7 correct, it means that you have some work to do. Okay, thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Okay, so welcome back, Unit 2, Slide 15, Unidade 2, Slide 15. Here we have this, compreensão oral, which is a listening activity. So we have this picture here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe someone. I'm going to pick someone from this picture, and I'm going to describe, and you're going to try to understand, you're going to try to figure out who is the person that I'm describing, okay? So I'm going to read a sentence, and then I'm going to show you that same sentence. I'm going to show you, you will have the chance to read that same sentence. So once you can read, I believe it will be much easier for you, but the listening part, it will be probably a little bit challenging. But let's see. So what I'm going to say first is, é homem. So, é homem. So I'm going to show you here, é homem. And now I'm going to say that tem o cabelo louro. Tem o cabelo louro. Tem o cabelo louro. And now I'm going to tell you that tem mais ou menos 15 anos. Tem mais ou menos 15 anos. So, tem mais ou menos 15 anos. And now I'm going to tell you this. Tem os olhos azuis. Tem os olhos azuis. Tem os olhos azuis. And now I'm going to say that tem uma t-shirt verde. Tem uma t-shirt verde. Tem uma t-shirt verde. Hopefully, with this information, you will be able to figure out who is this person. And I'm going to tell you, in case you don't know yet, I'm going to tell you that I'm talking about André. So, é homem, is a guy, tem o cabelo louro. Louro means blonde, so has the hair blonde. Tem mais ou menos 15 anos, more or less. Tem os olhos azuis, so has blue eyes. Azuis, it's blue. Olhos, as you know, it's eyes. E tem uma t-shirt verde. Tem uma t-shirt verde. Okay, so André. Now, I'm going to pick a girl from this picture, and I'm going to do exactly the same. Usually, the first time that we do this activity, it's a little bit harder. The second time, it's a little bit easier. So let's see if now, if it will be easier for you. I'm going to start by saying this. É uma mulher. É uma mulher. So, é uma mulher. Tem o cabelo preto. Tem o cabelo preto. Tem o cabelo preto. Tem óculos. Tem óculos. Tem óculos. Tem mais ou menos 30 anos. Tem mais ou menos 30 anos. Tem mais ou menos 30 anos. Tem um chapéu. Tem um chapéu. Tem um chapéu. So with this information, hopefully you already know that I'm talking about Isabel. So é uma mulher, so is a lady. Tem o cabelo preto, so has the hair black, has black hair. Tem óculos. Óculos means glasses, specs. Tem mais ou menos 30 anos. So she has more or less 30 years old. E tem um chapéu. Chapéu means hat, so has a hat. Okay, hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Let's do Unit 2, Slide 16. Trabalho de casa. As you know, trabalho de casa, it means homework. So you have here 4 different activities, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you have to complete these 4 activities. So I'm going to ask you to stop this video, and complete this 4 activities, fill in these gaps, and please come back once you complete these 4 exercises. Okay, I'll see you shortly. Okay, so let's correct these activities. The first one is o céu é azul, mas as nuvens são brancas. Quando chove, o céu está cinzento. No inverno não temos muitas flores, mas na primavera temos flores amarelas, vermelhas e cor-de-rosa. Em Portugal, muitas árvores têm as folhas sempre verdes, mas também temos árvores com folhas amarelas e castanhas no outono. So the sky is blue, but the clouds are white. When it rains, the sky is gray. In the winter, I'm translating word by word. We don't have many flowers, but in the spring we have flowers yellow, red, and pink. In Portugal, many trees have the leaves always green, but also have trees with leaves yellow and brown in the fall. Another one. O Francisco está no hospital. Os casacos estão no armário. A borracha está no estojo. A Joana está em casa. So Francisco is in the hospital. The jackets are in the cupboard. The eraser is in the pencil case. Joana is in the house, is at home. So here we don't have na because casa doesn't take an article, it's an exception. Okay, so casa doesn't take an article. So it means that we don't have to combine ein plus a. So this is an exception. This one, the third one, os carros são pequenos. A menina é bonita e é simpática. Os prédios são grandes. O pai do Luís é muito inteligente. So the windows are wide or large. The cars are small. The girl is pretty and is nice. The buildings are big. The father of Luís is very intelligent. The last one. A mãe trabalha muito, por isso ela está cansada. Hoje o tempo está bom. O Pedro está triste porque a namorada não telefona. As portas estão fechadas. So the mom works a lot, therefore, por isso means therefore, she is tired. Today the weather is good. The Pedro is sad because the girlfriend doesn't call. The doors are closed. One slide more. This time we have 3 activities. So same logic, please stop this video, complete these 3 activities, and I'll show you the answers in a second, okay? Okay, so let's see the solutions, the answers. Ele é simpático, mas a irmã é antipática. Os bolos são doces. A bicicleta do Francisco é vermelha. As casas em Lisboa são caras. So he is nice, but the sister is not nice. The cakes or the pastries are sweet. The bicycle of Francisco is red. The houses in Lisbon are expensive. Another one. A Joana é música. O quarto dela não é muito grande, mas é agradável. É um quarto muito bonito. Ela tem muitos instrumentos, um violoncelo, 2 violinos e, claro, um piano, porque ela é pianista. Os pais da Joana estão contentes com a profissão da filha, mas às vezes também estão cansados porque ela está 8 horas por dia a tocar piano. Não é fácil. Joana is a musician. The room of her, so her room, it is not very big, but is nice. is bedroom very pretty. She has many instruments, cello, 2 violins, and of course a piano, because she is a pianist. The parents of Joana are content, happy with the profession of the daughter, but sometimes, às vezes means sometimes, also are tired, so they are also tired because she is 8 hours per day playing piano. It's not easy. And the last one. O David e o Daniel são amigos e eles adoram fazer festas. Normalmente eles convidam colegas e depois cozinham juntos. Geralmente bebem vinho ou cerveja quando comem. Quando está muito calor, eles bebem vinho verde, porque este vinho é muito bom quando está muito fresco. Então eles abrem uma garrafa, depois outra, conversam muito e finalmente tomam um café bem forte. Às vezes eles têm problemas com os vizinhos, mas no dia seguinte o David escreve uma carta simpática e convida os vizinhos para a próxima festa. So David and Daniel are friends and they adore making parties. So we make parties, you throw parties. Normally they invite colleagues and afterwards they cook together. Usually they drink wine or beer when they eat. When it is very hot, they drink green wine because this wine is very good when it is very fresh, very cold. Or then they open a bottle, afterwards another one. They converse, they talk a lot, and finally they have coffee, well strong, but you say very strong. Sometimes, às vezes is sometimes, they have problems with the neighbors, but in the following day, David writes a letter, a nice letter, and invites the neighbors for the next or the coming party. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. This time we will start Unit 3. So we have here Unit 3 and slide number 1. As usually, every time we start a new unit, we will discuss what kind of things what kind of grammar topics we have on this unit. So we have here tópicos, atividades do cotidiano. So tópicos, as you know, it means topics. Atividades do cotidiano, probably you know that I'm talking about daily activities. Gramática, so in terms of grammar, what we have? Verbos irregulares, so present tense. Verbos irregulares, we will discuss a long list of irregular verbs in the present tense. And we also have this, preposições de movimento, movement prepositions. This is a bit tricky. We will talk about this at the very end of Unit 3. We also have on Unit 3 several activities to consolidate a few grammar topics that we discussed before on Unit 1 and 2. So this unit is a combination of activities to consolidate and also new topics in terms of grammar. Let's start with a very simple activity. Let's start in an easy way with vocabulary. So here on the left side of this table, you can see these words here. All of them represent a different kind of shop. Pastelaria, you probably know that we're talking about a bakery. When we say pastelarias, it's just a cafe or a bakery. Sapataria, it's a shoe shop where you can buy your shoes or your sneakers or your boots. Papelaria is like a stationery shop. Livraria is like a book shop where you can buy your books, different from a library. Okay, this is a book shop. And frutaria, it's obviously a fruit shop where you can buy your fruits. So let's start with some vocabulary. What kind of items you can buy in each one of these shops. Let's try to explore those items that are really important, those that we use every day. So in a pastelaria, you can obviously buy this, café. Café, as you know, means coffee. You can also buy this, chá. Chá means tea. O chá, o café, they are both masculine. Galão, galão, it's also masculine, o galão. Galão means a latte, okay? If you want a latte, you can, this is the right word to order a latte. Bom dia, quero galão. Or meia de leite. So the previous one, galão, it's coffee and milk, but in a glass, right? You get probably 1/3 of coffee, 2/3 of milk, and that's a galão, what you call a latte. So it's in a glass. And then meia de leite, it's the same drink like coffee and milk. In this case, probably half coffee and half milk, but you'll get it in a cup, okay? So it's usually, it's similar to a cappuccino when you order a cappuccino, but cappuccino sometimes or usually you guys have foam at the very top and some chocolate. Café and leite, no, it's the same cup, but it's just coffee and milk. It's usually a little bit cheaper than galão, but the same drink. Then we have this sanduíche de queijo, sandwich of queijo means cheese, sanduíche de fiambre, so sandwich of ham, and sanduíche mista. So you would order like this. Bom dia, quero uma sanduíche de queijo. Quero uma sanduíche de fiambre. Ou quero uma sanduíche mista. So mista is a combination of cheese and ham. Sumo de laranja, it's also something that it's very popular. Orange juice. Torrada. Torrada is just toast with butter. Okay? It's not a cheese toast. No, we also have another word that is tosta. Like if you want a cheese toast, you would say tosta de queijo. It's not so common here in Portugal. We also have it, but it's not as common as a sanduíche de queijo or torrada. And once again, torrada, this item here, is just toasted bread with butter. That's it. Pão com manteiga, so bread with butter. And bolos. Bolos are just cakes. In English, you guys have pastries and cakes. For us, we only have one word, that is bolos. So bolos includes pastries and cakes. I'm not gonna discuss all the pastries that we have. We have no time for that. I don't think it's very relevant for you at the moment, okay? Sapataria. So in a shoe shop, what can you buy? Obviously, sapatos, shoes. Botas, boots. Tênis, sneakers, training shoes. Chinelos, flip-flops to take to the beach. Meias, socks. Sandálias, sandals. Then in a papelaria, in a stationery shop, you can buy this, jornal, newspaper, jornais, newspapers, it's the plural. Revistas, magazines. Papel, paper. Canetas, a pen, it's caneta. Tobacco, obviously tobacco, and then you can buy cigarros, that are cigarettes. And then for cigars, we have a different word, that is charutos. I don't think it's also relevant, so you won't find these two words written here. Tobacco, just tobacco. And then isqueiros, if you smoke isqueiros, you're gonna need this. Isqueiro, it's a lighter. Lápis, it's a pencil. And now let's move on to livraria. What can you buy there? Livros, obviously. And revistas, magazines. Frutaria. I think this list here is really useful. Maçãs, apples. Do not mix this word, maçãs. We have that till on top of the A, so we have the nasal sound. Maçã or maçãs. We have a different word that is massa. M-A-S-S-A. Again, massa. M-A-S-S-A. Massa means pasta. Don't forget that. And this word here is maçã. So we have the til, the wave on top of the a, final syllable. So we stress the final syllable. So this means apples, maçãs. Laranjas, oranges, obviously. Ananas or abacaxi, pineapple. We have these two words. These two fruits, they are slightly different. Don't ask me the difference. I never understood exactly the difference between these two. Ananas, it's usually smaller, and it's a little bit, it's more expensive, a bit more expensive than the other one. Abacaxi, it's a little bit bigger, and it's cheaper than ananas. They are pretty much the same for us. Cerejas, cherries. Pêssego, peach. Uvas, grapes. Mirtilos, blueberries. Framboesas, raspberries. Melancia, watermelon. And Diospyros, persimmons. So I hope you have enjoyed. I hope you have learned something, and thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello, and let's move on this time to Verbos do Cotidiano. So Unit 3, Slide 2. Verbos do Cotidiano, this means daily verbs. I've been saying to you, and I've been repeating, that you really have to know by heart as soon as possible how to conjugate regular verbs, AR, ER, and IR. I keep saying that you have to conjugate, you have to be able, and you have to memorize as soon as possible the conjugation of the big four irregular verbs, ser, estar, ter, ir. And now I'm going to tell you that this that I'm going to show you now, it's also essential, okay? Verbos do cotidiano, this means daily verbs. So I'm going to show you a long list of verbs that we use every single day. Most of them are regular. I'm going to repeat. Most of these verbs, they are regular. And this means that if they are regular, hopefully you already know how to conjugate them. So the challenge for you here, hopefully it's not exactly how to conjugate these verbs, but the challenge for you is to know what do they mean. An example, acordar. This verb here is regular. Do you have any idea what does it mean? Acordar means to wake up. So it's really important for you to know how to translate these verbs, because if we're talking about daily verbs, we're talking about verbs that we use every single day. So if you use every single day, you really have to know them, okay? So I'm going to introduce these verbs now, but on Quizlet, so Quizlet, level A1, obviously, you'll find this set. It's the number 16, okay? So Quizlet number 16, you'll find the daily verbs. And please make sure that once you complete this slide, this video, please go back to Quizlet and make sure that you complete this set. So again, number 16 on Quizlet, to consolidate, to learn and to consolidate these verbs, okay? So let's start here with acordar. I told you already, acordar is to wake up. So eu acordo, tu acordas, ele acorda, nós acordamos, eles acordam. It's just a regular verb. Adormecer. Adormecer means to fall asleep. It's also a regular verb. Lavar means to wash. Lavar as mãos, so wash the hands. Lavar a cara, wash the face. Tomar banho, to take a shower, take a bath or take a shower. So banho, it's bath. Douche is shower. However, very often we just take a shower and we use the word banho. So I could say, eu tomo banho todos os dias. I'm just saying I have a shower every day, or I take a shower every day. So what I'm trying to say to you is that we use the word banho, not exactly to have like a long bath, but we also use the word banho just to take a shower. Fazer a barba. Fazer means to make the beard. Make the beard sounds very awkward. Make the beard means to shave. So I could say, eu faço a barba todos os dias. What I'm saying is I shave every day. Literally, I'm saying I make the beer every day. This doesn't work in English, but that's the verb that we use for this purpose. Vestir, vestir, it's to dress, dress up. Put on, vestir a roupa, so to dress up, put on the clothes. Despir, it's to take off, so we only use take off the clothes. And dress, so we only have vestir, we only use vestir and despir for this purpose, okay? To dress up and to undress. Calçar, os sapatos, this means put on the shoes. And descalçar os sapatos, take off the shoes. So calçar and descalçar are two verbs. They are regular. We only use them for feet and hands. So I can put on the shoes. I can also put on the gloves, right? In English, but in Portuguese we say calçar os sapatos, calçar as luvas. Luvas are gloves. So calçar, descalçar, a bit tricky, only for feet and hands. Ir para a escola. This time, as you can see, we have this verb and then we have the preposition. So the preposition is this word that follows the verb, underlined, right? Because I'm going to tell you that it's time for you to start paying attention to the prepositions, so these words that we have after verbs, okay? We have so many verbs, so many prepositions in Portuguese, but also in English, in French, in Italian, every single language. It's really, I still struggle with prepositions. You probably will see, you'll understand, so you already understood probably, that sometimes I can't use the right preposition when I'm speaking English. And I've been using English, this language, for many years. This is because prepositions are really tricky, and it's really hard for, if you're learning a different language, it's really hard to know which preposition we have to use, because we have loads of verbs, loads of prepositions, and it really takes time, okay? So you will have exactly the same problem in Portuguese. It's not the kind of thing that you will be able to solve today, tomorrow, next week, next month, or even next year. It takes years to be okay with prepositions, years and years. So just don't be too harsh with yourself, just go with the flow. But at the same time, I'm saying to you that it's time to start paying attention to that, okay? So in this case, we have ir para. Ir para, if you translate in English, is like go to. Just an example. In English, you could say, I go to school every day, right? And you're saying, I go to. So using the verb to go and the preposition to. But you can also say, I go to school and I go by bus, right? So you're using go to and go by. So the same verb with two different prepositions to express and to talk about different things. Same logic in Portuguese. We have the same verb. We have one verb and we can use that verb with different prepositions to talk about different things, okay? So ir para, the equivalent in English is go to. And then we have sair de. Sair de, this means leave from. So leave from home. And then entrar em casa. Entrar means to enter. Entrar em casa. So enter in home. Does it work in English? You say enter in home? No, you say just enter the house, right? So sometimes we have also this problem. So in this case, in Portuguese, we have entrar em. Here, entrar em, enter in. So we have the verb and the preposition. But in English, and in this case I'm comparing to English, you don't have a preposition. You have that verb, but then you don't have the preposition, okay? So this is another problem. Sometimes we have verb preposition, and in English you guys just have a verb. Sometimes in English you have the verb and the preposition, and we just have the verb, we don't have that preposition. That's why this is tricky, okay? And then we have the verb chegar. Chegar means to arrive. And now I'm going to ask you to, I'm going to say something, I'm going to read out loud three short sentences, and I'm going to ask you to write down what I'm going to say to you, okay? So please grab a piece of paper, a pen, and please write down what I'm going to say to you. So the first sentence is, eu chego a casa. Eu chego a casa. Now you can check. Eu chego a casa. The second one is eu chego ao trabalho. Eu chego ao trabalho. And now you can see the third one is eu chego à escola. Again, eu chego à escola. Now you can check. Eu chego à escola. So I'm almost sure that this preposition here is not correct. You tried to wrote these three sentences, but I'm almost sure that this preposition here is not 100% correct. So once again, I'm gonna tell you that this preposition here, what I said was eu chego a casa. So this is like a close sound. It's the same sound that we use when I use the articles. When I say a Maria, a Joana, it's that close sound. But on number 3, I said eu chego a. This is an open sound. It's the same sound that you get from the alphabet when you say A, B, C. Okay, so this is an open sound. So why do we have here a, ao, and a? So we have different sounds. That's one of the problems. But now I'm asking you a different thing. Why do we have 3 different prepositions if we're dealing always with the verb chegar, and chegar means to arrive? You probably don't know, so I'm gonna show you this. So we're dealing with the verb chegar. Chegar means to arrive, and chegar goes with the preposition a. So chegar a, this means arrive at. Okay, that's what it means. Chegar a, arrive at. So if you want to say in English arrive at, the equivalent in Portuguese is chegar a. And now I'm going to explain you why we have these three different prepositions. I'm going to start with the last one. The last one we have eu chego à escola. So this a that you can see here, this a with the accent, it's because we have to combine eu chego a, so this is I arrive at. This is a preposition that belongs to the verb, plus a escola, so the school. And every time we combine a plus a, or every time we have a, the preposition a, plus the article a, we have to combine these two words and we get this a. So, and every time we combine two words, we have to use this accent that goes from the left, from the left to the center. So this a, and we have to open the sound of this vowel. And then this ao that you can see here, it's because this time we combine eu chego a, I arrive at, plus o trabalho. And every time we combine a plus u, we get a new preposition that is ao. And the last one, eu chego a casa. So here we just have a, because don't forget that casa, it's an exception. It doesn't take an article. So when we combine a plus nothing, we stick with a, right? So that's why we have this a. It's because this a that you can see here, it's the preposition that belongs to the verb, and there is no article here. Okay, I hope it makes sense. I'm gonna move on with the other verbs that we use to talk about daily activities. Regressar a casa. This means return to home. However, again, in English, you don't have this preposition. You don't say return to home. You just say return home. But we have the preposition. Then we have sair do emprego. And now I have an extra question for you. Why here on the left side we have sair de, and now we have sair do? The translation is leave from the job. Emprego means job. The reason why we have here do and here de, it's because don't forget that casa doesn't take an article. So the structure that we have here is sair de, and when we combine de plus nothing, because casa doesn't take an article, we stick with de. But here, this do, it's because we combine de plus o emprego. And when we combine de plus o, we get a new preposition that is do. And if you follow the same logic, when you combine de plus a, we get da. And when we combine de plus os, we get dos. And when we combine de plus as, we get das. So it's always the same logic. We're always combining prepositions with articles. Then we have apanhar, apanhar o autocarro, catch the bus, catch the metro. So autocarro, metro, comboio, elétrico, barco, avião. Catch the bus, catch the metro, catch the train, catch the tram, catch the boat, and catch the airplane. Ir de comboio, this is go by, sorry, ir de autocarro, so go by bus. Ir de metro, go by metro. Ir de elétrico, so go by tram. Ir para a cama, go to the bed. Ir dormir, go to sleep. Tomar o pequeno almoço, this is to have breakfast. Then almoçar, to have lunch. This is just a verb. Eu almoço, tu almoças, ele almoça, nós almoçamos, eles almoçam. So, eu almoço em casa. I have lunch at home. Tu almoças no café. You have lunch in the café. Lanchar, afternoon snack. Eu lancho, tu lanchas, ele lancha, and so on. Jantar, to have dinner. Almoçar fora, to have lunch out. It means to have lunch in a restaurant. Okay, it's not in a garden, it's in a restaurant. Every time we say almoçar fora or jantar fora, we're talking about having lunch or having dinner in a restaurant. Almoçar fora, to have lunch in a restaurant. Jantar fora, to have dinner in a restaurant. Restaurante, restaurant. Cozinhar, you probably know, it means to cook. Beber, to drink. Comer, to eat. So don't forget, after this slide, please go back to Quizlet. The number of the set is number 16. Please make sure that you do that activity on Quizlet a few times, because it's really important for you to know as soon as possible the meaning of all these verbs that we have here on this slide. I hope you have enjoyed. I hope you have learned something. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Unit 3, Slide 3, Unidade 3, Slide 3. What we have this time, we have presente do indicativo, verbos irregulares. So present tense, irregular verbs. We have a long list of irregular verbs. I don't think that you have to memorize how to conjugate all these irregular verbs. I think it's important for you to know the meaning of these verbs that we have here, how to translate them, what do they mean. But I don't think that you have to finish this slide and try to conjugate all of this that we have here. I think that's a wrong strategy. I think, once again, you have to know how to conjugate regular verbs, the big 4 irregular verbs I told you already. But everything that we have here, just go with the flow with this. Don't worry too much. Read them once, read them twice. I'm gonna read the conjugation. I'm gonna say the conjugation of these verbs now for you to hear them. But don't try to memorize all these verbs at the moment. On Unit 3, Slide number 3, Level A1, it's too soon. It's not the time yet for you to try to memorize all these verbs, okay? So let's see, first of all, what do they mean? Ver, the first one is ver. Ver means to see. The second one we have here is ler. Ler is to read. Fazer is to make. Dizer is to say. Trazer, to bring. Saber, to know. Poder, to be able to. Querer, to want. Pôr, to put. Dar, to give. And now let's check the conjugation. Verbo ver, to see. Eu vejo, tu vês, ele vê, nós vemos, eles veem. Again. Vejo, vês, vê, vemos, veem. And then we have ler, to read. Leio, lês, lê, lemos, leem. Again, leio, lês, lê, lemos, leem. Fazer, to make. Faço, fazes, faz. So here, Z at the end, we have a sh, faz. Fazemos, fazem. Be careful because we stress this, the second to last syllable, okay? Almost all students will say fazem. It's not fazem, it's fazem. Eles fazem o trabalho de casa. Dizer, digo, dizes, diz, dizemos, dizem. Dizem. Again. Digo, dizes, diz, dizemos, dizem. Then, trazer, to bring. Trago, trazes, traz, trazemos, trazem. Saber, to know. Sei, sabes, sabe, sabemos, sabem. Poder, to be able to. Posso, podes, pode, podemos, podem. Querer, quero, queres, quer, queremos, querem. Pôr, ponho, pões, põe, pomos, põem. It's a bit strange. I'm going to repeat. Ponho, pões, põe, pomos, põem. Finally, dar, to give. Dou, das, dá, damos, dão. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hi, hello, and welcome back. Presente do indicativo, verbos irregulares, so second slide for irregular verbs in present tense. Unit 3, slide 4, unidade 3, slide 4. So here you can see the list. So what we have here, we have the verb pedir, ouvir, dormir, subir, ir, vir, sair, and cair. So another long list of irregular verbs. I don't think that you have to memorize all these verbs. I think, as you know, that you have to know the big four irregular verbs. I'm not going to say them again. And then the only verb that you really have to know from this list, it's the verb ir, okay? So ir, it's one of the big four. This one you really have to know because we use it for the future, okay? So, but we will discuss this verb in a second. So let's translate these verbs. Pedir means to order or to ask. Ouvir means to listen or to hear. Dormir means to sleep. Subir, it means to go up. Ir, it's to go, as you already know. Vir, to come. Sair, to leave. Cair, to fall down. Let's see how we conjugate these verbs. Eu peço, tu pedes, ele pede, nós pedimos, eles pedem. So again, peço, pedes, pede, pedimos, pedem. So it's pedem, the stress is here, first syllable. Ouvir, ouço, ouço, it's the same, okay? You can say eu ouço música, ou eu ouço música, it's the same. Ouves, ouve, ouvimos, ouvem. Dormir, durmo, dormes, dorme, dormimos, dormem. See how the sounds are changing all the time, the sounds of this O. What I'm going to say now you don't have to memorize, but I want you to start paying attention to these sounds. So the infinitive is dormir, so this O sounds like a U. And then it's durmo, so this changes graphically. This is something that we'll learn on level A2, don't worry. But then dormes, so the sound here is open, the sound of this O. And then dorme, open again. Dormimos, so the sound here is close, but there's no accent, there's nothing. And you still have an O. And then dormem, so here the sound is open again. So the sounds are changing all the time. You don't have to memorize them, but I just want you to understand that this exists, and I just want you to start paying attention to that. Subir, subo, sobes, sobe, subimos, sobem. Ir, vou, vais, vai, vamos, vão. Vir, venho, vens, vem, vimos, venham, just like the verb ter, right? Remember the verb ter, it's têm, and here is vêm, it's the same logic. Two nasal sounds. Vêm, two nasal sounds. Sair, saio, sais, sai, saímos, saem. Cair, caio, cais, cai, caímos, caem. Now let's explore a little bit the verb ir. Why the verb ir is so important. First of all, because you use it all the time, right? The verb to go, it's something that we use it in our daily life. And then we use the verb ir for the future in Portuguese. So the formula is very, very simple. Futuro. This is the formula. So you just have to conjugate the verb ir, and then you just have to use the infinitive. And it's also possible to conjugate the verb directly into the future in Portuguese, but that's something that we teach on level B. So 99% of the cases, this is the formula that we use for the future, okay? So we just conjugate the verb ir and then the infinitive. An example. Amanhã eu vou comer pizza. You know that amanhã means tomorrow, right? So as you can see here, we have vou, so the verb ir, conjugation of the verb ir for eu. Comer, comer is just the infinitive. And then pizza. So tomorrow I'm going to eat pizza, or tomorrow I will eat pizza. So as you can see here, this is the formula, the verb ir, same color, blue. And then the infinitive, it's just the name of the verb. And then as you can see here, comer is just the infinitive of the verb, it's in green, to make it easy for you to understand how to apply the formula. Another example, now with tu. So amanhã, tomorrow, now we have tu, so you. And because we have tu, so we have to conjugate the verb ir for tu, it's vais, right? That's what we have here. Vais, and then trabalhar. Trabalhar again, it's just the infinitive. There is only one exception to this formula, this ir plus infinitive for the future. And the exception is here. So amanhã ele vai para a praia. As we can see, we don't have amanhã ele vai ir. In English that works. You can say he will go, or for instance you could say I'm going to go. So you repeat the verb ir twice. So we were supposed to repeat the verb ir twice, but we don't do that. So amanhã ele vai ir, that's incorrect for us. So vai ir, that would mean that we would be repeating the verb ir, and we don't do that. So what we do, we just delete the infinitive, and we stick just with the conjugation of the verb ir. Now you might ask me, okay, so if you do that, how you know it's about the future? Because we always have something that will help you to understand that we're talking about the future. So in this case, we have the word amanhã. So if I'm saying to you amanhã, well, amanhã it's about the future, right? Or I could say na próxima semana, like next week, or no próximo mês, like next month. And that we call a time adverb that will clarify that we're talking about the future, okay? Now, an activity here for you to start practicing the conjugation of irregular verbs. To complete this, you have to use, let me see, you have to use, well, this slide is enough. You have here the verb sair. Sair, it's irregular, it's here. Then all the other verbs that you have here, no, tomar, it's regular. Ir, it's here, so you can check this table here. Começar is also regular. So you just have to, hopefully you already know how to conjugate regular verbs. So it will be easy for you to complete this. So I'm going to ask you to stop this video for a few seconds or a few minutes, complete this activity, fill in these gaps, and come back because I'm going to show you the answers once you complete this activity, okay? Okay, let's check the answers for this activity. So, todos os dias o Jaime e o Francisco saem de casa às 7h30 e tomam o pequeno almoço numa pastelaria. Normalmente costumam pedir um chá e uma torrada. Depois vão para o emprego e começam a trabalhar às 9h. So, all the days, so every day, Jaime and Francisco leave from home at 7:30. And they have the breakfast in a pastelaria. So numa is like em plus uma, in a café, in a bakery. Usually or normally, they are a costume to order. So costumar is like, we use it the same way that you used to use the verb to be a costume. An example, I'm accustomed to have one coffee. Nowadays, you don't say that anymore in English. You say, I usually have one coffee. But word by word, this is normally they are accustomed to order a tea, or normally they usually order a tea and a toast with butter. Torraditos toast with butter. Depois is like afterwards. Afterwards, they go to the job, to work. They go to work and they start working at 9. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hi, hello, and welcome back. Presente do indicativo, verbos, so present tense, verbs. This is an activity for you to practice verbs. Unit 3, slide number 5. The first activity is here. So as you can see, there are many gaps here that you have to fill out. So I'm going to ask you to stop this video for a few minutes. Take your time. Some of these verbs are regular, some of them are irregular. If you can't remember how to conjugate regular verbs, don't try to guess. Just check your notes and make sure that you conjugate them correctly. So please stop the video, complete this, and come back once you complete this activity because I'm going to show you the answers, okay? Okay, so let's check the answers. The first one is: quando eles chegam ao emprego, encontram os colegas e fazem normalmente uma reunião às 10 horas. O Jaime sai sempre do emprego às 17, mas o Francisco só acaba de trabalhar às 18 horas. Eles chegam a casa sempre muito tarde. So I'm going to translate. When they arrive at the job, at work, they encounter the colleagues, and they make normally a meeting. Reunião means meeting at 10 o'clock. Jaime leaves always from the job, from work, at 5, but Francisco only, so means only finishes working at 6. They arrive at home always very late. Second activity. Ana e o marido costumam sair de casa às 8h30. Quando eles apanham o autocarro, sentam-se e tiram o jornal da mala. Eles leem o jornal até ao fim da viagem. Normalmente a Ana sabe as notícias mais importantes do dia antes de chegar ao trabalho. À tarde eles regressam a casa às 7 horas. A Ana faz o jantar enquanto o marido põe a mesa. À noite, depois do jantar, eles veem televisão e ouvem música. So Anna and the husband, they are accustomed to leave from home at 8:30, 8:30. When they catch the bus, they sit themselves down, they have a seat, and they take out the newspaper from the bag. They read the newspaper until or up to the end of the journey. Normally Anna knows the news more important of the day before arriving at work. In the afternoon they return at home at 7. Anna makes the dinner while the husband sets the table. À noite, so in the evening, after dinner, they see TV, they watch TV. We see TV, we don't have that verb to watch. E ouvem, and they listen to music. Another activity, this one phonética. I'm going to ask you to pay attention to these 4 words here. And I'm going to read out loud these 4 words. Pay attention to the different sounds of the S. There is one word here where the S has a different sound. Let's see if you can tell me which one it is. So the first one is solteiro, profissão, casado, sétimo. Again, there is one S here with a different sound. Solteiro, profissão, casado, sétimo. Can you guess which one has a different sound? Hopefully it's easy for you to understand that it's casado. So this S sounds like a Z. Why? Because we have an S between two vowels. So don't forget, every time we have an S between two vowels, we have a Z sound. So this is S, S, Z, S. Solteiro means single, someone that is single, not married. Profissão, profession, casado, married. Sétimo is like seventh. Here, I'm going to ask you to focus on the sounds of the Z. There is one Z here with a different sound. I'm going to read this first line. 13, cinzento, prazer, faz. Again. 13, cinzento, prazer, faz. So I think it's clear that it's the last one. Here we have a sh. So this is Z, 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 sh. Why? Because we have a Z at the end. Every time we have a word that ends with a Z, you have a sh sound. 13 means 13. Cinzento, gray. Prazer means pleasure. Faz, it's a verb fazer, to make. Eu faço, tu fazes, ele faz. So he makes or he does. The final one, final line. I'm going to ask you to pay attention to these four sounds. There is one word here with a different sound. There is one word here that doesn't have the sh sound. I can tell you that right away. So let's see if you can tell me what's the word that doesn't have the sh sound. Chave, gosto, segundo, histórico. Again, chave, gosto, segundo, histórico. So hopefully it was also easy for you to understand that it's the solution is, or the answer is segundo. So the word starts with an S. If the word starts with an S, it's just an S sound. Here you have CH, it's a sh, chave, gosto, so S before a consonant, it's always a sh. Segundo, S in the beginning, it's just an S. And sh, histórico. Again, S before a consonant, it's again a sh sound. So chave means key. Gosto is like I like. Eu gosto de animais. I like animals. Segundo, second. Histórico means historical. I hope you have enjoyed. I hope you have learned something. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Unit 3, slide number 6. Unidade 3, slide 6. What we have here, dias da semana, days of the week, meses, month e estações do ano. Stations of the year. This means seasons. That's how we say seasons. We call them stations of the year. Let's start with this. Dias da semana, so days of the week. Segunda-feira, Monday. We can write it down like this as well. Segunda-feira, or sometimes, especially when we're sending a text message or a short message, we just write it on like this. The ordinal number, so in this case number 2, and then an A, and then an F, segunda-feira. Terça-feira, or the short version, terça-feira. Quarta-feira, quinta-feira, sexta-feira. So for these 5 days of the week, you can always use one of these 3 formulas, okay? And then we have sábado, this accent here. Pay attention to this accent, so we stress the first syllable, sábado, and domingo. So segunda-feira, terça-feira, quarta-feira, quinta-feira, sexta-feira, sábado, domingo. And then meses, so month, we have janeiro, fevereiro, março, abril, maio, junho, julho, agosto, setembro, outubro, novembro, dezembro. There are no articles here, okay? No articles. We don't say o janeiro, o fevereiro. No, we just say janeiro, fevereiro, março, and so on. Then, seasons, stations of the year, estações do ano. Primavera, a primavera, it's feminine. O verão, o outono, o inverno. So, primavera, verão, outono, inverno. Now, a few questions. Que dia é hoje? So this is which day is today. See that after que we have a noun. Don't forget this rule. And this is important. And we spoke about this before when we discuss question words. Okay, so don't forget after que, and que is usually which. After que you have a noun. So que dia é hoje? Which day is today? Hoje é domingo. Today is Sunday. And the answer is não, hoje é segunda-feira. So no, today is Monday. Em que mês estamos? In which month are we? Estamos em agosto? Are we in August? And the answer is não, estamos em maio. So no, we are in May. Em que estação do ano estamos? So in which season are we? Estamos no verão? Are we in the summer? And the answer is não, estamos na primavera. So see that here we have no, estamos no verão. And here we have estamos na primavera. And here we have em maio and em agosto. Why do we have here em? Why do we have here no? And we have here na? So as I said before, there are no articles with month, right? So here we have em because there are no articles. We don't use articles with month, so agosto doesn't take an article. So we stick with em. Here no, it's because verão, as you can see here, it takes an article. So we combine em plus u and we get no. And here we have na because we combine em plus a. Primavera, it's a girl, so we combine em plus a and we get na. Final question. Que horas são? So which hours are? So what time is it? This is how we ask the time. So what time is it? It's que horas são? São 9 horas? Is it 9 o'clock? And the answer is não, são 15 horas e 57 minutos. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unidade 3, slide 7, so Unit 3, slide 7. What we have here, que horas são? So which hours are? This means what time is it, okay? This is how we ask the time in Portuguese. Que horas são? We have this table here and with a few examples. And when we talk about the time in Portuguese or in English or in French or any other language, there are always loads of different options to talk about the time, right? You can say, it's 3 hours and 40 minutes, 3 hours and 15 minutes, or 5 hours and 30 minutes, or half past, or 22, or quarter to, or 40 minutes to. So there are so many different options that in Portuguese we also have all those options, but I don't think it's a good strategy, a good idea for us to explore all those options, okay? Because first of all, to be able to use the language that way with all these options when you talk about the time, you would have to know some structures that are level A2, and at the moment you're studying level A1. Then we want to keep this as simple as possible, right? So we don't want to have to move on to level A2 to be able to talk about the time on level A1, especially and also because we have a very simple way to overcome this problem and to find a solution that it's much easier for you. At the moment, students on level A1, everybody's still struggling with numbers. So if we use the 24-hour system to talk about the time in Portuguese, it will be always correct, and at the same time you will be able to consolidate your numbers in Portuguese, and I'm almost sure that you're still struggling with many numbers in Portuguese. Okay, so let's start with a few examples. So here we have são 10 horas. So first of all, I'm going to talk about this. We use the verb ser to talk about the time, right? But ser was supposed to be for permanent descriptions. That's what the guideline says. However, there are loads of exceptions. So we use the verb ser to talk about time, okay? It doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm just a messenger, don't forget that. So I'm just here to pass you the information. I'm not talking about, this is not about my rules, this is the rules that we use when we talk in Portuguese. So we use the verb ser, são 10 horas, first example, são 7 horas e 15 minutos, são 8 horas e 45 minutos. If you want, you can skip this horas, so you can say just são 8 e 45, or you can say são 8 horas e 45 minutos, it's the same. Just like here, you can say são 7 horas e 15 minutos, or são 7 e 15 would be also fine. This one here we have two options, and I have two options because we use them a lot. So, é meio-dia or são 12 horas. Now, in English, when you talk about time, you would say it's 2 o'clock, it's 3 o'clock, it's 4 o'clock, it's 5 o'clock, it's midnight, it's midday. It's always the same, right? It's always the same verb that you're going to use there before time. It's 7 o'clock, it's 9 o'clock, it's 10 o'clock. In Portuguese, when we have to talk about time, we always use the verb ser that we have here. But sometimes, as you can see, we use são, the plural, and sometimes we use the singular. So how does it work? We use the singular only with meio-dia, midday, meia-noite, midnight, and also to say 1 o'clock. So, é uma hora. And now I'm saying, é uma hora, you might be asking yourself, why is he saying uma instead of Because the number is right? This is what I told you before. The number is 1, 2, 3, but now I'm saying é uma hora. Okay, so I'm gonna try to clarify this. When you're ordering your, when you're ordering your breakfast, or when you're in a cafe and you want to order one coffee, this is what you're gonna say. You're gonna say quero café. So you use the number 1, right? I want 1 coffee. That's what you're saying here. However, when you have to order 1 beer or 1 water, what you have to say is this: quero uma água. And you're still saying, I want 1 water. So as you can see, we have and we have uma. Maybe you never thought about that, but I'm sure that you heard this already. So this is a bit awkward. This means that in Portuguese, number 1 and also number 2, I'll show you in a second, we have masculine and feminine, okay? So if you're going to use the number 1, what you have to do is, what's the word that follows this number, the number 1? If you have something masculine like café, you have to use If you have to use number 1 and after that you have a word that is feminine, you have to use uma. It's awkward, but it's very easy, okay, at the same time. Now for 2, it's exactly the same. Quero 2 cafés, so far so good, 2, that's the number that you know. But then, if you want to order 2 waters, you have to say quero 2 águas, okay? So again, and uma, 2 and 2. And after this, it's always the same. It's 3 cafés, 3 águas. 4 cafés, 4 águas. 5 cafés, 5 águas. And that's it, okay? Then it's always normal. So, I had to introduce this because I was talking about this. So, this são and é. So, it's almost always são. São 8 horas, são 7 horas, são 10. And then we only use é, so still the verb ser, but for the singular, for meio-dia, meia-noite, and for 1 o'clock. And we'd say é uma hora, right? I'm using uma because hora, it's feminine. That's why I'm saying uma hora, é uma hora, okay? Okay, a few examples. Another table now that you have here. I'm going to ask you to read this sentences that we have here. I'm going to ask you to stop this video. This is a very straightforward activity, very easy. Just have to stop this video and write down here on the left side of this table the right time using numbers, okay? Once you finish that, come back because I'm going to show you the solutions. Okay, so hopefully you have done this activity already. So let's see. The first one, são 3 horas e 30 minutos. 3 horas e 30 minutos. São 15 e 30. São 22 horas. See here, duas, because horas is feminine. São 13 horas. São 19 horas. E são 14 horas. Okay? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hi, hello, and welcome back. Unit 3, slide number 8. Que horas são? So one slide more to consolidate the time in Portuguese. Let's start with this table. So we have this example here, 21 and 20. So são 21 horas e 20 minutos. And now I'm going to ask you to stop this video and please write down here with words, just like the example that you have here, the right time that you can see here on the left side of this table. Okay, please stop the video and come back once you finish this. I'm going to show you the solutions in a second. Okay, so let's check. São 14 horas e 40 minutos. São 20 horas e 30 minutos. São 7 horas e 45 minutos. São 16 horas. São 18 horas e 15 minutos. Easy, right? Hopefully this was a very easy activity for you. Now, 21 and 21, stop the video again, please, and write down here the right time that you can see here in yellow. Okay, so the problem that we're trying to consolidate here, it's when to use and uma and dois and duas. So once again, we have this activity and another one right after this one to consolidate this. So please, again, stop the video, write down with words, and I'll show you the solution in a second. Okay, so let's see. São 21 horas e 21 minutos. So we use uma because horas is feminine. We use because minutos is masculine. That's how it works, okay? Another one, 22 and 22. And now it's the problem when to use dois or duas, okay? So again, stop the video, write down, and I'll show you the solution in a second. Okay, so let's see. São 22 horas e 22 minutos. So now we use duas because horas is feminine. We use dois because minutos is masculine, right? And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read out loud. I'm going to read a sequence with 10 different numbers in Portuguese, obviously, and I'm going to ask you to grab a piece of paper, a pen, and please write down. Let's see if you can write down what I'm going to say to you, okay? So, are you ready? I'm going to start. São 3 horas e 30 minutos. São 14 horas e 56 minutos. É meia-noite. É meio-dia. São 12 horas e 43 minutos. São 11 horas e 3 minutos. São 0 horas e 30 minutos. São 7 horas e 14 minutos. São 14 horas e 9 minutos. São 22 horas e 56 minutos. I'm going to repeat. São 3 horas e 30 minutos. São 14 horas e 56 minutos. É meia-noite. É meio-dia. São 12 horas e 43 minutos. São 11 horas e 3 minutos. São 0 horas e 30 minutos. São 7 horas e 14 minutos. São 14 horas e 9 minutos. São 22 horas e 56 minutos. Okay, now you can check. You can see how many you have correct. Hopefully you have more than 7 correct. And if you have more than 7, I'm happy with that. But as you can see, the main problem here are numbers, right? That's why I think the 24-hour system is very useful at the moment, because this will give you the chance to talk about the time in Portuguese, but at the same time you are consolidating numbers, and as I said before, numbers are very challenging. Okay, 2 questions more, to complete this slide. The first question is, em que mês fazes anos? Any ideas what does it mean, this question? So word by word, this is in which month you make years. If you translate word by word, sometimes it's even worse. And I think this is probably the case. This means when is your birthday? Don't forget that we have years, like eu tenho 47 anos, and we make years. So eu faço anos, like I make years. Eu faço anos em janeiro. I make years in January. Second question is, em que estação do ano estamos? So in which season, don't forget that estação do ano, it's season, are we? So again, stop the video. Please try to answer these two questions, and I'll show you the answers in a second. So the first one is faço anos em janeiro. So I make years in January. This works for me. And the second one, estamos na primavera. So we are in the spring. Primavera, it's spring. Okay. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Unit 3, slide 9. So, unidade 3, slide 9. What we have here, compreensão oral. So, we have a listening activity for you here. This listening activity, the title is A Vida da Laura, so Laura's life. And what we have to do is, we have here verdadeiro and falso. So, verdadeiro means true and falso means false. And then we have these 5 sentences. The first one is, a Laura é portuguesa. I'm almost sure that you're okay with the sentence, but I'm going to translate anyway. So, Laura is Portuguese. Second one, we have, ela trabalha em Portugal. So, she works in Portugal. The C is, normalmente a Laura sai de casa muito tarde. So, usually, Laura leaves from home very late. She leaves the house very late. D. A Laura nunca sai de casa à noite. So, Laura never leaves from home at night. So, sai de casa is like leaves from home. In this context, it's saying that she never goes out at night. And the last one is, ela não gosta de viajar nos transportes públicos. So, she doesn't like to travel in public transportation. Transportes públicos. So I'm going to read a text for you slowly. This is part of the first podcast that you will find in our platform with podcasts. I'm going to read slowly twice, and you have to listen carefully, and then you have to correct or not these sentences. So we're going to decide if a Laura é portuguesa, this first one, Laura is Portuguese, is it true or is it false? If it is false, you have to correct the sentence, okay? And you have to do exactly the same for the other 4 sentences that we have here. So I'm going to start reading, okay? A Laura vem de Londres e é estudante. Agora, ela mora em Lisboa porque aprende português na faculdade. A Laura gosta de morar em Lisboa e tem uma vida muito interessante. Todos os dias, a Laura sai de casa muito cedo porque mora longe da faculdade. Ela apanha o metro e depois o autocarro. Normalmente, toma o pequeno almoço na faculdade. Ela come uma sandes de fiambre e manteiga e bebe um galão claro. À sexta-feira à noite, ela costuma ir até ao centro da cidade. Lá, ela encontra os seus amigos nos bares e nas discotecas. A Laura gosta de andar de metro ou de autocarro. I'm gonna read again. A Laura vem de Londres e é estudante. Agora, ela mora em Lisboa porque aprende português na faculdade. A Laura gosta de morar em Lisboa e tem uma vida muito interessante. Todos os dias, a Laura sai de casa muito cedo porque mora longe da faculdade. Ela apanha o metro e depois o autocarro. Normalmente toma o pequeno almoço na faculdade. Ela come uma sandes de fiambre e manteiga e bebe um galão claro. À sexta-feira à noite, ela costuma ir até ao centro da cidade. Lá, ela encontra os seus amigos nos bares e nas discotecas. A Laura gosta de andar de metro ou de autocarro. So, hopefully, you were able to understand 60, 70% or more than that. If you were able to understand 80, 90%, that's brilliant. I can tell you right away that for you, learning Portuguese will be easy, piece of cake, if you understood 90%, 95%, 10, 100%. If you understood less than, I would say, 60%, 50%, it means that you really have to improve your listening skills, and it means that podcasts will be essential for you, okay? I've been teaching this for a long time, so I can tell you this right away. If you understood less than 50%, I have to say to you that you have to insist on podcasts because improving your listening skills is essential. Now, let's check here the sentences. A Laura é portuguesa. Verdadeiro ou falso? Falso. A Laura é inglesa. And we will check the text together in a second. But in the meantime, let's correct these sentences. P. Ela trabalha em Portugal. Verdadeiro ou falso? Falso. Ela é estudante. Normalmente, a Laura sai de casa muito tarde. Verdadeiro ou falso? Falso. I'll show you the sentence that will correct these three sentences in a minute. A Laura nunca sai de casa à noite. Falso. Ela não gosta de viajar nos transportes públicos. Also falso. And now let's check. Let's read the text together. And then I'll show you the answers for the C, the D, and the E. Okay, so I'm going to read again, but now I'm going to follow the script and you can read the script as well. A Laura vem de Londres e é estudante. Agora, ela mora em Lisboa porque aprende português na faculdade. A Laura gosta de morar em Lisboa e tem uma vida muito interessante. Todos os dias, a Laura sai de casa muito cedo porque mora longe da faculdade. Ela apanha o metro e depois o autocarro. Normalmente, toma o pequeno almoço na faculdade. Ela come uma sandes de fiambre e manteiga e bebe um galão claro. À sexta-feira à noite, ela costuma ir até ao centro da cidade. Lá, ela encontra os seus amigos nos bares e nas discotecas. A Laura gosta de andar de metro ou de autocarro. So let's check the vocabulary. Laura comes from London and is a student. Be careful with this sound, okay? This is e é estudante. Okay, so this is and is a student. Now, she lives in Lisbon because she learns Portuguese in the faculty, in the university. Laura likes to live in Lisbon and has a life a very interesting life. All the days, so every day, Laura leaves from home very early, and this is the answer for the C. Normalmente a Laura sai de casa muito tarde, so normally Laura leaves from home very late. And the answer is, it's falso, because a Laura sai de casa muito cedo, so Laura leaves from home very early. Because she lives far away from the university. She catches the metro and afterwards the bus. Normally, she takes the breakfast in the university. She eats a sandwich of ham and butter and drinks a latte, galão it's a latte, claro. Claro means clear. It means that she wants more milk and less coffee. That's why we call it galão claro. Then, on Friday nights, she's accustomed to go. So this is the verb costumar. Costumar, it's a verb that we use to describe routines. This is just a regular verb, okay? Costumar. Eu costumo beber 3 cafés por dia. What I'm saying is, I am accustomed to drink 3 coffees per day. You wouldn't say that in English anymore. At the moment, you would just say, I usually drink 3 coffees per day. But I like to translate word by word, like to be accustomed, because that structure is very similar with what you have here. However, in English, no one would say that anymore. He's accustomed to do this. We are accustomed to do that. But this is how we translate this verb. Costumar, okay? Costumar plus infinitive. That's what we use to describe routines. More examples. Tu costumas comer pizza. You are accustomed to eat pizza. Nós costumamos trabalhar 8 horas. We are accustomed to work 8 hours, or we usually work 8 hours. So again, on Friday night, she's accustomed to go up to the center of the city. So até a is like up to, and this is o centro, so the center of the city. So this is up to the center of the city. Lá means there, so there she encounters her friends in the bars. So we say in the bars, not at the bars. In Portuguese, it's like in the bars, and in the discotheques. Discotecas are just clubs. A Laura gosta de andar de metro ou de autocarro. So Laura likes to andar. This verb is really challenging because andar, if you ask me, what does it mean andar? I'm going to tell you that andar means to walk. That's the general translation, but then andar can be loads of different things, okay? So do you think here we can translate like Laura likes to walk the metro? That doesn't make any sense, right? So in this case, andar is to ride. So Laura likes to ride the metro or the bus. That's what it means, okay? So get ready for this verb andar, because it means loads of different things. Every time you see a sentence with andar, you have to try to understand what does it make, what's the right translation for that. And 1 or 2 examples more. I can say this to you. Eu ando 10 minutos todos os dias. Again, eu ando 10 minutos todos os dias. What I'm saying is, I walk 10 minutes every day. So in this case, eu ando, it's literally I walk. But I could also say this to you. Eu ando de bicicleta todos os dias. Again, eu ando de bicicleta todos os dias. Do you think I'm saying I walk the bike every day? Obviously not. I'm saying I ride the bike every day. So in this case, when I say eu ando de bicicleta, in this case, we have to translate andar like I ride the bike. It's the same logic here. So here, andar is not to walk. This is Laura likes to ride or takes the metro or the bus, okay? So andar, general translation is to walk, but then we use andar, loads of different contexts. Can be to walk, to ride, can be to carry. It really depends on the context, okay? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Unit 3, slide number 10. Unidade 3, slide 10. What we have here, verbos do cotidiano, so daily verbs. A very important list of verbs, as I mentioned, as I said before. Daily verbs are essential for you. And this is an activity for you to practice and consolidate again these daily verbs. What we have to do here, we have this girl here, her name is Mariana, and we have to write down a few sentences about Mariana. So what we have here is, conta o que a Mariana faz habitualmente de manhã, à tarde e à noite. So tell what, so okay, it's what Mariana makes or does usually. De manhã it's in the morning, à tarde in the afternoon, and À noite, à noite means in the evening. So for the first sentence, we have this verb here, acordar, and hopefully you still remember that acordar means to wake up. And we have this, 7 horas. So I did the first one for you, and I wrote this, a Mariana acorda às 7 horas. The only thing that you are not supposed to be okay with this sentence is this preposition here. So às is like at, if you want to say at 7 o'clock, at 9 o'clock, at 2 o'clock. Usually, almost always, the preposition is às. This is A2 content, but it's impossible to do some of the activities that we have to do on level A1. For some activities, we need some structures of level A2. This one is just a time preposition, so just trust me. If you want to say at 2, at 3, at 4, it's às that you have to use. And then what we have here, we have the word banho. Banho means bath, right? Take a bath. And we have 7 horas e 30 minutos. So this time you want to say Mariana takes a bath at 7 hours and 30 minutes, okay? So what's the verb that you have to use here, okay? So in English is take a bath or to have a bath. And what's the verb in Portuguese? If you can't remember what's the verb that you have to use, it's fine. It's normal. You just have to go back to beginning of unit 3 because you'll find there a slide with daily verbs. So that lesson will help you a lot to find out here what's the right verb for each one of these sentences. Then we have 8 horas pequeno almoço. So we want to say Mariana takes breakfast, or she has breakfast, because in English take a breakfast is to take it to another place. So it's the verb to have. She has breakfast at 8 o'clock. So what's the verb in this case that we have to use in Portuguese? And then 8h20 autocarro. So 8:20 autocarro, it's bus, right? So you want to say Mariana catches the bus at 8:20. What's the verb for catch? And then here 8h30 faculdade. So 8:30 university. Here I'm going to ask you to use the verb to arrive, okay? But in Portuguese, obviously. So I want you to use that verb. Here, 13 horas almoço. What's the verb that you have to use? I'm not going to tell you. 18 horas casa. What's the verb? 20 horas TV. What's the verb? And the same logic here for the last one. 0 hours or midnight, and cama. Cama means bed, right? Where you sleep, the bed. So I'm going to ask you to stop this video for a few minutes. Complete these sentences. You have to find the right verbs. You have to write down the sentences, the right sentences, and I'm gonna show you the solutions in a second, okay? Okay, so let's check. Following sentence. A Mariana toma banho às 7h30. So Mariana takes a bath at 7:30. And then a Mariana toma o pequeno almoço às 8 horas. So Mariana has the breakfast at 8 o'clock. See that we have an article here, but we don't have an article here. This is very, as I told you before, there are loads of rules for articles, but sometimes there aren't. I never found any rule that could explain why we have an article here with breakfast and we don't have it banho. Okay, I've been teaching this for many years, and sometimes it's just the way like we use the language. Okay, so just get used to the way like use articles, and don't worry too much, because if you wrote Mariana toma pequeno almoço às 8 horas, it's not even incorrect, okay? But we use an article here. But don't waste too much energy with articles on level A1. A Mariana apanha o autocarro às 8h20, so Mariana catches the bus at 8:20. A Mariana chega à faculdade às 8h20. So probably you wrote chega, which is correct, but then this preposition, I'm almost sure that what you wrote there is not correct. So don't forget that this a, it's the combination of a plus a, right? Every time you combine a plus a, we have to combine these two prepositions and we get a. So what we have here is chegar a, and chegar a is arrive at. We did an activity with this problem where we explored this problem a few slides ago. So again, you have Mariana chega a, so arrives at, plus a faculdade. So a faculdade, it's the article that belongs to faculdade, so de university. So what you have is a Mariana chega a plus a faculdade. When you have, because you have a plus a, you have to combine and you get a. So it's a preposition with the accent and with an open sound. A faculdade às 8h30. And then we have a Mariana almoça às 13 horas. So Mariana has lunch at 1 o'clock. And then a Mariana regressa a casa às 18 horas. So Mariana returns home at 6, at 18. A Mariana vê TV às 20 horas. So we see TV, okay? So in English you watch TV, you don't see TV, but we see TV. So Mariana vê televisão às 20 horas, or vê TV às 20 horas. And finally, a Mariana vai para a cama às 0 horas. So a Mariana goes to the bed at 0 hours or at midnight. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Unidade 3, slide 11. So unit 3, slide 11, reading activity. So this lesson is a little bit different from all the others that you watched before. So what you have to do here is something very simple. You just have to read this text, try to understand all the words, try to understand all the sentences, try to understand the text, and the main goal of this activity is to let you know that reading is very important. Reading will help you with your vocabulary. If you read more in Portuguese, you will be able to learn new words and you'll be able to consolidate a lot of things that you've been learning. So I'm not going to say that vocabulary it's the most important thing. I don't think so. I think there are different parts, different pieces of the puzzle will help you to improve your Portuguese. So expanding your vocabulary is important, but understanding the grammar, Portuguese grammar, it's also very important. Improving your listening skills, it's also important. So there are many different things that will help you and that will improve your Portuguese, but reading it's one of them. So please take your time, read this text, try to understand everything, every single word, every single sentence, and the whole text. And I'll see you shortly for slide number 12. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back. Unit 3, slide 12, Unidade 3, slide 12. So what we have for this slide, we have daily verbs, so verbos do cotidiano. Another activity for you to consolidate daily verbs. Once again, as you can see here on the left side of this table, we have a list of verbs that we use every single day. So once again, I'm going to reinforce this idea that daily verbs are really, really important. And that's why we have another activity here with daily verbs. So let's see if hopefully you still remember how to translate each one of these verbs, but I'm going to remind you. So the first one is dormir. Dormir is to sleep. Ver televisão, so to watch TV, so we see TV. Levantar-se, to get up, to get yourself up. Jantar, to have dinner. Começar a trabalhar, start working. Tomar o pequeno almoço, to have breakfast. Acordar, to wake up. Ir para o trabalho, go to work. Chegar a casa, to arrive at home. Tomar banho, to take a bath. Ir para a cama, go to the bed. Almoçar, to have lunch. Vestir-se, to get dressed. Despir-se, to take off the clothes, to undress. So I'm going to ask you to organize these verbs using the right side of this table, of this picture. And I'm going to ask you to organize these verbs here in a way that makes sense for you, okay? So 8:20, what do you think is the verb that makes sense for 8:20? Do you think it's to have dinner? Do you think it's to have lunch? Probably it's the verb acordar, right? To wake up. So I'm telling you already the first one. I'm going to ask you to write down here the first one, just the infinitive, just the name of the verb, okay? You don't have to conjugate any verbs for now, So the first one, I told you it's acordar. And then I'm going to ask you to organize all these verbs, the remaining verbs, in a sequence that makes sense, okay? So I'm going to ask you to stop this video for a few minutes, write down these verbs in a sequence that makes sense for you, and then I'll show you the answers in a second, okay? Okay, so let's see. Let's check the sequence. What I'm going to show you now, it's my sequence. What you wrote there, maybe it's slightly different, but as long as it makes sense, it doesn't matter. So the first one, it has to be, it's acordar, right? To wake up. Then the second verb is levantar-se. So levantar-se, it's to get up. So first of all, you wake up and then you get up, right? And then I wrote tomar banho. Some people, some students, sometimes they write down this one, tomar banho, in the evening, which is fine. But once again, as long as it makes sense, it's fine. And then we have vestir-se. So you have a bath and then you get dressed. Then we have tomar o pequeno almoço, so to have the breakfast. And then ir para o trabalho, go to work. And then começar a trabalhar, start working. Almoçar, so to have lunch at 1 o'clock. Then chegar a casa, to arrive at home. Then I wrote ver televisão. Maybe you have something different, it's fine. And then jantar, to have dinner. And then despir-se, to undress. And then ir para a cama. And then dormir. So ir para a cama. So again, watch TV, jantar, to have dinner, despir-se, to take off the clothes, to undress, ir para a cama, go to the bed, dormir, to sleep, okay? Now, with these verbs, I'm going to ask you to practice a little bit more present tense and future tense. How are we going to do that? I did the first one for you. So let's use this sequence, the first 5 verbs that we have here. Acordar, levantar-se, tomar banho, vestir-se, tomar o pequeno almoço. And I'm going to show you what I wrote for the first one, for acordar. So with the verb acordar, let's try to write down a sentence using this verb, conjugating this verb for the first person. And we can also use this information here, 8:20. So let's try to write down this sentence. I wake up at 8:20. So I did the first one for you. As you can see, this is present tense. And I wrote, eu acordo. So acordo is just present tense of the verb acordar, right? This is a regular verb. Eu acordo às 8:20. So I wake up at 8:20. And now with this sentence, with this sentence here, eu acordo às 8:20, let's try the future. So the same sentence, but now let's try to write it down using the future. So now I have here futuro, so eu vou acordar, so I will wake up at 8:20, right? So this is an activity for you to practice daily verbs, but also to practice present tense and future tense. So don't forget that the formula for future tense is ir plus infinitive, right? As we saw before. So now I'm going to ask you pretty much the same, but now with the verb levantar-se. But now I'm going to ask you to conjugate this verb in present tense for tu, okay? So I want you to practice the conjugation for eu and tu and ele, nós and eles. So tu, present tense here, and then future tense. And then with the verb tomar banho, same logic. Ele, now this time with ele, present tense, and then future tense. And then vestir-se, to get dressed, but this time with nós, present tense here, future tense here. And then tomar o pequeno almoço, but this time with eles, present tense here, and then future tense here, okay? So I'm gonna ask you to stop the video once again, a few minutes, complete this activity, and then come back because I'm gonna show you the answers, okay? All right, so let's check the answers. So for the second one, levantar-se, for tu, we have tu levantas-te às 8h30. So this is a reflexive verb. Reflexive verbs, we discussed this a little bit on Unit 1, just a little bit. So if you don't feel comfortable yet with the conjugation of a reflexive verb, it's fine. It's not a problem, okay? Because we will discuss reflexive verbs on Unit 4, so the coming unit. So I'm sure that's because that's what my experience tells me. Some students are already okay with the conjugation of this verb. So that information that I gave you on Unit 1, for some students it's already enough to complete this. But for many students, they're still struggling here. And if that's your case, it's fine. It's not a problem. You will understand this much better on Unit 4, the coming unit, okay? So don't get stressed with the verb levantar-se in this case, because we will understand this much better on Unit 4. But let's do now the future with this sentence. So now the future is tu vais levantar-te às 8h30. So it's not hard. So the future, once again, we just have to conjugate the verb ir, so tu vais, and then once again we stick with the infinitive levantar. But because this is a reflexive verb, we have to add the pronoun to. Okay, so again, conjugate the verb ir, infinitive, but because the verb is reflexive, we have to add a pronoun. And because we're dealing with tu, we have to add te. Third one. Ele toma banho às 8h35. So toma, the verb tomar, present tense. Futuro, future, very easy. Ele vai tomar banho às 8h35. So vai, just the verb ir, and then tomar, just the infinitive once again. Vestir-se, again, is reflexive. So nós vestimos-nos às 8h30. So once again, if you don't feel comfortable with this one here, it's fine. I'm going to tell you that when we conjugate reflexive verbs, and when we conjugate for nós, we drop this s, because the conjugation of this verb, it's vestimos, right? But when we conjugate the reflexive verb, we drop this s. Again, if you didn't get what I just said, don't worry, you will understand this much better on Unit 4. Let's do the future with this. Nós vamos vestir-nos. So again, vamos, just conjugation of the verb ir. Vestir, just the infinitive. And then we just have to add the pronoun because we're dealing with a reflexive verb. So nós vamos vestir-nos às 8h35. Actually, it's 8h45, doesn't matter. And then the last one, it's with tomar o pequeno almoço. It's eles tomam o pequeno almoço às 8h45. And then the future, very easy. Eles vão tomar o pequeno almoço às 8h35 ou 8h45, it doesn't matter the time. Okay, so vão tomar, vão, just a conjugation of the verb ir. Tomar is just the infinitive. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unit 3, Slide 13. So what we have for this slide, we have fazer perguntas, make questions, ask questions, and preposições de movimento. Let's start with questions. Questions, as you already know, it's challenging in Portuguese, in English. Every time you're learning a new language, asking questions, it's always challenging. So let's see if you can find out the right question for each sentence that we have here. The first one is, o João está na rua. What is the question? I'm going to ask you to write it down here. The second one, hoje é dia 25 de agosto. So what's the question for this answer? The third one, são 9h05. What's the right question for this sentence? Okay, I'm going to ask you to stop this video and read again carefully. Take your time to read again the sentences that we have here, and please write down right in front of each sentence the right question for these sentences. Okay, I'll see you in a minute. Okay, so I'm going to show you the solutions or the questions, the right questions for these answers. The first one is, onde está o João? So where is the John? and the John is in the street, word by word. That's what I'm doing, translating word by word. The second one, que dia é hoje? So which day is today? Don't forget after que we have a noun, okay? And after qual we have a verb. So this is following that rule. So which day is today? Hoje é dia 25 de agosto, so today is day 25th of August. And then que horas são is like which hours are. The right translation is what time is it. So again, after que you have a noun, so this is following that rule. And I think it's better for you just to memorize that if you want to ask for the time in Portuguese. If you want to say what time is it, but in Portuguese, it's que horas são, because if you're going to translate this word by word, this is a bit messy. Okay, now movement prepositions, preposições de movimento. This that I'm going to show you now is level A1, but it's probably one of those topics from level A1 that is challenging. It's for you to understand, to get the big picture. You don't have to try to memorize this table, okay? So just try to understand what I'm going to tell you, but don't try to memorize, this verb goes with this preposition and this verb goes with this preposition. That doesn't work. That's an horrible strategy if you're going to do that. So just try to understand what I'm going to say to you, and then you just move on from there. Then you have to start speaking. You have to have someone correcting you and reminding you this rules. But today, now, I just want you to get the big picture, okay? So movement prepositions. We have here 4 prepositions. We have a, para, por, and de. And we use these prepositions with different verbs, okay? So the first preposition is preposition a. We use it with the verb ir a, and ir a is go to. And vir a is come to. And voltar a, it means come back to. So when do we use these structures, these verbs with this preposition? When we're describing this, movimento de curta duração. And this means short duration movement, okay? An example, eu vou a Paris. If I'm talking to you and if you're saying this to me, eu vou a Paris, I'm going to recognize in an intuitive way, I'm not thinking about the grammar, but I will recognize the verb ir and the preposition a, right? Vou a, it's this structure here, right? So I know that if you're saying eu vou a Paris, you're describing a short duration movement. You're going to Paris for a short period of time. I don't know if you're going to stay 2 days or 2 weeks or 2 hours. I don't know. But I know that you're going to Paris, one movement, but you are coming back from Paris. So there are two movements here. One to go, another one to come back. Okay? Then the second one is the preposition para. Para, we use it again with the verb ir para. And ir para, it's once again go to. And vir para is once again come to. So it's the same translation that you have here, right? So go to, come to, and voltar para is come back to. So it's the same translation. Now, when do we use this preposition with these verbs? We use it in 2 different contexts. Option number 1, or to talk about a destination movement, movimento de destino, destination movement, or to talk about this, movimento de longa duração, a long duration of movement. This, a long duration of movement, it's like when you're moving for good to a place. Where are you going? I'm going to Brazil for good for the rest of my life, okay? A destination movement is just, if I ask you, where are you going after this, after completing this slide? You could say, I'm going to the gym. This is a destination movement. You're saying where you're going to, your destination. You talk about your destination after this class, okay? So an example, eu vou para o Brasil. This sentence here, this word by word, this is I go to Brazil. I'm going to Brazil. I'm almost sure that if I'm talking to someone and if someone is saying this to me, eu vou para o Brasil, I will have a context and I will understand you precisely what's happening. However, if I'm talking to you and if you're saying I'm going to Brazil and that's it, and I don't have some extra information, I really don't know what you're talking about, because you might be saying, I'm going to Brazil like a destination movement, like I'm going this week for work. I'm going to Brazil on vacation for 1 week or a few days. Or you might be saying, I'm going to Brazil for good, and in that case, you'd be using it as a long duration movement. So, if I'm not sure what you're talking about, I'm going to ask you, and I would ask this question. What are you talking about? You're going to Brazil for good, or are you going to Brazil for vacation or for work, for a conference? So in other words, what I'm asking is, are you describing a long duration movement, or are you just talking about a destination movement? Okay. However, if I'm asking you, where are you going after this class? And if you say, I'm going to the gym, obviously you're talking about a destination movement in this case, right? Because no one goes to the gym for good. So in that, if you're saying I'm going to the gym, it's obvious for me that you're using it as a destination movement. All right. Now let's see if you can complete just this first gap that we have here with one of these structures that we just discussed. So I'm gonna check these words. Acabo as aulas de português ao meio-dia e something a cantina para almoçar rapidamente. So this means I finish, this is the verb acabar, to finish. I finished the lessons of Portuguese at midday and something canteen to have lunch quickly, to quickly have lunch. So I'm going to ask you to stop the video, try to find the right verb, the right preposition, and come back once you finish that because I'm going to show you the solution. Okay, so let's check the solution. The solution is acabo as aulas de português ao meio-dia e vou para a cantina. So in this case, you have to use a destination movement. Vou para. It's obviously not a long duration movement because no one goes to the canteen forever. So you're using ir para as a destination movement. You might be asking yourself, okay, why can't I use this structure ir a? Because in that case you would get acabo as aulas de português ao meio-dia e vou a cantina. So you'd be using vou a plus a and vou a cantina. That's not Portuguese. That doesn't work in terms of grammar. That's not acceptable. However, if you could rewrite this sentence, you could use this structure here, okay? You could say e vou a cantina, because you know that if you have vou a plus a cantina, and this is the article that belongs to canteen. So every time you have a plus a, you have to combine, and a plus a equals to a with the accent, right? We discussed that before. However, in this case, you cannot pick a because you would get e vou a and a. It's not correct, okay? So in this case, it has to be vou para. It's a destination movement. If you could rewrite the sentence, could be vou a cantina, okay? It's the same. It's the same for us, okay? Maybe today I would say to you, vou para a cantina, and tomorrow, without thinking, I would say vou a cantina. It's the same for us. Now, the third preposition is the preposition por. I'm going to show you this. Let's pretend this is the map of Portugal, and we're here in Lisbon, and this is Porto. And if you're in Lisbon, and if you want to go to Porto, and if you want to describe your journey, you would say, when I'm in Lisbon and I go to Porto, I pass by Coimbra, and I pass through Aveiro, and I pass by whatever. So what I'm going to show you now are the structures that you use to describe our journey. And this word percurso, it's precisely the journey, okay? So ir por is go through or go by. Vir por is come through or come by. Voltar por is come back through or come back by. Passar por is pass through or pass by. So I know that in English it's different, pass through, pass by, but for us it's the same. We use the same preposition, okay? So let's check two examples. Quando vou para o trabalho, passo por Alcântara. So this is when I go to work, I pass by or I pass through Alcântara. So hopefully you're fine with this. Alcântara, it's a place, it's an area in the city center. Now let's check the second example. Quando vou para casa, passo pelos restauradores. And this is when I go home, I pass by restauradores. Restauradores, it's a place, it's a square in the city center. However, restauradores, it's not just a square, but it's also the name of a profession. So those guys that restore things, we call them restauradores. This means that restauradores takes an article. It's masculine plural, so we say os restauradores. So you might be asking yourself, what's this pelos? Why do we have pelos if the structure is passar por, preposition por? And here on the first example, we have passo por. The reason why I have pelos, it's because, as I said before, restauradores takes an article. We say os restauradores. So this pelos that you can see here is just a combination of por plus os. So it's passo por plus os restauradores. And every time we have por plus os, what we have to do? We have to combine and we get pelos, okay? And this means that we combine this preposition with definite articles. So por plus os, it's pelos. Por plus as, it's pelas. Por plus a, it's pela. And por plus u, it's pelo, okay? And now I'm going to ask you to try to complete these 3 gaps that we have here. So once again, stop the video and try to find the right preposition that you have to use here, tá bem? I'm just going to check with you these words. So, quando as aulas acabam, às 16, apanho o autocarro número 38 e passo something Campo Pequeno, something Rotunda, and something Rato até chegar a Alcântara. And this means when the lessons are over, finish, at 4, I catch the bus number 38 and I pass by or I pass through Campo Pequeno, through Rotunda, it's a roundabout, through or by, and through or by Rato. Rato, it's a place, but Rato, it's also a mouse. Até chegar a Alcântara, so until I arrive to Alcântara, okay? So please stop the video, complete this, and come back once you finish this. Alright, so let's see the solutions. Passo pelo. So it's pelo because Campo Pequeno takes an article, tá bem? How could you know that? You couldn't. You have to ask me, or you have to ask someone Portuguese, or you have to go online and try to find out. Campo Pequeno. Campo means field, so this follows that guideline that I taught you before. That says that usually if you're dealing with a city, a village, a town, a place, a square, a neighborhood, that means something else. It takes an article, okay? So Campo Pequeno, it's a place, but Campo Pequeno means small field, so it takes an article, and the article is o Campo Pequeno. So pelo, it's because we are combining por plus u, and por plus u, it's pelo. Then here we have rotunda. Rotunda, it's an object, it's a roundabout, so by default everything takes an article. So rotunda is feminine, so we have to combine por plus a, like I pass by the or by through the roundabout. So por plus a, it's pela, and the last one is pelo because it's the same logic. It's por plus u. Rato, it's a place, takes an article, it's masculine singular. So when we combine por plus u, we get pelo. The last one, the last preposition, it's easier. It's a preposition de, and we use it with the verb sair. Sair de, this means leave from. And we use it to describe this, origem do movimento, so where you started that movement. So 2 examples, eu saio de casa às 7, this is I leave from home at 7, and this is elas saem do trabalho muito tarde, so they leave from work very late. Just have one question for you. Why do we have here de? Why do we have here do? Here de and here do. So hopefully you remember that casa doesn't take an article, right? So here it's de plus no article here, so de plus nothing, we stick with de. And here we have do because it's saem de plus o trabalho. Trabalho, it's a noun, it's masculine, so we say o trabalho. And if you combine de plus u, it's here. De plus u equals to do. And if you combine de plus a equals to da. And if you combine de plus us equals to dos. And de plus as equals to das. Okay? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hi again. Let's do the final slide. Final lesson of Unit 3. Unit 3, slide 14. Unidade 3, slide 14. So, trabalho de casa, homework. 2 activities for you. So here the first one in yellow, you just have to check these verbs. So poder, to be able to, ler, to read, fazer, to make, achar, to think, enviar, to send, ter, to have, gostar, to like, ir, to go, encontrar, to encounter, to meet. So you have to pick one of these verbs and fill in the gaps here with the right verb, and don't forget that you have to conjugate them. Okay, it's not just infinitive. Here, very simple activity. This activity is just for you to expand the number of words that you know. It's very simple. So you have this words here on the left side, and you have to find this. Bonito é o oposto de. This means is the opposite of. Okay, so what's the opposite of bonito? What's the opposite of intelligent? What is the opposite of calm? Okay, so please stop the video, complete these 2 activities, and then come back because I'm going to show you the solutions. Okay. Alright, so let's see. Quando a Laura tem tempo, ela gosta de visitar museus e monumentos interessantes. Todas as semanas ela lê livros, envia e-mails e faz os trabalhos de casa. Quando ela encontra os colegas na biblioteca, eles não podem conversar. So when Laura has time, she likes to visit museums and monuments. Interesting. So interesting monuments and museums. Todas as semanas, so all the weeks, so every week she reads books, sends emails, and does the homework. When she encounters the colleagues in the library, they can't talk. Bonito é o oposto de feio, so beautiful it's the opposite of ugly. Inteligente, intelligent, burro. Burro means donkey, but we also use it as not intelligent, as stupid. We use it as an adjective as well. Calmo, it's the opposite of nervoso. Interessante, interesting. Chato, chato, it's boring or annoying. Okay, so I know that in English boring it's different from annoying, but we use the same adjective, chato, for boring or annoying. Longe, it's the opposite of perto. So longe is far away, perto is close to. Okay, hope you have enjoyed, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unit 4, slide number 1. So we will start today a new unit, and as we always do, every time we start a new unit, we will check what kind of grammar we will discuss. So what we have here, we have the first topic is conjugação pronominal reflexiva. This sounds very technical, but basically we will discuss reflexive verbs. So an example, eu chamo-me, like I call myself. We talk about this topic just a little bit on Unit 1, and now it's time to discuss and clarify how we conjugate reflexive verbs. And then second topic, regras de formação do plural. So what kind of special rules we have for the plural. In fact, this is level B1, and I know that you were just doing level A1, but I think it's better for you to get an idea, to read these rules. So special rules that we have for the plural. And after reading this long list of rules, you will be a bit more comfortable and at least you know what's happening. Every time you're dealing with a special rule for the plural, you won't be completely lost. Okay, so I think it's better for you to read this grammar content on level A1. However, this is level B1. And the same logic for the third topic, regras para a formação do feminino. So rules about how we make the feminine. Also special rules. So you will read one page with special rules for the feminine. And once again, my idea is to ask you to read the special rules, and hopefully after reading this information, you won't be completely surprised when you see some words that we have on the feminine, okay? And how we transform a word from the masculine to the feminine, and sometimes we have to apply special rules. And after reading this, you will be more comfortable with this kind of words. And then the final topic is distinção entre nome, verbo e adjetivo. So the difference between a noun, a verb, and an adjective. This is probably easy for some students, but it's very challenging for other students because especially for those students that are learning a second language for the first time, they are not very comfortable with the idea of a noun, a verb, an adjective, and hopefully after doing this activity you'll be more comfortable with that. Okay, let's start with this reading activity. So I'm going to read this text, and this will be like an introduction to the reflexive verbs. So I'm going to read this text, and then I'm going to check with you the vocabulary. There is like a few words here that probably you're not comfortable with, and especially there is one word that is the key word of this text. So let's see. Numa esplanada em Lisboa. Bom dia. Olá Maria, como estás? Bem, obrigada. E tu? Também estou bem, obrigada. Inês, este é o meu amigo Francisco. Olá Francisco, tudo bem? Tudo bem, Inês. Sentamo-nos um pouco e comemos um gelado? Boa ideia, está muito calor. Bom, então adeus e muito prazer, Francisco. Muito prazer, Inês. So, numa esplanada. Esplanada is like when you're in a cafe or in a restaurant, you can eat inside the restaurant or you can eat outside the restaurant. The same in a cafe. You can eat inside the cafe or outside. If you have tables outside, tables and chairs, you can eat outside, right? That area outside, it's called esplanada. Okay, that's the name of that area that we use to eat and drink outside. So, numa esplanada em Lisboa. So, bom dia, good morning. Olá Maria, como estás? It's like, how are you? This is how are you? Bem, obrigado. It's like, well, thank you. And you? Também estou bem, obrigada. So, I am well also. So, also, I'm also well. Thank you. Inês, este é o meu amigo Francisco. So, este is like this. This is my friend Francisco. I told you on the first lesson of this course that if the word starts with ES consonant, usually 99% of the cases, you're going to hear just a sh. Remember the word estudante or escola or estoril? So the word starts with ES consonant. So the only thing that you hear is the sh because we have an S before a consonant. I said 99% of the cases because there are 4 words, and this is one of them, where you have the same construction. The word starts with ES consonant, but we have to stress the first syllable. So in this case, we have to say este, so you can clearly hear the first syllable. Este é o meu amigo Francisco. Okay, so this means this is my friend Francisco. Hello Francisco, tudo bem? All well, everything okay? All well, everything okay, Inês? Sentamo-nos. This is the key word of the text. This is a reflexive verb, and this means sit down ourselves a little and we eat an ice cream. So the translation word by word, it's a mess. So this is like, shall we sit down a bit and eat an ice cream? Or let's sit down a bit and let's eat an ice cream. It's very hard to translate word by word because word by word just doesn't work, okay? But this is a reflexive verb, okay? So word by word, this is sit down ourselves. It's something that we are doing to ourselves. And this is a reflexive verb. And we will discuss this word and this verb on slide number 2. Boa ideia, so good idea. Está muito calor, it's very hot. Bom, então adeus e muito prazer, Francisco. So, well, so goodbye and nice to meet you, Francisco. So a lot of pleasure. Again, the translation doesn't work. It's like nice to meet you. That's how we have to translate this. Muito prazer, Inês. Like nice to meet you, Inês. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed and I'll see you shortly. Hi, hello again and welcome back. Welcome back to Unit 4, slide number 2. Unidade 4, slide 2. So what we have for this slide, we have conjugação pronominal reflexiva. So basically reflexive verbs, okay? So we spoke about this a little bit on Unit 1. And now it's time to consolidate this topic. So let's start with these 4 boxes. So we have here the verb sentar, to sit down, sentar-se, to sit down, but this is the reflexive verb. Pintar, pintar is to paint, and pintar-se, pintar-se is also to paint, but this one is the reflexive verb. So what we have here, we have the way like we conjugate the verb sentar, it's just a regular verb, right? So eu sento, tu sentas, ele senta, sentamos, and sentam. And then, so hopefully you are okay, you are comfortable with the conjugation of this verb because this is just a regular verb that ends with AR. And then we have here the verb sentar-se. And when we compare the conjugation, you will see that the only difference is just me. So this is eu sento and this is eu sento me, right? So the rest of the conjugation it's exactly the same. Tu sentas and tu sentas te. So once again, we conjugate the verb the same way. And then we have to add te because te it's the pronoun that we have to use for to every time we are conjugating a reflexive verb. And then it's the same logic here, senta and senta, but then we have to add this se. And then here we have nós sentamos and nós sentamo-nos. So here, hopefully you can see a difference. And in fact, it's the only difference that we have in terms of the spelling, the way like we conjugate the verbs. The transitive, this is the transitive verb, the non-reflexive, and the reflexive verb. And the only difference, as I was saying, is that we drop this S. See that this S disappears from the conjugation. This would be too much shush, even for us would be too much shush. So would be nós sentamos-nos would be too much. So the right way to say it's nós sentamo-nos. And then the last one, sentam, and again sentam, it's exactly the same, sentam-se. So as you can see, the only difference between the transitive verbs and the reflexive verbs is just that we have to add the pronoun and we drop this S from the conjugation when we conjugate for nós. And this is something that happens every time you conjugate a reflexive verb. It's not just with the verb sentar. If you check here the verb pintar, and pintar, as you know, is to paint, it's exactly the same logic. Pinto and pinto-me, so it's just a pronoun. Pintas and pintas-te is just a pronoun. Pinta, pinta-se is just a pronoun. Then pintamos and then pintamo-nos, so we drop the S again. Pintam and pintam-se. So as you can see here, once again, it's just a pronoun. Now, I don't have any interest on these verbs in particular, okay? These are just examples. So we have here the verb sentar, to sit down. We have here the verb pintar, to paint. but I don't want you to be an expert on this 2 or 4 verbs, okay? These are just examples. Now, if you ask me what does it mean, this sentence here, eu pinto-me todos os dias. What do you think is the right translation for this? Eu pinto-me, this again, eu pinto-me todos os dias, and todos os dias means every day. Todos os dias, eu pinto-me todos os dias. If you translate word by word, you're saying I paint myself every day, right? However, if you think in English, what's that? I paint myself every day. It means I put makeup every day. That's what it means. Okay, so we use this verb, the verb to paint, for this action in particular. And if I say to you, tu pintas-te todos os dias, what I'm saying is you paint yourself every day. In other words, I'm saying you put makeup every day. Okay, or ele pinta-se, he paints himself. Or if I'm saying ele pinta-se todos os dias, I'm saying he puts makeup every day, and the same logic for nós and for eles. So now I'm going to show you this sentence here. Eu pinto o carro. This is hopefully a very simple sentence for you. So I'm saying I paint the car, right? So I, the person who does the action, pinto, the action, and then o carro, so I'm painting the car. I'm painting something that is not myself, right? I'm painting something that is external to me. That's how we use transitive verbs. So those verbs that are not reflexive, we use them for, it's always about an action that happens in something that is external to the subject, which is different from reflexive verbs, right? As you hopefully already know. A reflexive verb, it's a verb that we use to describe an action that we do to ourselves, like I paint myself, which is this example. I wash myself. I get myself up. I lay down myself. I lay myself down. So it's always about verbs that we use to describe actions that we do to ourselves. Or another example, you call yourself, you wash yourself, you paint yourself, you get yourself up. So it's always the same logic, right? It's always something that we do to ourselves, or he does to himself, or she does to herself. So this sentence here, eu pinto o carro, hopefully it's very straightforward for you. But if I ask you a sentence with the verb sentar, be careful, because I'm asking you a sentence with the verb sentar, not with the verb sentar-se. So you're probably thinking about a sentence like, I sit down on the couch, something like this. That's what usually students try. Or I sit down on the chair, or he sits down, we sit down on the stool. This kind of sentence, that it's usually what I get from students. It's the kind of sentence that we would need this verb here for this kind of sentence. So in case you're thinking about I sit down on the couch, that's something that you're doing to yourself. So the sentence, the solution for that sentence would be eu sento-me no sofá, like I sit down on the sofa or on the couch. So that sentence, that action, if you're saying I sit down on the couch, it's something that you're doing to yourself. So for that sentence, we have to use the verb sentar-se. But what I was asking was a sentence with the verb sentar and not sentar-se. So once again, you're probably still thinking, I don't know how I'm going to do that. But pay attention to this. Eu pinto o carro. What I'm saying is I paint the car. So I, the person who does the action, pinto, the action, o carro. So I'm painting something that is external to me. And every time you're using a verb that is transitive, it's always about something that happens with something that is external to that subject. So it doesn't matter if you're using the verb pintar or sentar or any other verb. It's always the same logic. So if I'm asking you to use the verb sentar, it means that you have to sit, not yourself, because if you're sitting yourself, you have to use the verb sentarse. You would be doing something to yourself. But if I'm asking you a sentence with the verb sentar, you have to sit down your kids, your grandmother, your grandfather, your kids, because it's something that you're doing to something external to you, okay? And once again, I don't want you to be perfect about this verb in particular. I just want you to get the big picture and understand the way like we use these verbs. So I'm going to show an example. Eu sento o meu filho no sofá. So I sit down, so I'm doing this action. O meu filho, I'm sitting my kid no sofá. We say in the couch or on the couch. So as you can see here, it's not you sitting yourself, it's or me sitting myself. It's like I am sitting my kid. I'm doing that action to someone external to me, not about myself. Okay? So hopefully you got the idea how we use a transitive verb, how we use a reflexive verb. Another example with the verb vestir. Vestir is to get dressed. So we have the verb vestir, so the transitive verb, and then we have the verb vestir-se, the reflexive verb. So let's pretend that you have a kid with 3 years old. In case you want to say, or in case I want to say to you, you dress yourself in the bedroom, I would be using the transitive verb, right? I would say, tu vestes-te, so the reflexive verb, the reflexive verb, because you're doing that action to yourself. So once again, I would say, tu vestes-te no quarto, like you dress yourself in the bedroom. Again, tu vestes-te no quarto. You're doing that action to yourself. You dress yourself in the bedroom. So we would use the reflexive verb, right? Because you're doing that action to yourself. But if you have a kid with 3 years old or 2 years old, you probably have to help him to get dressed, right? So if you're dressing your kid, you have to use the transitive verb. Instead of using the verb vestir-se, that is reflexive, you would have to use the verb vestir. And I would say to you, tu vestes o teu filho no quarto. So I would be saying, you dress up your kids in the bedroom, okay? So you're doing that action to your kids, so we'll have to use the verb vestir. If you're doing that action to yourself, would be the reflexive verb, so we'll have to use the verb vestir-se, which is the reflexive verb, okay? Let's check a few examples more. Eu levanto-me cedo. This means I get myself up early. So this, as you can see, it's a reflexive verb. So we conjugate the verb, then we have the dash and the pronoun. So this is a reflexive verb. The infinitive is levantar-se, right? Levantar-se. That's the name of the infinitive of this verb. Here, tu deitas-te tarde. So this is like you lay down yourself late. What's the infinitive that we have here? It's the verb deitar-se. That's a reflexive verb. Ele, ela, você sente-se feliz. I'm going to pick here ele. He feels himself happy. Is feeling himself. It's a reflexive verb because he's doing that action to yourself. Is to himself. Is feeling himself. Then, nós sentamo-nos no sofá. This was the sentence that we saw before on the previous slide on that text. So this is like we sit down ourselves. We say in the couch, so on the couch. So we're doing this action to ourselves. We are sitting ourselves down. And the verb is sentar-se, once again. And this is eles, I'm going to pick eles. Eles vestem-se no quarto. So they dress themselves in the bedroom. They doing that action to themselves. So once again, we use the reflexive verb. This is the verb vestir-se. se. Okay, so here we have the verb levantar-se, here deitar-se, here sentir-se, here sentar-se. Be careful because this is similar, right? This is sentir-se, to feel, and this is sentar-se, to sit down. And this is the verb vestir-se. Okay, so I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I will see you shortly. Hi, hello, and let's move on to Unit 4, slide number 3. So what we have here, we have conjugação pronominal reflexa. So once again, reflexive verbs. And we will discuss this topic here. Colocação do pronome antes do verbo. So this is about the position of the pronoun. Usually when you're conjugating reflexive verbs, the pronoun comes after the verb. An example, I would say to you, eu chamo-me. And me, it's the pronoun, right? Like, I call myself. Or I could say, tu chamas-te. Like, you call yourself. So the pronoun usually comes after the verb in Portuguese, in European Portuguese. And this is very different from Spanish or from French, right? In Spanish or French, just to talk about two examples, the pronoun comes before. So in Spanish they say me llamo, so me llamo, so the pronoun comes before, and then llamo, it's the verb. Or in French they say je m'appelle, so once again the pronoun comes first and then they have the verb. But in Portuguese it's the other way around. The pronoun comes usually after the verb. So eu lavo-me, like I wash me, or I wash myself. Tu chamas-te, so you call yourself. So the pronoun usually comes after the verb. But it's not always like that, okay? And we will discuss this topic now. So here we have an example, a table, where you can see that the pronoun, in this case, you will find it before verb. An example, como te chamas? So this pronoun, instead of being here after the verb, instead of como chamas-te, no, the pronoun comes and you will find it before, okay? The pronoun comes first. Another example, nunca me deito cedo. So instead of nunca deito-me, no, in this case we have me and then we have the verb. Or here, também nos levantamos cedo. So instead of levantamo-nos, no, we have the pronoun and then we have the verb, and it's the same logic here. Instead of senta-se, we have se, senta. And this topic here, it's one of the reasons why you cannot be perfect with reflexive verbs on level A1, okay? There are several reasons why you can't be perfect, and this is one of the reasons. It's because for a long time, you will be asking yourself, do I have to put the pronoun after the verb or before the verb? After the verb or before the verb? I'm going to tell you that even if you're putting the pronoun, if you have the pronoun in the wrong position, even if you have the pronoun before verb instead of after, or if you put the pronoun, or if you have the pronoun after the verb instead of before, we will always understand you, and that's the good thing. An example, people from Brazil, you know that we speak the same language, right? But they use this pronoun in a completely different way. Usually they put the pronoun before verb. So they would say, me chamo Maria. So again, in Brazil they would say, me chamo. But in European Portuguese we say, chamo-me. So the pronoun comes after the verb usually in European Portuguese. In Brazilian Portuguese, I don't know the rules for Brazilian Portuguese, let me tell you, okay? But obviously I can recognize, I can understand what do they say, so I can tell you right away that usually they put the pronoun before verb. I was going to say that the fact that they put the pronoun before the verb, that is not a problem for us to understand them, okay? It sounds funny, but we can understand them perfectly, right? Now, let's check these examples. Como te chamas? So the pronoun comes before, Because in this case we have the word como. So I'm going to tell you that in Portuguese, in European Portuguese, we have a few words. I just call these words magic words. And every time we have one of these magic words, you have to flip the position of the pronoun, okay? So, como, it's one of those magic words because como, it's a question word. And I'm going to tell you right away that it's not the fact that you have a question here. It's because I can ask you a question without using a question word. And in that case, I don't have to switch the position of the pronoun. So I could ask you, tu chamas-te Pedro? Again, tu chamas-te Pedro? It's still a question, right? But I don't have any magic word here. So the pronoun comes after the verb, as we usually do. However, every time you have question words like como, qual, que, quem, quando, and all the other question words. So if you have one question word and then if you have one reflexive verb, you have to flip and we have the pronoun before verb, okay? That's why in this case we have to before the verb. It's because como, it's a magic word, okay? The problem with this is that we have a long, very long list of magic words. Do you have to memorize all these magic words on level A1? No. The answer is no. Don't even try, okay? Because we teach some of these magic words, we will teach them on level A1, and you're gonna learn these words on level A1. But some of these magic words, you're gonna learn them on level A2. And there are other magic words that you will learn on level B1. So now you can understand that on level A1, you cannot be perfect with this. So in my opinion, you have to understand what's a reflexive verb. You have to get the big picture. You have to understand that usually the pronoun comes after, and sometimes you have the pronoun before. But you cannot be perfect with reflexive verbs on level A1. So don't be too worried about reflexive verbs at the moment, okay? Another example. Nunca. Nunca me deito cedo. Nunca, it's another magic word. Nunca, hopefully, you know that it means never. So this is, I never lay down myself early. So I never go to bed early. So nunca means never. We use it all the time. And because we use it all the time, I think it's one of those magic words that you have to memorize, okay? So please make sure that you remember that nunca, it's a magic word and it flips the position of the pronoun. Then we have também. Também means also. Também nos levantamos cedo. Também means also. It's a magic word, but I don't think that is essential for level A1. If you can remember that também, it's a magic word, great. If you can't, I'm okay with that. So this, again, this means also get up ourselves early. So we also get up early. And then ninguém. Ninguém means no one. It's also a magic word. I don't think is essential on level A1. Again, if you can memorize that ninguém is a magic word, great. But if you can't, don't worry. So ninguém se senta aqui. No one sits here. That's the translation. Aqui means here. So in my opinion, and this is my approach, on level A1, you have to memorize that all question words are magic words, okay? So if you have a question word and then a reflexive verb, you flip the position of the pronoun. Then you also have to remember that nunca, that means never, it's a magic word. And because we use it all the time, you have to remember that this is a magic word. And then I'm going to add one word more. It's the word, one word more as a magic word. It's the word noun. Noun, it means, that's the word that you use for the negative, right? So I could say to you, eu chamo-me Frederico. Or I could say, eu não me chamo Frederico. So não, it's how we do the negative, right? How we make the negative because we put não before the verb, and it's always like this. So every time we have the negative, we have a sentence with the negative, with the word não, we flip the position of the pronoun. Another example. Eu lavo-me todos os dias. I'm saying, I wash myself every day. Again, eu lavo-me todos os dias. But if I'm using não, if I want a negative for this sentence, I would say eu não me lavo todos os dias. So the fact that we have não, it flips. So we have eu não me lavo todos os dias, okay? So, in my opinion, and I'm here to share this with you, don't forget that question words, quem, quando, que, qual, onde, and so on, are magic words. They flip the position of the pronoun. Don't forget that nunca, it's also a magic word. It means never. We use it all the time, so you have to know it. And don't forget that word não, it's the adverb that we use for the negative. It's also a magic word. We use it all the time. So it flips the position of the pronoun, okay? All the other words, all the other magic words, and we have so many, all the other magic words, it's a process. It takes time. You have to start speaking, and then you have to move on to level A2, and then you will learn more magic words. So just go with the flow with that, okay? It's my opinion, and I'm here to share my opinion with you, as you can imagine. All right, now you have this activity here. I'm going to ask you to complete this activity. So we have two gaps, and the first thing that you have to do is you have to pick the right pronoun. So which pronoun are you going to use here? Is it me, or se, or tu, or nos? And then you have to decide if you're going to use that pronoun here or here, here or here, here or here. So you just have to fill out one of these two gaps, okay? So please stop the video, complete this, and I'll show you the answers in a second. Okay, I'm going to show you the solutions. So it's como se chama a professora, como it's a magic word. So we have the pronoun before verb. Eles levantam-se cedo. See that if you have the pronoun after the verb, you have this dash. But if the pronoun comes before the verb, there's no dash, okay? So they get themselves up early. Tu chamas-te Pedro. This is a question, but we don't have a question word. So it's not the fact that we have a question that flips the position of the pronoun. It's the fact that you have a question word that is a magic word, okay? So this is a question, no magic word. So we follow the first guideline that says that usually pronouns come after the verbs. So tu chamas-te Pedro, and then eu chamo-me Fernando. So I call myself Fernando. So hopefully this was easy for you. And now I have two activities more. And this time you just have to conjugate the verbs, okay? So here you have the verbs here in brackets. So make sure that you conjugate them correctly. Here we have this example. Você chama-se Pedro. You call yourself Pedro. And then you have to follow this. So we have sim, eu chamo-me Pedro. Yes, I call myself Pedro. And here you have to follow the same logic. Você deita cedo. You lay down yourself early. And the answer must be yes, I lay down myself early. Vocês levantam-se tarde. It's like you guys, right? You guys get up late. And the answer must be yes, we get up late, and so on. And then hopefully you understand, you already know what you have to do here. So please stop the video, complete this activity. I'll show you the answers in a second. Okay, let's check. First one. A professora chama-se Laura. Eu levanto-me tarde. Vocês lavam-se todos os dias. Nós deitamo-nos tarde, so don't forget that we drop this S, okay? Every time we conjugate a reflexive verb for nós, we drop the S. Sim, eu deito-me cedo. So yes, I lay down myself early. And then, sim, nós deitamo-nos. So we lay down ourselves. And then, sim, eu lavo-me. So yes, I wash myself. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed. I hope you now a bit more comfortable with reflexive verbs. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hi, hello, and let's move on with Unit 4, Slide 4, Unidade 4, Slide 4. So what we have here, verbos reflexivos, reflexive verbs, one slide more. And phonetica, one activity with sounds to help you this time with the sounds of the R. Let's start with this activity here. We have these structures, and I'm going to ask you to complete this table with these structures that you have here, okay? So let's see, the first one is lavar-se na casa de banho. This means to wash in the bathroom. Casa de banho is the bathroom. Vestir-se no quarto, so to get dressed in the bedroom. Sentar-se na sala, to have a seat, to sit down in the living room. Sentir-se cansado, to feel tired. Deitar-se tarde, to go to bed late, so to lay down yourself late. Levantar-se cedo, to get up early. And then you have here o Pedro, eu, ele, você, nós e eu. I'm going to ask you to follow these structures here. And I'm going to ask you to complete this gaps that you can see here with these structures. So the first one you have to say, Pedro washes himself in the bathroom. The second one you have to use this one, vestir-se no quarto. So I dress myself in the bedroom. The third one, ele, with sentar-se na sala. Você, with sentir-se cansado, and so on, okay? I'm going to ask you to stop the video. Please complete this activity and come back once you have done this task. I'll see you shortly. All right, let's see. The first one that we have here is o Pedro lava-se na casa de banho. So Pedro washes himself in the bathroom. The second one, eu visto-me no quarto. So I dress myself in the bedroom. This verb, vestir-se, it changes from E to I, but this is a one content. So in the meantime, don't worry about this transformation. Here we have an E, here we have an I. Don't worry too much with this. You're going to learn this on level A2, but it's correct what I wrote there. Then, ele senta-se na sala. Você senta-se cansado. Nós deitamo-nos tarde. So once again, we drop the S from the conjugation, right? And eu levanto-me cedo. And now we have some phonetica. I'm going to show you here these four words. This one, this one, this one, and this one. I'm going to read out loud, and I'm going to ask you to focus on the sounds of the R. And there is one R, one word here, where the R sounds in a different way. Okay? So I'm going to read out loud. Please listen carefully and then think, and let's see if you can find out which word has a different sound for the R. So I'm going to start. Obrigado, Roma, carteira, parede. Again, focus on the sounds of the R. Obrigado, Roma, carteira, parede. So it's clearly Roma, okay? This sound, this R, it's tricky for if you can only speak English. This is really challenging and it really takes time. But this sound, we do it with the throat, R, or with the tongue, R. They are both hard if you don't know how to do this. So, but don't worry too much, just keep trying and you'll get there. So, rule, every time you have a word that starts with an R, the sound is a hard R, okay? So, this is Roma or Roma. Then, if you have just one R in the middle of the word, it's usually a soft sound. So this is obrigado, carteira, parede. So it's a R sound. R, parede. Obrigado, carteira. It's soft, okay? Obrigado, you know, means thank you. Roma, it's the name of the city. Carteira means wallet. It's this, carteira. Parede means wall. It's a wall. Same logic for number 2. Again, focus on the sounds of the R. Garrafa, rua, euro, cigarro. Again, garrafa, rua, euro, cigarro. So hopefully it was easy for you to understand that euro, it's different. So 2 R's in the middle of the word, it's also a hard sound. So this sound here or this sound here, it's exactly the same. If you have a word that starts with an R, it's a hard sound, Roma. But if you have a word with 2 R's in the middle of that word, it's the same sound, garrafa, rua, euro, soft, and cigarro, it's also hard. Garrafa means bottle, rua, street, euro, it's an euro. the coin, the currency, and cigarro, it's a cigarette. The last one, I'm going to ask you to focus this time on the sounds of the S, okay? There is one word here where the S sounds different from all the other words. So let's see. Secretária, país, sueco, vosso. Again, please pay attention to the sounds of the S. There is one S with a different sound. One word with a different sound. And I'm going to repeat. Secretária, país, sueco, vosso. So it's país. It's the only one where we have the sh. Secretária S, país, S at the end. S at the end of the word, it's a sh, as you already know. Sueco, S in the beginning, it's an S. And vosso, two S's in the middle of the word, it's also an S sound, okay? So secretária, it's a desk or it's a secretary. País means country. Sueco, Swedish, a guy from Sweden. Vosso is like means your. I could say o vosso gato, like your as a group, okay? Your cat. If I'm talking to a group of people, I would say o vosso gato, your cat. Okay, so 99% of the cases, if you have just one R in the middle of the word, that sound is soft. This is euro, this is carteira, this is parede. So it's it's a soft sound. What I'm going to tell you now, it's A1 content, but I don't think it's essential. You don't have to be obsessed with this, okay? But we have a few exceptions for this rule that I just told you. But again, this is the kind of thing that you don't have to be too worried about. Just chill, just go with the flow. However, when we have just one R in the middle of the word, but if that R is after a N, or again, if you have just one R in the middle of the word, but if you have that R after a L, or if you have just one R in the middle of the word, but if that R is after a S, this R here sounds very hard, okay? It's a hard sound. So this is terra, this is gelra, this is Israel, okay? Even Portuguese people, they don't know this rule. So again, I think it's interesting for you to know, but it's not exactly the kind of thing that you have to be very worried about. So, by the way, terra means tender, like the meat is tender. A carne é terra. Gelra are the gills of the fish. And Israel, it's the country, as you already know. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello, and welcome to Unit 4, slide number 5. So, Unidade 4, slide 5. And we have an activity here. The title is Tens uma vida saudável. Any idea what does it mean, this title? So tens, you know, it's the verb ter. So you have, do you have a healthy life? Okay, so saudável means healthy and vida means life. So do you have a healthy life? That's what it means. And then we have here this 12 questions. We have 12 questions. And the idea here is to practice how to conjugate the verbs and also to check a few adverbs and let's see how they work. Okay, let's see how this is gonna work. This slide number 5. We have here 12 questions, and let's pretend that you will ask me these questions that we have here. Okay, 12 questions. So the first question that you're gonna ask me to check if I have a vida saudável, so a healthy life, is the first question is come fast food. So let's pretend that you're asking me this question. So what do you think you're asking me when you ask? If you ask me come fast food, you're asking do you eat fast food? So do you eat fast food? Okay, so don't forget that we just have to have the question mark at the end of that sentence, and that becomes a question, right? Because the same three words that we have here without this question mark with a dot at the end would be come fast food, but with the question mark is come fast food. Again, with a dot would be come fast food, but with the question mark is come fast food. So it's the intonation, the way like we say the sentence makes the whole difference. So you ask me, do you eat fast food? And I have 4 options to answer this question, right? I have todos os dias, that means all the day, so every day. Frequentemente, frequently, often. Às vezes, sometimes. Nunca, that means never. So I'm going to use the verb comer. I'm going to conjugate the verb comer for the first person of the singular. This is just a regular verb. And then I'm going to pick one of these options. So I'm going to say, eu como fast food às vezes. So what I'm saying is, I eat fast food sometimes, right? Number 2, let's pretend that you're asking me this question. Tem tempo para descansar? So this is, have time to rest. Do you have time to rest? Descansar means to rest. And we have nunca, raramente, às vezes, normalmente, sim. And I'm gonna say, tenho tempo para descansar raramente. So I rarely have time to rest. Now, before moving on, I'm gonna check with you this word here, this nunca. Nunca means never, right? And I'm gonna ask you, where do you think, every time we use nunca, where do you think we have to use it? Before the verb, after the verb, beginning of the sentence, at the end of the sentence? An example. Let's move back to this come fast food, and let's pretend that this time I want to say nunca, that means never, right? So I want to say I never eat fast food. So what would be the answer here? Do you think would be como nunca fast food, or nunca como fast food, or como fast food nunca? What do you think? Before verb, after verb, end of the sentence? Okay, so I'm going to tell you that nunca, we have a rule for this adverb. Nunca has to be always before verb, okay? So it would be nunca como fast food, or in this case, nunca tenho tempo para descansar. So don't forget, every time you use nunca, you have to use it before verb. It's mandatory. Quantas horas dorme em média? This is how many hours you sleep on average. So the verb is dormir. I'm going to say durmo 7 ou 8 horas em média. So em média it's on average, okay? So again, durmo 7 ou 8 horas em média. Then, let's pretend that you're asking me this question. Faz desporto ou exercício? So this would be, do you make sports? Do you do sports or exercise? So desporto with sports, exercício means exercise. And we have nunca, never, às vezes, sometimes, regularmente, regularly, and quase todos os dias. Almost all the day, so almost every day. So this is the verb fazer. It's irregular. It's not one of the big 4. So if you can't remember how to conjugate this, I'm fine with that. It's not essential at the moment. I don't think it's essential for you to know how to conjugate the verb fazer. So I'm going to say that the answer will be faço, so it's faço, the conjugation, faço desporto ou exercício regularmente. So I make sports or exercise regularly or often. And then, come fruta e legumes. So do you eat fruit and vegetables? Options that we have are só batatas, that means only potatoes. Algumas vezes por semana, so sometimes per week. Uma vez por dia, so one time per day, so once per day. Or muitas vezes por dia, so many times per day. And I'm gonna say como fruta e legumes muitas vezes por dia. So I eat fruits and vegetables many times per day. Esquece-se de coisas. Esquece-se de coisas. This means, do you forget things? And I'm gonna say, eu nunca, and don't forget nunca, it's a magic word, right? So if I'm gonna use nunca, if it is a magic word, I have to flip the position of the pronoun. So I'm gonna say nunca me, pronoun before the verb, right? So again, nunca me esqueço de coisas. So I never forget things. It's false, by the way, but just to practice this magic word. Bebe álcool. Do you drink alcohol? And we have sim, muito, so yes, a lot, às vezes, sometimes, nunca, never, só copo de vinho tinto às refeições. So, só means only a glass of red wine at meals. And I'm gonna say, bebo álcool às vezes. I drink alcohol sometimes. Fuma, do you smoke? Sim, fumo. Às vezes, muito raramente, very rarely, and nunca. Nunca fumo. Anda com muito stress. So as you know, anda, the general translation for andar is to walk. So do you think here, the question is, do you walk with a lot of stress? That doesn't make any sense, right? So as I said before, every time you're dealing with this, every time you can see a sentence with the verb andar, you have to think and try to understand, okay, what's the right translation for this verb here for this sentence? So here, the best translation is, do you carry a lot of stress? So here, the verb andar is like carry stress. Do you carry a lot of stress? Frequentemente, às vezes, raramente, nunca. Eu ando com muito stress, raramente. I said before that nunca, you have to, if you're using nunca, it must be before verb, right? Nunca vou, nunca como, nunca bebo, nunca fumo. But then, if you're using às vezes, frequentemente, raramente, you can use these adverbs anywhere. So I could say, like here, I could say, às vezes fumo, or fumo às vezes, ou fumo raramente, or raramente fumo, ou muitas vezes fumo, ou fumo muitas vezes. It works, you can use this adverbs anywhere, okay? But with nunca, it's before verb. And now I'm going to show you this number 10, and on number 10 we have the word sempre. And there is also a rule for sempre. I'm going to tell you in a second. So the question first, toma o pequeno almoço? Do you have the breakfast? Again, nunca. Só ao fim de semana, so only on weekends. Normalmente sim, normally yes, and sempre. Sempre means always. So let's pretend that I want to say I always have breakfast. By the way, it's true. Where do you think I have to put the word sempre? Before verb? After verb? What do you think? An example. Do you think it's sempre tomo o pequeno almoço? Ou tomo sempre o pequeno almoço? Ou tomo o pequeno almoço sempre? What do you think? I'm going to tell you that the solution or the rule here says that sempre must be right after verb. Right after verb. So always, okay? It doesn't matter with which verb you're using the word sempre. So in this case must be tomo sempre o pequeno almoço. More examples. Eu como sempre. Eu bebo sempre. Eu trabalho sempre. So right after verb. So the solution, the answer is tomo sempre o pequeno almoço. Fala sobre os seus problemas com amigos, família ou colegas? Do you speak about your problems with friends, family or colleagues? Falo sobre os meus. I'm switching for os meus, but this is unit 5. It's a possessive pronoun that you don't know yet, so don't worry, okay? We will get there. Again, the answer would be falo sobre os meus, a different word, problemas com amigos, família ou colegas, às vezes. And the last one. Chega atrasado, so do you arrive late ao trabalho, escola ou encontros? Do you arrive late at work, school or encounters, meetings? We have quase sempre, almost always, às vezes, raramente and nunca. And the answer is nunca chego atrasado ao trabalho, escola ou encontros. Okay, thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unit 4, slide number 6. So what we have for this lesson, we have a lesson with 2 slides, okay? So it's page 1 and we have also page 2. So regras para a formação do plural, so rules for the plural. And I'm gonna tell you what's this about. This, let's check this word here, gato. Gato, you know, it means cat, right? And the plural of gato is gatos. Just put an S and you have the plural. This is the main rule for the plural, and you already know this rule, right? It's very easy, and it's the only one that you have to know on this level, and you already know it. So you're okay with this. But now if I ask you, what's the plural of cão? Whoa, now cão, this word ends in a different way, right? Ends with 2 vowels. So is it just with an S? Is it just cãos? No, it's not. So as you can see, this is a special rule for the plural. The word doesn't end with a consonant and an O or a consonant and an A. So we have to apply a special rule. I'm going to tell you that this lesson, these 2 slides that we will check together, this is B1 content, okay? However, this is the only case on level A1 that I believe that you should be worried about something that belongs to level B, okay? I think that 99% of the cases, 99.99% of the cases, if your level is A1, you should be doing A1 content. If your level is A2, you should be doing A2 content, and so on for level B, for level C. But this is the only case, this topic, it's the only case that I think it's better for you, even though you're doing level A1, I think it's better for you to read this topic. We know it's level B1, but hopefully you won't, after reading this, you won't be surprised every time you see the plural of a word, and sometimes the plural of that word is very different from the singular. After completing these 2 slides, you will know that we have special rules for the plural, and you'll be more comfortable with this, okay? Okay, so now I'm going to show you 3 tables more. I'm going to ask you to read carefully this table, this box here, and this box here, and this box here, and then you have to complete these 4 gaps. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gaps. So what I'm going to ask you to do is stop the video for a few minutes, read carefully, take your time, try to understand what's happening there, try to fill out these gaps, and once you complete this, please come back because I'm going to show you the answers, okay? Okay, so hopefully you have done this already, so I'm going to show you the plural for luz, it's luzes, so luz ends with a Z. If we check the rule, it says that if you have a noun or an adjective that ends with an R with a Z, how we do the plural? We just have to add an E and an S. That's what we have here. And here, instead of feliz, it's felizes. Here, another special rule. So instead of túnel, we have túneis. You're probably asking yourself, oh, how about these accents that we have here? I'm going to tell you that accents are level B2, okay? So you don't have to be worried about accents on level A1. The only thing that you have to know is every time you're dealing with a Portuguese word that takes an accent, you know that you have to stress that syllable, okay? That is something that you should know. For instance, here, this word, it's túnel, túnel. Without the accent, this would be túnel, because the word ends with an L. If the word ends with an L, we always have to stress the final syllable. But please do not forget that every time you have an accent, you stress that syllable. Even Portuguese people, we very often, I'm going to repeat, very often, Portuguese people, native speakers, very often we don't know, sometimes we are not sure if that particular word takes or don't take an accent. Sometimes, very often, we have to go online and check. We have to check a dictionary to make sure if that word takes or don't take that that accent, because no one knows that crazy list of rules that hopefully one day you will read on level B2 that will explain why this word takes an accent, why that word doesn't take an accent. There are loads and loads and loads of rules to explain why we have or why we don't have accents. Trust me, you don't want to follow that road, okay? So at the moment, okay, pay attention. Okay, this word takes an accent. Great, that's what you want. If you're not sure, go online and check. Fiel, fiéis. Projétil, projéteis. Útil, úteis. Okay, so don't go anywhere. We have one slide more. So again, Unit 4, lesson number 6. But now we have page 2, same topic. And we have 1, 2, 3 boxes more. Same logic. I'm going to ask you to stop this video for a few minutes. Read carefully this box and this box, the number 5. And check this final box, is blue one. So take your time, read this carefully, try to fill out these gaps, and come back once you complete this, because I'm going to show you the answers. Okay. Hopefully you have done this already. So I'm going to show you the plural of homem. It's homens. The plural of jovem. It's jovens. So basically we switch the M for NS. And here we have 3 options. So if the word ends with ão, and that was my example, cão, right? We have 3 options, ons, ans, or ãos. You might be asking yourself, okay, in this case, and in other examples that we saw before, sometimes we have more than one option, right? In this case, we have 3 options. If the word ends with ão, we have 3 options. Do we have extra rules for this? No, we don't. Okay, so we don't have extra rules for that. So sometimes it's ons, sometimes it's ans, sometimes it's ãos. You have to be exposed, so don't worry too much with that. I'm going to show you the answers. It's cães, cidadãos, and then it says here that sometimes we have words like lápis. Lápis means a pencil. The singular or the plural, it's exactly the same. I hope you have enjoyed, and thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unit 4, lesson number 7, Unidade 4, aula 7. So what we have here for today, for this lesson, we have verbo, nome, adjetivo. So we will discuss what is a verb, what is a noun, what is an adjective. This is usually easy for students. For some students it's very easy because it's very clear for some students what is a verb, what is a noun and an adjective. They seem similar, but in terms of grammar they are different things. For other students, especially for those who are learning a second language for the first time, these grammar concepts like an adjective and an adverb and the regular verb and the irregular verb and the preposition, these kinds of concepts are not very clear. So this is the reason why we have this slide here, to make sure that you guys know the difference between verbo, nome, adjetivo. So verb, noun, and adjective. So let's start with this table here. Here we have this word, amar, and it says here that it's verbo. So this is a verb, this is the infinitive of the verb, okay, it's just the name of the verb. And this means to love. So this is the verb. In English, amar, the translation is to love. And then as you can see, we have here the word amore with this article, so o amore. So if you think in English, this is the love. So this is the noun. This word is connected with the verb, comes from the same root, but this is a noun and it's different from the verb, right? Also in English, this is to verb, this is to love, and this is the love. So it's different things in Portuguese, different things in English. And then we have the adjective, adjetivo. And we have amoroso. So in this case, the translation will be lovely. But in Portuguese, we have 4 adjectives. We have amoroso, amorosa with an A, and then the plural. We have amorosos and amorosas, right? But in English, it's always the same. Lovely, 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 lovely. So now what I'm going to ask you is, I'm going to ask you to stop this video and so you have time to make up 3 sentences. The first sentence, I'm going to ask you to try to use the verb amar. Try to keep it very simple. Like, amar is just a regular verb. Eu amo, tu amas, ele ama, nós amamos, eles amam. Just a regular verb. So keep it very simple. Like, I love Lisbon. I love the cat. I love the dog. He loves, I don't know, the birds. Keep it very, very simple. And then I want you to try a sentence, make up a sentence with the noun, o amor, so the love. So please write down here. And then finally, I want you to use this adjective. You can use amoroso, or you can use amorosa, or amorosos, or amorosas, okay? Because this is an adjective, so it changes. So please stop the video, write down your sentences, and then come back because I'm going to show you my examples, okay? All right, so let's move on. I'm going to show you what I have here. So I'm sure that the sentences that I wrote here are different from what you wrote, but that's fine. The most important thing for you is to understand, to get the big picture. So let's see what I have for the verb. So I wrote, eu amo Lisboa. So I love, right? So this is just a regular verb. Eu amo, tu amas, ele ama, nós amamos, eles amam. Easy. So I love Lisbon. And then I wrote this for o amor. O amor é lindo. So I'm saying the love is beautiful, right? So I'm using the noun, the love. And then for the adjective, I wrote this. O gato é amoroso. The cat is lovely. I could also say a gata é amorosa, would be with an A. Or I could say os gatos, plural, os gatos são amorosos. Or as gatas, gatas plural feminine, as gatas são amorosas, okay? So adjectives, as you already know, they change. One activity more, now with the verb corromper. Corromper, this is a verb, right? It means to corrupt. And then with the noun, a corrupção, this is the corruption. And then with the adjective, corrupto, corrupt. Once again, the adjective, we have 4, right? Corrupto, corrupta, corruptus, corruptas. And then I'm going to ask you the same, okay? So we have here, I want you to make up a sentence with the verb corromper. I corrupt the police, he corrupts Pedro, they corrupt Maria, whatever you want. And then please try to make up a sentence with the noun, a corrupção, so the corruption. And then something with corrupto, or corrupta, or corruptus, or corruptas, okay? So once again, please stop the video, write down your sentences, and then come back. Okay, so let's see what I have here. And once again, I'm sure that my sentences are different from your sentences, but the only thing that it really matters here is to give you the chance to understand the difference between these concepts. So I wrote this, eu corrompo a polícia. So I corrupt, so I'm just conjugating the verb corromper. I corrupt the police. And then I wrote this, a corrupção é problema. The corruption, this is the noun, right? The corruption is a problem. And the last one is, elas são, elas são corruptas. So they are corrupt. So elas, plural feminine, so the adjective follows that, corruptas. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hi there. So let's move on to Unit 4, Lesson number 8, Unidade 4, Aula 8. What we have for this slide, we have regras para a formação do feminino nos substantivos. So rules to make the feminine when you're dealing with nouns. This topic is very similar with something that we did also on Unit 4. So a few slides ago, I prepared 2 slides for you that were about the special rules that we have for the plural, remember? And I mentioned that those rules are B1 contents. And this is this slide for this lesson number 8. We have only one slide, but this is also B1 content. And once again, I don't want you to memorize these rules that you're gonna read in a few minutes, but it's just for you to understand that this exists and understand the problem. And hopefully after reading this slide, you won't be surprised with the way like we change some nouns from the masculine to the feminine. Okay, let's check a few examples. This is the main rule that we have for the feminine, and in fact you already know this rule. It's very simple. This example here, aluno. Aluno means student. Estudante means student, but aluno, this word means also student. So aluno, it's a word that ends with an O. So the feminine is aluna, right? So it's very easy. So, and this is the main rule for the feminine. Every time you have a noun and you have the masculine, usually that masculine ends with an O. And then you just have to switch the O for an A. And you have the feminine, right? You have gato. And the feminine is gata. So this is very straightforward. But once again, if we're talking about the word cão, and cão, as you know, means dog, and if I ask you what the feminine of cão, once again, it's not very clear, right? Because cão ends with 2 vowels, an A and an O. So in that case, it's not clear what's the feminine of the word cão. It's not clear because it's a special rule. Or sometimes the rule is there's no rule. In fact, when we're dealing with the word cão, it's one of those cases. There are no rules, or we don't have any rule for the feminine of cão. And by the way, the feminine of cão is cadela, and the rule is there's no rule for this example. But once again, the main rule you already know, you switch the O for an A, and that's how you do the feminine, okay? How you transform the noun from masculine to feminine. But then we have a long list of special rules. And what I'm gonna ask you is to stop this video, to read these special rules, okay? You have to read it. The idea is you have to read this, but you don't have to memorize these words or these examples, okay? The thing is, after reading this lesson number 8, you won't be completely surprised when you see that, for instance, we have here the word patrão. Patrão means boss. And the feminine of patrão is patroa. Okay, so this is a male boss, this is a female boss. This is a special rule, okay? It says here. So if the noun ends with an, what you do? You switch for an O and an A. So here we have patrão ends with this A-O with this till. And what we do? We switch this an for oa. That's it. Hopefully after reading this, you won't be surprised when you see that the masculine is patrão and patroa is the feminine, because you know now that we have a long list of special rules, but it's not interesting for you to try to memorize these rules, okay? I think that would be a mistake. So please read the slides, complete. Please write down here what's the feminine of advogado and médico. It's very clear, it's very simple, because here you just apply the main rule. So please stop the slide, complete this, read the slide, and come back, because I have a couple of things more to tell you. All right, so let's see. In this case, I'm going to show you just the feminine of advogado. Advogado, as you know, or hopefully you still remember, this means lawyer. So advogado, it's masculine. Advogado, it's feminine. Médico, you know, means doctor. It's the masculine, so médica is the feminine. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unit 4, Lesson number 9, Unidade 4, aula 5. So what we have here, we have Cidades, boas para viver. So for this slide, I have an activity for us to compare. Let's try to compare two different cities and let's try to understand which city is the best option to live in. Before that, and to complete this activity, we have to clarify how to use the adjective good and bad and the adverbs well and badly. So I'm going to ask you this. Can you please think about the right translation for the car is good? So how would you say the car is good in Portuguese? So I'm going to write it down here for you. So the car is good. The solution is o carro é bom. So the car is good. How about the plural? What's the plural for this sentence? So instead of o carro, we have os carros. And then instead of é, we have to say os carros são, like the cars are. And then what's the plural for the word bom? What do you think is the plural for this word? I'm going to show you that the solution is os carros são bons. In fact, this adjective here, it changes from M to NS. This is one of the special rules that we discussed before on this unit 4, right? It's not exactly for you to memorize, but it's for you to pay attention. And now in case you want to say the beer is good, how would you say the beer is good? So beer, I think all of you know that beer is cerveja. So it's feminine, right? We say a cerveja. So what's the adjective that we have to use here? Is it bom or bons or it's something different? So the solution is a cerveja é boa. See that now the word good changes again for boa. How about the plural? What's the plural of this sentence? The plural is as cervejas são boas. So as you can see, in English you have good, 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 good. In Portuguese we have 4 adjectives. We have bom, bons, boa, and boas. So it depends on this noun here. So masculine singular bom, plural masculine bons, feminine singular boa, plural feminine boas. And in case you want to say Pedro speaks well, Pedro speaks well. So what's the word for well in Portuguese? So well in Portuguese is bem. So o Pedro fala bem. So this word here in terms of grammar, this is an adverb. Adverbs, they never change. They are invariable, okay? We don't have to go so deep about what is an adverb, what is an adjective. Just memorize this way. If you want to use the word well, it's bem in Portuguese, and you have your problem solved, okay? I'm going to repeat. If you want to use the word well in Portuguese is bem. If you memorize this, you have your problem solved. Then, if you want to use the word good, and good is an adjective, that changes, okay? If you want to use the word good, now you know that we have 4 words for good. Bom, bons, boa, and boas. Now, in case you want to say the car is bad, so instead of good, bad, what's the word for bad? So the word for bad is mau. O carro é mau. And what's the plural? In case you want to say the cars are bad. Os carros são maus. So that's the plural for bad. And if you want to say the beer is bad. A cerveja é má. And the plural is más. As cervejas são más. This is always very confusing for students, okay? So it takes time. So today just try to understand what's happening, try to understand the big picture. But you definitely, everybody needs a lot of repetition to be okay with these words. Now, if you want to say Pedro speaks badly or poorly, what's the word for badly or poorly? It's mal, okay? So mal, it's badly or poorly. Again, this is an adverb. This never changes. So these 2 words here, bem and mal, they are invariable because they are adverbs, okay? So bem, it's well, mal is badly. Now, this information will be very useful for this activity that we're going to do now. So I have this table here, critérios, and then critérios are like criteria, and then Lisboa and Londres. So let's compare Lisboa and Londres. And I'm gonna write down here a few criterias, a few sentences that will give us a chance to compare Lisbon and Londres. I was in Scotland for a while. I was living there. I lived there for almost 3 years, and I was born here in Lisbon, in Belém. And in 2011, I went to Scotland, and I was working there as a secondary teacher in Edinburgh and in Glasgow. And I thought that the weather wasn't exactly something very, very important. So because I was born here, so for me the weather this is normal. The weather that we get here in Lisbon, this is I thought this was normal almost everywhere. And I always thought that who cares, the weather is not so important when you're moving to a place. But then I was in Scotland almost for 3 years, and I realized that no, that's not true. The weather has a huge impact. So nowadays, when I think a place where I want to live, this is something that I really want to get there. Uma cidade com bom tempo. So uma cidade, a city with, and bom, you know it's bom, it's good, right? Tempo means time or weather. In this case, it's weather. A city with good weather. See that here we have bom tempo. So we use bom because tempo is masculine singular, right? And here we have boas because we're talking about cidades. Cidades, it's plural, feminine, just like cervejas, it's plural feminine. So we also use boas, okay? So now you understand why we have here boas, why we have here bom, why we have here boas once again, okay? So it's connected with the noun that we are qualifying, that we are talking about. Another criteria, uma cidade barata, a city cheap, so a cheap city. So barata means cheap. By the way, this word barata, in this case we're using as an adjective, right? A cheap, like a cheap city. But barata as a noun, the same spelling, the same word. If I say a barata means also cockroach, okay? So a barata, the noun, it's the cockroach. But uma cidade barata, I'm saying a cheap city. So cheap, like not expensive, the opposite of expensive. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. This first sentence, uma cidade com bom tempo. Do you think that instead of having bom here before the noun, can I say uma cidade com tempo bom? Can I flip this adjective from here before the noun to after the noun? I'm going to read both. Uma cidade com bom tempo, or uma cidade com tempo bom. What do you think is... Do you think I can use both, or do you think that I have to use bom tempo, or can I use tempo bom? How about here? Uma cidade barata. Instead of having the adjective here, can I use it before the noun, like uma barata cidade? Because in English, that's what you say, like a cheap city. So you have the adjective and then you have the noun. But in Portuguese, here we have the adjective and then the noun. But here I have the noun and then the adjective. So how does it work? Where do I have to place the adjective? Before noun or after noun? Okay. I'm going to tell you that by default, adjectives, they come after nouns. Okay. So uma cidade barata. Another example. Uma cidade bonita. Uma cidade interessante. So by default, just place adjectives after nouns. And if you do that, it will be always correct. However, there are a few adjectives, but at the moment you don't know them and it's not relevant for you to go home and try to memorize that list of adjectives. But there are a few adjectives that they work before noun and after noun. Bom, it's one of them. So, uma cidade com bom tempo, it's correct. Uma cidade com tempo bom, it's also correct. So at the moment, you really don't know that list of adjectives that work before and after. So I'm going to ask you to place the adjective always after noun. And if you do that, you will be always correct. If you notice that the adjective is before noun, it means that you are dealing with one of those adjectives that work before noun and also after noun, okay? Another criteria, uma cidade com pessoas simpáticas. A city with people nice, with nice people. See again, pessoas simpáticas. Can I switch? Can I say Simpáticas pessoas? No, I can't, okay? So, usually, by default, adjectives, they come after noun. So, pessoas simpáticas, it's correct. Simpáticas pessoas wouldn't be correct. Uma cidade com praias, so a city with beaches. So this is also very important for me, at least for me. Uma cidade com bons transportes, so a city with good transportation. So again, bons transportes is correct, but transportes bons would be also correct. So this one here, it works before, it works after as well. Uma cidade segura, a city safe. Segura means safe, so a safe city. Very important. Uma cidade com bons restaurantes, a city with good restaurants. Also very important for me. Uma cidade com natureza, a city with nature. And finally, uma cidade com cultura, a city with culture. Now, let's compare. There are three options here. If the answer is yes, the city will get 1 point, okay? If the answer is mais ou menos, so, the city will get 0.5, and if the answer is no, the city will get 0 points, okay? So, uma cidade com bom tempo. Lisboa tem bom tempo? Sim. Lisboa tem bom tempo, 1 ponto. So, 1 point for Lisbon. Londres tem bom tempo? Não. Londres não tem bom tempo, 0. Uma cidade barata, Lisboa. Sim, actually, Lisboa, it was very cheap 10 years ago, but now housing, it's very expensive. But I think it happens everywhere, right? Also in Lisbon. But everything else, it's still okay. If you go to a restaurant, it's okay. Public transportation is still cheap. So I would say that it's still a cheap city when you compare with London, with New York, with Paris, with other cities. So, 1 point. 1 ponto para Lisboa. Londres é uma cidade barata? Não. Uma cidade com pessoas simpáticas? Mais ou menos. Mais ou menos. Usually students say yes, but I'm a native. I was born here, so I think it's okay. We're not super nice. That's my opinion. We're not exactly mean as well, so I would say mais ou menos. So it's fair. Londres, mais ou menos. I don't know Londres so well, so I'm gonna give them mais ou menos. Uma cidade com praias, sim. Londres, não. Uma cidade com bons transportes, mais ou menos. Metro is okay, but everything else is more or less. Londres, sim. Uma cidade com bons transportes. Uma cidade segura, sim. Lisboa é uma cidade segura. Londres, mais ou menos. Uma cidade com bons restaurantes, Lisboa, sim. Londres, sim. Uma cidade com natureza, mais ou menos. Londres, mais ou menos. Uma cidade com cultura, Lisboa, sim. Uma cidade com cultura, Londres, sim. Então, 7.5 para Lisboa e 4.5 para Londres. So Lisbon always wins this activity. So Lisbon is definitely a great place to live in. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed. I'll see you shortly and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. This time we have Unit 4, Lesson 10, so Unidade 4, Aula 10, and we have a listening activity. Let's start a few words to expand your vocabulary. So a few words that are connected with animals' names. So the first one that we have here is gato. Gato, it's a cat. And then caracol, snails. Okay, we have them. We have them in June and July here in Portugal. Coelho means rabbit. Kangaroo, as you can imagine, it means kangaroo. Just the spelling is very different from what you have in English. Vaca means cow. Peixe means fish. Papagaio means parrot. Giraffe. Elephant, as you know. Golfinho, it's a dolphin. Cobra, snake. Rato, mouse. Ratazana, it's a rat, a big rat. And pássaro, bird, okay? And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read 10 sentences, and this will be a listening activity for you. So I'm going to describe one of these animals. I'm not sure if all the animals are on this list, but most of them they are, but I'm not sure if all of them are. So I'm going to read slowly twice, and I'm going to describe an animal. I'm going to tell you how many letters we have for the name of that animal. And let's see if you can find out what's the animal that I'm describing, okay? So I'm going to read the first one. The first one is: tem uma carapaça e anda muito devagar. 7 letras. I'm going to read again. Tem uma carapaça e anda muito devagar. I'm not sure if you know it. I'm going to show you now the sentence. Tem uma carapaça, has a shell, carapaça is a shell, e anda, and walks, muito devagar, very slowly. 7 letras. So the answer to this one is caracol, snail, okay? It has a shell and walks, so we use the verb andar for snails. So snails, they walk in Portuguese. In English, they crawl or they slide. But in Portuguese, they walk. Okay, again, we use the verb andar in loads of different contexts. So devagar means slowly, muito means very. Okay, so caracol, it's the solution for the first one. Same logic, I'm going to read the second one. Normalmente é preta e branca e dá leite. 4 letras. Normalmente é preta e branca e dá leite. 4 letras. So hopefully you know what's the name of the animal that I'm describing, but I'm going to show you. Normalmente é preta e branca e dá leite. So normally it's black and white and gives milk. 4 letters. So it's vaca, okay? Vaca. I'm gonna keep going. Now number 3. Tem manchas e pescoço muito comprido. 6 letras. Again, tem manchas e pescoço muito comprido. 6 letras. Okay, I'm gonna show you. Tem manchas e pescoço muito comprido. 6 letras. So has, manchas are spots, e pescoço means neck, muito comprido, very long. Comprido, it's a false friend. You're probably thinking about compressed, has nothing to do with that. Comprido means long. So 6 letras é uma girafa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letras. 6 letters. Ok, número 4, number 4. É mamífero muito simpático e vive no mar. 8 letras. É mamífero muito simpático e vive no mar. 8 letras. I'm gonna show you. É mamífero muito simpático e vive no mar. 8 letras. So it is a mammal, very nice, and lives in the sea. 8 letras. And so it's golfinho, dolphin, ok? 5. Tem penas, mas não voa e põe ovos. 7 letras. Tem penas, mas não voa e põe ovos. 7 letras. I'm gonna show you. Tem penas, mas não voa e põe ovos. 7 letras. Has feathers, but doesn't fly, and put eggs. So the solution is galinha. Galinha, it's not on the list. So galinha, I'm going to spell. It's G-A-L-I-N-H-A. Again, I'm going to spell galinha. G-A-L-I-N-H-A. If you're not sure what I'm spelling, go back to the alphabet revise that lesson and then come back again to spell correctly. So galinha, it's a chicken. So tem penas, has feathers, mas não voa, doesn't fly, and put eggs. So chickens, they lay eggs in English, right? But in Portuguese, they put eggs. Chickens, they put eggs. Okay, so we don't have that verb for chickens. We don't have a verb specifically to lay eggs. We just use the verb pôr. So põe, it's the verb pôr, as you hopefully know. Número 6. Tem penas muito coloridas e às vezes fala. 8 letras. Tem penas muito coloridas e às vezes fala. 8 letras. Okay, I'm going to show you. Tem penas muito coloridas e às vezes fala. So has feathers, very colorful, and sometimes speaks. Papagaio. It's here. Papagaio. So parrot, okay? Number 7. Salta muito e tem uma bolsa onde transporta os filhos. 7 letras. Again. Salta muito e tem uma bolsa onde transporta os filhos. 7 letras. I'm going to show you. Salta muito. So salta, it's the verb saltar. Saltar is to jump. So it jumps a lot. E tem uma bolsa. Bolsa is like a purse, but here is like a pouch, a pocket, onde transporta os filhos. So where transports, where carries the kids. É canguru, certo? Canguru. It's here, canguru. Número 8. Number 8. É grande, tem orelhas grandes e uma tromba comprida. É grande, tem orelhas grandes e uma tromba comprida. 8 letras. É grande, tem orelhas grandes e uma tromba comprida. So it's big, has big ears and a trunk. Tromba, it's a trunk. Comprida, long. É elefante, certo? Elefante. Número 9. Number 9. Nada, tem escamas e às vezes vive num aquário. 5 letras. Again. Nada, tem escamas e às vezes vive num aquário. 5 letras. I'm going to show you. Nada, tem escamas e às vezes vive num aquário. 5 letras. So nada, you might be asking, nada, it's nothing, right? It's true, nada means nothing, but nada, this comes from the verb nadar, and nadar means to swim. So this means it swims, or he swims, tem escamas, has scales, e às vezes, sometimes, lives in an aquarium. 5 letras, so it's peixe, okay? Peixe. And finally, number 10, tem orelhas compridas, dentes grandes e gosta de cenoura. 6 letras. Tem orelhas compridas, dentes grandes e gosta de cenoura. 6 letras. I'm going to show you. Tem orelhas compridas, dentes grandes e gosta de cenoura. So has long ears, dentes grandes, so big teeth. So tooth or teeth, dentes are teeth, e gosta de cenoura, and likes carrot. Cenoura means carrot, okay? So you know the solution is coelho, rabbit, coelho, okay? And now, to finish this slides, to finish this lesson, I'm going to read out loud a joke, your first joke in Portuguese. And by the way, joke in Portuguese, the word for joke is anedota, so it's a false friend, right? In English, anecdote, it's like a story, a short story. But in Portuguese, anedota is like a joke. So I'm going to ask you to write down what I'm going to say to you, okay? So the first sentence is: peixe diz a outro peixe. So again, please write down this sentence. I'm going to repeat. Please write down. peixe diz a outro peixe. Again, third time. Peixe diz a outro peixe. Now I'm going to show you the sentence. Peixe diz a outro peixe. So one fish says to another fish. And now it's the other fish talking. So I'm going to ask you to write down what I'm going to say, okay? O que é que faz o teu pai? I'm going to repeat. O que é que faz o teu pai? And this is a sentence, so o que é que faz o teu pai? So this sounds very awkward, right? But don't forget that o que is just what, these two words is just what that we use for an open question, right? Then this é que, this is completely optional, okay? This could be in brackets. So this is what is that makes your father. So it's like, what does he do? What does he do for a living, right? So from the beginning, a fish says to another fish, what is that makes your father? What does your father do for a living? And now the other fish will answer with one word, and I'm going to ask you to think a little bit. What will be the answer? Okay, so what do you think it might be the answer? What do you think the other fish will answer to this question? So it's a word that we discussed this word here. Can you guess? So hopefully you know that the answer that makes sense in order to have a joke here is the word nada, right? Because nada means it swims or nothing, okay? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unit 4, lesson number 11, Unidade 4, Aula 11. So this is the final lesson, final slide for Unit 4. So what we have here, we have trabalho de casa, so homework. So we have two activities for homework, atividade 1 and atividade 2. Very easy, you just have to complete these gaps that you can see. So I'm going to ask you to stop this video, complete atividade 1, complete activity 1, complete activity 2, and then please come back because I'm going to show you the answers. Okay, so let's check for atividade 1. It's very, very simple. Olá, António, tudo bem? Tudo bem. E tu? Tudo bem. Olha, conheces a Mariana? Ainda não. Olá, Mariana. Tudo bem? Tudo bem. Também estudas arquitetura? Sim, estudo e gosto muito. So, tudo bem solves everything. So this is like, hello, António. Everything okay? Everything okay. And you? Everything okay? Look, do you know Mariana? Ainda não means not yet. Olá, Mariana, tudo bem? Hello, Mariana. Everything okay? Everything okay? Do you also study architecture? Yes, I study and I like it very much. Okay? Atividade 2. A irmã do Pedro também gosta muito do António. De manhã ela arranja-se sempre muito bem e pinta-se, especialmente para encontrar o António. O Pedro não se preocupa. So não, it's a magic word, right? So we flip the position of the pronoun. Instead of preocupa-se, não, it's a magic word, so não se preocupa, porque conhece bem o António, ele é muito boa pessoa, o amor é lindo. So the sister of Pedro also likes very much Antonio. In the morning she arranges herself, she prepares herself always very well, and she paints herself, which means she puts makeup, especially to encounter Antonio, to meet Antonio. Pedro doesn't get worried. Preocupar-se is to get worried, because he knows well Antonio. He is a very nice person, a very good person, and the love is beautiful. Love is beautiful. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. This time we will start Unit 5, Lesson 1. So, Unidade 5, Aula 1. So, it's the first lesson of this Unit 5. Just to remind you that we have 7 units on Level A1. So, we are starting now Unit 5. And what we have for this first lesson, we have Introdução, so introduction. Every time we start a new unit, another unit, we have a table like this that tells you what kind of things we will discuss. So, tópico, so topic, relações familiares e habitação. So, family, relations and habitação is like housing. Conteúdos gramaticais, so grammar content. We have this structure here, estar a plus infinitive. This is what we use for present continuous, in case you want to say, I am drinking, I am talking, we are playing. So this is the equivalent to this structure in English, okay? So what we do, we conjugate the verb estar, then we have to have the preposition a, and then it's the infinitive. We will discuss this in a few slides. And then we have pronomes possessivos, so possessive pronouns. It's impossible to speak a language without using possessive pronouns. These words are like, how do you say my cat, your cat, our cat, his cat, her cat, these kind of words. And then we have graus dos adjetivos. Graus means degrees of the adjectives. These are the structures that you use when we want to compare two different things or two different people. So would be something like this. Pedro is taller than Maria. So how do you say this in Portuguese? Or how would you say Maria is as intelligent as Pedro? We're comparing Maria and Pedro. Okay, so this kind of structures we will also discuss and learn these structures here on Unit 5. Okay, let's start with the text. This text here is a little bit challenging when we're starting Unit 5, but you'll see that by the end of Unit 5, you will be already very comfortable with most of these words. I'm gonna start. Actually, I'm gonna ask you to stop the video, read the text, okay? And then please come back because then I'm gonna read out loud so you have the chance to check the sounds and I'm gonna clarify the text, okay? Stop the video, please. Read the text and then please come back. Okay, so I'm gonna read out loud now. So, olá, eu sou o Filipe e moro no Porto. Perto da minha casa há um rio muito bonito e quando vou à janela posso ver o azul da água. Eu tenho 10 anos e moro com o meu pai, a minha mãe e a minha avó e tenho 2 irmãs mais velhas do que eu. Neste momento estou a jogar às cartas no meu quarto e a minha irmã mais nova está a estudar no quarto dela. Os meus pais estão a trabalhar e nós estamos em casa porque estamos de férias. O meu pai diz que aqui em Portugal as famílias devem ter uma casa enorme porque vivemos todos juntos, a mãe, o pai, os filhos e também os avós. Eu gosto imenso de ter a minha avó aqui em casa porque ela conta muitas histórias sobre o passado da nossa família. So let's check the words that you don't know. So hello, I am Filipe and I live in Porto. Perto means close, so close to my house. It's a very important word. Means there is or there are. So we're talking about this word for the first time, okay? The infinitive of this verb, it's the verb haver. We will discuss this verb later on Unit 7. But in the meantime, please don't forget that 99% of the cases when you see, 99, no, maybe 95% of the cases, when you see this word, the translation is there is or there are, okay? So there is a river, very nice, and when I go to the window, janela window, I can see the blue of the water. I have 10 years old and I live with my father, my mother and my grandmother, and I have 2 sisters, more old, so older Do que, it's like then, it's this structure here that we will discuss on Unit 5. Then me. Neste momento is like in this moment, so in this neste is like em plus este, is like in this moment. Estou a jogar, this is this structure here, estar a plus infinitive, like present continuous. So I am playing, but we will discuss that structure shortly. So I am playing cards in my bedroom, and my sister, more young, so my younger sister, is studying in the room of her, so in her room. Os meus pais, so my parents, are working, and we are at home in the house because we are on holidays. My father says that here in Portugal the families should, this is should, the verb dever, to should. To should, it's strange because should is not exactly a normal verb in English, but I don't teach English, so, but dever is, the translation is should, okay? So should have a huge, enormous house, a huge house, because we live all together, the mother, the father, the kids, and also the grandparents. Eu gosto, so I like immensely to have my grandmother here in the house because she tells many stories about the past, like the history of our family. So now you have here 4 questions. I'm going to ask you to stop the video. Please check the questions, and then you have to find the right answers for these questions. And then I'm gonna and then please come back because I'm gonna show you the answers. Okay, so stop the video, read the questions, answer these questions, and then please come back. All right, so let's see the answers. Let's check first the question. The first one is onde mora o Filipe? So this is where lives Filipe, and the answer is o Filipe mora no Porto. So Filipe lives in Porto. Quem mora com o Filipe? So who lives with Filipe? O Filipe mora com o pai, a mãe, a avó e com 2 irmãs. So Filipe lives with the father, the mother, the grandmother, and with 2 sisters. Por que é que os filhos estão todos em casa? So why is that the kids are always in the house? Eles estão em casa porque estão de férias. So they are in the house because they are on holidays. Por que é que o Filipe gosta de viver com a avó? So why is that Filipe likes to live with the grandmother? Porque ela conta muitas histórias sobre o passado da família. Because she tells many stories about the past of the family. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hi, hello, welcome back to Unit 5, Lesson number 2. So, Unidade 5, Aula 2. What we have for this lesson, we will discuss a very simple structure that is estar a plus infinitive. So, this is basically present continuous, okay? How do you say, I am drinking, we are talking, they are eating. So, it's like present continuous, okay? So as you can see, we just have to conjugate the verb estar. We just have to have the preposition a after the verb estar, and then it's just the infinitive, which is the name of the verb, as you know. Okay, let's check a few examples. O Filipe joga futebol. So Philip plays football. So here we're just using present tense because we're describing a routine. Okay, every time you describe a routine, you use present tense. Mas neste momento, which means but in this moment, está a jogar cartas. So as you can see, está, it's a verb estar, preposition a, following the structure, and then jogar, it's just the infinitive, the name of the verb, okay? So Philip plays football, but in this moment, he is playing cards, okay? So it's happening now. Neste momento, it's what we call the connector. The connector, it's always a word that connects with a structure, okay? In this case, the fact that we have neste momento, in this moment. It gives you the idea that it's happening now. So if it is happening now, we have to use the present continuous, okay? Second example, a minha irmã bebe café, so my sister drinks coffee. It's a routine, so again we use present tense. Mas agora means now, so this is the connector, okay? Now, agora está a beber, so she's drinking chá, a tea. So my sister drinks coffee, but now she's drinking a tea. So again, agora means now connects with the structure está a beber, present continuous. The last one, à noite vejo sempre TV, so in the evening I watch always TV, so I always watch TV. Mas hoje, so hoje means today, so it's the connector, connects with present continuous, but today I am reading, so estou a ler, I'm reading a book, okay? I think it's very easy, very straightforward, this structure, but it's very easy, but students forget this very often. Let me tell you this because it's my experience. I've been teaching this for many, many years, and everybody can understand this structure because, in fact, it's very simple. But I would say most students forget this after a few days or weeks, okay? Now, we have this text here. I'm going to ask you to check carefully this text, complete this text. So basically here you have to use or present tense or present continuous. So this is a present continuous, right? This is the structure that we use for present continuous. Don't forget that if you're describing a routine, like something that you do every day, that you do normally, if you're describing a routine, it's present tense. And then if you have a connector, like a word like today, hoje, or agora, now, or in this moment, neste momento, so that connects with present continuous. So please, again, read this text carefully. Complete this text with present tense or with present continuous, and then come back. So stop the video, then come back because I'm going to show you the solutions, okay? Okay, so let's check the solutions for this text, the answers for this text. Todos os dias eu faço os trabalhos de casa para a aula de português, eu leio os textos, treino os verbos e escrevo um texto. Neste momento eu estou na aula e estou a falar com os meus colegas sobre a família e a professora está a escrever algumas palavras sobre este tema. O meu colega está a ouvir a professora e está a tomar notas. So, all the day, so every day I make the trabalhos de casa, the homework for the lesson of Portuguese. I read the text. I train, you practice the verbs, we train the verbs. I train the verbs and I write a text. In this moment, neste momento is like in this moment, I am in the lesson and I am talking with my colleagues. Sobre means about the family, and the teacher is writing some words about this topic. My colleague is listening to the teacher, to the professor. Teacher, okay? In Portuguese, in English you have professor if someone teaches at university, and then you have teacher for a primary school teacher or a secondary teacher. We don't have that concept, so that difference for us, professora, it's someone who teaches in a university or someone who teaches in a primary school. We always use the word professora. So again, my colleagues is listening to the teacher and is taking notes. Okay, thank you for watching and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unit 5, Lesson 3, Unidade 5, Aula 3. So what we have for today, we have pronomes possessivos, so possessive pronouns. Really important, it's impossible to speak Portuguese or English or French, any language, without using these words. So if you think in English, pronomes possessivos are words that you use to say my dog, your dog, his dog, our dog. So these kind of words are essential when you're speaking a language. Before doing the pronomes possessivos, let's do this phonetica. I'm going to read out loud these 4 words, and I'm going to ask you to pay attention to the sounds of the N, okay, the N. And there is one word here where the N sounds different. And I'm going to ask you to pay attention and try to understand in which word the N is different. So we have ano, ganho, pequeno, caneta. Again, ano, ganho, pequeno, caneta. So which one do you think is different? So hopefully it was easy for you to understand that it's ganho. So NH, it's a ñ sound. And here we have just the N, 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 and N. So ano, ganho, ñ sound. Pequeno N and caneta N as well. Okay, so ganho is different. So ano means ear, ganho, it's a verb ganhar, to win, to earn. So eu ganho, I win. Pequeno is like small, and caneta is a pen. One activity more for phonetica. We have this time I'm going to ask you to pay attention to the sounds of the L. Okay. There is one word here with a different sound. So here we have aquele, mulher, família, lindo. Again, aquele, mulher, família, lindo. So the word that is different is mulher. It's the L sound. So L, H, it's a L sound. Here we have L, 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 and L. So aquele means like that. I could say aquele carro, like that car. It would be a car that is far from me and from you, but we will discuss this kind of words on Unit 6. And then mulher means woman or wife. Família, you know, it's family, and lindo, hopefully you also know it means beautiful. And now let's do possessive pronouns. So how does it work? I'm going to start here with this line here. So the possessive pronouns that we have to use for eu. So every time you're saying my friend, my cats, my friends, you have to use one of these 4 options. So here we have o meu amigo, and o meu, this means my friend. See that we have an article before the possessive pronoun, so literally I'm saying the my friend, but the right way to translate this is just my friend. And here we have a minha amiga. So the translation here, it's also my friend, word by word is like the my friend. So if the translation here is my friend and here my female friend, why do we have o meu here and why do we have a minha here? So here we have o meu because this word here, amigo, is masculine and singular. And here we have amiga, so it's like a female friend. And because we're dealing with a noun that is feminine and singular, we switch for a minha. So the structure that you have to follow is here. So first of all, we have the pronoun, like meu, it's the pronoun, or minha, it's also the pronoun. And then you have the noun. So you pick the pronoun, as you can see, in accordance with the noun that follows. So amigo is masculine singular, so we pick meu, so o meu. Amiga, it's feminine singular, so we switch for a minha. So once again, this is my friend, my male friend, and this is my friend, but my female friend, okay? And then for the plural, it's precisely the same. So we say os meus, so instead of o meu, we say os meus amigos, so my friends, because we're dealing with amigos, plural masculine, we switch for os meus. And here we have as minhas, amigas, so amigas it's feminine plural, so we switch for as minhas. So hopefully this is clear for you. Now, let's check these two options here. The solutions that we have for tu. We have o teu, a tua, os teus and as tuas, and the solutions that we have for você ou o senhor. O seu, a sua, os seus and as suas. So let's check these two together. Let's compare these two. So if I'm talking to you, and if I'm saying o teu amigo, what do you think I'm saying? So if I'm talking to you, and if I'm saying o teu amigo, I'm saying your friend. And the friend that I'm talking about is just one guy, so singular and masculine. So it's a male friend and just one. So if I'm saying o teu amigo, if I'm talking to you, I'm saying your friend. But if I'm still talking to you, if I'm talking with one person, and if I, instead of o teu, if I'm saying o seu amigo, I'm still saying your friend, okay? And I'm still talking to one person. So it doesn't matter if I say o teu amigo or o seu amigo, I'm talking to one person, only one person. The difference is that every time I use o teu, I'm being informal with the person that I'm talking to. And if I'm using o seu amigo, it means that I'm talking to one person, but in a formal way. So this means that I conjugate the verbs always in a formal way for você, okay? And then it's exactly the same logic for all the other possessive pronouns that we have on this line. So o teu amigo is like your male friend, but I'm talking in an informal way. A tua amiga, I'm still talking in an informal way with someone, but in this case, I'm saying your female friends, and then the same logic for the plural. So os teus amigos, so your friends, and as tuas amigas, your female friends. Okay? So every time I use o teu, a tua, os teus, or as tuas, I'm talking to one person. I'm talking to one person in an informal way. Every time I say o seu, a sua, os seus, or as suas, I'm talking to one person, but I'm being formal. I'm speaking in a formal way to that person, okay? Then we have the plural options, and for the plural options we have these two lines, this one here and this one here. So let's check what we have for nós. The first one is o nosso amigo. So nós, as you know, means we. So this means that every time we use o nosso, a nossa, os nossos, or as nossas, it means that we're talking like we as a group, okay? So this is our friend. It's just one friend, but I'm talking on behalf of a group, okay? I say our friends, our male friends, because we have here amigo. A nossa amiga is like our female friend. It's just one female friend. And then the same logic for plural, os nossos amigos, so our friends, and as nossas amigas will be our female friends, right? And then every time that I use o vosso, a vossa, os vossos, or as vossas, every time I use one of these four options, this means that I'm talking to a group of people. So if I'm saying o vosso amigo, what I'm saying is your, but I'm talking to more than one person. Don't forget that if I'm talking to one person, I'm going to say o teu, informal, or I'm going to say o seu, formal. If I'm talking to more than one person, I'm going to say o vosso amigo, like your as a group male friends, a vossa amiga, so your female friends, os vossos amigos, like your friends, plural, and here your female friends. All right? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Unit 5, lesson number 4. So, unidade 5, aula 4. Pronomes possessivos, possessive pronouns, another slide to consolidate possessive pronouns. So let's start with this activity here with an activity for you to practice possessive pronouns, okay? So I'm going to ask you to read these questions carefully, check all the words, and let's see if you can answer these questions. I'm going to help you just with the example. The example is, onde vive a sua família? This is where lives your, so a sua, it means, don't forget, I'm talking to one person in a formal way. Otherwise, I would say, onde vive a tua família, if I was talking to one person in an informal way. But no, I'm using a sua, so I'm talking to one person formally, in a formal way. And the answer for this is a minha família, so my family. A minha família vive em Lisboa. So these 5 questions that you have here, they will follow this logic. So please stop the video, read carefully, take your time, read these 5 questions, answer these questions, and please come back once you complete this activity. I'll see you shortly. Okay, so hopefully you have done this activity already, so I'm going to show you the answers. Let's start with the first question. Onde é a sua casa? So where is your? If I'm using a sua, it means that I'm talking to one person in a formal way, right? So onde é a sua casa? So if I'm talking to one person, that person will answer as one person, right? In the first person of the singular. And we'll say, a minha casa é em Lisboa. So my house is in Lisbon. Second question, onde moram os seus pais? So if I'm using os seus, it means that I'm talking to one person in a formal way, right? If I was talking to one person in an informal way, I would ask, onde moram os teus pais? But no, I'm using os seus, so I'm being formal with one person. And so the example that I have here is os meus pais, so my parents live in Portugal. So os meus pais moram em Portugal. Be careful with this word because pais, os pais means the parents. And there is one word that is very similar, that is país, takes an accent on the I, and it's singular. And o país means the country. But os pais, which is the word that we have here, pais, so we stress the P and the A, pais, means parents, okay? So the question is, where live your parents? Where do your parents live? Os meus pais moram em Portugal, so my parents live in Portugal. Then, a que horas começam as suas aulas de português? So, a que horas, this is at what time, okay? This construction here, it's worthwhile for you to memorize because we use it a lot. And this is at what time, okay? So, a que horas, it's always at what time. We use it if you want to ask this question about something in the present or in the future, like at what time will you go to the beach tomorrow, future. At what time you arrived yesterday, past. So we use this construction a lot. So at what time starts your lessons of Portuguese? A que horas começam as suas aulas de português? I wrote this. As minhas aulas começam às 10. So my lessons start at 10. So once again, we have this article here. So we say a minha, right? My house. Os meus pais. My parents, which is a funny construction. This article, it's not mandatory. It's not mandatory. However, in European Portuguese, we use it. So you should use it as well, okay? In Brazilian Portuguese, they don't have this article. So they say minha casa, or they say meus pais. It's also correct. It's also acceptable. But because you're learning European Portuguese, so it makes sense for you to say a minha, os meus, as minhas. So try to use this article before the possessive pronoun, okay? Then, quando é que volta para o seu país? So when is that you go back to your country? Sorry about my cat. And the question is, when is that you go back to your country? And the answer is, volto para o meu país em dezembro. So I go back to my country in December. Here, once again, I'm talking to one person in a formal way, right? Como é que se chama a vossa professora? So if I'm using a vossa, it means that I'm talking to a group of people, right? So don't forget, every time we use o vosso, a vossa, os vossos, or a vossas, it means that I'm talking to a group of people. So the question is, how is that calls herself your, talking to a group of people, your teacher? And the answer, so if I'm talking to a group of people, you're gonna answer as a group, right? You're gonna say our teacher. So our teacher calls herself Maria. And now we check all the options that we have for eu and tu and você and nós and vocês. However, you probably notice that we still have to discover or to discuss what kind of solutions we have for ele, ela, eles, or elas. And here this works in a slightly different way. Let's check the solutions that we have for ele. So for ele, what we say? We say o amigo dele. So this is like word by word, it's something like this. The friend, dele is like de plus ele. So this is like the friend of he. So it's his friend, right? So but dele, you can split this into words like de plus ele. So like the friend of he. And then we have a amiga dele. So the female friend of he. So the word dele doesn't change. Dele. What changes in this case is the noun that we have before, right? Which is very different from the way like we use these possessive pronouns. We call this determinante possível, but honestly, I don't think it matters how we call this kind of structures, as long as you understand what's happening. So with this words that we saw before on the previous slide, these possessive pronouns, so we pick the pronoun in accordance with this noun, right? So we pick a minha because casa is feminine singular. We pick os meus because pais is masculine and plural, right? But with ele, ela, eles and elas, no, it's different, right? It's always, for ele, it's always dele. What changes is this noun here. The male friend of he, the female friend of he, the friends of he, and the female friends of he. I'm translating directly, right? Because you would say his friend. You'd say here his friend as well, his female friend, and like his friends, and here his female friends. That would be the right translation. And then it's exactly the same logic for ela, eles, and elas. Okay, so for ela is like o amigo dela, so the friend of her, so her friend. A amiga dela, so the female friend of her. Os amigos dela, so her friends. Amigos, it means that it's a group of guys or boys and girls. And here we're using as amigas, so it means just a group of girls. So her friends, but these friends would be just girls, right? Because that's how it works in Portuguese. If you have just one guy in the middle of 99 girls, we still use the masculine option. And then it's the same logic for eles, but for eles we use deles, like o amigo deles, their friends. A amiga deles, their female friend. Os amigos deles, so their friends, right? And then the same for elas, but instead of deles we use delas. So o amigo delas, a amiga delas, os amigos delas, and as amigas delas. So what changes for all these options that we have here is the noun that we have before the determinant possessive. So this is different from the way like we use possessive pronouns, okay? Now, one thing more, and this information is relevant. I would say it's relevant only for those students who speak Spanish and Italian, okay? Because if you also speak Spanish and Italian, I'm gonna tell you that o amigo dele, instead of o amigo dele, and this is his friend, you could also say o seu amigo, okay? Or instead of a amiga dele, you could say a sua amiga. So in this case, I'm using o seu and a sua. And I'm saying that this is relevant only if you know Spanish and Italian, because before on the previous slide I told you, or to all of you, that we use o seu, a sua, os seus and as suas when you're talking to one person in a formal way, right? If I say o seu amigo, and if I'm talking to one person, I'm saying your friend in a formal way. However, and again, for those of you who know Spanish and Italian, you know that o seu amigo can be like your friend, formal, talking to one person, but you know that is also his friend, o seu amigo, okay? This is very confusing if you don't know Spanish or Italian. So if you don't know Spanish or Italian, don't worry about what I just said. But if you know Spanish, Italian, have in mind this. O amigo dele or o seu amigo, it's the same. If you don't know Spanish or Italian, just retain this idea. We use o seu, a sua, os seus, and as suas if you're talking to one person in a formal way, and then if you want to say his friends, you have to use o amigo dele, and if you want to say her friend, you would say o amigo dela, and all the information that I gave you before. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hi there, welcome to Unit 5, Lesson number 5, Unidade 5, Aula 5. Another activity, another slide with possessive pronouns. So what we have here, we have completa com os possessivos, so complete this activity with the possessive pronouns. So we have an activity here for you to practice this content once again. So this time we have a few questions. The first question that we have here is: Esta é a vossa mala? So the question is, this is your. So if I'm using a vossa, don't forget I'm asking this question to a group of people, right? So esta é a vossa mala. This is your as a group, your bag. And the answer must be, you have to answer as a group, right? You have to say, no, it's not our bag. And then you have to say it's his bag. So I'm gonna show you the first one, and then I'm gonna ask you to try to complete this activity. So the answer for the first one is não é a nossa mala. So no, it's not our bag. É a mala dele. So it's the bag of he. So it's his bag, right? So now I'm gonna ask you to stop this video. Stop the video for a few minutes, read carefully the questions and try to find the answers. And then once you complete this, please come back because I'm going to show you the solutions, the answers for these questions, okay? Okay, hopefully you have done this activity already. So let's check the questions and the answers. So the second one is: Este é o teu jornal. So this is your newspaper. So if I'm using o teu, don't forget I'm asking this question to one person in an informal way. That's why I'm using o teu. If I was asking this question to one person in a formal way, would be este é o seu, right? O seu would be like your formal, but in this case I'm asking to one person in an informal way. So este é o teu jornal, and the answer is não é o meu jornal. So no, it's not my newspaper. É o jornal dele. So it's the newspaper of he, so it's his newspaper. The third question is: Esta é a tua mala. So this is your bag. Again, I'm using tua, which means that I'm asking this question to one person in an informal way. And the answer is não é a minha mala. So no, it's not my bag. É a mala dela. So it's the bag of her. It's her bag. Estes são os vossos livros. So these are your books. Sim, são os nossos livros. So the question is once again to a group of people. That's why I'm using os vossos, right? So this is your as a group, your books. And the answer is sim, são os nossos. So when you answer, in this case, you have to answer as a group. If I'm asking to more than one person, you're supposed to answer like as a group as well. So sim, são os nossos, like yes, it's our, os nossos, like our books, right? Estas são as tuas canetas. So if I'm using as tuas, I'm asking this question to one person in an informal way. And the answer is sim, são as minhas canetas. So if I'm asking to one person, you answer as one person, right? So sim, são as minhas. Yes, are my pens. Estas são as tuas revistas. So these are your magazines. So revistas, it's magazines. As tuas, once again, it means that I'm asking this question in an informal way to one person. And the answer is sim, são as minhas. So you answer as one person, okay? Individually, so you say sim, são as minhas revistas. So yes, are my magazines. This table here is just to let you know something that I mentioned already before. In European Portuguese, we use this article before the possessive pronoun, right? We say o meu, a minha, o teu, a tua, o nosso, o vosso. So we always have this article before the possessive pronoun. In Brazilian Portuguese, they don't have that article, so they just say meu cão. And in European Portuguese, we say o meu cão, right? So Brazilian, they skip this article. It's acceptable with and without, okay? So grammatically, we have to accept if you have the article. If you don't have the article, it's also acceptable. However, if you're in Portugal, if you're trying to speak European Portuguese, it makes sense to use the article because that's what we do, right? We have an article before the possessive pronoun. So we have o meu, o teu, a tua, a minha, a nossa, os nossos. All right? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello, let's go. Let's move on to Unit 5, Lesson 6. Unidade 5, Aula 6. So what we have here, we have adicionar palavras ao teu kit de sobrevivência. So adding words to your survival kit. So let's start with this table with all these words. And let's start here. Tipo de habitação is like type of house, habitat. So you don't say that in English. So different types of houses. So it's hard to translate directly. O prédio, it's the building. A vivenda means the villa. A casa, the house. O apartamento, the apartment. O andar means the floor. Like primeiro andar, segundo andar, terceiro andar. First floor, second floor, third floor. O palácio, it's the palace. Then composição da habitação, like composition of the house. Different parts of the house. Once again, word by word, it's a bit hard to translate. Sala de jantar, this is the dining room. Sala de estar, this is the living room. O quarto, it's the bedroom. A cozinha, it's the kitchen. A casa de banho, bathroom. E casa com três assoalhadas. So this word here, you're probably asking yourself, what the hell is that, assoalhadas? Assoalhadas, in Portuguese, it's just a number of bedrooms and living rooms that you have in your house, okay? So when we're talking about assoalhadas, kitchen and bathroom, that doesn't count, okay? So assoalhadas, once again, is just the number of living rooms and the number living rooms or dining rooms and the number of bedrooms that you have in your house, okay? So once again, kitchen and bathroom, that doesn't count as an assoalhada. Mobiliário means furniture. So a mesa, it's the table. O sofá, it's the sofa. Alcatifa, it's like a carpet that covers the whole floor. A cadeira, it's a chair. O quadro is like a frame or a painting. O armário, it's a cupboard. Okay, so we have armário de cozinha, like kitchen cupboard. Armário de casa de banho is like bathroom cupboard. So armário is just a cupboard. It's a place that you use to store, to keep things. No quarto, in the bedroom, you have a cama, the bed, o lençol, the bed sheet. Almofada, it's the pillow, the object that you use to sleep. Pillow. Edredão, o edredão, it's the duvet. o roupeiro means it's the wardrobe, and the cômoda is like the dresser or chest of drawers. That's what we call cômoda. Okay, now we have a text here. So I'm going to read this text with you. Please follow my reading. O Pedro mora numa zona muito típica de Lisboa. Mora no Bairro Alto. A casa dele é muito antiga. Ele mora no primeiro andar. Nas janelas da casa ele tem vasos com sardinheiras, que são flores muito bonitas. A casa dele tem apenas duas assoalhadas, um quarto e uma sala. Tem também uma cozinha e uma casa de banho que está sempre com problemas. O Pedro não se preocupa com estes problemas porque ele gosta muito das pessoas que ali vivem. Nestes bairros, as pessoas são muito simpáticas. So again, we have Pedro lives in an area very typical of Lisbon, lives in Bairro Alto. Bairro Alto is an area, right? In the city center. A casa dele, so the house of he, so his house, right? See again this dele. We discussed this word on the previous slides. So the house of he, so his house is very antique, very old. He lives in the first floor. So in the windows of the house, he has pots. Vasos are pots. Sardinheiras with sardinheiras. Sardinheira is just a flower. Geranios, we call it geranios in English. So this has nothing to do with sardines. Probably we're probably thinking about sardines. Has nothing to do. Sardinheira is just a flower. That are flowers, very beautiful. So the house of he, so his house, has only, apenas means only, 2 rooms, right? So assoalhadas, once again, it's this word that we discussed before. Um quarto e uma sala, so 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Has also 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom that is always with problems. Pedro doesn't worry, is not preoccupied with these problems because he likes very much of the people that live there. Okay, at least like there. In these neighborhoods, the people are very nice. Okay, now a few questions, 5 questions for you. I'm gonna ask you to read carefully these questions. I think it's just straightforward. So take your time, stop this video so you have time to read carefully these questions, double check the text, answer these questions, and then once you complete that activity, please come back because I'm going to show you the answers, okay? Alright, so let's check the answers. The first question is onde mora o Pedro? So where lives Pedro? And the answer is o Pedro mora no Bairro Alto em Lisboa. So Pedro lives in Bairro Alto in Lisbon. Second question is em que andar mora o Pedro? So in which floor lives Pedro? And the answer is o Pedro mora no primeiro andar. So Pedro lives in the first floor. Que tipo de flores tem o Pedro? O Pedro tem sardinheiras. So what kind of flowers has Pedro? Pedro has sardinheiras, that is geranios, right? Quantas assoalhadas tem a casa do Pedro and quais? So how many rooms has the house of Pedro and which or what? Yeah, which in this case. Como são? Sorry, the answer is a casa do Pedro tem 2 assoalhadas and I can add this. Um quarto e uma sala, right? So again, a casa do Pedro tem 2 assoalhadas, so the house of Pedro has 2 rooms, and then I can add this. Um quarto, a bedroom e uma sala, and a living room. Como são as pessoas nestes bairros de Lisboa? So how are people in these neighborhoods of Lisbon? How are they? Are they nice? Are they rude? That's the meaning of the question. And the answer is as pessoas são muito simpáticas. So people are very nice. Okay? Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello, and let's move on to Unit 5, Lesson 7. So, Unidade 5, Aula 7. So, what we have here today, we have Relações familiares, so family relations, and some vocabulary, vocabulary words related with your family. And let's check this vocabulary that we have here. So, let's start with o casal. So, o casal means the couple. O marido, husband, a mulher, wife. Again, marido, husband, mulher, wife. And then os pais. Os pais, this means the parents, okay? So o pai, the father, and a mãe, mother. And then we have os avós, so the grandparents. And then we have o avô and a avó. I know that you're asking to yourself, what's the difference in terms of the sound between the first one and the second one? First of all, let me tell you that even for us, it's hard to hear the difference, okay? So it's this article here. If I say u, I know it's masculine. So u avô. This is a bit more close sound. O, this hat that we have here on top of this O, closes the sound of the vowel. And this so the fact that we have it becomes clear that it's feminine, and then it's avó. So it's the grandmother, okay? So the grandfather and the grandmother. O sogro, it's the father-in-law. A sogra, mother-in-law. And then we have here a nora. So nora means daughter-in-law. O genro, son-in-law. Os netos, grandkids. As netas, granddaughters. Then o neto, a neta. And then os tios, uncles. As tias, aunts. O tio, so uncle, a tia, aunt. Os primos, cousins. As primas, female cousins. O primo and a prima, the singular. Os sobrinhos, nephews and nieces. As sobrinhas, nieces. Sobrinho, sobrinha, the singular. Os irmãos, this means the siblings or the brothers. As irmãs, just sisters, just girls. O irmão, a irmã, brother and sister. Os filhos, kids, or sons. Filhas, daughters, and then filho and filha, it's the feminine, right? So now what you have to do, you have to complete this activity here, and you have to have in mind a couple things before you start doing this activity. First of all, we have here the description of the family. So we have a família. Estes são a Ana, 70 anos. O Pedro, 7 anos. O Luís, 39 anos. A Sara, 34 anos. So this is a family, all right? So Ana, she's 70. Pedro, 7 years old. Luís, 39. And Sara, 34. Luís is married with Sara. They are a couple, okay? And they're married. So you have to have this in mind. And you also have to have in mind this. Ana é mãe da Sara. Okay, so Ana is Sara's mom. So you have to have this in mind to complete this activity. And now you have to find the connection between all these people. So an example, Ana is, I don't know, Pedro's sister, or Pedro's mom, or Pedro's grandmother. I don't know. You have to read carefully this text. So please stop the video for a few minutes, complete this, and then come back once you complete this activity, because I'm going to show you the answers, okay? All right, so hopefully you have done this already. So let's check what I have here for you. So Ana é avó do Pedro. Here, with or without the article would be the same, would be both correct, and we use both. So if you wrote Ana é a avó, it's correct, but if you write it down without the article, it's also fine. So Ana é avó do Pedro, or Ana é a avó do Pedro, and it's the same logic for everything that you have here, okay? So Ana é avó do Pedro e sogra do Luís. So avó, grandmother, sogra, mother-in-law. Then a Sara é mulher do Luís e mãe do Pedro. O Luís é marido da Sara e genro da Ana, so son-in-law. E o Pedro é neto, grandson, neto da Ana. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello, so let's move on to Unit 5, Lesson 8, Unidade 5, Aula 8. So what we have here, adjetivos, advérbios e pronomes. This is something that I already mentioned this, we discussed this on Unit 4, okay? But this is an activity to try to consolidate this because this is always very confusing for students, okay? So, if you want to say the car is good, how would you say the car is good in Portuguese? So I asked you this already before, so this will be an activity to try to consolidate that information. So the car is good in Portuguese. It's written here. O carro é bom. So bom, in this case, it's good, and we use bom because we're talking about something masculine and singular. And how about if in case you want to say the cars are good? So instead of one car, now we have more than one. So we have the solution here. So os carros são bons. So as you can see, instead of bom, now we have bons because we're describing something that is masculine and plural. So os carros são bons. And then if you want to say the beer is good. So what we have this time, we have a cerveja é boa. So as you can see, in English you have the car is good, the cars are good, the beer is good. But we have already 3 adjectives. And then I have the plural, the beers are good. So as cervejas são boas. So we have bom, bons, boa, and boas. And for you in English, it's just one word, right? In English, they only have good, 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 and good. But we have 4 words for good, right? And now let's try this sentence. If you want to say, Pedro speaks well. I don't want the word good, huh? I want the word well. Pedro speaks well. On that case, the solution is here. O Pedro fala bem. Now, bem, this word here, and also this word that we'll discuss in a few minutes, bem, it is an adverb, okay? It says here, advérbios invariáveis. So, adverbs, they are always invariable. They never change. Just memorize this way. If you want to use the word well, I'm going to repeat. Memorize this way. If you want to use the word well in Portuguese, the equivalent to well is bem. Problem solved. Okay? Then, if you want to use the word good, you know that in Portuguese we have 4 options for that. So, bom, bons, boa, and boas, right? And then, guys, it's exactly the same if you're dealing with the word bad. So, if you want to say the car is bad, the solution is here. O carro é mau. So, mau, it's bad. It's the adjective that we use for something masculine and singular. And then, the cars are bad. Now, more than one car. So, it's here. Os carros são maus. And then, if you want to say the beer is bad, a cerveja é má. So now it switches to má. Okay, so this is má. It's bad for something that is singular and feminine. And then the plural. As cervejas são más. So the beers are bad. So bad, 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 bad. 4 adjectives in Portuguese for the word bad. And then if you want to say Pedro speaks badly or poorly. Again, Pedro speaks badly or poorly. In that case, you're dealing with an adverb and you're dealing with the word mal. Once again, if you want to keep this very simple, memorize, you just have to memorize that if you want to say badly or poorly, it's mal that you have to use, okay? And if you remember that, it's easy. And bem, it's invariable. Mal, it's also invariable. They are adverbs. And once again, adverbs are invariable always, okay? Now, if you want to say, the cars are very expensive. How would you say this? The cars are very expensive. So probably you know that is os carros são, right? The cars are. And then expensive, in Portuguese, it's caros if you talk about cars, right? So os carros são something and then caros. Caros means expensive. So the question is, what's the word for very? How do you say very? Because what we want is the cars are very expensive, right? So how do you say very in Portuguese? It's here. Os carros são muito, it's very, okay? See that everything is plural here, but the only thing that is not plural is the word muito, because muito, once again, it's an adverb. Very easy way for you to solve this problem. Just memorize that if you want to say very is muito that you have to use. As simple as this, okay? So once again, if you want to use the word very, you have to say muito. And if you remember this, you have your problem solved. But I'm sure that you have seen already the word muitos and muitas and muita, right? So let's see when do we have to use these words. How can you say Pedro has many cars? How would you say that? Pedro has many cars. So I'm going to show you the solution. O Pedro tem muitos carros. See that now we have muitos, and we have muitos because first of all you're using the word many, okay? Here you're using the word very, completely different. This is an adverb. But again, you don't have to go very deep in terms of grammar. This is very, it's invariable, memorize this way. But now you're trying to say Pedro has many cars. So if you're using many, what you have to use is muitos. And in terms of grammar, we're dealing with a pronoun. And it's muitos because carros, it's plural and masculine. So this word here, this muitos, is in accordance with the noun that follows, okay? And if you want to say Pedro has many chickens. So galinhas, it's plural feminine. So I have to use muitas. It switches, right? So here os and here os. Here galinhas as and here as. So these words muitos, muitas, muito and muita, this word that is before a noun, this is a pronoun. And now if you want to say Pedro has a lot of money. So now in English you switch for a lot of because it's like countable and not countable. That's why you use sometimes many and sometimes a lot of. So if you want to say Pedro has a lot of money, it's dinheiro. Once again, it's a noun. It's masculine singular, so we switch for muito. So this means that this word here, muito, is the same spelling of this word here, muito. But this is a lot of, and in terms of grammar, this is a pronoun. And this is an adverb, and it's very. So the spelling is the same, but they are completely different words in terms of grammar, and when you translate them, they are obviously different as well. Finally, if you want to say Pedro has a lot of water, it's here. O Pedro tem muita água. So água, it's feminine, it's singular, so we have muita, right? So this is in accordance with this noun. This is in accordance with this noun. This ending is in accordance with this noun. This ending is in accordance with this noun. Okay? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unit 5, lesson number 9. So, Unidade 5, aula 9. So what we have here, graus comparativos, comparatives. So these are the structures that we're going to use. In case you want to say something like this, Pedro is taller than Maria, okay, or Maria is as intelligent as Joanna, or if you want to compare a cat with a dog, you would say this cat is less fat than this dog, okay, so more than, less than, as intelligent, as clever, as tall as. So this kind of structures that you use to compare two different things or two different people. This is the kind of structures that we will discuss now. So let's check the first one. This is, I would say, easy, quite easy. So the first example is superioridade. And we have, o Filipe tem duas irmãs mais velhas do que ele. So Filipe has two sisters, mais, this is a key word, this is invariable. And do que, This two words, do que, is like then, stands for then. So again, Philip has two sisters, more old, so older. In English, you wouldn't say more old, you would say older. Do que is just than him. Okay, so keywords mais and do que. This never changes. If you want to say, if you're saying that something or someone is more intelligent than, more interesting than, so it's always mais and then do que. Another example, o João come mais devagar do que o Rui. So John eats more slowly, devagar means slowly, do que than Rui. So again, mais and do que. So again, John eats more slowly than Rui. So mais velhas, mais devagar, do que ele, do que o Rui. Another example, now igualdade. First example, o Filipe é tão simpático como as irmãs. So now keywords are tão and como. What's the translation for this? Philip is as nice as the sisters. So tão and como invariable, they never change. Another example, o João corre tão depressa como o Pedro. So John runs as quickly. So depressa is quickly. It's the opposite of this word here, devagar. So John runs as quickly as Pedro. That's the translation. So tão and como, as. And then we have inferioridade. Example, o Filipe é menos alto, so Philip is less tall do que as irmãs. So this one here is very similar with this one, right? But here you have mais and here you have menos. Here you have do que and here we still have do que. So Philip is less tall than, so do que just than the sisters. And o Manuel acorda, so Manuel wakes up menos cedo, so less early, do que than Bobby. Okay? So mais do que, and then menos do que, and tão como. Alright? And then we have here a few exceptions. And these exceptions, they are very similar to, if you compare this with English, it's pretty much the same logic. So with this adjective, grande, I'm going to ask you if you know what does it mean, grande. So this means, grande means big, right? In English, you could not say, John is more big than Maria, right? More big. It's something that it doesn't work. And in Portuguese, when using these adjectives in superioridade, it's the same logic. So if you're going to say mais grande, so using this mais with grande, it doesn't work. So it works with all the other adjectives, or almost all of them, mais velhas, or mais altas, mais gordas, but then mais grande, that doesn't work. It doesn't work in English, more big. It doesn't work in Portuguese, mais grande. So in English, instead of more big, you would say bigger, right? And bigger in Portuguese is maior, okay? So maior means bigger. So maior do que, this is bigger than. And then, same logic, in English, you cannot say, Pedro is more good than Maria, or Maria is more good than Joana, right? More good just doesn't work in English. In Portuguese, it doesn't work as well. So what would you say in English? You say Pedro is better than, or Maria is better than, right? And better in Portuguese is the word melhor. So o Pedro é melhor do que, Pedro is better than. And finally, and the last one is with these adjectives here. Pretty much just like in English, you wouldn't say Pedro is more bad than João, right? Instead of more bad, you'd say Pedro is worse than João. Same logic in Portuguese, so you cannot say mais mau, or mais má, or mais mal, that doesn't work. What you have to say pior. So pior is like worst. O Pedro é pior do que o João. So Pedro is worse than John, okay? So maior it's bigger, melhor it's better, and pior is worst. Okay, thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Okay, so let's move on. Let's move on to Unit 5, Lesson 10, Unidade 5, Aula 10. What we have here, graus comparativos, comparative. So once again, this is a lesson, a slide just to complete, to consolidate what we did on slide number 9. So what you have to do, you have here 2 activities, 2 tables, and you just have to fill out these gaps that you can see here with the structures that we did on the previous lesson, okay, on lesson number 9. With comparatives. So I'm going to ask you to read carefully this table here and these 4 activities that you can see here on this green table. Take your time, stop the video, read carefully, complete this, and then please come back because I'm gonna show you my answers to these 2 activities, okay? All right, so let's see what I have here, the solution for this activity. So, I'm gonna start with exemplo. So, exemplo, a Maria tem 25 anos, a Ana tem 15. Maria has 25 years old, or Maria is 25 years old, and Ana has 15. Ana is 15 years old. So, a Maria é mais velha do que a Ana. So Maria is older, mais velha, older than Ana, right? The adjective that we're dealing here, we're dealing with the adjective velho, but we use velha because we're talking about Maria. And then Ana é baixa, Ana is short, a irmã dela é mais alta do que ela. So Ana is short, her sister, the sister of her sister is more tall, so taller than her, okay? B, o Pedro é muito gordo, so Pedro is very fat. Os amigos dele são, so the friends of his, so his friends are mais magros, so slimmer do que ele, than him, okay? So mais magros is like more slim do que ele. And then C, o Márcio tem uma casa pequena, so Márcio has a small house. O Miguel tem uma casa grande, Miguel has a big house. A casa do Miguel é maior do que, so don't forget that maior is like bigger, because we cannot say mais grande, right? Mais grande, it's something that it doesn't work in Portuguese, doesn't work in English. To say more big, you say bigger. Mais grande doesn't work in Portuguese, so instead of mais grande, we have to use maior. Maior is like bigger, bigger than. A Cláudia tem piano bom, so Cláudia has a good piano, mas o piano da Joana é, so Joana's piano is melhor do que, so melhor, don't forget this is better, okay? So again, mais bom, it doesn't work. It also doesn't work to say in English more good, right? More good, it's not correct, you say better. So the word for better is melhor, so melhor do que, so better than. O Paulo fala inglês muito mal, so Paulo speaks English very badly or very poorly, mas o Francisco fala pior do que o Paulo. So don't forget that pior is worst. Once again, mais mal, it's something that it doesn't work in Portuguese. It also doesn't work in English to say more bad or more badly. So you say worst, right? Then, exemplo, o João tem 1,80 m de altura. O pai também. O João é tão alto como o pai. So John is as tall as the father. A mãe do Pedro é tão simpática como o pai. So the mom of Pedro, Pedro's mom is as nice as the father. So simpática because we could talk about the mom, right? So the adjective, we're describing how nice is Pedro's mom. So mãe is feminine, so we use simpática. As minhas irmãs são tão inteligentes como eu. So my sisters are as intelligent, so we use inteligentes because we are this inteligentes, it's connected with irmãs. Irmãs it's plural, so we use inteligentes. Beethoven é tão famoso como Mozart. We don't use articles, see that we don't have here o Beethoven or o Mozart. As I said before, the way like use articles is very messy in Portuguese. But here there is one guideline that says clearly that we don't use articles with famous people. Okay, so if I'm talking about Maria, I'm gonna say a Maria é simpática. O Pedro é alto. O João é português. But if I'm talking about Beethoven, I don't say o Beethoven. I just say Beethoven. I don't say o Mozart, which I just say Mozart, okay? It's one of the guidelines that we have for articles, and as I said before, don't worry too much with articles. Articles are very messy in Portuguese. And even if you're not using the article in the right way, we will understand you, okay? So it's a very complex topic. It's level C1 articles, as I said before, so don't waste too much energy on level A1 with articles. Just pay attention and chill and go with the flow. The last one, este exercício é tão fácil como o exercício anterior. So this exercise is as easy as the previous exercise, okay? Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello, and let's move on to unit number 5 and lesson 11. So, unidade 5, aula 11, and we have this, atividade de compreensão oral. So, we have a listening activity for you here. So, let's see how this is going to work. We have here these three words, these three adjectives. We have the word triste, satisfeito, and furioso. So, triste means sad, satisfeito means satisfied, and furioso means furious, right? So I'm gonna read the sentence for you, and I'm gonna read slowly twice. And this sentence is connected with one of these words, okay? So what you have to do is you have to listen carefully. Once again, I'm gonna read twice, and then you have to think, okay, this sentence is connected with triste or with satisfeito or with furioso, okay? So I'm gonna read now. No próximo ano, o Luís vai ganhar mais e trabalhar menos uma hora. O Luís está... I'm gonna read again. No próximo ano, o Luís vai ganhar mais e trabalhar menos uma hora. O Luís está... Do you think triste, satisfeito ou furioso? Okay, if you don't know yet, I'm going to show you the sentence. So, no próximo ano, o Luís vai ganhar mais e trabalhar menos uma hora. O Luís está satisfeito, right? Satisfeito. So, the translation is, in the coming year, Luís will earn. So, ganhar is to win or to earn. In this case, it's to earn. Will earn more and work less 1 hour. So it will work 1 hour less. So o Luís está satisfeito. Now we have zangado, alegre e triste. So zangado means upset, angry. Alegre means happy, and triste, as you know, means sad, right? So I'm going to read sentence number 2. O Rui faz anos hoje. Está a fazer uma festa em casa. Está a dançar e a beber vinho. O Rui está... Again. O Rui faz anos hoje. Está a fazer uma festa em casa. Está a dançar e a beber vinho. O Rui está... Do you think that Rui está zangado, alegre ou triste? If you don't know yet, I'm going to show you the sentence. O Rui faz anos hoje. Está a fazer uma festa em casa. Está a dançar e a beber vinho. O Rui está... So, o Rui está alegre, right? So, Rui makes years today, which means it's his birthday today, right? So, don't forget that we make years. We have years and we make years. Está a fazer uma festa em casa. So, he's making a party in the house. So, está a fazer, this is a present continuous, right? Estar a plus infinitive that we spoke about this on the first slide of Unit 5. So, in English, you guys throw parties, which is also funny. You throw parties. And in Portuguese, we make parties, which is also interesting. So, he's making a party at home. Is dancing, again, está a dançar, is dancing, the present continuous, e a beber vinho, and drinking wine. O Rui está alegre. And now we have furiosa, triste, and zangada. So furiosa is furious, triste sad, zangada upset, right? I'm going to read the sentence. O gato da Joana está muito doente. A Joana está, again, o gato da Joana está muito doente. A Joana está... Okay, if you don't know, I'm going to show you the answer, not the answer yet, the sentence. O gato da Joana está muito doente, a Joana está. So the cat of Joana is very sick. A Joana está probably triste, or yeah, furiosa or zangada. I think triste it's the one that works for this sentence. So Joana's cat is very sick, Joana is sad, right? And now we have 5 adjectives. We have falador, teimoso, preguiçoso, tímido, sociável. So falador is chatty, someone who talks a lot. Teimoso means stubborn. Preguiçoso means lazy. Tímido means timid, shy, right? And sociável means sociable. So same logic. This time I'm going to read a sentence, and this sentence that I'm going to read for you, it's connected with one of these adjectives. Let's see which one you think it's the right one. So I'm going to start with number 1. A Margarida fala, fala, fala. Tem sempre coisas para dizer. Só não diz nada quando está a dormir. Ela é muito... So again. A Margarida fala, fala, fala. Tem sempre coisas para dizer. Só não diz nada quando está a dormir. Ela é muito... So hopefully you already know what's the solution, but I'm going to show you the sentence. Margarida fala, fala, fala. Tem sempre coisas para dizer. Só não diz nada quando está a dormir. Ela é muito... So the solution is faladora in this case, because you talk about Margarida, so you have to add an A here. A Margarida é faladora, okay? So Margarida talks, 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 has always things to say, only doesn't say anything when she's sleeping. Ela é muito faladora. Okay, so faladora is done. I'm going to read number 2. And now let's see which one. Do you think it makes sense? Do you think will it be teimoso, preguiçoso, tímido, or sociável? I'm going to read. So number 2. Número 2. O Martim já tem 23 anos, mas não estuda e não trabalha. Diz que o trabalho não é para ele. Passa os dias no sofá, a dormir ou a ver televisão. É uma pessoa muito... Again. O Martim já tem 23 anos, mas não estuda e não trabalha. Diz que o trabalho não é para ele. Passa os dias no sofá, a dormir ou a ver televisão. É uma pessoa muito... So hopefully you know the answer, but I'm going to show you the sentence. O Martim já tem 23 anos, mas não estuda e não trabalha. Diz que o trabalho não é para ele. Passa os dias no sofá, a dormir ou a ver televisão. É uma pessoa muito preguiçosa, okay? Here we're describing pessoa. Pessoa it's feminine, singular. So we have to switch the adjective to preguiçosa. So I can say this. O Martim é preguiçoso. Martim it's a guy. So I'm going to use preguiçoso. But é uma pessoa it's feminine. So é uma pessoa muito preguiçosa with an A, right? So Martim already has 23 years old, but doesn't study and doesn't work. I'm translating word by word, okay? He says that the work is not for him. He passes or he spends the days, we say, in the couch, sleeping or watching TV. Is a person very preguiçoso. And the last one is, I'm going to read the last one, so let's see if you can understand which one is the right one. O Pedro tem muitos amigos e passa todo o tempo com eles. Nunca está em casa. Vai a festas e encontros quase todos os dias. Ele é muito... Again. O Pedro tem muitos amigos e passa todo o tempo com eles. Nunca está em casa. Vai a festas e encontros quase todos os dias. Ele é muito... Okay, hopefully you already know, but if you don't know, I'm going to show you the sentence. O Pedro tem muitos amigos e passa todo o tempo com eles. Nunca está em casa. Vai a festas e encontra-os quase todos os dias. Ele é muito sociável, right? So Pedro has many friends and spends all the time with them. Never is at home, is never at home. He goes to parties and encounters almost, quase it's almost, all the day, so every day. Ele é muito, ele é muito sociável, okay? Thank you for watching, I hope you have enjoyed, and I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unit 5, Lesson 12, Unidade 5, Aula 12. Qual é o verbo que podes usar com estas expressões? So what is the verb that you can use with these expressions? So we have a table with 10 boxes, as you can see. Box number 1, box number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we need a verb for each one of these boxes, okay? A verb that works for each one of these words or expressions that we have here. This activity here, it's not exactly for you to memorize these verbs in particular or this sentences in particular. That's not relevant in my opinion to make sure that you can memorize each verb, each expression. No, this is for you just to think a little bit and compare with English or compare with your mother tongue. Because very often we translate, when we're speaking a foreign language, we translate word by word from English or from a different language. And when we translate word by word, sometimes the translation, it works, okay? Because sometimes different languages, they use the same verbs to say the same things, but sometimes it just doesn't work. An example is when we're talking about age in English, they would say I am 47 years old, but in Portuguese we would say, or we say I have 47 years old. So different languages use different verbs, and this example that I just told you, it's just one example among many others. And this table that we have here that we'll do now together, it's just a few examples to give you the chance to think a little bit about how verbs are different when we want to say the same things. And if we translate word by word, sometimes it works, but sometimes it just doesn't work. So this is an activity for you to give you the chance to think about this problem, this topic, okay? So let's start with number 1. Number 1, we have the word banho, that means bath. And then we have o pequeno almoço, the breakfast. And then we have taxi, a taxi. So in English, they would say take a bath and to have the breakfast and to take a taxi, right? So in English, they have two verbs here, to take and to have. But in Portuguese, what's the verb that you think that it works here? It's the verb tomar, okay? So we only have one verb here, and it's the verb tomar. Tomar banho, tomar o pequeno almoço, tomar táxi. So in English, two verbs. In Portuguese, one verb in this case. Number 2, we have prémio, that means a prize. Muito dinheiro, a lot of money. And uma competição, a competition. So in English, they would say to win a prize, to earn a lot of money, and to win a competition. So they have two verbs, to win and to earn. In Portuguese, we only have one, that is the verb ganhar, okay? So so if you want to say I earn or he earns a lot of money, for us it's the verb ganhar. So we don't have a verb for to earn, so we use the verb to win. So we win money, okay? Even if you talk about our salary, we win money. Then o comboio means the train, a carteira means the wallet, and jogo means a game. So what's the verb that you believe it works here? This one is a little bit harder, and the verb that we use here is the verb perder. So perder, it's to lose. This means that we lose trains. So in English, you guys miss a train, but we don't have that that verb, to miss a train. So we lose trains, we lose wallets, and we lose games. Okay, lose a game, it's okay. It works in Portuguese and in English. To lose the wallet, it also works in both languages, but to lose a train, it doesn't work, right? In English, it doesn't. You don't lose trains. You are too big to lose a train. So, but in Portuguese, we lose trains, we lose airplanes, we lose trams, we lose a lot of stuff. Okay, so you at some point you're gonna hear if you're gonna try to speak if you're gonna speak with a Portuguese citizen and in English, you'll notice that sooner or later they will say to you, I'm sorry, I'm late because I lost the train or I lost the bus. So they're saying that they are translating word by word. So they will be facing exactly the same problem. So they will they're trying to say I missed the train or I missed the bus. But because in Portuguese we use the verb to lose, they will say I lost the train or I lost the tram, okay? Number 4, we have passeio, that means a walk, presente, that means a present, and conselho, that means an advice. Any ideas here? So in English, you take a walk, you give a present, and you give an advice. In Portuguese, we use the verb dar. This means that we give walks. That is a bit strange, right? So I could say to you, eu dou passeio todos os dias. Word by word, I'm saying I give a walk every day. The translation doesn't work, so the translation is like I take a walk every day, I go for a walk every day. So that would be the right translation. 5. Uma gripe, it's a flu. O autocarro, the bus. And uma bola, it's a ball. This one is easy because in English you say to catch a flu, to catch the bus, and to catch the ball. Catch a ball, and we would say apanhar. So apanhar is to catch. So this one, it works for these 3 expressions. Catch a flu, catch the bus, and catch a ball. In Portuguese, it's word by word, it's the same. Number 6. This one is a little bit harder. Uma fotografia means a photograph. O casaco, it's the jacket. And o carro da garagem, this is the car from the garage. So in English, you would say take a photograph, take off the jackets, and take out the car from the garage. So you have take off, take out. In Portuguese, we have the verb tirar. So we have another verb for to take, right? So tirar is take off, and take out. Tricky. This one is a bit tricky. Number 7. Férias means holidays. Cheque means a check. E pela avenida means by the avenue. So in English, you would say spend holidays, write a check, and pass by the avenue. Pass by the avenue. So you have 3 verbs in English. In Portuguese, we have just one. It's the verb passar. So if you ask me, what does it mean passar? Passar means, in general, means to pass, okay? But as you can see, in the translation sometimes it's completely different. So here is like, we would say in English, spend holidays. Here you would say write a check, and here you would say pass by or through the avenue, okay? But for the 3 of them, we use the verb passar. 8. Number 8. À direita, on the right. A página, the page. E na primeira rua, in the first street, in the first road. So what do you think is the verb here? If you have a Portuguese GPS, you heard this. At some point you heard this because the verb is virar. So you have a Portuguese GPS, you heard already virar à esquerda, virar à direita, right? So virar à direita, turn right, virar a página, turn the page, virar na primeira rua, turn on the first road, we say in the first road. Number 9, it's easy. Em casa, it's at home, in the house. Muito contente, very content. Perto da praia means near the beach. So here, hopefully, you know that it's the verb estar, to be at home, to be very content, to be near the beach. And the last one, we have vidro, a glass. Uma perna, uma perna means a leg. Okay, you have the arm and you have the leg. And para o Algarve means to the Algarve. So again, vidro, it's a glass, but the glass, the material, not exactly the glass, the object that you use to have a beer. So vidro, it's the material, glass. Uma perna, leg, and para o Algarve, to the Algarve. This one is usually harder for students. It's hard for students to find the solution here. I'm going to tell you the verb is partir, which was the verb that we discussed when we discuss regular verbs that end with IR, right? We spoke about this verb. Partir means to break or to depart. So partir vidro is to break a glass. Partir uma perna, to break the leg, and partir para o Algarve, depart to the Algarve, right? And now, what do we have here? We have an activity where I want you to practice the present tense and the future tense. So the first one, it's with the verb tomar. It's this verb here that we have here, right? And I'm going to ask you to practice. The idea here is to practice the conjugation of this verb in present tense and future tense. So I'm going to do the first one for you. I wrote this. Present tense with the verb tomar, I wrote eu tomo banho às 9. So I take a bath at 9, right? So this is present tense with the verb tomar, eu tomo, right? Hopefully this is easy for you. And now with the same verb, same sentence, I'm going to do this. I'm going to transform this sentence into the future. So I have here, eu vou tomar banho às 9. So I'm just making up something, okay? So I decided that was at 9, but it could be at 10 or 11, it doesn't matter. The main goal here is to practice how we conjugate the verb here in the present tense and here in the future. And the rest, it doesn't matter, just make up something. And now I'm going to ask you to do the same with the verb ganhar. But with the verb ganhar, I'm going to ask you to write down something here, present tense, but using tu, okay? So I want you to consolidate the conjugation not only for eu, I did it already for eu, but then let's try here with tu, present tense, and then future. And then with the third verb will be the verb perder. So perder will be here, and then I'm going to ask you to write down something, present tense with ele, okay? Present tense and then future, also with ele. And then you move on to number 4 will be dar, and dar will be here. And then I'm going to ask you to conjugate with nós, okay? So present tense and then future. And the last one will be number 5 with the verb apanhar, will be here. And then I'm going to ask you to conjugate with eles, okay? Eles, present tense, and then future tense. I'm going to show you one more, and then hopefully you will it will be very clear for you and you'll complete everything else without my help. So as you can see, ganhar, now we have tu ganhas. So instead of eu, I'm conjugating with tu. Ganhas is just a conjugation, present tense, right? Tu ganhas muito dinheiro. I just picked something from here, and I decided to pick muito dinheiro. So you earn a lot of money. And then the future. Tu vais ganhar muito dinheiro. So you will earn a lot of money, right? So move on to perder. Again, perder here with ele, present future. And then move on to dar with nós, present future. And then move on to apanhar here with eles, present and future. Okay? So stop the video, complete this activity, and then come back because I'm going to show you the solutions. Alright, so let's check what I have here. Perder, I wrote, ele perde o comboio todos os dias. So once again, I just decided to make up a sentence. So I'm sure that what I have here, it's different from what you have there, but it doesn't matter. The main goal here is to practice these verbs, present and future. And then I did the future. Ele vai perder o comboio todos os dias. He will lose the train every day. So he will miss the train every day. And then with dar, present tense with nós damos presente ao Pedro, and then nós vamos dar presente ao Pedro, it's the future. And finally we have apanhar, so eles apanham o autocarro às 10, and the future, eles vão apanhar o autocarro às 10. I hope you have enjoyed, thank you for watching, I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unit 5, Lesson 13, Unidade 5, Aula 13. So what we have here, we have a listening activity. And let's start with this. So we have all these guys here. I'm going to start with this one here. Actually, no, I'm going to start with this one, C. So this one is a jornalista, right? So jornalista, I'm sure that you know it's a journalist. And then we have this D, it's advogado. Any idea what's advogado? Advogado means lawyer, okay? So advogado means lawyer. And then this one is E is comissária de bordo. Again, comissária de bordo. Comissária de bordo means flight attendant, okay? That's what it means. How about this one? What do you think is the name of this profession? So this one here is médico, right? So it's better for you to use the word médico. Maybe you think about the word doctor. However, in Portugal, everybody's a doctor. As long as you have a degree, any kind of degree, a 3-year degree, everybody will call you as a doctor, okay? So to make sure that people know what you're talking about, if you want to talk about a real doctor, call it médico, right? So again, jornalista, advogado, comissária de bordo, médico. How about this one here? This A. So this A here is estudante. So estudante. How about this one? F. Any ideas? So F is engenheiro, an engineer. How about G? This one is professora. So don't forget that in English you guys have the word professor if you teach in a university, but you have the word teacher for a secondary teacher, primary school teacher. We don't have that difference. For us, professor, professora, it's the only word that we have for. It doesn't matter if you're teaching in a university or if you're teaching in a high school or a secondary school. It's always professor or professora. This one here is polícia. This one here, any ideas? It's empregada de mesa, so waitress. So empregada means employee, so it's like employee of the table. It's not very nice, but that's the name of the profession. And this one here, J. J is, maybe you think about the word chef. Chef in Portuguese means boss, chef, but this is cozinheiro, okay? So cozinheiro. And now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to read a text for you, and I'm going to describe one of these professions. So I'm going to read slowly. I'm going to read twice in Portuguese, obviously, and you have to listen carefully, and let's see if you can identify which profession I will be describing, okay? So I'm going to start. Number 1. Eu adoro o meu trabalho. Pesquiso, faço entrevistas, escrevo reportagens, participo em reuniões e edito textos. Again. Eu adoro o meu trabalho. Pesquiso, faço entrevistas, escrevo reportagens, participo em reuniões e edito textos. Any idea which profession I'm describing? So if you don't know, I'm going to show you the sentence. Eu adoro o meu trabalho, pesquiso, faço entrevistas, escrevo reportagens, participo em reuniões e edito textos. So I adore my job. I research. This is the verb pesquisar. Pesquisar is to research. It's just a regular verb. So I research. I make interviews. I write reports. I participate in meetings. So reuniões means meetings. Again, reuniões. Reuniões. E edito textos. And I edit texts. So now you know that I'm talking about, I just described a jornalista, right? Jornalista. Number 2, let's see if the second one is easier or not. Eu acordo todos os dias às 4 da manhã. Apanho o autocarro às 6 e chego ao café às 7. Os meus dias são sempre iguais. Limpo as mesas, escrevo os pedidos e sirvo os clientes. Again. Eu acordo todos os dias às 4 da manhã. Apanho o autocarro às 6 e chego ao café às 7. Os meus dias são sempre iguais. limpo as mesas, escrevo os pedidos e sirvo os clientes. Any idea? I'm going to show you. Eu acordo todos os dias às 4 da manhã, apanho o autocarro às 6 e chego ao café às 7. Os meus dias são sempre iguais. Limpo as mesas, escrevo os pedidos e sirvo os clientes. So I wake up all the days, so every day at 4 o'clock in the morning. I catch the bus at 6 and I arrive at the cafe at 7. My days are always equal, always the same. So iguais, it's equal, the same. Limpo as mesas, so I clean the tables. I write the orders and I serve the clients. So, empregada de mesa, right? Empregada de mesa for number 2. And the last one, I'm going to read the last one, number 3. Número 3. Tomo o pequeno almoço às 7 horas da manhã. Depois vou para o trabalho. Chego à clínica, tomo um cafezinho e falo com os meus colegas. Normalmente só começamos a ver os pacientes às 8 horas da manhã. Again. Tomo o pequeno almoço às 7 horas da manhã. Depois vou para o trabalho. Chego à clínica, tomo um cafezinho e falo com os meus colegas. Normalmente só começamos a ver os pacientes às 8 horas da manhã. Any ideas? Hopefully you know which one I just described, but I'm going to show you the sentence. Tomo o pequeno almoço às 7 horas da manhã. Depois vou para o trabalho. Chego à clínica, tomo um cafezinho e falo com os meus colegas. Normalmente só começamos a ver os pacientes às 8 horas da manhã. So I have breakfast at 7 o'clock in the morning. Afterwards, I go to work. I arrive at the clinic. I have a coffee. A coffee. Cafezinho. This is just diminutive, okay? We use diminutives like café, cafezinho. Or sopa, sopinha. Cerveja, cervejinha. You're probably thinking that it's like a small coffee because we use diminutives, but that's not true. 99% of the cases we use diminutives just because it sounds nicer. It sounds sweeter, okay? So if someone is using a diminutive with you, they want to sound nice to you, okay? And then 1% of the cases we're using a diminutive because we're really talking about a small thing, right? Like sopa, supinha. Supinha, if I ask you, queres uma supinha? I'm just asking you, do you want a soup? But in a very nice way, okay? In a very sweet way. If I'm asking, do you want a little soup? Probably I would ask you the same, queres uma supinha, but I would add more information to clarify that, okay? So sometimes we use diminutives because we're talking about something small. 99% of the cases we use diminutives just because it sounds nicer. It sounds sweeter, okay? So again, I have a coffee and I speak with my colleagues. Normally, we only start seeing patients at 8 o'clock in the morning, okay? To finish this slide, we have here verdadeiro ou falso. I'm going to ask you now, with the help of these sentences or not, maybe you don't need this text to help you. I'm going to ask you to write down 2 short sentences about your daily life, okay? One must be true, one must be false, and let's see if you can write it down, okay? So please write down 2 sentences about your daily life. One must be true, another one must be false. So please stop the video, write down your sentences, and then please come back because I'm going to show you my sentences, okay? Okay, so hopefully you already have your 2 sentences. Once again, one must be true, one must be false. Unfortunately, I'm not next to you to correct your sentences. That's why we have in-person courses, because that means that we have a teacher next to you to help you. But in this case, I'm going to show you my two sentences, and let's see which one you think is true, which one you think is false. So my sentences are: eu acordo todos os dias às 6 horas. And the second one is: eu tomo 3 banhos por dia. So which one do you think is true? Which one do you think is false? Well, it's not hard, right? So the first one, I'm saying I wake up every day at 6. The second one, I have eu tomo 3 banhos por dia. I have 3 baths per day. So this one is true. This one is false. I take a bath once per day, but not 3 times per day. Okay. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello, and let's move on to another lesson. Unit 5, Lesson 14, Unidade 5, Aula 14. Listening activity, one activity more, another listening activity for you. Let's start with this text here. Uma família francesa que viaja por Portugal de carro com 2 filhos de 11 e 13 anos e um cão. I'm going to ask you to check all the words. Hopefully you know all of them, but I'm going to translate anyway. So a French family that travels, this is the verb viajar, viajar is to travel, that travels through Portugal or by Portugal by car with 2 kids of 11 and 13 years old and a dog. Number 2, homem que vem a Lisboa para encontro de negócios e fica apenas uma noite. O avião dele parte de Lisboa às 5 da manhã. Again, I'm going to ask you to check carefully all the words. Hopefully you know all the vocabulary that we have here, but I'm going to translate. A man that comes to Lisbon for an encounter of business, so for a business meeting, and stays apenas only one night. The aeroplane of his aeroplane departs from Lisbon at 5 o'clock in the morning. And the last one, finalmente, casal de estudantes alemães que gosta de sair à noite e conhecer pessoas. Casal de estudantes alemães que gosta de sair à noite e conhecer pessoas. Casal, it's a couple of students, German students, okay? Alemães means German, that likes to go out at night. So sair à noite, it's to go out at night. And meet people, tá bem? Conhecer is to be acquainted, to know. So in this case, it's meet people. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to ask you to read again and these 3 sentences and think a little bit about each one of them. Because then I'm going to read, I have here 3 boxes with 3 different hotels. And I'm going to read the first hotel, the name of the first hotel I'm going to tell you right away. It's Hotel Lisboa. And I'm going to read slowly, twice, the description of this hotel. For you, it's just a listening activity, so you won't have the opportunity, for now at least, to read what I'm going to read for you. So I'm going to read, and you're going to listen. And I'm going to describe Hotel Lisboa, the first one, and you have to listen carefully, and you have to decide if Hotel Lisboa is good for number 1, or it's good for number 2, and if it is good for number 3, and why. Okay, hopefully you will listen to this text. You will take a few notes, hopefully in Portuguese, okay, and then you will pick one of these options, and hopefully your notes will help you to decide if it is a good option for number 1, number 2, or number 3. Okay, so I'm going to start with the description of Hotel Lisboa now. Hotel Lisboa. Pequeno hotel que fica no centro de Lisboa, numa rua cheia de bares e restaurantes. Não tem garagem, nem lugar para estacionar o carro. Quarto duplo, 30 euros por noite. I'm going to read again. Hotel Lisboa, um pequeno hotel que fica no centro de Lisboa, numa rua cheia de bares e restaurantes. Não tem garagem nem lugar para estacionar o carro. Quarto duplo, 30 euros por noite. So hopefully it wasn't too hard for you to understand what I just said in Portuguese. And so hopefully you know already that this hotel, Hotel Lisboa, is a good option for number 3, for casal de estudantes alemães que gosta de sair à noite e conhecer pessoas. And now I'm going to show you the description. Hotel Lisboa, um pequeno hotel que fica no centro de Lisboa, numa rua cheia de bares e restaurantes. Não tem garagem nem lugar para estacionar o carro. Quarto duplo, 30 euros por noite. So a small hotel that stays in the center of Lisbon. Numa is like em plus uma, in a. Okay. So again, numa, it's em, the preposition em, plus uma. So in a, we combine em plus uma, like in a, and we get a new word that is numa. Numa rua cheia, so in a street, cheia means full, full of bars and restaurants. Não tem garagem, so doesn't have a garage. Nem means nor a place to park the car. Quarto duplo, 30 euros por noite. So double room, 30 euros per night. That's the price, okay? So this was written many years ago, right? Because nowadays it's impossible to find a double room for 30 euros per night in Lisbon. Anyway, Hotel Lisboa, it's a good option for number 3. And now I'm going to read the second hotel. And the second hotel is Hotel X. So once again, I'm going to ask you to listen carefully. And then you're going to decide if it is good for number 1 or for number 2, okay? Hotel X. Este hotel é muito moderno e fica perto da autoestrada A1, a 15 km do centro de Lisboa e apenas a 2 km do aeroporto. Tem estacionamento e salas de conferência. Quarto duplo, 80 euros por noite. Again, Hotel X. Este hotel é muito moderno e fica perto da autoestrada A1, a 15 km do centro de Lisboa e apenas a 2 km do aeroporto. Tem estacionamento e salas de conferência. Quarto duplo, 80 euros por noite. So what do you think? Do you think this one is good for number 1 or for number 2? So Hotel X, it's a good option for number 2. Homem que vem a Lisboa para um encontro de negócios e fica apenas uma noite. O avião dele parte de Lisboa às 5 da manhã. Let's check the description. Hotel X. Este hotel é muito moderno e fica perto da autoestrada A1, a 15 km do centro de Lisboa e apenas a 2 km do aeroporto. Tem estacionamento e salas de conferência. Quarto duplo, 80 euros por noite. So this hotel is very modern and stays close to the highway. Autostrada is highway. A1 is just the name of the highway. 15 kilometers from the center of Lisbon and only 2 kilometers from the airport. Has parking spots and rooms of conference rooms. Quarto duplo, double room, 80 euros por noite, 8 euros per night, okay? So it's a good option for this man that comes to Lisbon for a business meeting because we have here conference rooms. It's not far, the hotel is not far from the airport, right? So you already know that the last one, the name of the last hotel is Hotel Campal. You know that Hotel Campal is good for number 1, obviously, it must be, right? We only have one option left. But I'm going to read anyway. I'm going to read again slowly twice. Let's see if you can understand the text. Let's see if you can understand why this hotel is good for number one, okay? Hotel Campal. A 50 km de Lisboa, este hotel fica longe do barulho da cidade. Tem piscina com zonas para adultos e para crianças. Os animais são bem-vindos. Quarto duplo, 60 euros por noite. I'm going to repeat. Hotel Campal, a 50 km de Lisboa. Este hotel fica longe do barulho da cidade. Tem piscina com zonas para adultos e para crianças. Os animais são bem-vindos. Quarto duplo, 60 euros por noite. Okay, so hopefully you understood most of the text and it was clear for you that this hotel is good for number one. Let's check the text. Hotel Campal, a 50 km de Lisboa. Este hotel fica longe do barulho da cidade. Tem piscina com zonas para adultos e para crianças. Os animais são bem-vindos. Quarto duplo, 60 euros por noite. So 50 kilometers from Lisbon, this hotel stays. Longe means far. Far from the noise. Barulho means noise. The noise of the city. Has swimming pool with areas for adults and children. Animals are welcome. Double room, 60 euros per night. Okay, so it's good for number one because there is a swimming pool for adults and for children. And animals are welcome, right? And they have a dog. So that's the reason why it's good for number one. Okay, so I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome to final lesson of Unit 5, Unidade 5, Aula 15, Unit 5, Lesson 15. And because we're talking about the final lesson of this Unit 5, you have to do this, trabalho de casa. So trabalho de casa, as you already know, it's homework. And this time you have here these two activities, and you have to complete these two activities. So the first one, this one here in yellow, you have to use or present tense or present continuous, okay? Present continuous, I'm going to remind you that is the Verbo Estar plus preposition a plus infinitive. An example, eu estou a comer, I am eating. Tu estás a beber, you are drinking, okay? So don't forget, if you're describing routines, we use present tense. If we're describing something that is happening now, or today, or in this moment, we use present continuous. And then this second activity here in blue, it's for you to use the comparatives, right? To say, Pedro is taller than Maria. This is a comparative. Maria is as intelligent as Joana, all right? So activity 2 is for comparatives. So I'm going to ask you to stop the video, take your time, complete these two activities, and then please come back because I'm going to show you the answers, okay? Okay, so let's check the answers. First one. Habitualmente a Ana vai ao supermercado à sexta-feira. Agora a Ana está a fazer compras no centro comercial. Eu jogo ténis todos os fins de semana, mas neste momento eu estou a fazer natação. Normalmente o João come pouco, mas agora, como tem muita fome, está a comer muito. Eles andam de autocarro todos os dias. Neste momento eles estão a andar de metro porque é mais rápido. So, habitualmente, like usually it's a routine, so use present tense. So usually Ana goes to the supermarket on Friday. Agora means now, right? So this is the connector that connects with present continuous. Agora está a fazer compras. So now she's making shopping. She's doing shopping in the mall. Centro comercial, it's a shopping center, right? Eu jogo ténis todos os fins de semana. So I play tennis every weekend. It's a routine. Again, if it is a routine, it's present tense. Mas neste momento, so in this moment, So it is happening now, so it's present continuous. Estou a fazer natação, so I'm making swimming. I'm swimming. So natação, it's swimming. Normalmente o João come pouco, so normally, again, normally it's a routine, so it's present tense. Normally John's eats little, mas agora, once again, means now, so it's happening now, so it's present continuous. Como tem muita fome, as he has a lot of hunger, as he's very hungry. So don't forget we say tem fome, has hunger, okay? Which is a different construction from what you have in English. Está a comer muito, so he's eating a lot. Finally, eles andam de autocarro todos os dias, so they here andar, as you know, it's to walk, but in this case, andar is like take, so they take the bus every day. Don't forget that andar can be loads of different things. Andar usually is to walk, but in a different context can be many other things. In this case, it's they take or they ride the bus every day. Neste momento, again, in this moment, so this is telling you that it's happening now, so it connects with present continuous. Eles estão a andar de metro, so they are taking the metro, porque é mais rápido, because it's faster. It is more fast, so it's faster. Second activity. O Zé tem um carro velho, mas a irmã tem um carro mais novo do que o carro do Zé. B. A Cláudia tem uma casa grande, mas a casa da Paula é maior do que a casa da Cláudia. C. O filho do Francisco está gordo, mas o amigo ainda está mais gordo do que ele. D. O Luís tem discos muito interessantes, mas os discos da namorada ainda são mais interessantes do que os discos dele. And the last one no, the final two. O Hans fala bem português, mas a Sara fala mal. Ele fala português melhor do que a Sara. And now the last one. A Sara fala pior do que o Hans, ok? So mais novo do que, so younger than. Maior do que, bigger than. Mais gordo do que, fatter than. Mais interessante do que, so more interesting than. Melhor do que, so better than. Pior do que, so worse than. So don't forget that here we have maior instead of mais grande. Mais grande is like more big. It's not acceptable in English and it's not acceptable in Portuguese. So we use maior, that is bigger. And then it's the same logic here and here. So we cannot say mais bem, more well. More well, it doesn't work in English, it doesn't work in Portuguese. So instead of that, we use melhor, that is better. And mais mal, it's not an option as well in English, in Portuguese. More bad, it's not an option in English as well, so it's the same logic. So in English, you'd say worst, and worse, it's pior in Portuguese, okay? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Let's start Unit 6. So we're not far from the end of this level A1. So I'm going to remind you that we have 7 units on level A1. So this is lesson number 1 of Unit 6. So Unit 6, Lesson 1, Unidade 6, Aula 1. So as we always do, every time we start a unit, we have a table that tells you what kind of things we will discuss on this Unit 6. This is a long unit, by the way. This is probably the longest unit of level A1. So we have a lot of stuff to cover. So we have advérbios de lugar, place adverbs, words I'm sure that you have heard already, words like aqui and aí and ali, these kind of words. Then we have also this, pronomes demonstrativos, variáveis e invariáveis, so demonstrative pronouns, variable and invariable. And words that's like isto and isso and este gato, esse gato, ali, this kind of words, we will discuss them because we use them quite often. Then we have this, locuções propositivas de lugar, so these are the structures that you use in case you want to say between or under or behind or close or far. So very useful and very, very important as well. And then we will discuss the structures, estar, the verb estar, preposition com, and then the noun, the verb ter, ter que or ter de plus infinitive, dever is the verb should plus infinitive. So we will discuss when can we use these structures. Tópicos. So topics that we have here. We have compras no café. So some of these words will be very useful to order things. If you go to a cafe, to a restaurant, to a supermarket, doesn't matter. Every time you want to order, you have to say a few words, and we will teach you what kind of words you should be using. Then localização de pessoas e objetos, so location of place of objects. This is we're gonna use these structures here, like between, under, behind, inside, these kind of words. We will check also words, vocabulary related with this. Saúde means health, and corpo means body, so body and health. And these are the specific objectives that we have for this Unit 6. So to order things in a cafe, talk about the body, talk about your physical condition in case you're sick, and in case you have to speak with a doctor in Portuguese, unlikely at the moment, but if you want to try, what can you say to explain your problem? Or if you go to the pharmacy and also try to explain what is affecting you in Portuguese. Hopefully by the end of Unit 6 you'll have enough tools to explain this kind of things. Okay? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Okay, so it's time to move on to Unidade 6, Aula 2, Unit 6, Lesson number 2. What we will discuss here, fazer pedido, to make an order, okay? So let's start with these words that we have here. Every time you go to a cafe or to a restaurant, if you want to order your breakfast, how do you do that? What kind of words do you use before saying precisely what you want? Probably you are already using one of these, at least one of these words. So you could say, bom dia, quero like, right? I want, quero uma sanduíche. This is I want a sandwich. Or maybe you're saying, bom dia, é uma torrada. We use it. It sounds a bit strange because if you translate in English directly, this is, it is a toast. So it is a toast is something that sounds very awkward. So I would say that the best translation in this case is also I want a toast, okay? Torrada, it's toast with butter. But then I'm sure that some of you are already using this. Queria chá. So queria, it's the same verb that we have here. This is the verb querer, right? But this is present tense, quero. And queria, it's also the verb querer, but this is pretérito imperfeito, which is a tense that we teach only on level A2. So at the moment you can already use this, but you will understand this better only on level A2. At the moment, what I'm gonna tell is that if you're gonna stick with quero, it will be fine. So you can say, bom dia, quero uma água. Bom dia, quero café. That's fine. If you're gonna use also é, so this is the verb ser, present tense. Bom dia, é uma água. É café. It's also okay. If you're gonna use queria, you're saying, if you're saying, bom dia, queria café, what you're saying is, I would like a coffee. However, get ready for this. If you're going to use queria or era, and the translation for era must be also I would like. So if you're saying, bom dia, era uma bica, you're saying I would like café. So queria, the translation is I would like. Era, the translation is also I would like. If you're going to use one of these two, at some point, someone Portuguese will try to correct you, okay? Why is that? Because we use Portuguese native speakers, as you can imagine. People don't know the grammar anymore. They use the language, but they don't know the grammar, the rules, right? So queria, this word, and era, it's also I used to want, and era, it means it was. So what happens is that Portuguese people, we use this all the time. So you're going to hear people saying, Portuguese people saying, bom dia, queria café, or era café. But then they think, oh, why am I using queria? Queria, it's the past. It's like, I used to want, but if I'm in the present, why I'm using queria? So they connect queria and era with the past only. However, there is one rule that you're gonna study later on level A2 that says that we can use this tense, and this tense is called preterito perfeito. And that rule says once again that we can use this tense to order things in a polite way. So every time you're saying bom dia, queria café, it is correct. And if you're gonna say bom dia, era café, it is correct. People will say to you that it's incorrect, but because they say a lot of rubbish when they're trying to help people to speak better Portuguese. However, once again, queria it's correct, era it's correct. However, if you want to avoid this silly discussion with Portuguese native speakers, just stick with quero. If you say quero, it will be fine. People will understand you. It's very easy for you to say quero, and queria it's a little bit harder for you to say it correctly. So what I suggest is just stick with quero, because if you do that, you'll be fine, okay? However, let's see a few examples. No café, so in a café. We have this dialogue here, I'm going to read it for you, okay? Empregado, faça o favor de dizer. Cliente, bom dia, era uma bica e uma água sem gás. Empregado, a água é fresca ou natural? Cliente, natural, por favor. Quanto é tudo? Empregado, são 2 euros. See that this client is polite. The guy is saying, era, so I would like a café. Bica, it's just a café in Lisbon, okay? Bica, it's a word that we use for café only in Lisbon. If you go to Porto, they don't use bica. So this is something like this. Make the favor of saying. Faça, it's the verb fazer, but the imperative, that is level A2, so you don't know yet. But you're going to hear this. You're going to hear this a lot. Faça o favor de dizer. What they're saying is, make the favor of saying. It's like, how can I help you? Okay, there's no other way to translate this. Good morning. I would like a café and a water without gas. The water is fresh, cold, or natural is like room temperature. Room temperature, please. How much is all? How much is everything? 2 euros. It's 2 euros, so it's 2 euros. That's the translation, okay? Another example, this time in a pastelaria. Na pastelaria. Pastelaria is just a cafe. It's like a bakery. Technically, pastelaria, it's a place where they bake their cakes, but for us, a café or a pastelaria, it's pretty much the same. Bom dia, faça o favor de dizer. Queria chá e pastel de nata. Para mim é só sumo de laranja. A conta, por favor. Então, chá são 95 cêntimos, o bolo 1,30 € e o sumo 1,75 €. São 4 euros no total. So, good morning, make the favor of saying, or how can I help you? I would like, see, queria, this guy is polite. I would like a tea and a pastel de nata, which is, I know that you know it. I know that you know this pastry. Para mim é, so this guy uses, the second client uses é. So for me, it's only an orange juice. The bill, please. Então he's like, so, a tea are 95 cents, the cake 1,30 €, and the juice 1,75 €, are 4 euros in total. And the last example that we have here is no café, and we have this short dialogue. Olha, faz favor, queria uma sandes de queijo e uma meia de leite. É uma torrada e galão. É tudo? É só momento. So the translation is, olha is like look. So this is the verb olhar. Olhar is to look. And once again, they're using the imperative. So this is like, look, please. Is like to grab someone's attention. Look, please. I would like, so this guy is polite, is saying queria. I would like a sandwich of cheese And made late. Made late is like a latte, but like a cappuccino. Okay, latte it's in a cup, but made late they use a cup to give you the made late. So it's very similar with the cappuccino, but the cappuccino, so it's the same cup, but cappuccino you have the foam on top, right? And you have also sometimes chocolate. Made late, no, it's the same cup, but it's coffee and milk, and that's it. Second cliente, é uma torrada, so this guy is using it's like it is a toast, toast with butter, and galão it's a latte, right? So coffee and milk in a glass. É tudo, is everything, is it everything? It's only a moment, okay? So it's only, so it is only a moment. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Let's move on to Unit 6, Lesson number 3. So, Unidade 6, Aula 3. Another slide about this topic, fazer pedido, so to make an order. And let's start with this activity here. I'm going to ask you to fill in these gaps that you can see here. Basically, you have to complete this activity with the words that we discussed on the previous slide, okay? So words that we use to order things like quero, queria, era, okay? So I'm gonna ask you to stop this video for a few minutes, read carefully this text, and please complete these gaps. And once you finish this task, please come back because I'm gonna show you the answers, okay? Okay, so let's check what I have here. What I have here is probably different from what you wrote there, but obviously there are different options to each one of these gaps. So I decided to say boa tarde, so it makes sense because empregado is saying boa tarde. So boa tarde, diga, faz favor. So this is say, diga, it's something that you're gonna hear a lot. People say diga, diga, like say, say. So this is the verb dizer, but it's the imperative. Okay, once again, imperative. It's level A2, so you don't know it yet. So this is good afternoon. Say, please. Faz favor is just please. Okay, there's no way for us to split these two words. It's just please. And then I wrote quero. Quero bife, mas bem passado. Maybe you wrote here queria or era or anything goes. I think it's easy for you to use quero. Okay, so I wrote quero. So I want bife. Beef, it's a steak, mas bem passado. Bem passado means well done. By the way, if you like to eat steak and if you like it like medium, would be médio, okay? So médio is like medium. Then bem passado, it's well done. And if you switch this bem for mal, M-A-L, like badly, so mal passado would be rare, okay? So bem passado, well done, médio, medium, and mal passado, it's rare. I usually order my steak like I usually say this. Boa tarde, quero bife médio bem passado. So medium, well done, okay? But you can also say quero bife médio mal passado. So medium rare. It's up to you, okay? And then e para beber and to drink. And I wrote quero uma água bem fresca. So I want a water. Well fresh, like cold. É tudo? Sim. Quanto é? How much is? Maybe you wrote quanto custa or quanto é tudo? How much is all? So it also works. São 13 euros. And then I have here a table with a few words to expand the number of words that you already know to improve for your survival kit. Okay, words for your survival kit. So let's start here. Expressões relacionadas com compras. So expressions related with shopping. Comprar. Comprar is to buy. Vender is to sell. Ir às compras. To go shopping. Experimentar is to try, to experiment, to try on. provar, it's the same, to experiment or to try on. We use provar with food a lot, okay? Vou provar o bolo de chocolate. Like I'm gonna try the chocolate cake. Vou provar o teu peixe. I'm gonna try your fish. Then giro, it means cute or pretty. Feio means ugly. Estar largo, estar apertado. Estar apertado means to be tight. Estar largo, it's the opposite, okay? To be loose. Estar curto, estar comprido. So, estar curto, it's to be short. Estar comprido, it's to be long. Pagamento. Words related with pagamento. Pagamento, as you know, it's payment. Pagar com cartão, pay with card. Card is like any card, debit card or credit card. Com dinheiro, with money. Com cheque, no one does that anymore, with cheque. Cartão de crédito, credit card, or cartão multibanco. Cartão multibanco, it's a debit card. Very popular here in Portugal. Everybody pays with cartão multibanco, with debit card. O cheque means a cheque. O recibo, the receipt. Os saldos, sales. O desconto, the discount. And a conta, the bill. Words related with comida, with food. Sopa, soup, o peixe, you know, it's fish. Carne, meat, fruta, fruit. A salada, salad. Massa, pasta, okay, massa, it's pasta. And spaghetti is like spaghetti. And then, ações relacionadas com o restaurante. Actions related with the restaurant. Fazer pedido, make an order. Pedir, to order. Pedir a conta, ask for the bill. Reservar mesa, reserve a table. Fazer uma reserva, make a reservation. Pagar, to pay. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hi, hello. Let's move on to Unit 6, Lesson number 4. So, Unidade 6, Aula 4. So, what do we have for this slide? We have advérbios de lugar e pronomes demonstrativos. So, place adverbs and demonstrative pronouns. Okay, this topic that we will discuss now, it's not easy for you to start using these words just like that, okay? So the plan today is to teach you how it works, and hopefully you'll understand the big picture, but you won't be able to start using this the way like we use it, just like that, okay? It really takes time. So just try to understand the main picture, how we use these words, and don't worry too much about being perfect today or tomorrow with these words, okay? It takes time. So let's start with this. Advérbios de lugar, so place adverbs. Lugar, it's a place. Advérbios are adverbs. We have aqui, aí, and ali. I'm sure that you have heard these words already. Any idea what does it mean? Aqui, aí, or ali? So before telling you how to translate these words and how we use them, I'm going to tell you that these three words are invariable. By default, adverbs are always invariable, okay? They never change. So there's no plural of aqui, there's no plural of aí or ali or masculine or singular, no. These words, they are always invariable. Aqui, aí, and ali. So aqui means here, but it's here next to me, the person who is talking, okay? So if I'm gonna say aqui, I'm saying here, this place next to me, okay? Then aí, it means there, but it's there next to the person that I'm talking to. So if I'm talking to Maria, and if Maria is in this room, I could say aqui. So aqui is like here, the place where I am, this area next to me. And if Maria is on the other side of the room, and if I'm talking to her, and if I say aí, what I'm saying is like that place next to you, okay? So aqui, it's this here next to me, and aí is like there, but there next to the person that I'm talking to. And finally, we have the word ali, and ali means over there. So ali, it's about a place that is far from me, and it's far from the person that I'm talking to. Okay. So again, if I'm talking to Maria, if Maria is assuming that Maria was here in this room, I would say aqui next to me, aí. If I'm talking to Maria, that A is like next to her, and then ali would be a place that is far from me and far from Maria. Okay. Then we have 3 words more, and this time we call them pronomes demonstrative, like demonstrative pronouns. And these 3 words here, isto, isso, and aquilo, they are invariáveis, invariable. Okay. So once again, there's no masculine or feminine of isto, or singular or plural of isso or aquilo. So these 3 words, they are always the same. So isto, isso, and aquilo. Any ideas how to translate or how to use isto, isso, or aquilo? So I'm going to tell you that the best translation, in my opinion, I'm here to share my opinion with you. Okay. Different teachers, different schools, they probably have different approaches, and they probably explain this in different ways. But in my opinion, isto, you should translate isto like this thing, and it's a thing. If I'm saying isto, it's I'm talking about a thing that I have next to me. So an example. This object here, this is called, this is like a remote control, right? Oops, a remote control. We call this comando. It's a funny word, comando. So I could say isto é comando, and the best translation, in my opinion, would be this thing is a remote control. Okay. So again, isto é comando. This thing, and this, if I'm using isto, it's because the thing is next to me. Okay. So isto é comando would be this thing is a remote control. Then we have the word isso. So if I'm talking again with Maria, if Maria is in this, assuming that she was here in this room again, and if I'm saying Maria, isso é comando. Now I'm using this word. Maria, isso é comando. What I'm saying is, Maria, if I'm using isso, it's because I'm talking about a thing that is next to her. Okay, so this follows the previous logic that we have here. So if I'm saying Maria, isso é comando, I'm saying Maria, that thing, and if I'm using isso, it's because the thing is next to her. Isso é comando. So Maria probably has something next to her. So the remote control in this case. So I would be saying isso, that thing that is next to you, isso é comando. And then if I'm saying Maria, aquilo é comando, if I'm using aquilo, I'm talking about a thing that is far from me, and it's also far from Maria. I'm saying that thing, and that thing that is far from me and far from Maria, far from you in this case, if I'm talking directly to Maria. So that thing that is far from both of us is remote control. So again, aquilo é comando. That thing is a remote control, okay? So isto, this thing next to me, isso, that thing next to you, and aquilo, that thing that is far from me and also far from the person that I'm talking to. All right? Please do not mix this, because aqui is like here. It's about a place, and isto, it's like this thing. I'm showing something. Okay? So aí is like there next to the other person. It's about a place. Isso is like that thing. It's about a thing that is next to the other person. Okay, so these words, they are different. We use them in different contexts. Now, let's check this activity here. I'm going to show you the example, and then you have to try to complete this activity. So, exemplo, o que é isso? So let's pretend that I'm asking this question, okay? And I'm talking to Maria. And if I'm asking this, o que é isso? You know already that o que is like what for an open question. So if I'm asking this question to Maria, and if I'm using isso, where is the thing? What I'm asking is, What is that thing? And if I'm using isso when I'm talking to Maria, it's because I'm asking about something that is next to her, next to Maria, right? So this is what is that thing? And like that thing that is next to you. So we know that because I'm using isso, right? When Maria answers this question, she will say isto. Don't forget that she's using isto because the thing is next to her. So if I'm asking to Maria, Maria, what is that thing next to you? Then she will say, this thing, because the thing is next to her. So she would say, isto é livro, like this thing is a book, all right? And then I'm going to do the first one with you. Again, let's pretend that I'm asking this question. I'm asking, o que é isto? So what I'm asking is, o que, again, is like, what is? If I'm using isto, it's because the thing is next to me, right? So I'm asking, what is this thing? I have something next to me, and I'm asking, what is this thing? We know that because, again, I'm using isto. So isto is about the thing that is next to me. And then, if I'm asking this to you, you would say, don't forget that the thing is next to me, right? So when you answer, you would say, isso, right? You use isso because the thing is next to me. You say, isso é a camisola da Ana. So you're saying that thing that is next to you is the shirt of Anna's shirt, okay? Now I'm going to ask you to stop this video. Take your time, check all the words that we have here, and let's see if you can find the answers for this activity, okay? All right, so hopefully you have done this already. So let's see the answers that I have here for you. So, question, o que é aquilo? Let's pretend again that I'm asking this question. And I'm asking, what is that thing, right? If I'm using aquilo, it's about the thing that is far from me and far from the person that I'm asking this question to. So, if the thing is far from me and far from the other person, the answer will be aquilo são os sapatos do João. So when the other person answers, the thing is still far from both of us. So that thing are the shoes of John. And then I'm still asking the question, o que é isso? So I'm asking like, what is that thing that is next to you, right? And when you answer, the thing is next to you, so you're going to say, isto é o telemóvel do Pedro. Like this thing is the Pedro's mobile. And the last one, o que é aquilo? Like, what is that thing that is far from both of us? And then when the other person answers, the thing is still far from both of us. So aquilo é a mochila da Ana. So that thing is the backpack. Mochila, it's a backpack. Hello and welcome back. So let's move on to Unit 6, Lesson number 5, Unidade 6, Aula 5, Pronomes demonstrativos variáveis. So once again, demonstrative pronouns, but now we have variable demonstrative pronouns. Okay, so let's start with this table here. So with the help of this table, how would you say in Portuguese this pen? So let's pretend that I have a pen here next to me. So pen in Portuguese, hopefully you know that is caneta, okay, caneta. So in case I have a pen here and in case I want to say this pen, just two words, this pen. What do you think is the solution? What do you think is the demonstrative pronoun that we have to use to say in case I want to say this pen? So if you're thinking about the words isto or isso or aquilo, I'm going to tell you right away that that would be wrong, okay? In case you're thinking about the word isto, and if you say isto, caneta, and isto, it's a demonstrative pronoun that we discussed before, right? On the previous slides. So isto caneta would be, the translation would be this thing pen. That doesn't work in English. That doesn't work in Portuguese, okay? So what you could say is isto é uma caneta. And in that case, you'd be saying this thing is a pen. But I'm asking you to try to say something different. What I want to say now is this pen. Just two words. This pen. So once again, pen is caneta. Caneta, it's singular. It's feminine. I have the pen next to me. So the solution will be esta caneta. Okay, so it would be esta caneta. The reason why these demonstrative pronouns are variable, it's very simple. It's because we have the demonstrative pronoun and right after that we have the noun. Okay, so let's pretend that this time I want to say this cat. So cat, you know, it's gato, right? So gato is masculine, singular. So what would be the translation for this cat? So it would be este gato, right? So gato, it's singular, it's masculine. So I would say este gato and esta caneta, because caneta is feminine and in singular. And then the plural is the same logic, right? So I would say estes gatos and estas canetas. So we use este, esta, este, and estas if you talk about something that is next to us. So this follows the previous logic that we saw before. Now, if I'm talking to Maria, and in case Maria has a pen next to her, and in case I want to say that pen, and let's pretend that the pen is next to Maria, I would say essa caneta, right? And in case I want to say that cat, and if that cat is next to Maria, would be esse gato, right? So esse gato, essa caneta, and then the plural is the same logic, esses gatos and essas canetas. So in this case, it's the same logic, would be about something that is next to the other person, but in this case would be plural. And then we use these words, aquele, aquela, aqueles, and aquelas, if we talk about something that is far from me, and is also far from the person that I'm talking to, right? So I would say aquele gato, like that cat, and the cat would be far from me and far from the other person. Aquela caneta, like that pen, and the pen would be far from me, the person who is talking, and far from the person that I'm talking to. And then aqueles gatos, aquelas canetas, same logic, but plural, right? Okay, so now I have another activity here for you. This one is a little bit harder, okay? This one is a little bit harder than the previous activity that we did on on lesson number 4, slide number 4. So I'm going to ask you to stop this video, take your time, check these words, and then let's see if you can find out the right words for each one of these gaps. I'm going to help you just with the first one. The first one we have caneta. Caneta, you already know, it's pen. Aí means there, is yours. So this is like that. So we want the word here. I'm going to tell you right away. It's that pen there is yours. So aí, it's the key word, right? Because aí tells you that the pen is next to the other person. So now that you know that the pen is next to the other person, how would you say that pen there is yours? Okay, so what's the word that you have to use here? And then B, hopefully you'll find it will be okay for you to find the solution. And then on here, on C, we have gostas destas. And most students will ask me, what's this word destas? So destas, it's just a combination of de plus estas. Okay, don't forget that gostar goes with the preposition de, 99% of the cases. So I would say, eu gosto de comer. Tu gostas de animais. Ele gosta de gatos, right? And so if you combine de plus estas, we get a new word that is destas. And here, the last one, we have dessa. Same logic, okay? So dessa, it's a gostar de plus essa. So when we combine de plus essa, we get dessa. So please stop the video, complete this activity, and then come back because I'm going to show you the answers, okay? Okay, so let's check. The first one is essa caneta aí é tua. So that pen there is yours. B. Aquele carro ali é o meu. So that car over there is mine. Then C. Gostas destas calças aqui? Do you like of these trousers here? D. Prefiro aquela camisa ali. Like, I prefer that shirt over there. And the last one, I like very much of that bag there. Gosto muito dessa mala aí. Okay? Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Unit 6, Lesson 6, so Unidade 6, Aula 6. We have a listening activity, compreensão oral, it's a listening activity. So what we're going to do is, we have these words here, Tom Cruise, sapo, cenouras, Estátua da Liberdade, Robert De Niro, Big Ben, restaurante, elefante, girafa, outras. So Tom Cruise, you know, sapo means a frog, it's an animal, a frog. Cenouras means carrot or carrots. Estátua da Liberdade, liberty statue. Robert De Niro, you know who is Robert De Niro. Big Ben, you also know this monument. Restaurant, a restaurant. Elephant, elephant. Girafa, it's a giraffe. And outras, outras means others, which means that I'm going to describe one of these words, or maybe I'm going to describe a word that is not here. That's why I have here outras, because this will give me space to describe something that it's not on the list. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe something, and it might be a person or an object or an animal, and it might be on this list or not. Okay. So let's see if you can understand what I'm going to describe, and let's see if you can find out the word that matches with the description that I'm going to do now, okay? Are you ready? So I'm going to describe something or someone. Let's see if you can understand what I'm saying. Let's see if you can find out who is this person, or what's this object, or what's this animal, okay? So I'm going to start. É ator, tem mais de 70 anos, é americano, tem os olhos castanhos, é mais ou menos alto, é ator fantástico. Any ideas? I'm gonna read again, okay? É ator, tem mais ou menos, não, tem mais de 70 anos, sorry. So, tem mais de 70 anos, é americano, tem os olhos castanhos, é mais ou menos alto, é ator fantástico. Any ideas? Hopefully you know already the answer, but in case you don't know yet, I'm going to show you the description. So, é ator, tem mais de 70 anos, é americano, tem os olhos castanhos, é mais ou menos alto, é ator fantástico. So, if we check this list, it's Robert De Niro, okay? Robert De Niro is an actor, more than 70 years old, he's American and Italian as well, but he's also American. He has the eyes brown, he is more or less tall, is a fantastic and incredible actor. So, Robert De Niro, it's the first one. I'm going to read the second one. Let's see if you can understand. É animal, é pequeno, é verde, tem os olhos amarelos, vive nos lagos, salta muito e é simpático. Again, é animal, é pequeno, é verde, tem os olhos amarelos, vive nos lagos, salta muito e é simpático. So hopefully you know, but I'm going to show you again. É animal, é pequeno, é verde, tem os olhos amarelos, vive nos lagos, salta muito e é simpático. So it's an animal, is small, is green, has the eyes yellow, lives in the lakes. I'm translating word by word, okay? Lives in the lakes. Salta, it's a verb saltar. Saltar means to jump, so it jumps a lot and is nice. É sapo, okay? Sapo. One more, and the last one. Let's see if you can understand. Let's see if you can find out what's the name of this thing, or this person, or this animal, or this object, I don't know. Let's see. É monumento. É em Belém, em Lisboa. É muito grande e muito belo. É monumento religioso. Tem mais de 500 anos. Again. É monumento. É em Belém, em Lisboa. É muito grande e muito belo. É monumento religioso. Tem mais de 500 anos. So this one is not on the list. Any ideas? I'm going to show you the text. É monumento. É em Belém, em Lisboa. É muito grande e muito belo. É monumento religioso. Tem mais de 500 anos. And the answer is Mosteiro dos Jerônimos. Jerônimos Monastery. Okay? Mosteiro dos Jerônimos. So it's a monument. It's in Belém, in Lisbon. Is very big and very beautiful. It is a religious monument. Has more than 500 years. So Mosteiro dos Jerônimos. Okay. So now let's move on to something different. We have here a phonetica, an activity of phonetica. So we have here 4 words, and I'm going to ask you to pay attention. I'm going to read out loud. And we have one word here with a different sound. Let's see if you can say which word has a different sound, okay? So I'm going to start. Óculos, próxima, estudante, baixo. Again. Óculos, próxima, estudante, baixo. Again. Óculos, próxima, estudante, baixo. So there is only one word here that doesn't have a sh, and that word is próxima. So óculos, the word ends with an S, so we have a sh. Estudante, S before a consonant, sh. Baixo, this X sounds like a sh. The only one that doesn't have the sh sound, it's here, próxima. So this X sounds like 2 S's. Próxima, próxima. I don't have any rule for you here, okay? So we have, every time you're dealing with an X in Portuguese, it's important for you to know that we have loads of different sounds for that X. We have loads of different sounds and loads of different rules. I think it's really important for you to be able to hear the different sounds. And I think that's much more important than for you to try to memorize all the rules that we have, okay? So here, once again, this is just an S sound. So it's just the etymology of the word. Here, the X sounds like a sh. Here we have a rule, but I don't think it's very important for you to try to memorize this kind of rules. So, óculos means glasses, specs. Próxima, próxima paragem is like next, or yeah, next. An example, próxima paragem means next stop, right? Estudante, it's student, and baixo means short. 4 words more, same logic. There is one word here with a different sound. Dançar, sono, interessante, rapaz. Again, dançar, sono, interessante, rapaz. So the word that sounds different is rapaz, right? You have a sh, so as S, sh. Why do we have a sh? Because we have a Z at the end. Z at the end, it's always a sh. Dançar means to dance. Sono means sleepiness. Tenho sono. What I'm saying is I have sleepiness. But in English you won't say this, right? You say I'm sleepy, I'm tired. but different languages use different structures. So we say tenho sono, I have sleepiness. Interessante, it means interesting. Rapaz means boy. Okay, we have a girl, which is rapariga, and rapaz means boy. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hi, hello, and welcome back to Unit 6, Lesson 7. Unidade 6, aula 7. Again, Unidade 6, aula 7. And for this lesson, we have this phonetics, phonetica. So let's start with the different sounds of the X. There are loads of different sounds for the X, okay, and loads of different rules. Honestly, I don't think that you have to be an expert on all these rules. I think it's very important for you to know the different sounds and to be able to recognize different sounds. And I'm gonna check with you the different sounds that we have for the X, and then I'll tell you a few rules. But more important than memorizing all these rules is, in my opinion, to be able to recognize the different sounds of the X, okay? To know that sometimes the X sounds like sh, and sometimes it sounds like z, and sometimes it sounds like ks, and all the other sounds that we will check in a second, okay? Memorizing all the rules, it's too hard, and it just doesn't work, because when you're talking with someone, you don't have enough time to remember all the rules that we have for the X. Okay, let's see the first one that we have here. So the first line we have shut up, xadrez, Xavier, sheriff. So we have sh, and sh. Okay, so in this case, we have a rule, and the rule is very simple. Every time you have a word that starts with an X, that X sounds like sh. Okay, so shut up, X in the beginning, xadrez, X in the beginning, Xavier, X in the beginning, and sheriff, X in the beginning. Okay, so sh, X in the beginning, it's always a sh, easy. Let's move on to number 2. Number 2, just gonna tell you the sound. This is contexto and texto. So it's a sh sound. Number 3, this X that you have here sounds like an S, like two S's. So máximo, próximo, aproximar. In this case, I don't have any rule for you. This is just the etymology of the word. So I don't have any rule for you to apply. So it's just important for you to remember that sometimes we have words with an X, and that X sounds like two S's. Again, máximo, próximo, aproximar. And then sometimes we have an X, words with X's, and that X sounds like Z. Like here, exame, exemplo, exótico. The rule here, it's also straightforward, so I'm going to tell you. If the word starts with E and an X, and if after that you have a vowel, I'm going to repeat. If you have a word that starts with EX, and then if you have a vowel, this X sounds like Z. Okay, so it says here EX followed by a vowel, but it must be a word that starts with E and X. Because if you have this E and X in the middle of the word and then a vowel, you cannot apply this rule anymore. Number 5, the sound is KS, just like in English. Oxigênio, and in English you'd say oxygen, so it's the same KS. Or this word, sexo, so in English you say sex. So it's the same KS sound, so this it's related with the etymology of the word. Here the sound is ex, excitante, experiente, explicar. And here I'm going to tell you the rule as well. This time the word starts with EX, but then instead of a vowel, like what we have here on number 4, no, the word starts again with EX, but then you have a consonant. So EX consonant, EX consonant. So every time that happens, this X or this EX sounds like ex. Is this something that Portuguese people know? Is this a rule that we follow all the time? Absolutely not. So you're gonna hear people saying ex-citante, and other people saying, just putting a sh here, and they just say citante. If you go by the book, this should be ex-priente, right? EX and then a consonant. Do we always follow this rule? No way. Very often people just say experiente. But it shouldn't. Should be experiente. Should be excitante. Should be explicar. That's why I'm telling you, I'm saying that I think it's interesting for you to hear this once, twice. But is it important for you to memorize all these rules? No, absolutely not. Even for us, we Portuguese people, we mix this all the time. We don't follow the rules very often. So again, I think it's much more important for you to know that sometimes the X sounds like sh, like here and here. Sometimes it sounds like S. Sometimes it sounds like Z. Sometimes it sounds like KS. Sometimes it sounds like sh, and then number 7, number 8, it's again sh. This is enxame, enxuto, and this is baixo and caixa, okay? We also have rules here on number 7, number 8. I'm gonna tell you, but please don't try to memorize all this stuff, okay? Here, this X sounds like a sh because you have an X after a E and a E and the N. So E-N and then shish. So E-N shish, it sounds like sh. Again, E-N shish, and then it sounds like a sh. Enxame, enxuto. Here, this X sounds like sh because it's after a ditongo. Ditongo is when you have two vowels together and then they produce one sound. So every time you have two vowels together that are working together and producing one sound, and then if you have an X, it sounds like a sh. So this is baixo and caixa. But once again, don't worry too much about memorizing all these rules, okay? Just remember, please don't forget that. What kind of sounds do we have for an X? We have sh, sh, s, z, ks, ex, sh. So basically we have 5 different sounds. We have sh, 1, s, 2, z, 3, ks, 4, and then we have ex on number 6. So we have 5 different sounds for the X, okay? If you don't know some of these words, go online and check because that's a good activity for you to expand your vocabulary. One information more. So here it says that a letra X tem sempre o valor de X no início das palavras. So the X has always the value of, or the sound of X in the beginning of the words. Doesn't matter what's the etymology, that's what it says here. And there's one rule here more that it says that no final da palavra tem sempre o som de QS. So if you have a word that ends with an X, this X here, see, an X in the very end of the word. Every time this happens, this is always a KS sound. So this is thorax and this is fax. So it's another rule for you. Anyway, let's move on now to the different sounds of this letter, G. So this is gelo, right? And this is giro. So every time we have GE, it sounds like G. Every time we have GI, it sounds like G as well. Again, gelo, giro. Always, always, always. Every time we have GE, it's G. Every time we have GI, it's G as well. G and G, that's what we have here. Gelo means ice, giro means cute or pretty. And then we have gato, gordo, guloso. So if you have GA, it sounds like G. GO, it sounds like G. GU, it sounds like G again, okay? Gato, it's a cat. Gordo, it's fat. Guloso is like someone who likes sweets. It's guloso. Like sweet tooth. So here, number 1, I'm going to read out loud these 4 words. I'm going to ask you to pay attention. And we're checking, and we are, you have to have in mind the different sounds of the G. So focus on the G. And please let me know which word or which G here has a different sound. So we have gato, ginásio, jogo, gordo. Again, gato, ginásio, jogo, gordo. So we have G, 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 right? So ginásio, it's the word that is different because G it's always a G sound. Gato means cat, ginásio means gym, jogo it's a game, and gordo means fat. Same goal here for number 2. We're checking the sounds of the G. So please listen carefully and let me know which one sounds. The G has a different sound. Gelo, giro, relógio, água. Again, gelo, giro, relógio, água. G, 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 G. So it's definitely água, right? It sounds like a G. This is water. Relógio means clock or watch. Giro means cute, pretty. Gelo means ice, okay? Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome to Unit 6, Lesson 8, Unidade 6, Aula 8. So, localização de objetos e pessoas, so location of objects and people. This is an introduction to a set of structures that are really, really important. Structures that you use to say between, on top of, under, close, far. So this kind of words are really important, and it's impossible to speak a language without using all the time this kind of structures. And we will start this topic with a text. This will be like an introduction, and then on the following lesson, on the following slides, we will check all those structures that I was talking before. But let's start with this text. So this is just a text where you're going to find already some of these structures. So I'm going to read out loud. Catarina e o Martim moram em Lisboa. Querem ir a concerto no Parque das Nações. Eles estão na cidade universitária e pedem informações a uma pessoa na rua. Podia dar-me uma informação? Claro, diga. Como é que vamos para o Parque das Nações? É fácil. Podem apanhar o autocarro ou ir de metro. E qual é o melhor transporte? Olha, a paragem do autocarro fica ali, em frente da Faculdade de Direito, e o metro fica um pouco longe. A estação do Parque das Nações chama-se Oriente. Sabe qual é o número do autocarro que vai para lá? Acho que é o 31, mas não tenho a certeza. É melhor perguntar a outra pessoa. Obrigada pela informação. De nada. So I'm going to translate this for you. Catarina and Martin live in Lisbon. They want to go to a concert in Parque das Nações. So Parque das Nações is just an area in the city center. They are in the university city. So Cidade Universitária, it's the campus. You'll find lots of different universities in this place. It's in the city center. E pedem, and they ask information to a person in the street. Could you give me an information? This is something that is level A2. Okay, this structure here, could you give me? This is level A2. So let's just stick with the translation. Don't worry with the grammar that we have here. Claro means like, sure, of course. Claro, diga. Diga means like say. So it's like, of course, say. How is that we go to the Parque das Nações? É fácil, so it's easy. You can catch the bus or go by metro. And what is the best transport? Look, a paragem do autocarro. Paragem do autocarro means the bus stop. So paragem it's the stop, autocarro it's the bus. So the stop of the bus, or the bus stop, is or stays there, over there. in front of the University of Law. Direito means law, okay? And the metro stays or is a bit far. The station of Parque das Nações calls itself Oriente. So the name of Parque das Nações, the name of the metro station is Oriente. You know what is the number of the bus that goes to there? Acho que é o 31. So I think that is the 31. This acho que, it's something that we use all the time. Eu acho que, I think that, eu acho que, I think that, okay? So this is, I think that it is 31, but I don't have the certainty. I'm not sure. É melhor, so it's better to ask to another person. It's better to ask another person. So thank you for the information. De nada. This is you're welcome. And then we have here 3 questions. The first one is onde é que a Catarina e o Martim querem ir? Number 2 is como é que podem ir para o Parque das Nações? Number 3 is como é que se chama a estação do Parque das Nações? So this is very easy, very straightforward. You just have to double check the text. So now I'm going to ask you to stop this video. Read carefully the text again. Try to understand these 3 questions. Try to find the answers for these 3 questions and answer these questions. And then please come back because I'm going to show you the answers, okay? Okay, so hopefully you have done this activity already. So let's see what I have here. So the first one is onde é que a Catarina e o Martim querem ir? So where is that Catarina and Martim want to go? And the answer is eles querem ir para o Parque das Nações. So they want to go to Parque das Nações. And then we have como é que podem ir para o Parque das Nações? So how is that they can go to Parque das Nações? And I wrote this. Eles podem apanhar o autocarro ou podem ir de metro. So they can catch the bus or they can go by metro. And the last one, como é que se chama a estação do metro do Parque das Nações? So how is that calls itself the metro station of Parque das Nações? And the answer is, a estação do Parque das Nações chama-se Oriente. So the station of Parque das Nações calls itself Oriente. Okay? Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Let's move on to Unit 6, Lesson 9, Unidade 6, Aula 9. So what we have here, locuções prepositivas de lugar. So these structures are really important and they are quite simple. So let's see what we have here. Onde fica o banco? So where stays the bank? Where is the bank? Fica na rua em frente da papelaria. So em frente da, it's the first locução prepositiva de lugar. It means in front of. Okay, so in front of the papelaria is like a paper shop, a stationery shop. Onde é a estação? So where is the station? É na avenida ao lado da pastelaria. So ao lado da, this means next to. Okay, this is at the side of, so next to. Pastelaria, as you know, is just a cafe. It's a bakery. But pastelaria and cafe for us, it's pretty much the same. Or we can say atrás dos correios. So atrás means behind. So behind the correios means post office. Okay. Onde está o gato? Está debaixo da mesa. So where is the cat? Is debaixo is like under the table. Onde fica o cinema? So where is the cinema? O cinema fica entre o bar e o café. So entre means between. So the cinema stays or is between the bar and the café. Onde está a caneta? So where is the pen? A caneta está em cima da secretária. So the pen is on top of the Secretary, it's a desk, or it's also a secretary, but here obviously it's on top of the desk. So, em cima da, on top of. Onde está o porta-moedas? Porta-moedas means the coin purse, so where you keep your coins, so it's like a pocket that you have in your wallet, and we call it porta-moedas. Está dentro do bolso, so inside. Bolso, you're probably thinking about a purse, but it's not. That is bolsa. Bolso, with an O at the end, it's a pocket. So this is inside of the pocket. Onde fica a faculdade? So where stays the university? Where is the university? Fica perto do hospital. So stays near the hospital. Trabalhas em Lisboa? Não, trabalho longe de Lisboa. So do you work in Lisbon? No, I work far away from Lisbon. So longe de is far from. Onde está o pássaro? So where is the bird? O pássaro está à frente do espelho. So in front of the mirror. Okay, mirror. Espelho, it's a mirror. So probably you're asking yourself, okay, so why do we have here on the first one em frente? And then here we have à frente. So two different prepositions. It's pretty much the same, okay? So you can use em frente or you can use à frente. Will be pretty much the same. So for instance, on the first one, we could say onde fica o banco? Fica na rua. Instead of em, we could use à. À frente da papelaria would be fine. And here, onde está o pássaro? Instead of à, you could say o pássaro está em frente do espelho. Would be also correct, okay? Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Let's move on to Unit 6, Lesson number 10. So, Unidade 6, Aula 10, Locuções prepositivas lugar. So, we have one slide more to consolidate the structures that we discussed on the previous slide. So, let's start with this picture here and also with these questions and these structures here on the right side. Let's start with the name of these objects, okay? Because that will be important for you to complete this activity here. So what's this thing here? So o que é isto? So what is this thing? So isto é roupeiro, okay? Roupeiro, it's the wardrobe. So isto é roupeiro. E isto? Como se chama isto? So isto chama-se cômoda. So cômoda, it's this, like a dresser, a chest of drawers. E isto? Como se chama isto? Isto é uma porta, right? So this thing is a door. E isto? Então isto é uma janela. É uma janela, a window. E isto? Como se chama isto? Então isto é uma planta, certo? Uma planta. E este animal? Como se chama este animal? Este animal é um cão. É um cão. E este objeto? Como se chama este objeto? Este objeto é uma cama. É uma cama. E isto? Como se chama isto? So it's the bedside table. Então isto é uma mesa de cabeceira. So mesa de cabeceira, it's the bedside table, tá bem? Cabeceira, it's the headboard, it's this part of the bed here. We call it cabeceira da cama. That's why the name of this object is mesa de cabeceira. E isto? Como se chama este objeto? Então, este objeto é candeeiro. Candeeiro, it's a light. Okay, maybe you think about lâmpada, but lâmpada, it's the light bulb. So it's different, right? So candeeiro and lâmpada, it's the light bulb. E estes objetos aqui são os livros. Os livros. And that's it. We have the most important object of this image. We have them already. And now what we have here, let's check these structures. Let's see. Hopefully you still remember the translation for this. So, em frente de is like in front of, right? Entre is between. Ao lado de is like next to. Debaixo de is like under. Em cima de is like on top of. Perto de is like close to. And longe de is like far from. So what you have to do is you have these structures here, and now you have this question. So onde está a cama? So where is the bed? And then you have this word in brackets, cômoda, right? So it means that you have to answer this question, and you have to use one of these structures, or not. You can use a different structure if you want, if it works. Okay, if it works. So it's not mandatory to use the structures that we have here. And to answer this question, you have to have in mind where is the cômoda. So cômoda, it's this, right? The chest of drawers. So the bed is here, cômoda is here. So what it makes sense is to use the structure em frente de, like the bed is in front of the chest of drawers, okay? So you always have the question, and then in brackets you have something else that you have to have in mind to answer the question, all right? So I'm going to ask you to, actually I'm going to show you the first one, and then I'm going to ask you to stop the video and complete everything else. So the first one, let's do it together. So onde está a cama? So where is the bed? Cômoda is here, so I did it for you. A cama está em frente da cômoda. So the bed is in front of the cômoda. So as you can see here, we have em frente de, right? The preposition de. But here we have em frente da. So instead of de, we have the. Why is that? Hopefully you understand already that this da, it's because the structure is em frente de, but cômoda is feminine, right? So I have to write down, a cama está em frente de plus a cômoda. So this da, it's de plus a, right? We put together the preposition, the article, de plus a, and we get a new preposition that is da. And it's the same logic for all the structures that we have here, okay? This is the structure, and then you have to combine or not with what comes after, okay? So please stop the video, complete this activity, take your time, and then come back because I'm going to show you the answers. All right, so hopefully you have done this activity already, so I'm going to show you the answer. So B, onde está a planta? So where is the plant? You have this in brackets, cômoda e roupeiro. So I wrote this, a planta está entre a cômoda e o roupeiro. So entre doesn't go with preposition de. Very often I have students that they write down entre de, but no, there's no entre de. So em frente de, we have the preposition, ao lado de, we have the preposition, debaixo de, we have the preposition, and so on. But entre doesn't go with any preposition. So a planta está entre a cômoda, so this is just the article, e o roupeiro. Onde está o cão? So where's the dog? O cão está debaixo da mesa. So the dog is under the table, right? Under the table. Onde está a mesa de cabeceira? So where is the bedside table? A mesa de cabeceira está ao lado da cama. A mesa de cabeceira está ao lado da cama, next to the bed. Onde estão os livros e o candeeiro? So where are the books and the light? Os livros e o candeeiro estão em cima da mesa de cabeceira. So the books and the lights are on top of the bedside table. Onde fica a janela do quarto? So where stays? So here we use the verb ficar because it doesn't go anywhere, right? So it's like a permanent description. Don't forget that we use the verb ser and the verb ficar for permanent descriptions. We could say Lisboa é em Portugal. But I can also say Lisboa fica em Portugal. It's a permanent description, right? It doesn't go anywhere, Lisbon. It's the same logic here. The window doesn't go anywhere, so we use the verb ficar or the verb ser. Onde fica a janela do quarto? A janela fica em frente da porta. So here there are different options. Maybe you said next to the wardrobe or in front of the bed, doesn't matter. I decided to write down this. A janela fica em frente da porta, like in front of the door. And the last one, onde estão os livros? And you have candeeiro. You have to have in mind where's the candeeiro. So, os livros estão ao lado do candeeiro. So, the books are next to the light. Okay? I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Okay, so let's move on to Unit 6, Lesson number 11. So, Unidade 6, Aula 11. And we have Kit de Sobrevivência, so Survival Kit. A few words for your survival kit. Words related with o corpo. O corpo means the body. So we have o braço, the arm, o cotovelo, the elbow, a mão, the hand, a perna, leg, the leg, o joelho, the knee, o pé, foot, feet, if you want to say feet, it's pés, também, it's the plural here, pés, with an S. O pescoço means the neck, a orelha, the ear, o nariz, nose, a boca, mouth, o lábio, lip, so lábios would be lips, a cabeça, head, o dente, tooth. Then we have estado físico, doenças. Doenças means illnesses. Estado físico is like physical condition, physical state. Estar saudável, this is to be healthy. Estar bem, to be well. Estar doente, to be sick. Estar mal is like to be bad. Estar adoentado, adoentado means under the weather. So when you're not sick, but you're not 100% well, so you're a bit sick, under the weather. It's an expression in English, to be under the weather. So estar adoentado, it's the equivalent in Portuguese. Dor, dor means pain. So I could say dor de cabeça. So it's pain of head. Or I could say dor de dentes. So pains of teeth, okay? Or dor de estômago, pain of stomach. Then we have tosse, cough. It's cough, tosse. Estar constipado, it's not what you're thinking. Estar constipado, it's to have a cold, okay? I think you're probably thinking about to be constipated. There's nothing to do with that. So estar constipado, it's to have a cold. So I could say eu estou constipado. I'm saying I have a cold. Ter febre, to have fever. Ter gripe, to have flu. Then artigos de farmácia, pharmacy items. O medicamento means the medicine. O xarope, the syrup. O comprimido, the pill. A pomada, it's the cream. O penso rápido, this means the plaster or the band-aid. And o preservativo means the condom. It's to preserve. Serviços de saúde, health services. O hospital, the hospital, a clinic, o médico, doctor, o enfermeiro, the nurse, o farmacêutico, the pharmacist, o doente, it's like the patient, the person who is sick. A consulta, it's the consultation. O dentista, it's the dentist. And consultório, consultório is like doctor's office. In English, they don't have one word for this. They call it doctor's office. But we have a word and the word is consultório. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Let's move on to Unit 6, Lesson 12. So, Unidade 6, Aula 12, Tópico Saúde e Corpo. So, Health and Body. So, one slide more, one lesson more to talk about this topic. Let's start with this text. I'm going to read this text for you. and then I'm gonna check the words, okay? The words that probably you don't know. So I'm gonna start. O Tomás está com febre e com dores de cabeça e decide ir ao médico. No médico. Bom dia, senhor doutor. Bom dia, Tomás. Senhor doutor, estou a sentir-me muito mal. Tenho febre e dores de cabeça desde terça-feira. Pode abrir a boca? Diga ai, senhor doutor. O senhor tem a garganta inflamada. Vou receitar-lhe um antibiótico para a infecção da garganta e uns comprimidos para a febre. O senhor tem de tomar o antibiótico 3 vezes por dia. 3 vezes por dia? Claro, senhor Tomás. E sempre depois da refeição. Obrigado, senhor doutor, e bom dia. Bom dia e as melhoras. So probably there are a few words that you don't know here. I'm going to translate. So Tomás is with fever and with pains of head, so headaches, and decides to go to the doctor. In the doctor. Translating word by word, okay? So in the, no, it's like in the doctor. Good morning, doctor. Good morning, Tomás. Doctor, estou a sentir-me, so I am feeling myself. It's a reflexive verb. I am feeling very badly. Again, I'm translating word by word, okay? So mal, it's badly. I have fever and pains of head since Tuesday. Can you open the mouth? Say, ai, senhor doutor. O senhor, so you have the garganta means throat. Inflamada, inflamed. So you have an inflamed throat. Vou receitar-lhe. This is, I will prescribe you. So this lhe that you can see here, this is level A2. So let's just stick with the translation. Don't worry with this. Okay, but this is formal. So this is, I will prescribe you. If we were dealing with informal conversation, this would be vou receitar-te. But because this is like a formal conversation between the doctor and the patient, we use lhe, okay? But again, this is level 2, so don't worry too much at the moment. Let's just translate, okay? So again, I will prescribe you an antibiotic for the infection of the throat and some pills for the fever. So, senhor is like, you have to take the antibiotic 3 times per day. 3 times per day. Claro is like, of course, Tomás, Mr. Tomás. And always after the meal. So, refeição, it's a meal, okay? Thank you, doctor, and have a nice day. Good day, so have a nice day. E as melhoras. As melhoras means the improvements. So it's like, I hope you get better. So when someone is sick, this is what we usually say to people. So in English, you would say, I hope you get better. And we say, as melhoras, like the improvements, okay? This is connected with the verb melhorar. And melhorar means to improve. Melhorar. So we say the improvements for you, okay? Then we have here 4 questions. I'm going to ask you now to stop this video. Take your time, read these questions. Try to find the right answer for each one of these questions. Answer these questions and then please come back because I'm going to show you the answers, okay? Okay, so let's move on. Hopefully you have done this activity already, so I'm going to show you the answers. Question number 1. Qual é o problema do Tomás? So what is the problem of Tomás? And the answer is, o Tomás está com febre e com dores de cabeça. So Tomás is with fever and with pains of head. Qual é o diagnóstico do médico? And the answer is, o Tomás tem a garganta inflamada. So Tomás has an inflamed throat. Quais são os medicamentos que o Tomás vai tomar? So it's like, what are the medicines that Tomás will take? So don't forget that we have the question word qual, right? Qual is like usually what. Qual é, so what is. But then, if what follows is plural, instead of qual, we use quais. That's why I have here quais são. So, os medicamentos, this is plural, right? So the verb is also plural, like what are. And the question word changes as well. So we have qual and quais. So it would be qual é o medicamento? So what is the medicine, singular? And quais são, like what are? Quais são os medicamentos? Os medicamentos is plural, so we use quais and then são. And the answer is, o Tomás vai tomar antibiótico e comprimidos para a febre. So Tomás will take an antibiotic and pills for the fever. Probably you have a slightly different answer, doesn't matter. Quantas vezes por dia ele tem que tomar o medicamento? So how many times per day he has to take the pill? See that we have here tem que. You can also use tem de. So the verb ter, we can use it with the preposition de or with the preposition que. An example. Eu tenho de tomar os comprimidos. Or I could also say eu tenho que tomar os comprimidos. They are both correct. If you want to go by the book, should be ter de, like eu tenho de, tu tens de. But when we're talking, we use very often ter que, and that is also fine, okay? It's also acceptable. So, quantas vezes por dia ele tem que tomar o medicamento? How many times per day he has to take the medicine? And the answer is, ele tem de tomar os comprimidos 3 vezes por dia. So, he has to take the pills 3 times per day. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Okay, so let's move on. Unit 6, Lesson 13. Unidade 3, Aula 13. Descrição de estado físico, so description of physical condition. And phonetica, one activity with phonetica, phonetics. So let's start with these structures here. So in case you're sick and if you want to go to the doctor, or if you want to go to the hospital in Portugal, and in case you have to speak Portuguese, here you will find a few structures that you can use to describe what's affecting you, okay? What's the problem that you have? So the first option that you have is here. You can use the verb estar plus an adjective. So you can say, estou doente. So you're saying, I am sick. Or you can say, estou constipado. So estou constipado, the translation doesn't work in English. Because word by word, this is something like this. I am coldy. So I am coldy doesn't work, right? So you say, I have a cold. So you use the verb to have. We use the verb estar plus an adjective, okay? So again, estou doente, I am sick. Estou constipado, I am coldy. So that doesn't work. So the translation is, I have a cold. Or you can use the verb estar and the preposition com. Okay, so here it's just the verb estar plus an adjective. And here it's again the same verb estar. And after that, the preposition com. And if you do that, if you have the verb estar and the preposition com, then you can use a noun. So an example, estou com, so you're saying I am with, and then dores de barriga. Dores de barriga means pains of belly, so headaches, belly aches, okay, or stomach aches. Or you can say estou com dores de cabeça, like I am with pains of head. So you would say I have headaches, right? And instead of using the verb estar and the preposition com, you can use the verb ter. It will be precisely the same. So this means that you can say estou com dores de barriga. Again, I am with pains of belly. Or you can say I have, tenho, dores de barriga. I have pains of belly. It's exactly the same for us, okay? Or once again, same logic. Estou com dores de cabeça. So I am with pains of head. So I have headaches. Or you can say tenho dores de cabeça. I have pains of head. So I have headaches, okay? So these are 3 structures that you can use to describe the problem that is affecting you. And now I'm going to ask you to check this text carefully. Take your time. and you have to complete these two gaps. Okay, so fill out these two gaps that you have here. So please stop the video, fill out these two gaps, and then please come back because I'm going to show you what I have here. Alright, so let's see. O Vasco está com dores de barriga há 2 semanas e vai ao médico pela segunda vez. Bom dia, Sr. Vasco. Bom dia, Sr. Doutor. Então, está melhor das dores de barriga? Não, não estou melhor, estou pior. So, I'm not better, I am worse, ou estou doente, or I am sick, tá bom? Okay, so one of these two, both they are correct, so you could pick just one of these options. Mas o senhor está a tomar os comprimidos 3 vezes por dia? But you are taking the pills 3 times per day? Não, estou a tomar apenas de manhã e à noite. So again, what we have here is Vasco is with belly aches or stomach aches for 2 weeks, and he goes to the doctor for the second time. Good morning, doctor. Good morning, Sir Vasco or Mr. Vasco. Bom dia, Sr. Doutor. So good morning, doctor. Então is like so. Are you better? So melhor means better. Are you better from the pains of belly? Are you better from your stomach aches? No, I'm not better. I am worse, or I am sick. But are you taking the pills 3 times per day? No. I am taking only, apenas it's only, right? Only in the morning and in the evening. Then, I have here another structure for you. This one, in fact, I have here 2 structures for you. One is the verb ter plus the preposition de and the infinitive. And the second one, it's with the verb dever, that you can use it in a positive way or in the negative way. So you can say devo or deves, or não devo, não deves. Okay, you can also use in the negative way. And then also the infinitive. So an example. This sentence here. A Dona Ana tem de emagrecer. Emagrecer means to lose weight, okay? Is to get slim. So what do you think is the translation for this? A Dona Ana tem de emagrecer. So this ter de is like you have to, okay? It's like it's mandatory. You have to do this. You have to do that. So the translation here is Dona Ana has to lose weight, has to get slimmer, okay? Then, if we use, every time we use this verb, dever is should, okay? It's, I don't like to translate like to should, because to should, it's not exactly a verb in English. It's, I don't teach English, but I know it's not a traditional verb, okay? It's a different one. But in Portuguese, this is just a regular verb, dever. Eu devo, tu deves, ele deve, nós devemos, eles devem. Okay, so how do you translate this? It's always should, to should. So this is more, this works like an advice. In Portuguese or in English, every time you use, you should do this, you should do that. It's like an advice, right? In Portuguese, it's pretty much the same, and it's with the verb dever. So an example, a Dona Ana deve emagrecer. So instead of tem de emagrecer, this is like you have to. Dona Ana has to get slimmer. This is more like Dona Ana should get slimmer. So this is more like an advice, okay? Or ela não deve engordar. Engordar, it's the opposite of emagrecer. So if emagrecer is to lose weight, engordar is to gain weight, okay? So this is she should not gain weight. That's the translation. And now I'm going to ask you to check all the words that we have here. This is the doctor. We have here a dialogue. The doctor is talking with his patient, and is telling him or her, telling him, because we have here o senhor. So the doctor is telling him what he has to do, or is giving him some advice. So I'm going to ask you to check carefully all the words that we have here. Stop this video, fill out these gaps here with these structures. I can tell right away with one of these structures or both of them, it's up to you. And then please come back because I'm going to show you the answers. All right, so let's check. O senhor tem de or deve, okay? So you have to or you should take the pills, tomar os comprimidos ao pequeno almoço. So you have to or you should take the pills for breakfast. Ao almoço e ao jantar. For lunch and for dinner. Também, so também is like also. Também tem de or também deve fazer dieta. Também tem de or deve comer, ok? So both work. Deve comer carne grelhada, legumes cozidos e beber água. So the translation is something like this. You have to or you should take the pills for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Also have to or also should make a diet, like go on a diet. Has to or should eat meat grilled, so grilled meat, boiled vegetables, and drink water. Okay, so if we use tem de, it's like you have to, it's like it's mandatory. If we pick deve, it's more like an advice that the doctor is giving to his patient. Finally, an activity of phonetica. So I'm going to read out loud these 4 words. Number 1, this line here. And I'm going to ask you to pay attention to the different sounds of these 4 words. There is one word here with a different sound. Let's see if you can tell me which word has a different sound. So I'm going to start. Quente, quinto, quase, queres. Again. Quente, quinto, quase, queres. So which one do you think is different? So the answer is quase. Why is that? Because here we can hear the U. The U is not silent. But if you have Q-U-E, the U is silent. Quente. If you have Q-U-I, the U is also silent. Quinto. But if you have Q-U-A, that's in this case you can hear the U, right? So quase. And then again here it's silent. Queres. Quente means hot, quinto means fifth, right? Primeiro, segundo, terceiro, quarto, quinto. Quase means almost. And queres, it's the verb querer, tu queres. Eu quero uma cerveja, tu queres uma água. Finally, the last one. Same logic, I'm gonna read out loud these 4 words and you have to think, you have to try to understand which one has a different sound. So I'm gonna start. Canções, põe, aviões, irmãos. Quite simple, right? So we have ões, õe, ões, ãos. So obviously ãos is a different sound, right? Canções means songs. Põe, it's the verb pôr, to put. So ele põe, he puts, or ela põe, she puts. Aviões, this means airplanes. And irmãos means siblings or brothers. Okay, thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back. Let's move on to Unit 6, Lesson 14, Unidade 6, Aula 14, and we have here Compreensão Oral, an activity for to improve your listening skills. Okay, let's start with these words here. Comida, cão, cor, ténis, cinema, estudante. So comida means food, cão means dog, cor means color, ténis means tennis, the sport, like you have football, basketball, tennis, right? But tennis, the same spelling, the same word also means sneakers or training shoes. Cinema is like cinema, and student means student, right? And now we have this text here, and I'm going to ask you to take your time, read carefully this text, check all the words, and then you have to fill out these gaps with the words that you can see here, with comida, cão, cor, ténis, cinema, and estudante, okay? So please stop the video, complete this activity, and then come back because I'm going to show you the answers. Alright, so let's check. Olá, chamo-me Sónia e tenho 22 anos. Sou estudante de Medicina na Universidade de Lisboa. Moro em Lisboa com os meus pais e a minha irmã. Tenho um cão, o Micas. Adoro o meu Micas. Gosto de praia, de comida japonesa, de jogar ténis e de música clássica. Adoro ir ao cinema e ao teatro. Passo as férias no Algarve ou em Espanha. Detesto política, adoro ler, mas não leio jornais nem revistas. A minha cor preferida é o vermelho. Porquê? Porque sou benfiquista. So I'm going to translate. Hello, I call myself Sonia. I have 22 years old. I am a student of medicine in the University of Lisbon. I live in Lisbon with my parents and my sister. I have a dog, o Micas, so Micas is the name of the dog. I adore my Micas. I like the beach, Japanese food, playing tennis, and classic music. I adore going at the cinema and theater. I spend the holidays in Algarve or in Spain. I detest politics. I adore reading, but I don't read newspapers nor magazines. My color my preferred color, my favorite color is red. Why? Because I am benfiquista. Benfiquista, it's a Benfica fan. Okay, Benfica, it's, as you probably know, it's a football, it's a club, right? It's not just a football club, it's a club here in Lisbon. And someone who likes Benfica is benfiquista. Someone who likes Porto, it's in the north, right? It's called portista. Someone who likes the other team of Lisbon, that is Sporting, is sportinguista. Okay, so Benfica, portista, sportinguista, like benfiquista, Benfica fan, portista, Porto fan, sportinguista, Sporting is a Sporting fan. So we have here the description of this girl, right? Sonia, 22 years old. She's a student. She lives in Lisbon and so on. And then I'm gonna describe three guys, one at a time. Okay. The first one, his name is João. He's 28 years old. I can tell you right away. And I have here three guys who want to date with Sonia. Okay. And I'm gonna read the first one. His name is João, and I want you to listen carefully and take notes because you have to think and you have to decide if João is a good match for Sonia or not, and why. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not there with you to discuss this directly with you, but I'm gonna ask you to listen carefully, take notes. And then you have to decide if João, it's the first one, is a good candidate, is a good match for Sonia or not, okay? So I'm going to start, I'm going to describe João. João, tenho 28 anos e moro em Sintra. Sou informático. Vou muito ao cinema, gosto de computadores e de ler. Gosto muito de ir ao futebol. I'm going to read again. João, tenho 28 anos e moro em Sintra. Sou informático. Vou muito ao cinema. Gosto de computadores e de ler. Gosto muito de ir ao futebol. So what do you think? Is João a good candidate for Sonia? How old is João? Quantos anos tem o João? Quantos anos tem a Sonia? How old is Sonia? Onde mora o João? Onde mora a Sónia? O João tem animais? O João gosta de futebol? So you have to think about all these topics to decide if João is a good candidate for Sónia or not, okay? So I'm gonna check the text with you. João, tenho 28 anos e moro em Sintra. Sou informático, vou muito ao cinema, gosto de computadores e de ler, gosto muito de ir ao futebol. So the translation is I am 28 years old and I live in Sintra. I am informatic means IT. I go a lot at the cinema. I like computers and reading. I like very much going to the football. So this guy is João, okay? I'm not sure if you think he's a good candidate or not, but I'm gonna move on to Miguel. So the next candidate, his name is Miguel. Same logic. I'm gonna read slowly twice, and you have to take your notes, and you have to think about if this guy is a good match for Sonia or not, okay? I'm gonna start. Miguel, tenho 33 anos e sou de Lisboa. Sou jornalista, moro em Lisboa e tenho também uma casa no Algarve. Adoro praia, viajo muito ao estrangeiro, sou sportinguista. I'm gonna read again. Miguel, tenho 33 anos e sou de Lisboa. Sou jornalista, moro em Lisboa e tenho também uma casa no Algarve. Adoro praia, viajo muito ao estrangeiro, sou sportinguista. So what do you think about Miguel? Quantos anos tem o Miguel? How old is Miguel? Onde mora o Miguel? Where does he live? Qual é a profissão do Miguel? What's Miguel's profession? Qual é o clube do Miguel? What's his club? What's Miguel's club? Hopefully you have answers for all these questions and you have an idea already if Miguel is a good match for Sonia or not. I'm gonna show you the text. Miguel, tenho 33 anos e sou de Lisboa. Sou jornalista, moro em Lisboa e tenho também uma casa no Algarve. Adoro praia, viajo muito ao estrangeiro, sou sportinguista. So I have 33 years old, I am from Lisbon, I am a journalist, I live in Lisbon, and I have also a house in Algarve. I adore the beach, I travel a lot. Estrangeiro means abroad, okay? Estrangeiro means a foreign person or abroad, it depends on the context. In this case, it's like I travel a lot abroad. I am a sporting fan, okay? So, not sure if this guy is a good match for Sonia or not. You have to decide which of them is the best match for her. I'm here just to read the 3 descriptions. So we have one more. The last one, his name is Tiago. And I'm going to ask you right away to take notes. And don't forget to take notes. You have to understand what's his age, what's his profession. So, qual é a idade? Qual é a profissão? Where does he live in case you get that information and other information that might be relevant for this activity. Okay? So I'm going to read Tiago again slowly and twice. Tiago, Olá, sou o Tiago. Tenho 23 anos e sou enfermeiro. Adoro animais. Tenho 2 gatos em casa. Gosto de ir às compras e de desporto. Gosto muito de música. Again. Olá, sou o Tiago. Tenho 23 anos e sou enfermeiro. Adoro animais. Tenho 2 gatos em casa. Gosto de ir às compras e de desporto. Gosto muito de música. So what do you think? Is Tiago a good candidate or not? And why? Okay. So hopefully you had time to think about this. If you want, you can. It's a good idea to stop this video a few seconds, a few minutes, check your notes, and then you can decide which one is the best candidate. In the meantime, I'm gonna show you the description of this final candidate, that is Tiago. So I'm gonna read out loud again. I'm gonna ask you to follow my reading. So Tiago, olá, sou o Tiago, tenho 23 anos e sou enfermeiro. Adoro animais, tenho 2 gatos em casa. Gosto de ir às compras e de desporto. Gosto muito de música. So, hello, I'm Tiago. I have 23 years old. So, 23 years, and I am a nurse. Enfermeira, it's nurse. I adore animals. I have 2 cats in the house at home. I like to go shopping and sports. I like music very much. Okay. So I'm not sure which one you prefer. To be honest, it doesn't matter. This is an activity to practice your listening skills. I hope you have understood a lot, and I also hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly. Okay, so let's move on to Unit 6, Lesson 15, Unidade 6, Aula 15. And this is the final topic of this Unit 6, and it's a very important topic. Verbo haver. Verbo haver, it means this verb here, that I'm talking for the first time about this verb. The translation for this verb, haver, is to be or to exist, okay? It depends on the context. And we have here this sentence. Há 6 diferenças entre as imagens. And the translation for this há is there, in this case, there are 6 differences between the images. So this há that you can see here, it's the third person of the singular of the verb haver. So we will discuss the differences between these 2 images in a second. But let me introduce the verbo haver. So the verb haver, again, haver, to be or to exist. So as you can see here, this há 6 diferenças, this word here, há, it's the same word that you have here, right? So when we conjugate the verb haver, and when we conjugate for the third person, you can see this há here. The rest of the conjugation for this verb, it's something that we teach on level A2, okay? So, and let me tell you that it's not very relevant, not even on level A2, because I think I use the rest of the conjugation once every year or every 2 years, okay? On the other hand, the third person of the singular, há, and this word that you can see here or here, we use it every single day, okay? So the translation for há, I would say that 90% of the cases will be there is or there are, okay? So there is or there are. Then we also use it as a time expression, but that's something that I'm gonna teach you on Unit 7. So at the moment, let's stick with this translation. Há, most of the cases will be there is or there are. In this case, we have há 6 diferenças, so the translation must be there are 6 differences between, and it's between, right, the images. So I wrote the first one for you, and I wrote this. Na imagem A, há cortinado com muitas cores, e na imagem B, há cortinado com uma cor. So cortinar, it's a curtain, okay, it's a curtain. So what we have here is na imagem A, see that the sound is exactly the same. So if your mother tongue is English, here you feel very tempted to say ha, but there's no ha. So every time we have a word that starts with an H in Portuguese, that H is completely silent. So the sound that we have here or here, it's exactly the same. So again, na imagem A, same sound. Cortinado com muitas cores, so there is a curtain with many colors. E na imagem B, há, so there is, há cortinado com uma cor. So there is a curtain with one color. So one color here and many colors here, okay? So I'm going to ask you to follow this sequence, okay? Follow the structure that we have here, the sequence of words and the structure, and try to write down the other 5 differences that we have here between image A and image B. I'm going to do one more with you, and after that I'm going to ask you to stop the video and try to do the rest without my help. So one more. Na imagem A, há empregado de mesa magro e na imagem B há empregado de mesa gordo. So empregado de mesa, it's the waiter, okay? So waiter or waitress, it's empregado ou empregada de mesa. So again, in the image A, there is a waiter magro, it's slim, right? E na imagem B, and in the image B, I'm translating word by word, há, so there is, an empregado de mesa gordo. So a waiter, a fat waiter. And now I'm going to ask you to stop the video, take your time, check carefully, look carefully to this 2 images that we have here, and write down, please write down the other 4 differences that we have between image A and image B. Once you complete that, please come back because I'm going to show you the remaining differences, okay? All right, so let's see difference number 3. Na imagem A, há 2 bancos altos e na imagem B há 2 bancos baixos. So bancos are stools, okay? Maybe some of you wrote cadeiras. Cadeira, it's a chair. This is not a cadeira, this is not a chair. This is a stool. And stool, we call it banco. So it's the same word that you have for bank when you go to the bank to get your money. It's exactly the same word, okay? So once again, na imagem A, há 2 bancos altos e na imagem B há 2 bancos baixos. Number 4, na imagem A, há jarro grande. So jarro, it's a jug. Maybe you wrote garrafa. Garrafa, it's a bottle. This is not a garrafa, this is a jug. So jarro. So na imagem A, há jarro grande. E na imagem B há jarro pequeno. So jarro pequeno here, jarro grande here. Número 5. Na imagem A há uma tigela. Tigela, it's a bowl. Há uma tigela vazia. Vazia means empty. E na imagem B há uma tigela cheia de pipocas. So cheia de, this is full of. Pipocas, it means popcorns. Okay? Popcorn. Finally, na imagem A há copo estreito. So copo, it's a glass. Estreito means narrow. E na imagem B há copo largo. So largo means large or wide. So as you can see here, this glass is wide and this glass is estreito, it's narrow. Okay, so I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you shortly.